those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
That's our name. Don't wear it out. When they ask my name, don't wear it out. There you go. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Let's go. We got a football game on Thursday. We got Christmas in 2 weeks. We got Waterboy taking a trip this week out to the East Coast. We got the Warriors playing in an NBA Cup tomorrow. Things are happening, everybody. So enjoy your candy canes and your hot chocolates and your Christmas vibe, and get ready for those Niners and Rams on Thursday. Good morning, Marcus Boucher, brother. How was your Monday night?
Murph, what's up, my guy? Monday night was nice. Caught a little Monday Night Football, but I will say it does seem like Tuesday kind of snuck up on me quick when you throw in the fact that we have Thursday Night Football, Rams and 49ers, and you mention it. I'll be hopping on a bird going out to D.C. for the Army-Navy game this weekend. So, yeah, a lot's coming in early this week, Murph.
I love you at the Army-Navy game. So we'll be having you. You'll be on remote. I'll be looking at you on this screen here.
That's it. I'll be boots on the ground, super reporter live from D.C.
You going to get me Oscar De La Hoya again?
I don't know if Oscar's going to be there for the Army-Navy game, but I'm trying to bring in RG3 on Friday. Maybe talk a little Kyle Shanahan and talk about the 49ers-Rams game on Thursday night.
Right.
Stay tuned.
I'm looking forward to Friday already, buddy. So did you go? Here's what I did not do last night. I did not watch the Simpsons broadcast. And that's not because I'm anti-Simpsons. I'm actually pro-Simpsons. I'm not like a frickin' lunatic like Vegas Joe Hughes. Shout out Vegas Joe Hughes, by the way. Young Tone doesn't know Vegas Joe Hughes. Maybe that'll be what Young Tony learned today, the legend of Vegas Joe Hughes.
Now, I've only heard stories. I never had the opportunity of actually meeting Vegas Joe Hughes.
You've never met the legend of Vegas
No, I've
Hughes.
never met him.
And I'll say this with great love and respect to Joe, who's out there with his beautiful wife and family out in the East Bay. When you meet Vegas Joe Hughes, you're like, you're Vegas Joe Hughes?
All that hype.
You'd think he'd come in looking like Elvis with the sequins and the rhinestones and everything. He's actually just a nice, mild-mannered young man is what he is. But he decided to adopt a radio persona. So he slapped his name Vegas in front of his name. It'd be like if Young Tony just said, just start calling me Vegas Tony.
Ooh.
Honestly, Joe Hughes has kind of a Tony-like demeanor, like saying the same build, same attitude, same personality. Maybe Tony's a little more buttoned up. Vegas is a little more.
Yeah, maybe he's more of like a Dubai Young Tony. Something a little classier, but still a nice night.
Anyway,
night
Vegas Joe Hughes is one of these guys who, like my buddy San Diego Mike, my childhood friend who now lives in San Diego, I don't even want to say PhDs in The Simpsons, because PhD might not even emphasize it strongly enough. Like, what's stronger than a PhD? Like, what's the highest grandmaster thing you can achieve? Black belt in martial arts. What's above a black belt in martial arts? Is there something above a black belt?
No, I don't think so. I think you can go purple belt, but I think that might be for black belt. Now I'm just exposing myself live on air.
You don't know,
But
huh?
I think black belt is traditionally the highest one, but in some jiu-jitsu forms, you can't actually go higher.
You're a man who enjoys physical
You could add like stripes to your belt, and that gives you like some extra credence.
You're a man who enjoys physical contact and combat. You like that. Did you ever get into like the karate? Karate, as they like to say.
Murph, I like to
judo,
say
that stuff.
I like to say I have a black belt in YouTube Jiu-Jitsu. So when me and my buddies were first getting into MMA, like back in middle school when we were still wrestling and stuff, we would just Google and go on YouTube and search up submission moves, and then we would just have a free-for-all and just try the moves on each other, and we would start like these like backyard matches where it was like body shots and submissions only, and we would just try like I'm getting guys in like anaconda chokes and like all types of different stuff. Yeah,
I hit on something here.
Yeah.
But you never officially.
I never actually signed up with the class. No, I never paid money to actually go and
you
take
guys
the
give
classes.
each other belts? Like you just got a yellow belt, you just got a green belt?
No, we just did it like as like riffing, like, this kid's still a white belt, I'm a black belt in my YouTube jiu-jitsu.
Incredible. Backyard YouTube jiu-jitsu.
Yeah,
This is where I dust off one of my many oft-told stories about my jiu-jitsu studio session with the Gracies and Chuck Norris.
Dude, this is an unreal story.
Does Young Tony even know who Chuck Norris is?
Oh, he's got to know who Chuck
he does?
Norris is.
All right. Well, anyway, I was down at the LA Times in my early journalism career, and a jiu-jitsu studio was opening in the San Fernando Valley. This would have been 1989 or 90, so this is, pre-UFC, right before UFC started. And I was assigned to write about it because they said the actor Chuck Norris was bankrolling it, and he wanted to get some publicity and reached out, and they said, he goes, I'm affiliated with this Brazilian clan. They're legendary. They're called the Gracies. And at that point in time, the Gracies Q rating in 1989, 90 was like 0, dude. Nobody knew who the Gracies were, unless you were like a like a PhD Simpsons, Vegas Joe huge PhD Simpsons level guy into martial arts.
Yeah, unless you were traveling the world.
Yeah.
Trying to like.
So I was assigned, I met, God, was it? They all start with an R, but they're pronounced with an H.
Hoist Gracie.
Hoist and Hodian and all those guys. And then Chuck Norris came to the studio and everything. Here was the big deal. Here's the funny story. I've told this a million times, but for the new crowd, is that, so my buddy, Robbie, who's the animator down in L.A., does all the,
Shout out Hey Arnold.
Hey Arnold. He worked on the Hey Arnold show and all those ones that you guys all grew up on, and he's the best. But he is a black belt in judo. And so he used to just, whenever I'd do something to annoy him, he would do something to twist me around and throw me around and all that stuff. He would toss me like a rag doll.
Nice little hip toss.
Yeah. He hurt me a couple times.
Oh, I'm sure.
But anyway, I said, Robbie, dude, I'm doing this thing with jiu-jitsu and Chuck Norris. He goes, and Chuck Norris invited me to his house for dinner. So he goes. I called him up and said, hey, this is Brian Murphy from the LA Times. I said, I know you're opening this new jiu-jitsu studio and we'd like to do a story. He goes, yeah, I'm happy to talk. He goes, would you like to come to the house for dinner? And I said, yeah, sure. So I hang up and I call my buddy Robbie because my buddy Robbie's into martial arts and all that, and Chuck Norris is one of his guys. I said, dude, Chuck Norris invited me to dinner. He goes, dude, can I go? I go, yeah, let me ask. So I hang up. I called Chuck Norris back. And I got Chuck Norris on the phone. I go, hey, Chuck, is it okay if I bring my friend Robbie? And he goes, hey, why don't we just do the interview at the studio?
Access denied. Yeah, you can't be bringing a +1 to Chuck Norris's house.
Dude, so young Toad, this is the lesson. Don't ask questions. Just say yes and show up at Chuck Norris's house.
Yes.
Go to the suite.
Yes.
And go to Chuck Norris's house.
You should never invite your friend Robbie to Chuck Norris's house, and you should never ask if Waterboy's going to be in the suite at a 49er game to start the season.
Or I said to Chuck Norris, how long do I have to stay?
Yeah.
How long do I have to stay?
Hey, Chuck Norris, can I leave the house at all?
Hey, Chuck Norris, is Waterboy going to be there?
Yeah. Is it cool if my boy Robbie hangs out in the backyard?
So anyway, I forgot how we got. Vegas.
Oh yeah, levels of degree. Yeah.
Did you wind up watching The Simpsons?
So I ended up watching the intro and I saw a bunch of clips, but once the game actually started, I flipped over to the regular broadcast.
And so where were you? If you're not a above PhD black belt with The Simpsons, where are you? Are you like a high school graduate, a college graduate,
I'd
an
say
elementary school
maybe
graduate?
a high school grad. Like I grew up liking Bart Simpson.
You got love for The Simpsons?
Yeah, exactly. Like I always saw some of myself in Bart Simpson. A little bit of a troublemaker.
Yeah.
Would get on his skateboard and tell everybody to eat his shorts. So I always had in elementary school a Bart Simpson binder and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember when the Simpsons movie came out, when I was in middle school or high school, and they changed all the 7-Elevens to be the liquor store from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
I thought that was one of the coolest things also. But I wouldn't call myself a PhD. And I'm just kind of confused about who this was for.
Yeah.
Was this for the older generation of Simpson fans? Are there newer generations of Simpson fans? Where would you say your kids come down on Simpsons?
Well, I showed it to them. I kind of forced it on them for a little bit. And I would call myself still in high school, like a middle school graduate. I enjoy it, but I've never gone down the road that some others have into total maniacal devotion to The Simpsons and a memorization of every episode and all that. But I did think they should have had some cultural awareness. So I did show it to them, and they enjoyed it to the point where one Christmas, Rory wanted Simpsons socks, and he still has them. He has Homer socks. He has Bart socks. He'll wear them during a basketball game, too.
I used to have the Homer Simpson slippers where I'd put my feet in his mouth, and they were just those big old puffy slippers.
And everybody still says, don't. To this day, don't. I say that in emails and texts to people, when something goes awry, And, but, so the kids, last night, they had zero interest or awareness in that.
Yeah.
They didn't
and that's
know.
why I was confused because they've done this before with Toy Story and SpongeBob, and that makes sense. You're doing it for the kids.
Yeah.
Those are also TV shows that are on
'cause-
Paramount and CBS and Disney and ESPN. Simpsons is a Fox show, but somehow, some way, they had a crossover with ESPN and Disney
I
last
think
night.
Disney bought them for sure, didn't they?
Does Disney now own Fox?
I think so. There's
they
some
own
sort of-
everything.
Simpsons might be owned by Disney now. I don't.
That's where I was confused about also.
Yeah, I think they are. I think there's some. Yeah, let me look at that. Simpsons, Disney. Yeah, they're affiliated now.
Okay.
Yeah,
they're affiliated.
Yeah, they're owned by. Yeah, Disney Plus owns the Simpsons.
I didn't know the Simpsons got jumped in by Disney.
Yeah, they got the Simpsons. The Simpsons. Disney bought the Simpsons the same way the Mets bought Juan Soto.
Oh, there it is.
I needed to get that in there because we need to address the news from John Heyman and how this affects Yankee fans. that it made that because we realized we're like, wait a minute, their offers were basically identical, and one's the Yankees, the Pinstripes, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Mickey Mantle, Joe freaking DiMaggio, and the other one's the Mets. You know what I mean? So it's like, so why did you? And now John Heyman's reporting that there may have been some personal beef involved, in which a Yankee security guard once removed either Soto's mom or dad from a section, told him he couldn't be there, and then later on doubled down and removed Soto's driver/chef from a section. And that might have been the difference in the two contracts.
It might have been the difference. Really? You're telling me a security guard was the difference?
Now there's memes going around of over-aggressive security guards ruining the Yankees' future.
Well, how about they just remove the security guard then?
Yeah, I know. You guys got like from if the New York Post is worth its salt, they will find out who that security guard is.
Dude, like from the moment that Juan Soto even mentions there's any problems with security guards, get him the hell out of the building.
Go expunge
Why does that guy still have a job?
Yeah.
But you're right.
Steinbrenner chose the security guard over Soto.
I think you're right, though. New York should be able to identify them. They've been pretty good at identifying guys lately.
I mean, you might want to look for them at a McDonald's.
Yeah,
in Central
PA.
What a story. I followed that whole thing. I don't know. I usually don't get involved in like these national whatever. I was like, but this one for some reason hit me. I was like, how are they finding this guy? There's a bike trail. There's a cab. I got fascinated by the modern technology sleuthing that was going on, and then how he shook it and got loose, and they lost track of him when he left the state. Then they find that how about the elderly patron of a McDonald's? How do you recognize these guys?
It's a great
Who are
question.
these people out there? It goes to prove that anytime something like this happens, guys, there's 7 billion people in the world. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and it's the
Anything
power
can
of the
happen.
internet.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy's face was everywhere.
But I mean, would you have if the guy walked
Hell
in here
no.
right now in the bullpen with Cleo delivering our newspaper, I wouldn't recognize him.
no, I would have thought he would have been like a DoorDasher dropping off some Bob's Donuts.
Well, by the way, we want to thank Martha from the 510.
Oh, yeah, shout out to Martha.
But we still haven't cashed in on that. We'll have to do that before you leave. All right, well, listen, the Cowboys had a hilarious loss last night, eliminating them. Man, shades of Leon Lett for the old heads out there 30 years ago. But Buster Posey spoke down in Dallas. We got a little more. They can't officially say anything about Adames until he passes his physical. Knock on wood.
Uh-oh.
By the way, they say Thursday is the day. Should we broadcast from there Thursday? If they're doing it, I'm just throwing this out there now.
That's a great idea.
Since by the way, where we're broadcasting from is kind of a grab bag.
I mean, we are always looking for new places to broadcast, right?
Yeah. Any place with a little elbow room will take it. So anyway, we got that. It's the Christmas season. The Niners and the Rams on Thursday. Kyle Shanahan with some very important injury updates. We'll get into those next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest. We are giving away 2 tickets to see stand-up comedian Gabriel Iglesias on the Don't Worry, Be Fluffy tour. If you win this contest, you get to pick between a show at SAP Center in San Jose in February of next year or a show at Chase Center also in February. So how do you win? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these 2 tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Icon, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Purdy going to flip it on an end around to Debo Samuel, trying to get wide, turns the corner, gets a block from Jalen Moore, cuts back inside, and he's got the 49er first down and very close to it on the 10-yard line. Clever play there, faking the inside handoff and the flip on the reverse, the end around to Debo Samuel.
There it is, young Tony coming back with Debo to the Simpsons because Debo's in the news. If you missed it yesterday, we'll keep it in the Simpsons theme and say, when you read Debo's tweet yesterday, did you say, don't? Did you head down to Moe's Tavern for a cold one after you read Debo's tweet yesterday?
See, I will say my main criticism of that Simpsons game yesterday, they showed Moe's bar on the sideline, but they had it as Moe's juice bar. I understand you're doing this for the kids, but my guy Moe's selling beer at that bar. He ain't selling juice.
Mo ain't selling smoothies.
No chance.
No. In fact, I sent some Mo to the thread. Hank Azaria was on with Mina Kimes and Dan Orlovsky doing a riff on the NFL. That was pretty good. No, you go down, you sit next to Barney. What would Barney say about Debo's tweet? Here we go. What's he talking about? Boy, that hurt my throat
That was pretty good, though.
That hurt my throat.
I'm impressed.
Let me try that again.
Murph.
He averages the same amount of touches as he always does. So here's the deal, guys. Debo Samuel tweeted, and bro, what are we doing here?
Bro.
The day after a win.
Dog.
The day after they finally put the wheels on after these disastrous trips to Green Bay and Buffalo.
Bruh.
They come to the California sunshine. Santa Claus is looming in a couple of weeks. It's a glorious day in Santa Clara. It's not even too hot. It's not even people aren't dying in the stands.
The weather's perfect in the South Bay.
The Giants. The Niners score 38 points. Their season high.
Highest this season, Murph.
They gained 319 yards in the first half, more yards and a half than any team in the NFL this year. That includes Josh Allen's Bills and Saquon Barkley's Eagles, you name it. Jared Goff's Lions, you name it. Nobody gained 319 yards and a half. And Debo Samuel chooses, as you guys would say, violence. Debo Samuel sends out a tweet. I don't know. I woke up from my nap to see this. And, I mean, it says, I believe the exact tweet is, did he delete it?
Yes.
He deleted it.
The tweet has been deleted now.
Because I just went to his feed.
I've got the screenshot, though, if you need it, Murph.
Give it to us, Aaron.
Debo Samuel tweeted out yesterday, not struggling at all, not getting the ball.
How many exclams after that?
Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like about 7, Murph.
7 exclams.
It's a small screenshot. Again, not struggling at all, just not getting the ball.
More exclams than he is catching balls.
Oh, see, that's the problem. Yeah, exactly. He's averaging more exclams per tweet than he is yards per carry.
Number one, bro. What? First of all, I mean, there's so many different problems with this. Number one, why did you feel the need to tweet this? Like, what was accomplished? So here's why. I'll answer it for right now. He's so in his sensitive feelings, he's hearing it. Because he showed up at the Warrior game on Friday night, I think it was. I think he was at the Warrior game Friday night, the T-Wolves game with Juwan Jennings. And the backlash was like, on Twitter was crazy. It was like, bro, dog, get in your playbook, get off court. Dog, go catch your balls. Don't show up courts. Like, so I don't know, maybe he started reading that stuff?
Well, it's not even just reading the comments, it's hearing the criticism, whether it was T.O. a couple weeks ago calling him out, whether it was Brent Jones on our own show.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like not just the 49er fan base has been calling him out, but even some peers and some guys around the organization have been calling out the play of Debo Samuel. Then we had the incident with Tabor Pepper on the sideline where he's yelling at him and Jake Moody to lock it in.
I'm jumping in right now because everything you said is all true and all happened before they played the Bears. That'll happen before they played the Bears. So he could have tweeted about that at any point prior to the Bear game. Then they played the Bears and blew them out.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like this tweet probably should have came out after the Green Bay game or after the Buffalo game.
Right.
When we're talking about this offense not doing anything and you being a big part of the reason why it's not doing anything.
So number one, why are you sending this? Number two, timing, just ridiculous. Number two, timing. Number three, again, getting back to the number one, sharing this publicly. A positive message for the kids. Completely disrupting the vibe of a team that's like trying to get up to a standing position. Like if they beat the Rams on Thursday, they have a chance to live to fight the Dolphins, right? You know what I mean? Of course, we talked about it. We spent the whole show yesterday 8%, joking about 8%. But like if they beat the Rams on Thursday, it will go up from 8%, maybe 9, maybe 10, maybe 11.
Ooh, keep going.
But you live to fight the Dolphins. The Dolphin game then has some meaning. Right?
Absolutely.
Right. So there's something to play for Thursday. There really is something to play for Thursday. So we're talking about the timing. We're talking about the message. And then, Marcus, the biggest thing is the facts of the case.
It's just factually incorrect, Murph.
Incorrect. So he is. So we have it right here. So I'll give you a couple stats. Number one, he's second on the team in touches.
72 this year.
So I'm not getting the ball. Well, there's only one guy who's touched it more than you. That's Jordan Mason. That's the only guy who's touched it more than you. Okay, so then if he says, well, that's deceiving stat or whatever. So whatever. So now we look at it. He leads the team in drops with 5. So that's a problem where if you had the ball 5 more times, you'd have 5 more touches, right? But you dropped it.
That is correct.
Then the biggest one is the actual facts of the case. So touches, he has 72 touches this year. Second on the team behind Jordan Mason's 164.
So the lie detector test has determined, Murph.
That's a lie.
That's a lie, Debo.
Well, here's the catch. I got some more for you here. 56 touches by Kittle is third. Okay, so targets. He's like, they're not targeting me. Well, they targeted Juwan Jennings 78 times, George Kittle 67 times, Debo Samuel 64 times. So he's actually third, but he's right there, right? Next to Kittle, just a little behind. But now here's the biggest one is like, okay, well, how does this compare to the past? So I go to last year. He played 15 games last year. He had 60 catches and 37 rushes. That's 97, right? 97. So what's 97 divided by 15, bro? We'll do a little math for you here.
You're asking the wrong guy.
That's Bart Simpson here.
Yeah, come on. What are we doing?
That's 6.4 touches per game. He currently has 72 touches in how many games has he played this year? He's played 12 games this year. 72 touches in 12 games. That's 6 touches a game. So last year, 6.4. This year, 6.0. I would suggest that is a statistically meaningless difference and that he's essentially touching the ball exactly at the same rate he did last year.
So once again, Murph, he's essentially admitting that
That's a lie.
That's a lie. Because he is getting the damn ball. Second most touches in the team, and he's not doing anything once he gets the ball in his hands. Whether it's the 2.9 yards per attempt when he's run the ball, whether it's the lack of separation on the outside. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to look at the box scores this year or just watch any 49er game, and you can see it's not the same Debo Samuel out there. And so for him to come out and tweet this out yesterday, the timing of it is terrible, coming off a 38-point victory. When you have a Thursday night game, it's a short week. But I got to say, Murph, I think my favorite part of this tweet is the community note section, which is something on Twitter where the community can correct your tweets. Basically, they'll call you out if you're lying. And so after Debo tweeted out yesterday, not struggling at all, just not getting the ball, readers added context that they thought people might want to know, Murph. He actually leads the team in drops, and he is struggling. This was fact-checked by the community on Twitter.
AI checked in to say, in fact, the meme you see it, narrator, he is struggling. Dude, it's just so sad. I mean, it's bad. It's bad looks, as the kids would say, all around. It's bad timing. They're about to go and play the Rams. I imagine Brock Purdy was like, bro. I mean, he was like, look at bro. What Kyle Shanahan, bro? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
You know, George Kittle, anybody. What are we doing here? People checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 925 says, Debo knows he's not part of the Niners' future, and the writing's on the wall. It's sad, but it shows the shelf life of an NFL player. Didn't Matty tells us he expects us on the team?
Yeah, he's
Mayo
got
Quinton said?
one more year on his contract next year with the Niners.
707 says Debo knows he's gone next season. That's probably why he tweeted that. All these people checking in saying, bro, come on, man. What are we doing here? So just really, it's bad looks. It's bad timing. It's bad vibes, bad energy. It's a positive message for the kids.
It's a great message for the kids. And a great message to have being sent by one of your team captains.
Yeah.
Maybe this is why Dieter was calling for that C to come off the chest.
Dieter's looking better and better, isn't he? Dieter's like, what do you want? Truth is on my side.
Yeah, it's a better take today than it was a week ago.
All right, guest list on a Tuesday, 12/10/24, December 10. 2 weeks. Have you done all your Christmas shopping? I hate people who say that. Done your Christmas shopping? I remember, I've told this story many times, but like, I'll frequently do it like on the 21st, 22nd, 23rd. People go, oh, last minute. I'm like, no.
Bro, I'll do it on the 24th.
Last minute is like midnight on the 24th. That's last minute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Couple minutes before the buzzer. I like working with the deadline, Murph.
Exactly. Good morning, Young Tone. How are you, brother?
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Where are you with The Simpsons?
I'm like an elementary school guy on The Simpsons. I don't really know too much. I did tune in to watch last night. It was like 3 or 4 plays behind the entire broadcast.
Okay.
So it's very frustrating.
That's annoying.
If you're trying to actually watch the
So
game.
they let a play happen, then they would like animate it.
Well, yeah, they had to animate it because like Homer Simpson was playing quarterback, and then it's like, oh, he's throwing a touchdown to Ralph. I was like, I don't have Ralph on my fantasy team. I have CeeDee Lamb, so give me the points. I have Jamar Chase. Let me know who's actually scoring the touchdowns, not these characters.
When you when you saw how that they were 4 plays behind, did you say go?
Yeah, I was like, I'm out on this. I literally just changed the channel.
Or did you say they're 4 plays behind? I think I'll go to Moe's for a beer.
Yeah.
How about me debuting my Barney?
It's decent.
Dude.
I just kind of unveiled it on the fly. I am a Barney fan. Most of the biggest laughs come from Barney, I think.
You're a
With
Barney
his,
head.
With his butt crack and
I
everything.
I do hear a little Kermit the Frog in there, but that is some of your best work.
Is my Will Clark the same as my Ross Perot?
Yeah, maybe.
1992. What do we got, kid?
All right, coming up at 7:30 this morning, we will talk to Mike Krukow. We are going to have John Lynch on today. Obviously, the Niners play on Thursday.
John Lynch on a Tuesday.
John Lynch at 8 o'clock this morning.
Oh,
Look at
I'm gonna
that.
readjust
Big
our
news.
schedule. Okay.
Big news. Brent Jones is going to join the show at 8:30 as well.
Hey, we stole him back again.
DJ.
We did.
The Brent tug of war.
Off of loan. And then our 49ers player of the week. Everybody loves him. Fan favorite, Jawan Jennings at 9 o'clock this morning. Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go, JJ.
Ron's like, I lead the team in touches. What's the big deal? I lead the receivers in targets. What's the big deal? Jordan Mason actually leads the team in touches. So, all right. Well, listen. Yes, sir.
Cooler content at 9:15 and then Mike Silver at 9:30.
We weren't done. We got more to go. So anyway, guys, well, listen, we'll return to the Debo thing around 6:50, but Buster Posey spoke yesterday. The Giants is Buster cooking on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We got young Tony behind the glass. You can see him here in the rectangle waving to you. There's John Joe, too. Enjoy these views while we have them, by the way. Yes.
Yeah, Murph.
That's an inside joke. We'll revisit in early 2025. Let's worry about December 2024 right now. Christmas coming up. 49ers Rams on Thursday. We'll get back to that with John Lynch at 8 a.m. How about that? Hitting us on a Tuesday. We just talked about the Debo tweet, how unfortunate all of it was. The timing, the accuracy, the context, all of that stuff. Thumbs down on the Debo Samuel tweet.
I think there's one way to summarize the Debo Samuel tweet from yesterday, Murph.
Trash.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Trash.
That's pretty good.
Hot.
Trash.
That's pretty good.
Trash.
JT Snow joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 2:50, and we're still giving away 2 tickets to see stand-up comedian Gabriel Iglesias. I guess yesterday Scott and Turlock won it.
Hey,
Scott and Turlock won.
congrats, Scott.
And he had his choice between the SAP show in San Jose on the 21st of February or the Chase Center show in San Francisco on the 22nd. Will that big sports bar be open by then? The Splash, I think they're calling it.
You know, I'm waiting for that bar to open.
I think they said by the All-Star break.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sounds
Remember
good
they
to me.
said, I told you that London Breeds, even though she lost the election, she went ahead and said she made Thrive City an open carry, and I'm not talking about ammunition.
Yeah, careful.
I'm talking about alcohol.
Yeah.
You can tote your beers around Thrive City. It's like in New Orleans.
Drinking
dude.
zone now.
It's incredible.
So now I'm curious, like, can I just walk down with a bottle of booze? Will they stop me on the way? Like, I usually walk around with a beer anyways, to be
usually
honest with you.
SFPD has bigger fish to fry, but
Yeah.
no, I don't think you. I think technically you're breaking. I think it's a 5-yard infraction if you walk down the street with it. But once you get to Thrive City, you're good.
I think once I get to Thrive City, I'm in the safe zone,
Yeah.
which you probably shouldn't be looking to me for like advice or clarity on any of these laws.
No.
I once ran into a group of tourists while I was walking to a Giants game, drinking a beer, of course. And they asked me, can we drink on the streets? Are you allowed to do that here in San Francisco? I said, yeah, you're allowed to do anything in San Francisco.
Well, you remember you're Bart Simpson.
That's it, dude.
Yeah.
I'm the rebel here, Murph.
You're not Ned Flanders. I'm Ned
Yeah,
Flanders.
eat my shorts, Murph.
Hi to Lee Ho, neighbor. You can't have that open container over there. Yeah. How about me unveiling all my Simpsons voices
I know,
today?
dude.
Yes.
It sounds like you have more than just a middle school degree here.
I might be graduating to high school.
Right.
I might be
I'm
graduating
impressed.
to high school.
I'm impressed.
A couple of things have really, really made me laugh. My favorite one was the Canyonero episode where Marge, it's when they were lampooning the whole SUV culture in the 90s. SUVs took over. Now they're commonplace, right? But people were driving SUVs and big cars. And so the Simpsons did an episode about the car called the Canyonero. It was this SUV, and Marge, when she got behind it, became a lunatic, running people over, running through red lights and all that. And Chief Wiggum pulled her over one time, and she's like, "Get out of my way!" There's another voice I just unveiled for you.
Wow.
And she blazed off, and Chief Wiggum said, "How come the beautiful ones are always insane?" Which I thought was great.
Wait, you have a
line.
voice for Chief Wiggums?
They're kind of all the same voice.
Yeah, I was
if
going
you
to say,
notice.
dude, I was like, you're going deep into your bag now.
But that line when Marge blazed off and he said, "How come the beautiful ones are always insane?" That really made me laugh.
Yeah, that hits
There's
home.
a lot of truth there, my friend.
that's a little too close to home.
A lot of truth, but I don't want to stereotype.
No, not at all.
Buster freaking Posey. So now people are starting to analyze what this guy's all about. And John Shea wrote a piece, and we've been thinking about, let's talk about Juan Soto and the Giants and how he did not engage.
No.
And how I think I'm not speaking for 100% because 100%, you never can get 100% on anything. I think I'm speaking for a majority of Giants fans when I say, I think we were okay not engaging. Now, some might say, no, that's crazy. No, I think he read the room. He knew the situation and didn't want to go time, energy, resources on something that he viewed realistically was not going to happen.
Yeah.
And prudently, key word there, prudently, like Buster is, stayed out of it. And didn't even get remember how crazy, Curly, you know how crazy I was about Soto. I was losing my freaking mind. Remember I had my meltdown on the air? Remember I was like, don't even. And he didn't. And look how we all felt. Don't we all feel calm and rational? Did we all feel good about the whole thing? Right?
There is more of a sense of relief, or maybe just not the sense of being let down again and being hung up at the altar, because we've seen it going back to the Aaron/Arston Judge fiasco. It seemed like for the last couple of years that free agents have just been using the Giants as a bidding tool. They've just been raising the price left and right. And Buster's smart not to get involved in this Juan Soto negotiation, the circus that's going on in New York. And that's not me saying that I wouldn't want Juan Soto in orange and black. I think anybody would want Juan Soto in the middle of this lineup. But we saw how much money Steve Cohen spent. There was no winning that bidding war. The Johnson family was not going to engage for $676 million. So Buster decided to pivot and decided to go out and sign arguably the second best free agent position player on the market while everybody was distracted by the Juan Soto nonsense. And in my opinion, actually got a good price on Willie Adames because of the timing of it and the fact that he did it before the winter meetings and before Juan Soto got paid.
Exactly. I think we're seeing some chess here, man. We're seeing some savviness. So Andy Bagley came on yesterday with Papa and Silver from the winter meetings to talk about this. There's so many positives about this. Filling the need, obviously, a middle-of-the-order bat, a clubhouse presence, all that. But the timing and the structure, shout out Blink-182, of this whole deal is like savvy. So here's Bags on. He says there's two reasons why Buster made a splashy move to sign Adames.
I mean, there's a lot of things, but I think if you boil it down, I look at two numbers. One is 161. That's the number of games he played last year. And the other one is 112, and that's the number of runs he drove in. And I know that RBIs are maybe not the best way to evaluate players, but, Buster's talked about how you have to have that want to be someone who drives in runs. And that's how you help a team win. And, they see a guy who's durable, who wants to be out there every day.
Yeah. RBIs, man. RBIs. It's funny. I want to shout out Dave Parker and Dick Allen. Just got voted into the Hall of Fame by the Veterans Committee. And I know those guys are before your time, but for my generation, Dave Parker's a gigantic name. And for my brother's generation, really, Dick Allen. I was too young for Dick Allen. But I was reading the piece about Dave Parker, who I think has Parkinson's disease. We wish him all the best, and hopefully he can get to Cooperstown next summer. But I was reading his stats. It said he won the MVP in 1978, hit 334, 30 bombs, 117 ribs. I stared at the 117 ribs. I was like, it's been so long since I saw anybody drive in 117 runs. He used to go up there to drive in runs. Mm-hmm. Driving a freaking run.
And there used to be guys on base, playing a little small ball, trying to get on, move the man over, instead of just swinging for the fences every single time.
Exactly. I saw Buster talking about Grant McRae saying he can be a disruptor, but he's got to put the ball in play, is what he said. So, right there, the RBIs and the games played. Also, why this over Ha-Seong Kim? Andy Bagley said, because we all thought Bob Melvin loves Ha-Seong Kim, Jung-Hoo Lee loves Ha-Seong Kim. They want to go defense first. Here's what Bagley said about the Adames over Kim.
I think that if you talk to Bob Melvin, he probably, maybe he wouldn't say this publicly, but if you ask him which player do you want, Adames is the better player. And he's also a guy not coming off labrum surgery. And, you don't know what you're going to get with a shortstop coming off labrum surgery where he, you don't know what that throw is going to look like from the left side of the infield. I think there was some risk there. Adames, if you look at the metrics last year, were not as robust, obviously. In some ways, it kind of fell off a cliff, even though the eye test, he looked okay. But if he's a second baseman for the back half of this contract, not unlike, Xander Bogaerts in San Diego, that's not so bad either. Because you know what he can do on the offensive side. You look at what a Marcus Semien got from Texas a couple years ago. He'd still, I think, easily be a $25, $26 million player. That's the way they're looking at this.
Yeah, it's $26 million AAV, which, as you pointed out, is a good price.
Yeah, I think it's good value when you're talking about a guy who over the last 4 seasons is tied for the first by the most home runs hit by a shortstop, leads that same group of shortstops in RBIs, leads that same group in games played. And we're talking about guys like Trey Turner, Carlos Correa, like Bobby Turner, like all these like top shortstops. You can put Willie Adames in that conversation.
Incredible.
And you got him for a lower price.
Giants have one of the guys, like maybe a top 5 guy in Major League Baseball. It's incredible. And he did it so smoothly and didn't drag us through the ringer on Soto and all that stuff. And moreover, and this is getting a little ridiculous, though, the way people are, like, Susan talked about it with us on the radio. I think Bagley wrote about it in The Athletic. They're talking about this guy now like he's freaking... like George Bailey from It's a Wonderful Life. Shout out Christmas movies here. Young Tone, It's a Wonderful Life? Wow.
No, I knew about the movie.
Okay,
I just didn't know the character.
George Bailey?
No.
Merry Christmas, you old building and loan?
I got nothing.
Man, come on, buddy. Anyway, Curly must know It's a Wonderful Life. He must. George Bailey?
Yeah, he's shaking his head.
He's like, no, I know Utah Jazz forward Thurl Bailey. So, hey, dude, Pat Murphy of the Brewers, he's the manager of the Brewers. He went on MLB Network yesterday I'm getting to the point where I'm almost suspicious of how positive leaders. Can somebody be this good of a guy? My God! But this is what Pat Murphy said about losing Willie Adames.
I'm so happy for him, though. Really, I mean, it's about the players, and to see him get that contract. And like I texted him, I said, Willie, remember what makes you great. It's who you are. It is. I mean, we can dissect everybody's game, right? But the guy shows every day. He posts every day, and everybody trusts him. And when you trust a teammate like that, right?
Yeah,
it's different, So I'm really happy for him.
The cut I had was a little more gushing. He was just talking about how he treats everybody in the clubhouse the same, whether it's he makes everybody feel included, all that whole deal. They were going on and on and on about this guy.
I mean, I even saw Susan's tweets yesterday just talking about being at the winter meetings and how everybody is gushing over Willie Adames.
Yeah.
And how you can't find a single person to say a bad thing about the guy.
Man.
Like he's basically baseball's version of young Tony.
I was going to say, all you need to do is talk about him on our show and read the text line or just tweet about him, and then you'll find somebody bad.
Someone will say something bad. But right now, Willie Adames is looking so good, he might steal 623's daughter from young Tony.
Like 831 tweets in and says, can you imagine how much cooler it is to have Buster Posey recruit you? He says, Farhan's coming in with the spreadsheets. Buster's coming in with stories about Lincecum and Bumgarner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
a little different.
707 says, yes, but Juan Soto sells tickets. He says, that's what the fans want. And then he says, like Mark McGuire said in The Simpsons, do you want to know the terrifying truth? Or do you want to see me suck a few dingers? Yes, that's pretty good. Nice one, 707.
People like dingers.
That's high 11. 510 says, yes, Soto's really not even that good of a player. He's an average outfielder.
Oh, let's stop there. Juan Soto is a hell of a player. He's a future Hall of Famer. Yes, he's not good defensively in the outfield, but man, oh man, there's nobody else you want in the box outside of Juan Soto.
650 says, genius move by Buster not to engage on Soto. He was never coming here. We would have only been at the table to drive up the price. And then 650 comes in with the cold bucket of water. Still not addressing the root cause issue of the Giants.
Ooh, what is the root cause issue, 650?
It sure did address part of the root cause. They didn't have a middle of the order bat.
Yeah, they didn't have a shortstop.
They didn't have a shortstop. They got one. So if it's not the root cause, it's certainly near the root. So anyway, I wanted to touch on that for a little bit. We can return to that with Mike Krukow at 7:30, and we can talk about the future, about what's next. As everybody says, yeah, it's enough. What's next, man? Well, we'll see. Let Buster cook.
Big game hunting, Murph. Big game hunting.
I like it. Moose horns or antlers or whatever the hell they are.
Go get those Corbin Burns moose horns.
All right, back to the Niners. Who's playing running back this weekend, and what is Debo doing? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yes, you helped, even though you can't catch a fly ball.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. Around Christmas time, we have parties, we have gatherings, and Amici's can cater them. That's right. Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. We always know, it's great for the family. We go through all the stuff, the half-baked pizzas. We bragged about the new edition of the Detroit-style pizzas, but now we're putting it all together into the catering menu for a holiday party. Maybe you guys are doing something at your office, no matter how your office looks or where it is. You can have a Amici's party. Maybe we'll do that at our new office to really dress the place up. Have Amici's come cater. Richard will say, really? This is where you're working? We'll say, yeah, this is where we're working. Anyway, it's all about Amici's coming to your house, your school, your place of business, and feeding you wings and pastas and salads and Detroit-style pizzas and thin crust style, East Coast-style pizzas, feeding a large group economically and still offering the full range of menu items. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. because it's fully customized, it's catered, it's your holiday party this year. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All righty, it is a Tuesday morning. Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. 49ers Rams Thursday, 5:15 on Amazon Prime. 7-6 Rams against the 6-7 Niners. And as we were joking yesterday, hey, they made the playoffs. Because every game is a playoff game from here on out, right?
Playoffs.
So Niners are 2.5-point favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how that hits your Bobby Boucher instinct just yet.
2.5.
Do you need more information on who's playing?
Thursday night. I would love more information on who's playing this Thursday, Murph. Do you have an injury report for me?
I do, but it's not information. It's
speculation.
It's empty information, and that is we don't know who's going to be the primary running back for the Niners. So Isaac Guerrero, all of a sudden, we like Ike, as Tim Ryan was saying. Young Tony, we did that as a what did Young Tony learn? Remember, do you still have that in your notebook?
Oh, 100%. By the way, last night, Leon Lett. I was doing some research. This morning, I was doing some research on Leon Lett. Talking to Dave about it, actually.
Yeah, good stuff.
So that's what I was thinking for what did I learn today.
Okay, we could already do that. But didn't we already hit one early in the morning? Like, was it Chuck Norris or the Jiu-Jitsus or the?
Ooh, Royce Gracie.
Was it the Simpsons?
Yeah, it might have been Simpsons.
Anyway, point is, you can do Leon Lett. That's good. We can replay that. You know about the Leon Lett
Oh, of course.
mishap. But you were in diapers.
Well, I was in diapers, but everybody's seen the highlights, and everybody brought it up last night after the Cowboys' special teams miscue.
Oh, incredible.
That was so bad.
By the way, a large number of Americans are growing to enjoy the shots of Jerry Jones in pain.
Ooh.
That's becoming a thing now. Like my buddy Schmitty in Philly and other people are tweeting about it. They're like, show me Jerry. Show me Jerry. Howard Bryant tweeted about it. Jera. Show me Jera.
Well, show me Jerry. Show me more of Micah Parsons last night crying on the sideline.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, what happened to laugh now, cry later?
I know. Well, they were.
Turns out he's crying now.
Had that blocked punt thing turned out okay, they probably would have won the game.
Yeah, they probably could have.
So, and I had the Cowboys plus 5.5.
Wow,
I know.
Savvy bet, Murph.
I was, except for they didn't cover.
Yeah.
Savvy until they didn't.
Yeah, savvy.
But when the moment he blocked that punt, I was looking pretty good. Mm-hmm. I was like, there it is, I got it. And also, I got the under, but just by luck. Freaking over-under is luck. It's flat out luck. You can say you know what you're doing, but you don't know what you're doing. I just went through a brutal week of over-unders. Brutal. I need to talk to you about over-unders. Yeah, brother.
Welcome to the world of over-unders.
You guys like to live in that world.
It's fun. It's fun, Murph.
I guess you kind of... I don't know. You view the game differently. You start looking. You start to get a sense early on.
Oh, absolutely.
Early on.
In the first quarter, you start counting points, and you're like, "Oh, it's only 7-3 at halftime. What do I need in the second half? Is it going to go over under?"
Whereas, like a point spread, you could get a sense early on if somebody jumps out to like a 21-0 lead. But mostly those things don't start to take shape till the second half. Whereas an over under, you can get a pretty early sense. Oregon Penn State, for example, I had the under, and it was like 21-17 in the first quarter, and I was like. Goodbye.
Then you ripped a ticket.
It's over.
But I got to say, there's nothing better than betting under, and then it's like a 3-0 ball game at halftime. And then you start counting the checks already. This game's headed for an under. This game's headed for an under.
Something crazy. So, anyway, 40. I don't know what the over-under is on the Niners this week.
Ooh.
But we'll stay away from it.
I can look it up for you.
Because we don't know who's playing running back, which gets us back to Kyle Shanahan yesterday.
Which means it's going to be tough for the Rams and 49ers to combine for more than 48.5 points this Thursday.
So, Niners just scored 38 on their own. The Rams just scored 44 on their own. You leaning over right out of the gate based on those two factors?
Yeah, let's go 30-27. That makes it 57 by my math. Well over.
Yeah.
I think this game can go over.
Well, the last time they played was 27-24. So that was 51, and the over is 48.5, you said?
Over, Murph.
We are 8-10 the spread, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening to KNBR AM and
what's
KNBR.
left of it.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So can Isaac Guerrero play? We don't know. Here's what Kyle Shanahan cut L, Tony, from Kyle Shanahan yesterday.
I mean, the only ideas I have is what I told you guys. I mean, he's got an ankle sprain and definitely couldn't go today, so we'll see if he can go on Thursday, but definitely can't go today. It's a quick turnaround, so we got to evaluate him hard each day. Be surprised if he does much tomorrow, but hopefully Thursday will be enough time for him.
I mean, what does that tell you? That sounds to me like a no.
Yeah, that to me sounds like a no. But it's weird because Isaac Guerrero, after the game, said that him leaving in the fourth quarter was just precautionary and that he also feels great after leaving the game.
Okay. All right, man. I'll file that away. I'll also file away this guy has a rich injury history.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, Thursday turnaround. Okay, we'll see. I don't know. I'm not in there. I'm not his foot. All right? Shout out Daniel Day-Lewis, my left foot. There's no way young Tony knows that one.
No
Oscar-winning flick, buddy. And young John Joe knows it because it's Irish.
My left foot.
Yeah. Look at John.
I've never heard of it.
Oh, man. Come on. All time. Daniel Day-Lewis? Come on, guys.
I've heard
know who that is.
Yeah.
I know who the actor is.
Legendary performance.
I've heard this saying about having two left feet.
It's kind of
I've never seen a movie about a left foot.
That's kind of. It's about a guy who was severely disabled, and he wrote with chalk in his left foot. Yeah, it's a true story. True story.
Oh man,
crazy story.
I don't even want to know how that works.
You don't, but he's a hell of a movie. He's a hell of an actor. I drink your toe jam. I drink it up. Pat Taylor would be the next guy up. He is ready for this. Christian McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, Jordan Mason, Isaac Guerrero. He's your fifth string running back.
Wow.
He's your fifth string running back.
Wow.
So here's his deal. He grew up in Texas. He went to Memphis. He was a Memphis Tiger. He was undrafted in 2020.
I'm from Memphis.
The Packers kept him, though, from 2020 to 2023. And so he actually had some carries. Then they had him for 4 seasons. He's gained 270. Let's see, what does he have in his career? I have it for you guys in here. It's not much. He doesn't have much of a career, but he's never started a game. So here's Shanahan on the possibility of Pat Taylor being the guy. And why did they sign Pat Taylor?
We look for guys who have the ability to make your team. And in order to have the ability to make your team, you got to have the running skills that we like, to where we feel if your opportunity ever comes that you're going to be a tough runner who hits the right holes and fights for yards. And also, if you can't make one of those top 2 positions, how well you can help on special teams. So he had done both of those things in his career at Green Bay, and he's been doing them for us since he got here. And, if Isaac can't go, it'll be his opportunity. And I think as you guys saw him run yesterday, or as we did earlier in the year versus Seattle, he's a solid good back.
I mean, can this guy get 15, 16 carries and run effectively against the Rams? I mean, here's his, so far, 7 carries for 25 yards against the Bears, 5 carries for 16 yards against the Rams. 1 catch for 12 yards. Against the Seahawks, pardon me. 5 carries for 16 yards against the Seahawks. He caught a ball for 12 yards. I mean, the stats are pretty meager. Mm-hmm. He has 14 carries this year for 50 yards. Yeah, that's what he's got.
Yeah, so you're not expecting a lot from Patrick Taylor Jr., and I'm just glad that Kyle Shanahan actually remembered his name this time, Murph. I mean, that's a big thing if he is going to be your starting running back on Thursday night. And I guess we can just point out the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line that's being flooded this morning with just questions about, if we're talking about Patrick Taylor Jr. and Isaac Guerrero, doesn't that mean the season's over, boys? It kind of does.
Kind of.
And I get it, but also towards your question, Murph, about whether or not he can step in, whether or not Keyshawn Vaughn can step in, whether or not Izzy can step in now in the backfield, it's hard for me to say no, because how many guys have we seen step up and be successful in this system? Whether we're talking Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson, Elijah Mitchell, Jordan Mason, Isaac Guerrero last week. We've seen multiple running backs step in Kyle Shanahan's system and be successful. I don't think they're going to be Christian McCaffrey. No, absolutely not. But I just think Kyle has gotten production out of essentially everybody he's put in the backfield, except for those third-round running backs that they drafted all those years. But everybody else seems like he gets production out of.
Dude, I mean, you mentioned Keyshawn Vaughn. We didn't talk about him. He carried the ball twice on Sunday in garbage time when everybody was headed to the parking lot for 4 yards. This guy's a Super Bowl champ with Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. Mm-hmm. This guy was in the huddle with Tampa Bay, and in that year, actually, he carried it 26 times for 109 yards, which is pretty good. It was 4.2 a pop. The very next year, he played 12 games. He even started a game. He carried it 36 times for 180 yards, 5 yards a pop. I mean, Keyshawn Vaughn actually has an NFL resume, and he's got a ring.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't got more of an opportunity.
He is number 49 on your scorecard, number 1 in your heart.
Wow.
So who knows? Maybe Keyshawn Vaughn. But you're right. We're getting to this point in the season.
Yeah.
This reminds me of, because I've done this job a long time, and I've gone through many iterations of the Niners. And this reminds me of the stretch of the Nolan Singletary doldrums when it was the wanky, like famously, we had Rich Eisen on when the NFL Network was just beginning. And Rich Eisen was doing media tours trying to promote the NFL Network. And the Niners were going to play the Browns in a season finale, and their starting quarterback was going to be Chris Wenke, who had played at Florida State with some renown, but then just became an NFL journeyman who just went everywhere, and he did nothing in the NFL.
He played right before Tebow, right?
Yeah, my brain.
Maybe.
Probably, but somewhere in there. There's that whole Danny Cannell, Chris Wenke, Florida State. I lose track. But anyway, he was going to start for the Niners, and we famously said, and Pecan captured this sound, see if you still have the same. We go, you ready for the Chris Wenke Niners? He goes, oh, you know it, bro. He goes, I'm always boning up on my Wenke knowledge.
Oh, man.
This is what this is reminding me of. Those Rich Eisen, Chris Wenke days. And then there were stretches in the Tom Sula, Chip Kelly years when they were throwing out guys you'd never heard of. Yeah. You were around for those.
I mean, that's the point of the season where we're kind of at. We're talking about Ben Barch stepping up and having a great game at left guard. But, oh, by the way, Ben Barch is now injured, so you won't see him no more. Aaron Banks is coming back. Yeah. But we're at the point of the season where we're talking about third-string offensive linemen and fifth-string running backs.
And yet, here I am. I'm the guy who said the season's toast, and the season is toast, but why not talk about 8% while you have 8%? And if you're going to watch the game on Thursday, which we're all going to do, who's number 49? It's Keyshawn Vaughn.
Well, Murph.
And we're not done. There's a third guy we got to talk about. Now, Patrick Taylor we talked about, and then Keyshawn Vaughn, who carried it twice. But the other guy is, you found it. You got to be kidding. Is there a date on it? Is it 2007-ish?
Hang on, let me look. I did find it.
Something like that?
Stand by.
That's incredible.
2007.
Yes.
12/13/2007.
Yeah, dude, December of 2007. The Niners were playing out the string in a terrible season. And we said, you ready for the Chris Wenke Niners in Cleveland?
I'll bone up on it right now, brother. I'm always boned up on my Wenke knowledge.
There it is.
I'm always boned up on my Wenke
That's a
knowledge.
17-year-old cut. That Pecan. He used to play it a lot when we were doing, hey, who are the Niners playing this Sunday?
I'll bone up on it right now, brother. I'm always boned up on my Wenke knowledge.
That's unreal. Always bone up on my Wenke knowledge.
Well, you're going to bone up on your Israel Abanikanda.
Somewhere over the rainbow, Murph.
That's yet another one.
Shout out, brother.
Who could be playing on Sunday. And that's the one Kruger, it is really Abanikanda.
I'm watching a little bit of this Abanikanda guy.
He's number 47. Came out of Brooklyn, went to Pitt.
Yeah, but what number is he in my heart, Murph?
He's number 2 in your heart.
Oh, man.
If Keyshawn Vaughn is number 1. So this guy played 6 games for the Jets last year, 22 carries, 70 yards. And that's it. That's what he's got. So we're down to Pat Taylor, 4 years with the Packers with at least a few dozen carries. We're down to Keyshawn Vaughn, Super Bowl champ with the Bucks. All right. And now Israel Abanikanda.
Yeah.
So there you go. Do we have a cut on Abanikanda here? Cut O from Shanahan. Yeah.
He's meeting with the Bobby and everybody extra. He's getting his reps on the field. We script it all, so it comes along out there, but that's more in the meeting room and everything, just being able to line up and do everything we ask. And, his opportunity's getting closer, especially Isaac getting banged up. So you always got to have 3 guys in the building in case situations like this happen. And hopefully it doesn't have to come to that, but if it does, we expect him to be ready.
Yeah, okay. Cute. Wish I was back in Hawaii getting mad at this song.
I mean, I kind of wish we had our permanent studios in Hawaii, Murph, for being honest with you.
You guys aren't burnt on this now at this point.
Oh, no, brother is. I actually need this at the game. If Izzy gets into the end zone, I want the entire crowd singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Wait. My pet parakeet died. Let me make a Facebook video right now. Include pictures of me feeding the parakeet.
I need some 49er fan out there to throw together an Izzy highlight tape with Somewhere Over the Rainbow as the background track.
Buddy. Give me Judy Garland. Give me the original, baby. All right?
See, this is why Izzy is not number 1 in my heart. He's number 2, according to Murph.
Tony doesn't even know who Judy Garland is. So there you go. Well, honestly, you don't? No?
Not a clue.
Some Dorothy from over the Wizard of Oz?
Is that the actress's name? Okay. All right.
That was good. Anyway, guys, that's where we're at.
That's where we're
at. It's Pat Taylor, Keyshawn Vaughn, Israel Abanikanda. And we're saying 8%.
I'm saying none of those guys are number one in my heart, Murph. But let me ask you about question. Let me ask you a question about the guy who wears number one on his back.
Okay.
Is it time to unleash Debo Samuel in the backfield because he's out here begging for touches, begging for carries?
Well, I thought about you because you said it going into the game, and we're like, bro, have you seen?
I've seen it. It's just my whole argument. It is, what do you have to lose at this point of the season?
Yards?
I guess. But if you're going with Patrick Taylor and Izzy in the backfield,
those guys are running better than Debo.
Okay, but my question is, do you just let Debo sit there and rot away for $25 million?
No.
You're paying him all that money. You got to get some type of production.
Send him on a few routes.
I mean, but he can't get any separation.
So throw a few bubble screens.
Yeah, those screens ain't working either.
Banana.
I was just trying to figure out a way to get the ball into Debo's hands.
And you saw what happened.
Well, not enough touches, according to Debo.
I can't get over the difference between him from a year ago to now. That Eagles game I saw on receiver versus now. He clearly is either banged up. This is after the summer. We were told he was sprinting on treadmills and all that stuff, but the tweet we addressed earlier today, and if you missed it, Debo tweeted out yesterday for some ungodly reason. We have no idea why he did this. Do you have the exact tweet again there?
Yes. Yesterday afternoon, Debo Samuel took to X, a.k.a. Twitter, to tweet out, not struggling at all, just not getting the ball.
And then how many exclams?
Let's see, Murph. I'm seeing
6?
at least 6 to 7 exclams with a shrug emoji also.
What's he doing?
Like he doesn't know what's going on.
What's he doing? We spent the 6 a.m. hour debunking that. Statistically, he's actually on target. He's exactly at the same pace last year of touches. And right now, he actually is second on the team in touches.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know what to tell him.
He's just straight up lying on social media. Which is why he went and deleted his tweet after.
He did. And then he said he said something about, people get mad at me for saying what I'm saying. I'm just saying the truth or something like that. Here he goes. I got it for you here. He goes, just because I voice my opinions don't mean I'm hating on any of my teammates.
Well, then
BFR.
Are you hating on your coach then?
I don't know, man.
Who is he hating on? He's hating on somebody.
It's all bad.
And 49er fans are hating on Debo because he has not been productive this year.
This gets back to the season being toast.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you got Debo doing this. And now, again, we got Mayoko saying he's going to be on the roster next year.
I don't know after these tweets.
Well, if he's not, Ricky Pearsall was supposed to step in, but what's Ricky Pearsall doing right now?
Not a whole lot.
No. It's crazy, right? So anyway, the Debo thing just rolls a smoke bomb into the locker room. This is like the Brandon Ayuk shorts incident all over again.
Oh, the shorts.
All part of the Super Bowl hangover, guys. We got to add it to the Super Bowl hangover. So when you're a writer and you write your list of things that have gone wrong, you can now write comma, followed by Debo Samuel's ill-timed tweet after the win over the Bears.
Bro, they just put up 38 points on the Bears.
Yeah.
Why are you complaining about touches now?
Exactly. He's showing up at Warriors games, getting crushed in the comments. The applause was not that robust for him Friday at courtside. It was kind of like smattering. It's like Tony Salvador said. Tony Salvador, our old boss, who used to run this place, who probably would not let happen what's happening. Yeah. But anyway, point is, when he got introduced to go speaking somewhere, he'd get up and he'd go, yeah, smattering. It's like, smattering of applause.
Yeah, I don't know if Debo's even getting a smattering right now, Murph, because this offseason, number 9 disappeared off the back of his jersey, and so did the production.
By the way, it's bad when I have all these tabs open on the top of my laptop here, my MacBook here, and I have the Chronicle story on Buster Posey. I have the text line. I have another story by John Shea about the Juan Soto pursuit, and then my next 3 tabs are Patrick Taylor, Pro Football Reference, Keyshawn Vaughn, Pro Football Reference, Israel Abanikanda, Pro Football Reference on the next 3 tabs open on my computer. Man. That's not exactly a championship drive there, buddy.
This is a little different than last season, Murph.
Not exactly. Where's Christian McCaffrey, NFL Offensive Player of the Year in there, So, all right. All that said, we were feeling pretty good after 38 points yesterday. Debo's rolling a smoke bomb. Now, we haven't ruled Guerrero out yet. We'll see. All right, guys. Here's the deal. Back to the Giants and what Buster Posey had to say about the team, the pursuit of Adames, and then get ready for Mike Krukow as the Giants are at the winter meetings and apparently are going to have Adames on Thursday, says Buster. Or I said to Andrew Bagley that they're going to bring him in here on Thursday. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'll bone up on it right now, brother. I'm always boned up on my winky knowledge.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. We got Mike Krukow coming up in just a few minutes. John Lynch at 8 a.m. So because of the Thursday game, we're going to get Niner GM John Lynch at 8 a.m. and break down this running back depth chart of anonymity. My gosh, Niners-Rams, they're in it. It's a playoff game. 6-7 Niners against the 7-6 Rams. In fact, before we get to the Giants, Jose in Oakland checked in on the Niners, and Jose's a regular. And Jose, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Jose?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Okay, two quick things before I go on to that one. Okay, to Mr. Firehead. Okay, Buster Posey, he doesn't talk about it. He's all about it. So how about if you take that for data? Okay, he actually gets things done. He doesn't just talk about it. As far as earlier when you were talking about fit, the first thing that came to my head was Rex Ryan. With all the, I sucked the toe jam off your feet. That thing got me cracking up. But, you know, it's sad when you get remembered as a head coach, not for what you did on the field, but for all the stuff that you have on the side. Listen, okay, I'm going to the game this Thursday. Honestly, I'm going in with a positive outlook on the team. Chip Kelly, Nolan Ryan years, those were bad years, and what made it worse, there was no rookies to look forward to. Even the rookies they had, they were really, really bad. I'm looking forward to watching, Malik Mustafa and Renardo Green. I'm hoping the Guerrero can play, but like I said, these guys are getting valuable playing time they wouldn't be getting otherwise. So for next year, we're going to be set up nicely with a nice depth. And if a player has to go because he's getting too old or too expensive, I think we have options. That's the only thing we can look at it right now.
Jose,
anything else that comes after that is just, that is a topping on the pudding.
Yeah, it's pretty good, man. By the way, I need to know when a Jose from Oakland goes to a Niner game, what jersey you rocking?
21.
21? You going Dion?
No, Gore.
I'm kidding. I was kidding. Yes, I know. Frank Gore, that's the best. He, for years, I told people he was like my favorite 49er of all time other than Joe Montana. So, yeah, well, listen, you're right about the rookies. Unfortunately, about the rookie running back Guerrero, I'd like to see him play, but right now we don't have a chance to know whether he's going to play Thursday. Mustafa, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, you're right. And the other one you didn't mention, Jose, who I'd like to see take a step forward is Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I'm hoping he can. You know what? I don't know about the Niners. They have this thing about drafting small wide receivers. I don't know what their deal is. I want to see a wide receiver like Puka Nacua. I mean, the only reason. Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry about that. The only reason why Juwan Jennings has the success that he has is because he's a fairly big size receiver, and I think we need to draft at least one more of those receivers.
Yeah,
we're done with the smaller receivers.
And I'd like to see what Jacob Cowan can do too. I don't know, but anyway, Jose, we appreciate the call. That's a very positive spin about the rookies getting some playing time. Once again, the Niners are still quote unquote in it. 8% chance, and if they beat the Rams on Thursday, you can keep us again. Now, listen, I've proclaimed the season toast, and it is for all intents and purposes. But why not entertain us to the end?
Yeah. Entertain us, 49ers.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for. Just like Jose entertained me by driving off the road to go full David Fizdale and take a shot at Farhan Zaidi with a little take that for data.
Take that for data.
Oh, next to, can I get Jose's take that for data?
Mm-hmm. Take that for data.
That was pretty good. How about he goes, is that a phrase that the kids like to say, he doesn't talk about it, he is about it?
Oh, don't talk about it, be about it.
Be about it. Okay, there it is. That's what he was saying about Buster.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't talk about it, he is about it. Signing Willie Adames to a 7-year, $182 million deal, which we'll talk about next. You got it? You need to take that? Okay, all right, move on. So anyway, that's the deal, guys. Buster Posey spoke yesterday about the Giants and not pursuing Juan Soto, which I thought was really, really kind of quietly genius to not drag the fans through the mud, not get us all hot and bothered and not get us all feeling like losers when he chooses somewhere else. That's the other thing. It's like the image of finding a loser. Instead, striking on Adames before Soto signs. I just can't praise it enough. And saving money on that because Adames' price went up after Soto signed, right? Just like Corbin Burns' price is going up. So all plus so far. Now we start to, I was talking about, yesterday saying, can I just enjoy it for a minute before we move? Now I'm ready to start to move on a little bit and see what's next. And Posey said that he and Zach Manassian, who were sitting next to each other in the suite in Dallas doing this hit with the beat writers, said, we're just trying to look around, the two of us, and say, what do we think our greatest needs are for the San Francisco Giants next year and try to address those things. I just love these very simple quotes. And he's getting, I don't know who's getting more love. Willie Adames, the human being. People are like, this guy's unbelievable. He's going to help old ladies across the street. He's going to hit dingers. He's going to pump up his teammates. Or Buster Posey as an executive. There's more going on. Here's Bob Melvin. He says, it's pretty amazing. It's been so well received just spending time with him and listening to his baseball acumen. There are certain guys who are just very common sense, smart. Everything that comes out of their mouth just sounds like, yeah, well said. That makes a lot of sense. It's been great to not only have that for the organization, an icon like that running the Giants, but it's perceived across the board everywhere. Buster's a winner. He wants to win. That's why he's here. I'm like, bro, I can get a little too, I'm starting to I don't want to get too falling into, you got to keep your edge, you know what I mean? And make sure he delivers the goods. But man, there's a lot of praise and there's a lot of positive feedback going around about how the Giants are conducting their business.
And this is why I said when Buster Posey was named the president of baseball operations that I'm not going to bet against Buster Posey. Yes, he's walking into a new role. He's inexperienced, but he goes out and surrounds himself with baseball minds, guys who have had success in the league and people that he feels comfortable being around. And you're talking about comfortability. Look how comfortable Buster Posey is at the winter meetings with the comments that he's getting about the way that he's handling business. To your point, it's only the second day of the winter meetings, and it's looking like the early returns on the Buster Posey report card looks fantastic in the first semester, Murph. And that's me not only talking about this Willie Adames contract that I thought he pulled off flawlessly by signing him before Juan Soto, signing him before the start of the winter meetings, and getting a pretty favorable price tag on someone like Willie Adames. But also, I throw on top of all that the Matt Chapman extension. And technically, it was under the reins of Farhan Zaidi, but the stories came out. We talked about it, how Buster Posey was the closer for finishing the contract extension with Matt Chapman. So I'll put two names on his wall. I'll put two moose heads on his wall already, Matt Chapman and Willie Adames, and that's the left side of your infield for the last 5 to 6 seasons.
And you see what kind of players Buster wants. He wants gamers. He wants these guys who are intent. Not that Farhan, listen, when a guy leaves, you always rip him endlessly, he did this wrong, he did that wrong. I'm not saying that Farhan didn't want gamers. It's just that he wasn't able to close the deal with guys like this. He got Chapman on a 1-year deal. Got Blake Snell on a 1-year deal. He got all these guys for short-term deals. Buster's here locking these guys down.
And that's how it felt with Farhan and that front office at the time. that the Giants were the bridesmaid and never the bride.
Well, Rodon, Gosman, in, out.
But they couldn't secure anything long term.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Buster Posey shows up to the wedding and he catches the flower bouquet. And he's the next man to get married, and he just signs Willie Adames to the largest contract in franchise history.
I wonder if part of it was Farhan just always trying to be that frugal guy, that Moneyball guy. No, that's not a value deal. Like I learned under Billy that, you got to keep this thing cheap and frugal. Cheap. Like we used to say, he's running it like the A's.
Mm-hmm.
He was.
Which is an issue.
He was running it like the A's with a little bit more money, but let's keep this thing moving. Don't get tied down. And it was as a result, we had that revolving door. That was my biggest complaint about the Farhan years was that the revolving door of, we always talk about 66 moves, right? That 1 year where there were 66 moves.
And to be frugal in this kind of environment, in this market, because I'll tell you, the Bryce Harper contract now looks like a frugal deal. $300 million for Bryce Harper compared to what we just saw Juan Soto get this past weekend for the New York Mets. That looks like a bargain. But of course, those were some of the big name free agents that Farhan Zaidi and the Giants missed out on. And I don't think you put Willie Adames in the class of a Shohei Ohtani, an Aaron Judge, or even a Bryce Harper, but it helps you get to that point. It helps you recruit those big superstars because now you actually have somebody in your lineup that can help protect these hitters. It's more of a selling point to free agents around the league that you can go hit between Adames and Matt Chapman instead of A.J. Pollock and Wilmer Flores.
A.J. Pollock's your favorite. But Wilmer Flores, pause right there.
Pause.
Did you see Bob Melvin said that his surgery went well and he's stronger now? And apparently why he tailed off so dramatically was he was hitting on no knees. Or his one knee, and he has put him out there as a possibility to be the first baseman. And he's like, you guys don't understand. I found the exact quote, but he's like, that's a bat. That's what he said. So I'm just telling you guys, I know that sounds like a Farhan move, but Melvin was pumping it up that a surgically repaired Wilmer could be a 6-hole power bat.
Well, I'm just kind of confused.
I mean, when he's good, yeah, he's 23. He's a 23 homer guy,
Yeah, that seemed like a little bit of an outlier for Wilmer's career.
Not really. That's kind of his career, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, but are you going to platoon him with Lamont Wade Jr.? And by the way, how's his knee doing?
I don't know. That's a big decision. That's the next big thing. We were talking about the next big thing, which I wanted to get to, which was pitching. But and that was, and Buster said to the reporters in the suite yesterday, he goes, yeah. He said he was asked something about, let me find the exact quote. It's really funny because he's answering these things. What we do is we see what the Giants need and we try to address it. And somebody asked, would you like to add another big starter to pair with Logan Webb? And he goes, I think the obvious answer is yes. That's what Posey said. So here's Andy Baggerly's take yesterday with Papa and Silver on whether Corbin Burns could be a possibility.
Well, I think they're going to make their play, and it's going to be competitive. There's a lot of teams in on him. I think they recognize that they may have maybe not an advantage, but a comfort level built in because, he is a St. Mary's guy. He's from the Bakersfield area. So, going to California, I think would be, something that, you wouldn't have to sell him to go to California. If you're going to take a big swing, that's the guy to go for. I mean, he's the guy who posts every day. I know his strikeout rate was down a little bit last year, but he's a guy who's posted. He's a guy who stays healthy. It seems like every time I'd look in those Orioles box scores last year, it'd be 6+ innings and 2 runs, and so every start seems to be a competitive start. And I don't think they're too worried about the fact the strikeout rate was going down because in their ballpark, you can be Logan Webb and not strike out the world and be effective. And this is a guy who I think they think would be a really, really good co-ace for them. He's obviously won a Cy Young Award. And don't forget that his time in Milwaukee, Zach Manassian, their GM now, spent a lot of time with Burns.
Okay. I mean, that's the problem is we're getting our hopes up. And the one last thing I'd say, because we got to duck out, is I think part of the whole Buster savvy thing of signing Adames before Soto might have been not signing Snell. And that's not to say Snell can't. Snell sometimes looks like the best pitcher I've ever seen. But Buster, I want to say let him walk, but he didn't sign him. And I wonder if there was something about Blake's slightly flaky vibe where it's not super consistent all the time. Like when he's on, he's unbelievable, but he's not. We've seen the career. You can look at the baseball card. It's not always awesome every single year, whereas Corbin Burns, I think, is more consistent. I'm wondering if Buster, again, I don't want to say let him walk because you're not hating on Blake Snell. You want to have Blake Snell on your team. But I wonder if that was one of Buster's nah. That's okay. We'll go to another guy.
Yeah, that's an interesting angle, and I don't want to speak for Buster, but it does seem to me that Corbin Burns is built more like the model pitcher that Buster's looking for. a guy that's more of a workhorse, a guy that's going to carry you late in the ball games, a la a Madison Bumgarner, not someone who's going to go 5 and dive like we've seen Blake Snell do throughout his career.
Yeah, so anyway, something to think about. 775 with a great quote. Buster Posey's Florida State education is like Will Hunting as he laps Farhan, the MIT guy. Good Will Hunting, Young Tone? Yeah, no, maybe so.
Heard of the film. I've not seen the film.
He's a janitor who's like way smarter. He's a janitor at MIT, smarter than all those kids. Like somebody saying Buster from Florida State. It's pretty funny, man. And 209 says, if there's one guy I trust about pitchers, it's Buster Posey.
Yeah, he's seen a lot of them.
So
he's
anyway,
seen some good ones.
All right, he's riding a little high. I feel like we're almost like, as the kids would say, glazing. My kids say that all the time.
Fresh glaze.
I tell Candace, I go, oh man, dinner's so good tonight. She goes, oh, glazing, mom. Or whatever.
The kids say that to you about Candace?
I'm just riffing. That was like an example. But they'll do that all the time. If somebody goes, if a listener comes up and goes, hey man, I listened to your show. Thank you. Oh, Dad, glazing you, Dad.
Dude.
Yeah.
They should see Jack Loader after a show here. I mean, that kid will glaze the hell out of Murph.
Yeah, I go out there just for the glazing.
Oh, dude. He's like Krispy Kreme the way he glazes you.
We glaze Young Tone, don't we?
Oh, yeah. He's a glazer.
There we go. All right, Mike Kruko on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
How about if you take that for data?
Take that for data.
Huh? All right, 7:30 on a Tuesday morning. Steve Moskowitz is here to help about what to do if you have unfiled or unpaid taxes. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. Calls. How about giving yourself and your family a Christmas present? In 2 weeks, it's Christmas Eve. And the last thing in the world I want is your listeners stressing over when's that IRS guy going to come knocking on the door. These problems are fixable. If you haven't filed tax returns, it's usually because you didn't have the money to pay it. Or if you did file the returns, you're so far underwater, you say there's no way in the world you can pay this. Or you have a situation where you do have something, but you need some money to live, you have to take care of the kids, you're just in a real quandary. So you're kind of like the deer in the headlights, you're not doing anything. And that makes things worse. There's a lot of good solutions. Like if we can qualify to just pay part and have the government forgive the rest, or get the penalties forgiven. You know, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or getting monthly payments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or a lot of other things. Bottom line is, I want you to enjoy the holidays. All you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess. I want to enjoy my holidays.
That sounds pretty good, Steve. I want to enjoy the holidays, too. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, we always say to Mike when we sign off on a Thursday, well, Mike, we'll see what happens over the weekend. Have a great weekend. And, then frequently we show up the next Tuesday and there's not much has happened. Well, not this time. Not this time. By the way, John Lynch will join us at 8 a.m. That's on a Tuesday because of the Thursday game. So back to Mike Krukow. Well, since we signed off with Mike, Willie Adames becomes the Giants' new shortstop. 7 years, 182. We've been talking about it for the last 2 days. Let's talk about it with Mike, who's sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. So, Mike, good morning. You have a new shortstop to watch in black and orange. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, pretty psyched up about it. You know, when the whole thing was going down in the shortstop set, we all knew we needed a shortstop, right? And I just assumed that Ha-Seong Kim was going to be the guy. Plus, he's coming off of shoulder surgery. He's not going to be ready for spring training. Might be able to get a better deal. Won't cost you as much. I mean, with Adames out there, I didn't even go there because, you know, he had a 30 home run year with over 100 RBIs. And he's a great defender. You're thinking, okay, no, too much money. And then, boom, the thing drops. And I was like, okay. So many things happened just in the perception of the Giants organization with other free agents around the game, other teams around the game because of that deal. Number one, they had to spend more money than they've ever spent on a contract, bringing him to San Francisco. But again, you know, it's like bringing Bob Melvin here. You're not going to bring Bob Melvin over here as a manager if you're going to rebuild. You're going to bring him to go for it. And this is a go-for-it move. This is a guy that solves two problems. He brings presence to the middle of the lineup, and he can pick. And you now have one of the best defensive left sides of the infield in all of baseball. So, I mean, it just says so much, and, you know, it gets everybody excited. You know, and the bottom line, this has been a pretty good hot stove season. There's big players going out early. Snell, now Soto, and now Adames. You know, this is something that baseball has needed, and we've been vocal about how, you know, with certain agents going deep into the season, into spring training without getting a deal done, it screws up the whole timing of the offseason. This is fun. Deals are going down. Tickets are being sold. People are getting excited about baseball. And in San Francisco, with the addition of Adames, we're excited. And it's just a big deal. And guess what it also says? More's coming.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We're all excited too. I mean, there's just very few negatives, if any, on this whole thing. Middle of the order bat, left side of the infield, style. Clubhouse reviews are rave about how he handles himself and everything he brings. Sort of like a Matt Chapman gamer, but maybe even with more ebullience to him, more energy to him. But I want to go to the guy who signed him and what this told you about Buster Posey. Because we were talking, Marcus and I were talking yesterday, this was done before Soto. Because once Soto signs, Mike, all the teams that lose out on Soto are looking for a guy, and nope, Buster got him. We were like, whoa, is Buster playing chess already, Mike?
Absolutely. I mean, you can back it up and go into who he's hired to surround him in his inner circle. You know, again, the point I made about Bob Melvin, you're not going to bring Bob Melvin and his staff in here if you're going to rebuild. Well, you're not going to bring Buster Posey in here. He's not going to come in here unless he has the assurance that the organization is going to go for it. But think about who he surrounded himself with. Number one, Zach Manassian. Zach knows everybody in the game. Been around it his whole life from a clubhouse kid, and he's one of the more gregarious souls in all of baseball. He knows everybody, and everybody likes him. Well, Buster's coming into this, going to the winter meetings. He doesn't know the other executives. He doesn't. You know, and everybody's thinking, well, this is Buster Posey. We can take advantage of him. That's the mindset of other executives. Well, Zach Manassian knows everybody. He knows where the speed bumps are. He knows who the guys who will answer the phone. He knows everybody. And you bring up Jeff Barry. That was his agent. That was Buster's agent. He was the guy that started the CAA. That's one of the most powerful agencies in all of sport. And he retired as an agent, but now he's coming into the quiver. He's now with Buster, a guy that Buster 100% trusts, and he's going to negotiate deals. This is what he's on there for. And then Bobby Evans, who comes back from the Sabian era, a guy who has had a big part of building the world championships, and again, an opinion and a voice that Buster trusts. So he surrounds himself with an inner circle that really, if Buster has a weakness in this game because he in this position as president, because he hasn't done it before, he's never been an executive. Now he surrounds him with people that really can help him get education, get stronger, and make decisions quicker. And so having said all that, now he brings in Adames. You bring in Adames, and everybody in the baseball is looking at Buster, at the Giants. What the hell else is he going to do? And so I think the energy that's coming off of this is it's incredible. This is the energy we had hoped to see in the offseason, and Buster's bringing it.
You mentioned Zach Manassian, Giants' new GM. And, of course, we know that he spent 14 seasons with the Milwaukee Brewers. So a bit of a two-part question here for you, Mike. How much do you think those relationships played into signing Willie Adames? And do you think that role and relationship could be an impact moving forward with a former Brewer like Corbin Burns?
Oh, it absolutely can. But again, you get back to with Manassian. He has such a library of relationships around the game, and absolutely, when he was in that organization, he knew that organization. That's his forte. He does not. There's no stone that he doesn't uncover, and he'll know everything about the guy. He'll know everything about what he is on the field, in the clubhouse, off the field. He'll know everything about it. So if there's a guy that crosses his path when he was in the Brewer organization or whatever organization he was in, he's gonna be able to bring that recommendation into the Giants organization. This guy's a good dude. This guy solves a lot of problems. This guy's a Matt Chapman personality, and those guys, they're not that easy to find. That's why when he came over to the Giants organization, we were all excited about it. Oh, I forgot another guy about Buster, the guy that he brought into the fold, Randy Wynn. Randy Wynn is one of the most intelligent people I've ever met, and there's another guy who's a quick study. And for him to be given a voice with power like he's been given, that's another great ad. So all these pieces that are being put together started in the front office, started throughout players' ops, and then now it's starting to show us its acquisition of players that are difference makers. So there's more to come. And to answer your question, yes, I do believe that Corbin Burns is absolutely 100% on the radar screen because of who he is, what type of player he is, what he represents to the staff, his allegiance to Northern California. All those things, I think, are part of the equation here. And I don't know how that negotiation is going, but let's just say this: it wouldn't surprise me if he was added to the Giants roster.
Well, that'd be amazing. And it certainly would be easier to recruit pitchers here than hitters. We've known that forever. Why wouldn't you come here? Gosman, Rodon, whoever. Blake Snell, you're going to dominate at this park. That's why I want to get back to Adames for a second. Signing here, we would always think you're not going to get a hitter. You're not going to get a hitter. Why would they go where their power numbers will die? Well, StatCast showed that I think 31 of his 32 homers would have been gone at Oracle. But think about that, Mike. I wanted to ask you about just the idea that the Giants got a middle-of-the-order bat. That's what's been lacking for a while. Ever since Barry Bonds. They won 3 World Series. I guess, Hunter Pence, Mike Morse, whatever, but Pablo Sandoval sometimes. But this is a middle-of-the-order guy. This is a 3, I don't know, you see him in the 3-hole, the 4-hole, but that to me, the Giants in the middle of the order, they haven't had middle-of-the-order guys in a while, Mike.
Well, you're a hard man, Murph, man. You are a hard man. But you know what? It is a guy that when you're pitching against the Giants, you're going to know where he is at all times. You are. And he's a guy that you have to respect given what he's done. And I disagree. I've always disagreed. There's certain hitters that say, I don't want to go play there. I don't agree with that. If a culture in an organization is such that you have a chance to win, that you have a chance to get to the next level, that's where you want to go. You don't really care about the environment. You don't care how cold it is, how easy it is to hit home runs, how great it is to pitch. You go there for the chemistry of the team, for the possibility of putting together a run that can get you to plant a flag. And that's why the 3 championships in 2010, 12, and 14, that jumps off the page. All these guys who are playing baseball now, they lived through that as a fan. They saw the lure and the draw and the fun, and they saw the support from the fan base in that city. That's what a player sees. So I never, ever really believed that, I don't want to go there because I can't hit home runs. Yeah, okay, that may be a little bit, but I don't think that's the deciding factor ever. I think it's the people you play for, the support you're going to get from your organization to do everything they possibly can to win. That's what you look forward to. So it's no surprise to me that they brought back a big bat and a big presence in the lineup with Adames coming in. And I think that, and I don't think they're done. And I think now that with Adames coming, it's going to make it easier for other guys to come. Why? Not because it's a better place to hit, because there's a better chance to win, and win now. And that's what players who are in position to control their destiny, that's what they look for.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Willie Adames, so good on so many levels. Real quick go ahead, Marcus.
Well, I was just going to squeeze in real quick, Mike. Does this mean that Willie Adames will be used as the Giants' golden abbé?
Of course. I mean, he's a guy that's going to, yeah, why not?
There's our
why
answer.
Wouldn't you say that?
There's our answer. Hey, real quick, Soto. I mean, you now lived in baseball long enough to see a guy sign a $765 million deal, the largest deal in professional sports history. So two-part question. One, your reaction that a baseball player is making that money. And two, that the Giants sat it out. We were saying on the show earlier this morning, we're good with that. We don't feel like losers anymore, missing out on Soto. Like another savvy move by Buster to sit it out. So your reaction to both of those?
Well, first of all, I'm going to take some time answering this. You go back to some of the guys that didn't sign here that were approached and were courted. Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto. In their perception, they did not think that the Giants organization was ready to go, was ready for them. So I think that really was the deciding factor. The fact that Adames came over here now gives you some sort of insight as to his mindset. Now he looks at the Giants organization, he looks at the supporting cast, and he's thinking, okay, I think my timing's right on this. And I think that when you're bringing in people that are going to be catalysts, that's the most important thing. And I'm getting away from the point. What was the question?
About a baseball player making $700, the largest contract in professional sports history. And he chose the Mets over the Yankees, too.
Okay, so, the Giants ran all those other negotiations. But the contract last year with Ohtani, it blew my mind. But then you thought, he's going to defer everything but $2 million a year. Okay, well, there's the loophole. All right. I didn't think we'd ever see another contract with that like that again ever. The 700 figure just blew my mind. Well, in less than a year, we see 765. Is that what the total? Yeah. Once they hit 7, I mean, in 15 years, they've guaranteed that he's going to be a player when he's 44 years old. He could be sitting on the sofa when he's 44, breaking wind, making $50 million. That's unbelievable. So it's just like all bets are off. I never thought I'd see that. So what's happening is it's crazy, but people are talking baseball, and that's the bottom line.
No, you are right. This hot stove thing that we've wanted is happening, which is great. And your buddy Marvin Miller, Kipe tells that story of you and Dwayne having lunch with Marvin Miller near the end of his life in New York. Very poignant story about watching him walk down the street and saying, "There goes one of the most important guys." Marvin Miller somewhere is smiling.
Oh, my God. Well, yeah, I think Marvin Miller somewhere is going, what the hell is going on?
He's probably saying that. Hey, I know we're super long and late, and we got John Lynch coming at 8, but I just wanted a quick word. Dave Parker and Dick Allen. These are guys from Dave Parker, literally your generation. You literally faced off against this guy. I mean, the Cobra, wow. I don't know if you faced Dick Allen, but certainly a personality a little ahead of my time, but, man, people said he was so charismatic. I don't know. You probably have a couple thoughts on those guys.
Well, yeah, and both deserving. And, there was a couple other guys on that list that didn't make it that I was disappointed with, but those two guys really waited their turn. And I did face both of them. I faced Dick Allen when he was with the A's. And remember, the name on his jersey was Wampum?
Wampum, yeah. His high school.
But when I faced him, he was a bull, and he was strong. And he swung 40 ounces. And when you faced him, he would get into his coil, and he would point he would take his hands back, and the top of the bat would point at you as he was starting to get wound up for a swing. And that's 40 ounces. So I'm thinking, well, hell, this guy's old. This is spring training. I could throw a fastball by him. I threw a fastball in on his hands, and he spun on that thing, and he hit a foul ball down the left field line. I swear to God, it was 500 feet, and it was like, oh, I get what all the fuss is about. Yeah. When I was in Philadelphia, the stories of him were just every day, and he had been long gone. When I was in Chicago and he was with the White Sox, the stories of him, just they went from the south side to the north side. That's how much presence that he had. And I'm just so happy that he's going in. And in regards to Parker, I never one time faced him where I didn't think I was facing a future Hall of Famer. Wow. That's how good he was.
Yeah.
And the fact that, he's banged up physically and his health is not good, the fact that this has happened in his lifetime means the world. And I'm so happy and I'm proud of him.
Yeah, I agree. I had Parkinson's in my family, and it's such a tough thing. And to see him get this, where hopefully, I hope he's there next summer. Man, you're right. He's one of those guys where you saw him and he was a Hall of Famer. Despite not 500 homers, not 3,000 hits, but man, oh man, Dave Parker. So, all right, Mike, good stuff. Wide-ranging, and who knows by Thursday what'll be next. So we appreciate it. Be good.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. By the way, the Ford Frick Broadcast Award is being voted on tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And Kruk and Kuiper both on the ballot.
Put them both in.
And I see Tom Boswell just got voted in as the writer this year. And you know the story about us sharing we'll tell the story. 2014 World Series, we shared a cab with him. And he, after Game 7, and he said, our manager, Matt Williams, would never have done what your manager did tonight in leaving Bumgarner in. He was saying this Hall of Fame baseball writer in our cab leaving Game 7, saying what Bruce Bochy did tonight was special. He was calling it on the front lines right there. So Dante Whitner joins Papa and Silver at 12:30. 2 tickets to see stand-up comedian Gabriel Iglesias later on the show, SAP Center in San Jose on the 21st of February, Chase Center on the 22nd of February. All right, Long Mike goes right into John Lynch. Niner GM John Lynch next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see stand-up comedian Gabriel Iglesias on the Don't Worry, Be Fluffy tour. And if you win, you get to pick between a show at SAP Center in San Jose or a show at Chase Center, both in February of next year. So how do you win? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give both of these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Icon, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, let's talk about Bigelow Tea. My friends at Bigelow Tea, every season is Bigelow Tea season, all right? Hot stove season, football season, Bigelow Tea season. That's why it's the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We got all the flavors here. English breakfast, chamomile for Gwen. We have it right here, a mug full of Bigelow Tea. Keeps us going. Look no further. It's good for those of us who make a living behind microphones. It's soothing. It's tasty. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow Tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hold it now.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. We're going to go for the big hit, are we? Yeah? Because this is like a smooth rejoin here. What do you got, young Tony? Oh, that was it? You played it?
Wait, you're talking about like a package to come back with? Yeah, no, there was nothing.
Okay, don't worry.
I was so confused.
That's
Sorry.
on me, buddy. That's on me. Raising my hand to the scorer's table. It's one of those mornings where I'm under-caffeinated. I'm kidding. John Lynch is going to call in just 2 minutes. We'll talk to him about, they responded to his challenge for competitive pride, and then he turns around and he has no running backs. We'll see. The Niners don't want us to ask him about Debo's tweet, which is like, come on, bro, what are you talking about?
Wow, look at you kicking the door down.
Well, yeah, I mean, what do we do? We're here doing this, having a conversation. So we'll try to figure out a way to ask without angering team brass. But I mean, look, come on, we got to talk about the team. What's going on? Maybe we won't ask. I don't know. But I'd like to be honest with the audience and tell you that the Niners told us not to ask.
Stay tuned to find out.
All right. I mean, God, doing this 20 freaking years. All right. You think we know what we're doing here? We're not going to try to make anybody look bad. We know we're partners. We know there's a business deal between the Niners and KNBR, but there's also real-world conversations about the team. We just talk about the team. That's what we do. And they get free publicity every day. We talk about them. And people want to buy sweatshirts and tickets because we talk about them. We talk about the game on Thursday. Oh, I better go to the game. I heard about it on KNBR. I better go give the Niners my money.
Yeah.
But yet, they tell us we can't ask about Debo's tweet.
Well, here we are plugging the Niners every day, Murph, and I guess maybe we can plug Debo Samuel's podcast because I believe he drops them usually on Tuesdays, so I'm sure Debo himself might address his tweet that he deleted yesterday.
Wow. Okay.
I would assume so.
All right,
Stay tuned to find out.
All right. Well, let's get into the Israel Young Tone, Abanaconda?
Abanaconda.
You got it. How'd you nail it like that, bro?
I listened to Larry Krueger.
Abanaconda. My Abanaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hon.
Somebody actually mentioned an Abanaconda move in your backyard jiu-jitsu?
Oh, yeah. I give a shout out to Israel Adesanya, not Abanaconda. That's me pulling out the anaconda, which is a choke. It's an actual choke, people. I'm not making any references to any other snakes. I saw that on the text line. Behave yourself.
Keyshawn Vaughn, Patrick Taylor. We don't know if Bosa can play. We don't know if Trent Williams can play. Aaron Banks supposedly is going to play. We don't know if Dre Greenlaw can play. And I don't think we're getting these answers on Tuesday, too. They got to let these guys heal up. These Thursday games are nuts, man. But, hey, did you see the footage of Sean McVay was screaming, let's go beat the blanking 49ers? You guys see that
Sean
one?
McVay and Matthew Stafford, I believe.
Well, I mean, it's kind of exciting. Yeah, let's hear. Yeah.
Give it up for Matt.
Let's go. Hey, got a quick turnaround, man. Let's go beat the Niners, huh? Let's go. Rams on 3. 1, 2, 3.
That's Stafford? That's Stafford, yeah. I would have recognized the voice of Sean McVay.
Hey, man, it's a good rivalry, right? I mean, listen, be honest. It's not Giants Dodgers, I mean, it's funny about the non-baseball LA San Francisco rivalry. because Warriors-Lakers, I mean, yeah, I hate them. I don't know, though, how much people burn. Most people, this new generation, might dislike the Kings more than the Lakers.
I think in general, just this generation dislikes LeBron James more than the Lakers.
Did you see LeBron walk off the court last night with 20 seconds left on the game?
No, I did not.
He just kind of while the game was still going on.
Fold it in. They pack it in.
They're having a tough time. I thought J.J. Redick was supposed to be his guy. Connection made? All right, here we go.
He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, quick turnaround. We just talked to John on Friday. And now we're talking to him on Tuesday because they got a game. But there was a game in between, and it was a game that surely pleased John. 38-13 win over the Chicago Bears. And as we say good morning, John, and we thank you for adjusting your schedule and coming on. All the listeners love hearing from you. We love talking to you. Is that you left us on Friday. One of the last things you said was, you can't get your ass kicked 2 weeks in a row and not respond. So, John, first of all, good morning. And second of all, did they respond to your liking?
Yeah, I mean, two things. First of all, I loved that response. I really did. I was really proud of our team, how they came out, played with confidence, played with conviction. I thought we were sharp. I thought we were aggressive. I was really, really proud of our team. We were. It was tremendous leadership by Kyle, by our players. I think it was mentioned a couple of our players spoke at our team meeting, and I think that really set the tone. But collectively as a team, we came out. I also want to apologize for anybody if kids were watching or listening. I think that was somewhat benign, but I do want to.
Oh, sure.
I got a little fired up.
Well, you're such a gentleman that you're apologizing. Have you heard the music they're listening to these days, John? All right. I think you're okay. Yeah. It's funny, John, because I was raised in a household. My dad didn't swear in our house. He just didn't. And so, every now and then my kids, one will slip through on a TV show or something because now, even like McAfee, right? That stuff comes flying out. And I say to the kids, oh, hey, and they're like, Dad, we've heard it all. All right.
I've been there myself. Yeah.
So you saying you can't get your ass kicked, I think, is pretty darn low bar, pretty darn low on the scale. You're pretty good. But yeah, and you guys did answer that way, and mostly offensively. And, we talk about Brock Purdy, what he did in that game, and how Kyle seemed to be, I don't want to say for lack of a word, cooking, you know what I mean? More downfield balls. Actually, the stat was, I think, the most downfield passes that Brock had completed since week 8. Is that something that jumped out at you?
Yeah, I thought we were in sync. We were in tune. I just loved our mentality. I loved our mindset coming into that game. And, guys were ready to play. There's no doubt about it. And I think defensively as well. I mean, I know Caleb's been sacked a lot this year, but to get after him and have 7 sacks, Yetur had 3, I believe. Leonard Floyd had 2. Those guys were hunting. And I thought the secondary, having Hufanga back, he plays fast. And I think that is contagious. And, I think that lifted us. And, Malik doing his thing. Jair got in there as well. I thought our linebackers were running around. Our front was good. So all around, I thought a really solid effort by us.
And John, I wanted to circle back about your opening comments about the team leadership, and you mentioned the 2 speeches that both Diamador Lenore and Brock Purdy gave to the team on Saturday night. I'm curious how often this happens that Kyle Shanahan will ask players to speak to the team, and also what it means specifically that you had a 25-year-old and a 24-year-old address the team.
Yeah, I remember Kyle talking to me late on Saturday, just saying, man, I want to play with grit, and I want to have a couple guys talk who comes to mind. Who are some of our gritty guys? And, Demo is he's one of those guys. And almost didn't matter what he said. Demo's just a guy that everybody respects and loves so much. But, yeah, it is somewhat rare that Kyle will have guys speak at it's not like it hasn't been done before. But at the team meeting portion on Saturday night over at the hotel, and Demo did a great job, and then Brock was unbelievable. And I think so much is put on the quarterback in terms of the amount of game plan learning each week. You don't want to throw another thing, but I don't think Brock had much warning, and he gave a tremendous message, kind of about what I think George alluded to in the media about playing with some desperation, and I think it really inspired our team, both those guys, and it's great. Kyle does a tremendous job. Sometimes a change-up and having some of the guys address the team along with Kyle was tremendous. And, I mean, words aren't going to make a difference, but I think the feeling and the passion with which they talked about what needed to happen, you felt like it was going to happen, and then it did.
Yeah, it just feels like you said, sometimes the words don't matter as much as sort of just the presence and the connection that they made with those guys. So, obviously, it worked. So, John, I'll play a little word game with you. 6-7 feels like what? What does it feel like, 6-7?
Got a chance, and I think it'll be a lot better if we're 7-7. And, we knew that, what was it, 2 games in 5 days. And so what an opportunity to do it at home. I do want to mention, too, the fans. I mean, sometimes you wonder, we've created a high standard, and we've kind of let that down so far this year. But, man, the fans came, and they were ready. And I think we inspired the fans early with our play, but they were into that game, and that was really cool. And we're very appreciative. We're going to need it even more. The Rams are playing good ball. They tripped us up earlier this year, and we've got a great opportunity to get them back. And I learned long ago, Coach Dungy, he's such a wise man, and Coach Dungy used to always say, just don't worry about, other people in an equation that when you need help. If you take care of your business, things tend to fall into place. And I remember last year, like with the 1 seed, everybody thought Philly had that on lock, and we just kept, we started with Philly, we kept just taking teams down, and all of a sudden things just kind of fell into place. So I think provided we do that, we're going to be all right, but that starts with the Rams, and that's where our focus is, and we got to have Levi's rocking Thursday night.
Yeah, John, it's actually interesting. I saw some footage going around on social media, a mic'd up moment with your Tur Gross Matos, where the camera captured him in the fourth quarter saying, first playoff dub. So is that is that the mentality for the team moving forward over the last 4 games of the season, that it's win or go home at this point?
Yeah, we talked about that. This is playoff football for us because that's really where it's at in our mind. And I felt like the guys responded as such. I felt like they played, and that stadium had that type of feel. And we gotta continue that. And I thought we did a really good job of blocking out all the noise and really just focusing on one opponent, and that was the Bears. And now we move on to the Rams. Really good football team. Stafford, Stafford is such a really, such a special player. And then you throw Puka and Cooper Kupp and Kyron Williams, a young defensive front. So they have a lot of challenges they present. But I can't wait for Thursday night.
Yeah, they just scored 44 points. I mean, if that doesn't get your attention, I don't know what will. And Nakua and Kupp are just ridiculous, and Stafford is truly looking like a Hall of Fame quarterback. So my question then, following up on Marcus saying, playoff football, all that stuff, how realistic is it for you guys to be a playoff team with that running back depth chart? John, that's just unbelievable. Like, literally, we're talking about not just Christian McCaffrey. We lost Elijah Mitchell at the start of the season. Throw in Jordan Mason. Now, we don't know if Garendo can go. Let's say he can't because, it's a foot injury. It's pretty bad. John, honestly, we're looking up guys like Patrick Taylor, Keyshawn Vaughn, Israel Abanikanda. Is it realistic for you guys to be able to play at your best when you're that deep in the depth chart on running back?
Well, fortunately, we had a deep group there to start the year. It's not ideal. I think everybody can agree to that. But we saw what Garendo did last week, and Isaac has a chance this week. We'll see. He does have a foot sprain. He is pretty convicted that he really wants to give this a go, and we'll see where that goes. It's a quick turnaround, to say the least, on Thursday night. That's a challenge, but whoever's out there, we got to go. And these guys are good. They're NFL players, and great opportunity for them. Just like Garendo stepped up, maybe it's someone else's opportunity, and we got to find a way.
Is there any one of those 3 guys whose story sort of like, Keyshawn Vaughn won a Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Bucks. I mean, they don't have a ton of reps, but is there any one of those guys whose story kind of grabs you that fans that gives you a reason why you guys, because you guys brought those guys
Yeah.
into the building specifically for something.
Yeah, I would just tell you, Patrick Taylor was a guy we probably just got for depth this offseason to take into camp, but I think he really won everybody over with his professionalism. He's one of those guys that's like first guy in, last guy out, just a model of consistency. And he's a really good football player. He had played in a similar system in Green Bay. And so I think early in the year, we thought hard about putting him in a practice squad. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he ended up making our 53 because we didn't want to run the risk of losing him. So sometimes decisions like that pay off when a guy's still in your building. And then I still haven't learned his name, but Izzy. Izzy is the guy.
Here we go. Abanaconda.
Okay, Abanaconda.
There you go. Yeah, I learned it too.
He's an impressive dude, and his journey, has been difficult in that he was highly regarded coming into the league. It hasn't taken off, but we like his skill set a lot. So if it's his opportunity, along with Keyshawn, we call him Sneak Vaughn. These guys are NFL players, and we'll be okay, and we'll run our stuff, and we'll see where it shakes out.
John Lynch is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line, kind enough to join us on a Tuesday morning ahead of the 49ers Thursday night matchup against the LA Rams. And John, we got to ask you about George Kittle. It feels like every week we can ask you about George Kittle, but this past weekend as a receiver, he became the third tight end in NFL history. And he joins Antonio Gate and Travis Kelce as the only tight ends with 500 catches and 7,000 yards in their first 8 seasons. Is it possible at age 31 that George Kittle is playing the best ball of his career?
Yeah, he looked so fast the other day. I mean, I think it was Jed who came in after the game, and then on one of the catches, he thought it was Garindo, like he really did. And, but George is just playing really good ball, and he takes really good care of himself. And that's what happens when you take great care of yourself and you're mindful about your body and you're as talented as George is. You stack days, you stack years, really proud of the football George is playing. In a game like that where your back's up against the wall, you need your best players to rise to the occasion, and George certainly did that for us the other day.
He looks incredible. He really does. And conversely, Debo Samuel's not having that year. And I know you guys don't want to get into the social media stuff, so I won't ask you about that. But I will ask you about his on-field production, because it's down across the board. You can just go to his baseball card, as we say, the Pro Football Reference. So I'm wondering, only one touchdown, for example. There's a thing called success rate where it's like percentage of yards you gain towards first down, et cetera. That's way down, too. So what would you say to the fans about his production and or Debo himself if you had to give him a pep talk?
Just keep going. I think Debo has created such a high standard. The things he's done, the innovation, which we've created things for Debo. I mean, that's part of the issue is that, we created so many unique things for Debo that now if you watch Green Bay, Jaden Reed does a lot of those things. DJ Moore for the Bears does a lot of the Debo package. And so I think people are becoming more familiar with it. Debo's a really good football player. He's created such a high standard for himself that I think frustration mounts, but he's made so many plays for us. I think we got to give this guy some grace and bring him along because we need him the rest of the way. We're going to need him Thursday night. Debo's a big part of this team, and we're all right. We can all learn from situations and a lot of different things in the world these days that you can get caught up in. But I think Debo's in a good place from the way he's working, and we got a lot of football to be played, and he'll be a big part of our season moving forward.
John, we have seen a lot of production this season from Juwan Jennings, so much so that he'll be joining us today at 9 a.m. as our 49er Player of the Week. Now, just talk to us about the journey of Juwan from going to the practice squad to leading the team in targets, receptions, and first downs, and just a wide receiver that he's kind of evolved into.
I love everything he stands for. I love watching him play football, the way he competes, whether it be, going up for a 50-50 ball, the way he runs routes, the way he blocks. And, he frustrates other players on other teams, but there's nothing about him that is cheap. He just plays to the end of the whistle, through the whistle on each and every play. And I admire the way Juwan plays. I think it lifts our team. and I'm really proud of the young man. I remember his highlight tape coming out of Tennessee, and man, it was one of the coolest highlight tapes I'd ever seen. Some of the plays he made, some of the same stuff we see him doing here, he did at Tennessee. We got a lot of similarities in that we both went into college as quarterbacks, and then he went to play receiver, and I went to playing safety, and we talk about that a lot. And I just love his enthusiasm for life, and he's a fun guy to be around. He's a fun guy to watch play football. We're very fortunate to have him.
Well, having one of the best seasons of anybody on the team. Can you take us through the backstory of signing him in May? I mean, there was a chance you weren't gonna. Did that get dicey?
No, we were going to. It took some time to work out, but we're glad that we have him a part of us moving forward. He kind of embodies what we want a Niner to be, and he's really a good person too. And that's he got an exuberance for life, and he's a fun guy to be around, and he lifts our practice, and Jawan's a heck of a dude, so you guys will have fun talking to him.
That May signing of him is just turning out to be gigantic. Have him through the 2025 season for sure. And then finally, Ian Rappaport over the weekend reported that, you guys are committed to starting conversations with Brock Purdy, because there's, fans these days. So Sam Darnold throws however many touchdowns he threw over the weekend, something like 5 or something, I don't know. Bring him back. He's cheaper than Brock. I don't know. Everybody's got a thought. So, this your response maybe from Ian's response or report that you guys are going to negotiate with Brock Purdy? Is that the plan going into January and February?
We don't talk about that kind of stuff. Right now we're focused on the Rams. Brock is, I just told you what I thought of the way he played this last week. I thought it was awesome. I thought his leadership was present and felt. He's our guy, and we love him, and we're focused on keeping our hopes alive. And there's a big one Thursday night at Levi's, and Brock's going to be a big part of leading us. So we're excited about that.
Another contract that could come up at the end of the season is Talanoa Hufunga's. And I know you just said you don't want to talk about contracts, but I did want to kind of refocus on his return to the field this past Sunday. Your thoughts, I know you mentioned it in your first answer, but also the pairing of him with Mustafa instead of having Jair Brown out there.
Well, I think they're all three good players, and it gives you a lot of comfort. There was, I think, an instance, Malik went out that first play of the second half. DeAndre Swift came through, and man, he put his helmet in Mustafa's chest, and I could tell that hurt. That doesn't feel good. I've been there, and he needed a little breather. And to bring Jair in, I think we got 3 really good safeties that you can rotate and play. I think Huff brings so much in terms of the speed with which he plays, but also the communication on the back end. I thought there were some subtleties to our game, the disguises and such. Huff he's played a lot of football, and so we're comfortable with all 3 of those guys and beyond. We have Gibson, who we brought back, who's played a lot of football in this league, played a lot of great football for us. So real deep group at safety, and it's just great to have more really good players back, and is a big lift to get Huff back.
And that finally leads to the last one is the player getting back, and we've been waiting. Dre Greenlaw, I don't know. Can he come back, John?
Oh, he certainly can, and we'll see if this week is the week. It's the one we've been kind of pointing to, and but we got to get to this. Today we'll get out there on the practice field. He'll move around, and we'll see where our comfort is, and. Want to be really smart. It's been a long haul back to, that's a terrible moment where I remember it vividly where what happened to Dre. Oh, he's down and he's worked his tail off. And so the fact that he's here and nearing that opportunity to get back on the field, and we all know when you see 57 on the field what he does for us. So that will be a huge lift if we get him. If not, we'll wait a week and we'll have him right when he's out there. But man, that would be cool.
Man, so that'd be really, really, that guy's been just gigantic. Last one is a non-Niner one. We didn't get your official comment on your new GM in Palo Alto, Andrew Luck.
Oh,
how about that? I mean, that's
Yeah.
2 GMs now. You and him. You guys are running the show.
I'm so excited, and for Andrew, for Stanford. I was really starting to worry about Stanford football and like, gosh, what happens to it? And sometimes when you're in a situation like that, you need something that's going to really shift momentum. I think it's a game changer. I really do, and I think it's a sign that the new president at Stanford, Jonathan Levin, is making a commitment to playing big time football at Stanford. And Andrew called me actually when we were in Buffalo and asked if he could pick my brain on some things. And I just told him like how excited I was for our program. I think it's a game changer. I think there's a tremendous alumni network that I think Andrew's going to wake up and really motivate to get behind the program. And I think being here in the Valley, there's so many opportunities. I'm really excited and about, I know there's a lot of the world of college football is changing, but I think the fact that they made that move tells me a lot that they're motivated and want to get this right. And I know Andrew's really excited, and it may take a little while. The program it's not where it once was, but he's committed to get it back, and I think there's nobody better for that job than him.
It's so exciting and unique. You know what it reminds me of, John, is Buster Posey taking over the Giants.
Exactly.
Same kind of vibe, right?
We got to, excited. That's really cool.
You guys have a little GM. I like a GM round table. Andrew Luck, Buster Posey, John. You guys can have some good chats, man.
Dunleavy down there.
Some guys who are just kind of tough-minded dudes who played the game. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What Buster got Adames, right? Yeah, top shortstop out there.
That was John. That was a big one because we feel like he struck before Soto signed. It was like one of those chess moves.
You know who was a little shout out to the other across the bay, I guess now up in Sacramento, but Katse is a good friend, and the Katse family was with us this week at the game, and he's an awesome guy, Mark, and they've lived in San Diego for years. Our kids went to school together, but Kotz was out and supporting us this last week. So
that's awesome, and he signed several. The A's left town and immediately signed a guy to the richest contract after Luis Severino. But I love the San Diego Mafia: the Steve Kerr, John Lynch, Mark Kotze. You guys look out for each other.
Yeah, we do.
I'll talk about 91X together. That's what you guys do. All right. Always, John, you're always great. You answer every question, and you guys got the big win. They responded to your foul language on the air Friday. Very well. Very well. So you made through this one clean. Rated G this time, John. So, hey, I know Thursday you're going to be geeked up. It should be a really, really good game. And like you said, got a chance. So
that's right.
Thanks for the time, John. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, John.
We'll see you. Thanks, guys.
John Lynch on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Gabriel Iglesias on the Don't Worry, Be Fluffy tour. It's a good life motto. And if you win, you can pick between a show at SAP Center in San Jose or a show at Chase Center in February of next year. So how do you win the contest? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Icon, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for over 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, that was really, really good, productive John Lynch conversation, talking about a lot of stuff, including the running back depth chart, Jawan Jennings, George Kittle, Debo Samuel's production, obviously Yetur Gross-Matos, the playoff situation, all that good stuff. Niners have a game on Thursday that gives them a chance to stay alive, and whether Dre Greenlaw will play, we're not sure. If it's not Thursday, says it's Miami, but they're really looking forward to that. So these are all things we can talk about with our next guest. And because we went long with John, we're going to duck out right now and come back with Brent Jones back on the morning show. Yeah, Brent, we got him back. He's good. Next on the Sports Leader. River Island's out there in Lathrop. You know I've been. You know I hang at the boathouse, get a burger and a beer, watch some games, listen to some tunes. But that's just part of the deal at River Islands, where they are finishing up a big year. 2024 had so many things to celebrate. River Islands is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. 5 neighborhoods offering new models. Del Webb's out there building its own active adult community for people 55 and over. 9 model homes of its own. And there's a new builder to the group celebrating a grand opening in December. So much new. So much opportunity to find your dream home. Gorgeous neighborhoods built on lakes. Walking distance to parks and trails. And one built right along the San Joaquin River. Home sizes range from 3 to 7 bedrooms. Prices start in the low 600,000s and range to over $1 million. So much to see and do at River Islands. You have some time off between now and the end year. Go on out there. Take a model home tour. Envision making the good life your life. So go to riverislands.com and see it all for yourself. Hey, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? And you know, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, we loaned him out to the afternoon, guys. We're stealing him back. Hey, listen, either way, if he's in the afternoon, the morning, it doesn't matter. You're getting Brent Jones talking 49er football. We love him. The Santa Clara Bronco himself, sponsored by the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, seeking highly motivated people to join their diverse and growing law enforcement agency. Apply at joinacso.com. BJ, how you doing this morning, brother?
Hey, what's up, Brent?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Well, 49ers won. Feeling a little better, right?
Yeah, feeling a lot better. It's just I'm praying it's not too little, too late. But man, that looked like the 49ers on Sunday. It really did. It just, and I know people want to say, well, it was the Bears, but you know what? We hadn't looked like that almost all season, and so it felt good.
It did, and John Lynch had come on our show Friday and said, you know, you get your ass kicked twice in 2 weeks in a row, you better respond. And then he came on our show this morning right before you and apologized for his language, which was funny. But that was something going into that game, wasn't it, Brent, about competitive pride, huh?
You know, yes, it was, Murph, and it's weird that we're at that point. I mean, in talking about that, and man, I wish I would have heard John's interview on that Friday, but you could tell. I mean, that's the ball player in him, and that's what you expect, and that was the old days expectations, and it was nice to see these new generation guys rally in the game, and hopefully it gives us some momentum to carry over, because as you guys know, short week can be really tough. Anything can happen, and those dang Rams looked awful good against the Bills.
Yeah, and it definitely looked like more of a motivated team this past Sunday, and maybe that's because of John Lynch's comments, or maybe it was the speeches that Brock Purdy and Diamador Lenore gave to the team on Saturday night. Brent, you've been in the locker room, you've been around guys who have given speeches before. What's your take on them giving the speeches at this point of the season, and also what it means that two young cornerstones of the franchise at age 24 and 25 are the guys stepping up to give those speeches?
You know, it says a lot about the guys, Marcus. Also, it says a lot about who's giving the speech. You know, there's some guys, my guess is Brock isn't always the guy that's standing up, leading the charge, giving a speech. And it reminds me of some of the times in the old days. You know, Joe Montana wasn't always the rah-rah, hey, we're going to go out, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But there were times when Joe spoke, and he was like E.F. Hutton. everybody was listening, and there was just nothing that wouldn't inspire you more than a guy that puts it on the line all the time. And Brock Purdy and Lenore, they're both guys that have really, really carried this team this year when it has been good, and they're guys that have a lot of respect in the locker room. So it means a lot. It's just, we shouldn't have to be giving speeches, week 13, 14 to get fired up. And that's one of the things that frustrates me. And I know that we've had injuries this year, but it's just, we've got to have guys playing like they did last Sunday every week. And it's tough to be commenting on the fact that it looks so much different than everything else we've seen to this point of the year. So it's nice to have it back. Let's hope it continues through the rest of the season. And if it does, some good things are going to happen for us, I think.
Well, it's funny you said, at the start, you said, I hope it wasn't too little too late. So that's my question. 6-7, Rams are 7-6, Seahawks are 8-5. Is it too little too late?
I don't know that those other two teams are invincible, but we've put ourselves so far against the wall, we can't afford, and I'm sorry for the background noise, I'm at the Las Vegas airport. We have got to run the table, I think, at this point. I really do. And so that's going to take a lot. And if we do, I think a few things could happen where we might sneak in, but we'd have to win them all, and we'd have to have some things happen. And when you start having to have other people, lose games, it's frustrating. It's hard down the stretch.
Brenton Jones is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line. As the Murph and Marcus show, we're able to still home wait for the afternoon boys for just one hit this morning. And Brent, we can't have you on and not ask you about George Kittle. Seems like each and every week he's breaking a new franchise record. Is it possible at age 31 that George Kittle is playing the best football of his career?
Man, it sure seems like it, Marcus. And I'm telling you, I watch this guy week in and week out just because I love him as a person. I love his personality. The few times that I've been around him, he's the same guy. He's quirky, he's funny, he's energetic. There's just an energy about him, and he plays the game week in and week out the same way. And even in games when we're down, you still see him busting it out in the fourth quarter. And so to go on and have that first half that he had last week was remarkable. And it's just, I just am impressed with him, not only on the field, but what he brings to the table off the field, how he's kind of the spark in that locker room. And he's a fun guy. He's a fun guy to be around. And yes, I think he's playing as good as he's played. And it's nice that we're recognizing that we got to keep getting him the ball, because he's really been our number one receiver this year. What is the Brent Jones, George Kittle hangout history? I met him at a few events and been around. He won the Dwight Clark Award a few years ago, and I was there presenting it to him. So got to spend some time with he and his wife, and then have met him. We haven't been out to dinner yet, but
does he know the legend of '84? Does he know the shoes he's filling? Come on,
he knows that I'm the old guy tight end. He's been around. In fact, we went to camp this summer, and my grandsons got to meet him, and he was spectacular with them, and he was making jokes and laughing, and we took a family picture. In fact, I think George might even make Brent and Dana's Christmas card this year with the grandkids. So
send us one, DJ. Send us one.
All right, well, that's all good feeling stuff. Now we got the negative one. Debo Samuel sent out a tweet yesterday, said, not struggling at all, just not getting the ball, followed by 7 exclamation points and a shrug emoji, and then he deleted it. And I'm like, dude, the day after a 38-point win over the Bears, bro, BJ, what do we do with this here?
It's tough, I think, when you're a young guy and you've got frustrations. And let's face it, Debo's had a frustrating season. It just was such bad timing. It was like the first game we looked good. And, we've talked a little bit about Debo this year and some of the issues that he's had, but don't compound him. You don't need any unforced errors at this point. And so it just takes away from things. It points fingers at either the coaches or Brock Purdy, and it's just like, that's just the wrong thing to do. But hey, it's in the receiver bloodline. Receivers can't help themselves sometimes.
Yeah, and I guess on the bright side, Debo Samuel has had success before against the LA Rams, so maybe this sparks him and maybe puts on a big-time performance on Thursday Night Football. But it's something I've always wanted to ask you, Brent, because I know my generation of 49er fans look at the Seattle Seahawks as their biggest rivalry. I've talked about it with Murph and a lot of other guys about the rivalry between the Rams and the 49ers. So just tell us what Rams Week means to you, Brent.
Man, Rams Week was such a huge thing, Marcus, and there were so many years, and Murph can appreciate this. Growing up in the 70s, the Rams owned us, and I mean, playing the Rams and potentially beating the Rams back then was almost an impossible feat. And we come into the 80s, things start to change. There's some good battles, and then we went on a streak against them, and it was fantastic. I think we beat them 18 times in a row or something through the 80s and the 90s. But it was always competitive. There was always that, hey, two California teams going at each other. And it's a traditional rivalry that's been around forever. And it's great when both teams are good, because you can really feel the rivalry come out. And it's funny, I get the fact that your gen thinks it's the Seahawks. I know, with my daughters, that's what they think. And it's like, the Seahawks, like, they haven't even been around
That's
for
an
50
AFC
years,
West team, Brad. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know. How the heck did they get in our division? So, but I hear you, but it's there's only a handful of really great bitter rivalries that kind of span the decades, and this is one of them.
Speaking of that, you flex in your Bay Area roots there, and given that you haven't done a huge amount of hits with Marcus, have we done the Leland Homestead? Marcus played football at Homestead.
Mm-hmm. Played on Pat Simmons Field.
Were you guys rivals, Leland and Homestead? No.
You know what?
All right.
We didn't play very often.
Never.
But the Homestead Mustangs, of the green and white, were always reputable. I had a couple college buddies that went there. And the only time we played them was back in the olden days in baseball with a Lions tournament, and we whipped them. And that was like in 1981. But that was about it. But a very, very honorable school, good athletic school, the old Homestead Mustangs. Yeah. And I got to give a shout out to my Leland Chargers. I think they won CCS 7A division.
Are they going to state? I didn't check. I
think they are.
I'm going to check it out.
I think they are.
Oh, they got it. I'd say you should give them a FaceTime hype speech, but they'd be like, "Who's this old guy?" Right?
Exactly. Like, what? We don't want some grandpa getting us fired up for the game.
This guy thinks the Rams are the rivals, not the Seahawks. This guy.
Exactly. Like, what's wrong with this guy?
And BJ, I got to ask a quick follow-up question. Was that Lions tournament that you played in down at Washington Park in Santa Clara?
Oh, great. Now, that's some good local knowledge. Actually, it was played at Powell Stadium. But we did play some games at Washington Park, the old legendary field in Santa Clara.
We kind of sleep on your baseball career. Didn't you play a lot?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. That's why it took me so long to start in football. I didn't even get to start a game until I was in college.
Wait a minute. Is that right?
Yes.
Dude, you didn't start a single football game at Leland High?
No, I'm still mad at my coach. But he was great. He was a great teacher, and he actually vouched for me and got me into Santa Clara. And the late great Pat Malley was told by his son Terry Malley, who was offering me. He told him that I was all league in football, even though I never started.
Now that's a good coach, man. He's out there.
That's a great coach. Yeah, you think about it. Without that, I wouldn't be on the phone with you guys right now.
The guy couldn't check the internet to see if you were all league or not. He just let it roll.
Thank God there was no internet back then.
That's so good. By the way, I don't think you guys made state. I just did a quick check, but if you won CCS, that's still pretty cool.
Oh, man.
Yeah, CCS is still pretty cool. I'll take that as a cool darn trophy, man. All right.
Man, I was thinking that they were getting into state.
Well, I have it right in front of me here. So you think it's 7? And I'm not seeing it. Carmel, American Canyon, Arcata, Somerville, Moreau Catholic, Balboa, Sonora, St. Vincent de Paul, Vanden, Amador Valley, 12 Bridges, Grant, Central, Fresno, Pittsburgh, De La Salle. Now you guys didn't make it. Sorry, brother.
Darn it.
But hey,
Darn it.
Next year. We got next year.
There you go.
The Leland Chargers.
Heck of a season.
I just was thinking about that because Marcus is a. You guys are South Bay dudes.
Yeah, and I will say, Brent, if you ever get the chance, if you're down in Santa Clara and you drive by Washington Park, make sure you stop for a second. You can see my name on a championship banner on the side of the stadium.
Oh, you dang! Way to throw it down, Marcus. I love it.
I had to flex on him, Brent.
I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna go look for it.
That's
one
it.
of these days.
I got news for you. If you drive through Mill Valley, you will see my name nowhere on any trophies anywhere.
On an overpass.
Maybe a porta potty, Brent. Maybe a porta potty. All right, we'll end it on this. Are they going to win? Are they going to beat the Rams?
You know what? We better beat the Rams, and that would be a statement that we're serious about the stretch run.
Well, all right,
So,
buddy.
Yes, we are. We're going to bring it, and we're going to beat the Rams.
And how was Ronnie in the award? I knew you were in Vegas for the Ronnie Lott Impact Award. How'd it go?
So, hey, we got to talk about our local icon, Ronnie Lott, and man, what a blessing it is to have him. But we had a lot of awards yesterday down here in Vegas, and Ronnie just does such a spectacular job, and there were some really great young players and people around, and Travis Hunter ended up winning the Lott Impact Award, and what a great young man. He's just a low-key kid, so respectful, so thoughtful, well-spoken, and Ronnie did a heck of a job, and the award not only goes to the best defensive player in the country, but to a young man that's really involved in his community, that's making a difference off the field, and I don't know that any award reflects anybody greater than the Lott Impact Award and what Ronnie's done off the field, as well as, he said he broke ribs, he broke collarbones, and he broke a lot of spirits, and then he's one of the dearest guys off the field, and so it's just awesome being around him. And their College Football Hall of Fame's going on down here, and there's tons of football and conferences, and everybody's getting ready for the CFP, and it's just a great vibe here in Vegas.
Brent, dude, the fact that Travis Hunter and Ronnie Lott were on the same stage, that's freaking awesome. I mean, that's it. And you're right. I mean, listen, we've had him on for 20 years here. Every time it's a blessing. It's like talking to Yoda. You know what I mean? It's like just the wisdom and greatness dripping off that guy. Second to none, Brent. Second to none.
You are right, Murph, and it's a big reason I was down here, and it was great. And he had Marcus came in, and I love Marcus Allen. He's just boy, yes. he was one of my favorite players to watch, and he's such a good guy, and he's laughing and joking all the time, and they were doing their USC bit, and it was classic. Joe Klatt was here ripping USC. It was awesome. He does a great job. Well, like he had some great USC jokes.
Good. I need those, by the way. Yeah. By the way, the fact that you took time out of your family and your business life and all that, and you're in the Christmas season to go do that for Ronnie says a lot about you too, dude. So that's a positive. The only thing I have to end it on is a negative note. I finally found where Leland's run ended in the NorCal final. Dude, you lost to Copes' alma mater, Moreau Catholic.
Oh, man, you can't go back on the afternoon show now.
Copes got you, dude. No. Copes got you.
That is the work. I can't believe that Copes hasn't been taunting me.
I can't believe.
Like, how did that happen?
So the next time you go on, there's going to have to be like a little Leland Moreau Catholic football smackdown or something. I don't know.
Gosh, darn. See, I got to get my information updated. Like I'm a week behind.
No, that only happened this past weekend, so you're right there.
Oh, okay. That's man.
All right, buddy.
So
I know you got to get on a plane. You're generous with your time. You're awesome. Thanks, Brent. Hey, I don't know if we don't talk to you till the New Year or something. Merry Christmas, dude.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Brent.
Hey guys, Merry Christmas. It's been a treat being on with you guys, and it's always great to hear both your voices.
Awesome. Be well, Brent Jones, and give Dana a hug. Brent Jones on the UMA guest line doing his thing. Mark Spears joins Papa and Silver at 11:30. He rules. Everybody rules. And you know what? Jawan Jennings, our Player of the Week, is next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here on a Tuesday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike on other apps on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat options and watch the winnings roll in. Just like I was watching them roll in last night. After I gave you 2 Prize Picks yesterday, I told you to take more on CeeDee Lamb over 69 yards, cash in on that one, and I told you to take Jamar Chase for more than 80 yards, cash in on that one as well. So that's back-to-back winners, but it is a Tuesday, no NFL action, but there is a big prop that they're giving away this week on Prize Picks, and it's Patrick Mahomes this weekend against the Cleveland Browns. All he needs is to pass for 1 yard. That's it. 1 single yard. So you add that pick to another one, create a lineup, and download the Prize Pick app using the code word leader, and we'll give you a $50 bonus instantly when you use that code word leader. Again, all you need to do is download the app and use the code word leader, and you will get $50 instantly. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. All you need to do is download the app and use the code word leader, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's been a crazy morning of hits. Mike Krukow, John Lynch, Brent Jones, back to back to back, all good. We haven't had a chance to squeeze in before Jawan Jennings, our player of the week, joins us. We haven't had a chance to squeeze in the fact that the Warriors are in the news this morning because ESPN's Shams Charania is reporting that thing that we've been sort of talking about on the perimeter is, what are they going to do? Are they going to make a move? Are they bringing in a number 2 guy? Are they just going to run their depth? And here it is now. It's starting to get there. So December 15th is the day that you can start trading contracts. Now, most teams don't do it on December 15th. They wait for more, definition to the season and see how things go and negotiate. And
closer
all that
to the actual trade deadline.
Right, which is when it all goes down. But Shams is on it and has already talked about a possibility of the Nets and the Warriors getting together. And man, it's so funny because you remember that game, the Nets came into town and smacked the Warriors in the second half. And we joked about, like, where's my Dennis Schroeder? Well, he'd be part of this package. He'd be coming to the
Turns
Warriors.
out you might get yourself a Dennis Schroeder.
And Cam Johnson, who played well in that game too, I believe, and Dorian Finney-Smith, right? And it's like, and that the Nets are looking to shed salary, and that one of the things they would want is DeAnthony Melton's expiring contract. So, like, and some draft considerations. So that, I mean, on the surface, kind of intriguing as heck. Also, the other one is the Miami Heat, according to Shams, are open to listening to offers for Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy has let it be known to the leakers out there that Golden State is one of his preferred destinations.
Good.
So there's some intrigue out there, brother.
It should be. And look, we've been talking about this all season long. Hell, last offseason when Klay Thompson decided to leave and go to the Dallas Mavericks, we've been talking about another number 2 option for Steph Curry. So starting with the Nets package or the rumors that are flowing out there, I think that's great depth that they would be adding. But this team already has enough depth, which is why I'm more intrigued about this situation with the Miami Heat and potentially bringing in Jimmy Butler. Because Jimmy Butler, at this point of his career, doesn't need to be the number 1 anymore. Now, I guess the question is whether or not he wants to be the number 1. But if you're joining the Warriors, this is Steph Curry's team. So if Jimmy can kind of put his ego to the side, I think it would be a good fit.
Cam Johnson averages 19 points a game. I mean, he can score. I mean, these aren't necessarily just like, 10, 11, 12 guys. Dennis Schroeder on the court in the fourth quarter, he can score. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be a huge all-star name. Dennis Schroeder's currently averaging 19 a game too. Each of those guys, one's averaging 18.6, the other one's averaging 18.8. So, the Nets trade is interesting to me. It really is. So Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Dennis Schroeder could be just more scoring, just more depth scoring. So, what's Jimmy Butler at right now in terms of his stats? I'll have to look it up for you guys. Either way, it is going to show you that there's no question. I mean, it's been reported on over and over and over again that Dunleavy is out there. Butler's at 19 points. He's at the exact same as Finney-Smith and Dennis Schroeder. So, the point is that I've been encouraged by Dunleavy. I told you guys, I've said this before, like the fact that he just went and remember he told us, Jordan Poole, big part of our future, traded him the next day. I was like, oh. I mean, you can call that dishonest or you can just call it business, but he's willing to make moves, parting with Klay Thompson.
Yep.
The easy thing would have been to keep Klay and be sentimental about it. So I'm intrigued by him. So just like I'm intrigued by Juwan Jennings,
so am I,
who's calling in right now. And before he comes in, let's tell everybody that you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Young Tone, are we going to hit the player? Yeah.
His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. 9 is on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Take a look at Juwan Jennings, who is now off the board, going to San Francisco in the 7th round.
Bracket of play action. Bracket of throw out left. Wide open. Juwan Jennings. Touchdown. San Francisco. 3rd down and 4. Purdy out of the shotgun. Looks right. Throws. Caught. Juwan Jennings diving into the end zone. Touchdown. San Francisco.
Yeah, welcoming the Tennessee kid with a little Rocky top. I like it. Grew up in Tennessee, went to high school in Tennessee, played for the Tennessee Volunteers. Now a 49er and now our Player of the Week, Juwan Jennings, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Also sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. It's been a while since we had Juwan on KNBR. I had it a few years ago, but it's been a while. Juwan, welcome back to the morning show on KNBR, the Niner flagship. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. And good morning, Juwan. How are you, man?
Yeah, what's up, Juwan?
Hey, what's up? Good morning. I'm doing good. Thank y'all for having me on. How y'all doing?
Did you hear that Rocky top we were playing coming in?
Yes, sir. I hear it. Go Vols. First and foremost, go Vols, baby. Let's go.
Now, how does a Tennessee guy, I mean, California is such a different culture. Do you miss Tennessee? Some things about Tennessee?
Yeah, I do. I love, I miss Tennessee, just the Southern food. Honestly, that's about the only thing I miss. But the Bay has everything else, man. And it actually feels a lot like Tennessee because it gets cold at nighttime. So I like it.
I like it. Well, obviously, you're making yourself well at home. Do we call you Third and Juwan? Do we call you Chains? Do we call you Benny? I see your Wikipedia says you're Benny Juwan Jennings. Is that right?
Hey, Hey, man, being in the Jets, man. If you know, you know. You know, you know. Nah, but I'm going to let y'all choose.
Oh, man. Well, listen, Juwan, first of all, congratulations. You're having a great season. You had a big win Sunday. 2 touchdowns. Let's start right there before we talk about your life story. How'd that feel diving into that end zone twice on Sunday, and especially after the Green Bay and Buffalo games?
It felt great. It was great to leave the field on a positive note, and just seeing all the smiles in the locker room, it felt refreshing.
Yeah, and Juwan, I think there's no question about it. We've definitely seen the chemistry and relationship between you and Brock Purdy blossom this season. You lead the team in targets, receptions, and first down so far this season. So talk to us about that bond you have with Brock Purdy. Is it something special and different because you both 7th-round draft picks, and how's that playing out this season?
I think, just keep working hard, and the ball always finds you. And Brock has just always done everything he's been asked to do. And he's a game changer, man. And having Brock back made a difference. And it's really no different just going out there and practice and getting the reps.
Juwan Jennings is a voice you hear, and what a year he's having, too. And this goes all the way back, Juwan, to 2021 when you got drafted in the 7th round. A little bit on your life story here. That was during the COVID draft, right? Was that right? It was the weird draft when nobody was around? Yeah. And so tell us about that feeling. Coming out of Tennessee, what you thought was going to happen to you and how you felt about going in the 7th round to the Niners.
Well, I actually didn't think it would be the 7th round, if you believe that or not. I thought I was actually going to go to Green Bay. First round, at least, just thinking just how hard I'll play, especially in the run game. I'm thinking, I'm definitely going to come off the board first round. But that didn't happen. Then later on, found my team, got a call from San Francisco, and I still think about that call all the time. Life-changing and forever grateful for the Bay, San Francisco.
But when you get here, they actually tell you you're going to spend 2020 on the practice squad. How did you feel about that?
Not too happy. But I think I just took it as another challenge to be able to get better. The facility was great. The chefs there, Louise, Jordan, our nutritionist. He was great in transforming my body into, I just wanted to get better. And so I just took it as an opportunity to get better.
Yeah, and we actually had John Lynch on our show earlier this morning, and he talked about how you guys kind of established your relationship, and you guys bonded over the fact that you were both former quarterbacks who obviously went on to play different positions in the NFL. So talk to us about having a guy like John Lynch in the building. And I guess the bigger question, Juwan, is who throws a better spiral, you or John Lynch?
He's trying to get me there. But it was definitely a shock to find out that he played quarterback. And when I found out he played quarterback, it was a lot more respect. Just knowing, he's played all kind of different positions, but just what he's known for, I would say, in the NFL and what he's done, it just means a lot to just have him as a GM to be able to come out there and showcase your skill and talents to someone who's been there and done that.
Do you credit your ability to find the soft spot in a defense to your former history as a quarterback? I mean, we talk about you moving the chain so much on 3rd down. I'm just always curious, do you see the field differently because of your background as a quarterback?
I think it helps sometimes, and I think it doesn't. But just trying to see the whole shell, just trying to see the whole defense. I think it helps a lot, but then sometimes I'm just too confident, and I might think it's cover 2, but forget it's a cover 2 cat corner blitz, and so I miss a block that I just know I could get if I was just just more focused, locked in, and instead of thinking I just got it. But definitely glad to be able to play receiver. It's more fun. In terms of you just get out there and just get to go ball, whether as a quarterback, you got to know everyone's position.
Yeah, we're talking to Juwan Jennings, our 49er Player of the Week, after his 2-touchdown performance in the Niners win over the Bears. The Rams are coming up. We'll talk about that in just a second. But I got to take us back to last spring, Juwan. There were a lot of 49ers fans, me included, who were thinking, oh boy, Don't lose Juwan Jennings. Don't lose Juwan Jennings. And sure enough, you guys were able to come to a contract. Can you talk about maybe last spring? Were you looking around the league? Was your agent looking around to see what was there? How did you and the Niners come to common ground?
I think it's just from the hard work I just kept putting in, and it was just I don't know. I was just forever grateful. I just stayed positive, and it happened. Just trying to make my just trying to show that I'm worth my deal. That's just all I'm focused on.
Yeah, and to Murph's point, I think a lot of 49er fans recognize what your value is to this team, not only as a receiver, but also as a blocker, Juwan. And it's funny, we just got done talking about yourself as a former quarterback. I think a lot of people would never expect a quarterback to block the way you do. So talk to us about your love of blocking and how you don't mind getting dirty out there.
Well, yeah, I played safety. I was the number one safety in Tennessee as well, and coming out of high school. So I always loved to hit. And so being able to block, as a quarterback, you're not allowed to block. And so being able to transition a receiver and now being asked to block, that's I really used that to get open at first because I didn't, just trying to learn the artwork of a receiver and then, just kept working hard.
Yeah, it's no block, no rock, they say, right? You don't throw that block, and then it seems like you said about third downs, about finding if you work hard, good things happen, and same thing with your contract. If you work hard, good things happen. Do you feel like if I become the best blocker I can be, eventually the rock will find me?
I just think about playing hard. That's literally it.
Well, speaking of which, we're talking about where you're playing on the field, and it was discussed with Kyle Shanahan this week about you taking over the X slot that was Brandon Ayuk's. And so you've been lining up in different places. You've been in the slot. You've been in the X. Can you talk about learning the different verbiage and the different spots in the offense? Has it been difficult, Juwan?
A little bit. Definitely having some MAs out there. You want to be perfect, but you got teammates that pick you up, and just coaches. My receiver coach is going in throughout the playbook throughout the week, making sure we're good. It's not been too hard.
Yeah, and Murph mentioned the fact that Brandon Ayuk is now injured and absent for the remainder of the season. I'm curious about what the chemistry is like in that wide receiver room between guys like you, Debo, and the rookie, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I wish my boy B was still with us for sure. It's our dog. And the room is still pretty much the same, We just go out there and we do our job to our best of our abilities, and we just keep each other up, and that's always been the receiver room. We're still waiting on that rookie dinner from Ricky.
Wait a minute. What does he owe you?
Nah, he don't owe us anything. We just got to go to have our rookie dinner.
Yeah. He's got to get you something. Hey, your guy Debo is upset. He tweeted out about not getting the ball. Just wondering how you, as a teammate, how do you lift him up? Like, you're such a team guy. How do you say, hey, Debo, let's go, chin up? How do you do that?
I think football just take care of it. There's gonna always be that play that he's got to be ready for, and I know he will. And there's gonna be a play that's gonna change the game very quickly, and that's what he always does. I don't really know too much into what you guys are talking about, but Debo's fine.
Well, it's like you said, we asked John Lynch about it because his production's down across the board and everything, but he said, you just keep going. Just keep going. Like, you feel like any play, Debo gets the ball in his hands, you might see that play that changes his energy.
For sure. I mean, we played a great game, got a dub, so, we'll see, what comes in this next game.
Which leads us to the next game. Wanted to ask you about the Rams. So, 6-7. Like, it's not, if I told you after 13 games you'd have 6 wins, 7 losses, you'd be upset. That said, you got to win on Sunday and you have a game on Thursday. So do you guys view this now as sort of playoff time where you got to win every week like it's a playoff game?
I just focus on, the day at hand. I feel like we got to win this Tuesday. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, and we know how important each and every game is. We just got done talking to John Lynch earlier this morning, and he commented about Brock Purdy and Diamond Lenore and their pregame speeches actually on Saturday night. Juwan, being there for those meetings, what were those like, hearing those speeches from Diamond Lenore and Brock Purdy?
definitely brought the room together, brought the room closer, and I thought it just brought a spark to the locker room.
For sure. And then we're going to leave the hardest hitting question for the end here, Juwan. What color is the hair today? What are we going with? You're so colorful, man, with your hair. What's the strategy?
Well, actually, this last color I had, I just let my barber do what he wanted to do, and it came out like Sonic Slushy. So I approve.
So you just said, so you go. What do you go see him like every week, every other week? What do you do?
I haven't seen him recently. in the last 3 weeks, man. I just been letting my hair grow back so I can get a clean edge up, man. I can't wait for it. But I normally see him every other week.
All right, and you let him choose the colors?
Not all the time. Just his last time, actually. Just his last time.
What's your favorite? Like when do you feel the best? You come out of the chair, you're like, yeah, that's my color.
That's my color. Oh man, it's too many of them. I can't choose.
So you keep them guessing, huh?
Yeah, got to.
All right, Juwan. Well, listen, buddy, I've just burst onto the scene the last few years. 49er fan favorite, Third and Juwan, Chains, Benny and the Jet, whatever. Mm-hmm. Just call, like you say, just don't call you late for the huddle, right?
Just don't ever do that. No.
Well, listen, Kyle said it, John said it, that the one thing you do is you just play hard every play, and you said it too. So that's the message you got out. That's what we see every Sunday, or in this case, every Thursday. So good luck on Thursday. Win the day today, and thanks for hopping on KNBR with Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, JJ.
Right. Great time. You guys have a good day.
Juwan Jennings on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see stand-up comedian Gabriel Iglesias on the Don't Worry, Be Fluffy tour. This guy is hilarious. He's always made me laugh, and you can go see him. And if you win this contest, you can pick between a show at SAP Center in San Jose or a show at Chase Center. Both shows are in February of next year. So how do you win the contest? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So just rip off the knob. Don't change the channel. Stay right here. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Icon, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Cooler of content. And hey. Cooler of content. How about Cooler of comedy? We're giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias either February 22nd at Chase Center in San Francisco or February 21st, SAP in San Jose. Your choice. Call John Joe right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Gabriel Iglesias. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. 415-896-KNBR. By the way, just an update on the No Food in the Studio Fantasy League. We have reached the end of our regular season, and it appears that not 1, not 2, but all 3 morning show teams missed the playoffs. You had Kittle Rascals finishing as the 9 seed. You had this team is Dog S finishing as the 8 seed. And you had the mid-segment Reeds limping home as the 10 seed. Despite our final season win, we went out with pride, won our finale. But, I went 6-8. Waterboy went 6-8. The tough deal is that this team is Dog S, run by Tony. He actually finished 7-7, which would have tied you, but you lost out by just I'm sorry. The sixth place was 8-6. So my bad. You actually scored. You ready for this, Tony? You scored more points than the team, the 6th seed that made it, which is, can I say this on the air? Double penetration, Walter?
Yeah.
Can I say that?
Well, that's even with me beating Walter this last week, where I put up 160 blanking points.
You scored more points than Walter, too.
I mean, here's the thing. I scored more points on the season than Walter and Young Tony. I have a top 5 team in the league when it comes to points per game.
Buddy, you scored more than the 5 seed and the 6 seed.
That's what I'm saying, man. This is why I hate fantasy football.
Yeah, it's a tough
I told you, I'm the good luck Chuck of the KNBR League. If you want to win, come play me.
I would say that my mistakes were made with the Super Bowl hangover year. We lost the Super Bowl last year.
I got a good roster, too,
There was some hangovers.
This is frustrating.
I just made a couple of stupid mistakes, like leaving guys on the bench when they were, whatever. Doesn't matter. Who cares?
I need to find
Nobody
a new
cares.
DC. I need a new defensive coordinator for my fantasy team.
I thought people could get a kick out of caring about the no food.
You're probably right.
Johnny X.
Probably right.
Well, they do care about the no food in the studio, how we all competed. So for anybody who just needs to know who the real deals are, the 1 seed going into this thing is going to be freaking Lice Boy.
Oh, dude, wash your hair one time.
The 2 seed somehow is Thin Tim. How'd that happen?
Oh, dude, gain some weight.
The 3 seed is Derek freaking Papa.
Oh, he needs to grow some hair.
4 seed is Copes. That's the first year Copes has made the playoffs, I think, in all the years I've been seeing doing this thing.
This guy's got to dye his
How
hair.
did that happen? 5 seed is Danny Dunn. There's no question we're rooting for Danny Dunn.
Is Danny Dunn the Detroit Lions of the KNBR League?
Absolutely.
Everybody is
Detroit
rallying
Lions.
around Danny Dunn to take down everybody else.
Walt got in, but with much scorn because he was outscored by both Young Tony and Marcus.
This is embarrassing.
He should hand in his playoff
After
spot.
I beat him last week, too. I almost doubled his score. He put up like 80 points. I put up 160.
He should hand in his playoff
This is
spot.
embarrassing.
He should hand in it. All right, guys. So there you go. You're up to date on the No Food in the Studio League. Mike Silver's going to join us at 9:30.
No food in the studio. Also, no playoff appearances in the studio.
Very good. The Simpsons. Anybody watch it? Now we have video.
Simpsons.
So we have on our YouTube and Twitch, we actually have the video opponent. So I didn't see it. I was like, whatever. Listen, I like The Simpsons. I was like, I just don't need it. You know what I mean? So I get to watch it here now with everybody. This is how The Simpsons Fun Day football game on Disney Plus opened last night between the Bengals and the Cowboys. Who's that? Is that
Ralph?
That's Ralph. My bad. Thank you for that. That's Ralph. So now we get going here.
Hey, lazy boy. How about getting some non-thumb exercise for a change?
Like you? You're just gonna lay in your hammock and guzzle.
The hammock is exercise. I engage my core to start the gentle swaying.
Looks like there was a meltdown in your core a while ago.
Okay, Junior Simpson. How about a game of actual football? Me and my awesome VIP friend group versus your sucky dweeb nerd posse.
Okay, but if I win, I get your desserts for a month, and not February.
Fine. And if I win, you have to dress up as me, go to work, and do nuclear stuff like a loser.
Deal. I'm already practicing my touchdown dances.
Oh, yeah? So am I.
All right, it's a Simpsons episode.
Not bad, not bad.
He was playing Grand Ref Auto.
Dude, I like that.
On his little device.
It's a nice little Easter egg. Shout out
All
GTA
right.
6 eventually coming out.
That was fun.
It kind of reminded me of you walking down to the living room and seeing Rory and Declan on their devices.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, kids, put the game down. Watch the game with your pops.
Except for they wouldn't even be in the living room. They'd be up in their little playroom where you don't even see them. Yeah.
Tucked away in the attic.
Tucked away in the attic.
Who do they think they are? Harry Potter?
Exactly.
Oh, that was under the staircase.
Mrs. Dursley, who is played by Fiona Shaw, who's in Bad Sister Season 2, but I digress. Nikki Turturro's back.
Nikki T.
And I guess he did a day after his incredible performance. Blank you, blank this, blank everything.
I got 2 words for you. Blank you.
Even Rory had seen it, little 7th grader. I go, oh, you heard it on Cooler Content? He goes, no, Dad, it's on my feed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nikki T's on TikTok.
And I guess Jimmy Kimmel wound up talking about it on the air, too. But anyway, here's Nikki T's, I guess, so much more like calmer reaction in the next day. Here it is.
All right, I had some time to think about this, kind of let it settle in. You know, I understand it's a business. I do. I understand. At the end of the day, it's like show business. But you know what? You wanted to be a Yankee. You wanted to be part of this pinstripe tradition. You got to wear it. You got to go to the World Series. Yes, you helped, even though you can't catch a fly ball whatever. But we took you in. And what? You were a little butthurt over some personal disgruntled shit? It happens. You don't want to be second fiddle. You don't want to play next to Judge because it's Judge. This is the Yankees. Judge came up a Yankee. He's the captain. That's what you signed up for. Reggie came here. Thurman was the captain. But Reggie helps get us over the top. You were part of something here. Yeah. And you shun us. You shun us. It's like Michael Corleone. All right? Michael Corleone, you went out with him and you shunned him for Fredo. You left for Fredo. You're a joke, my friend. And any other Yankee fan that's congratulating him on his contract, you're soft, brother. You're soft. You come here and then you turn and you go to the dumps of Queens. Even though I'm from Queens, they're not the Bronx. They're not the Yankees. They never will be the Yankees. I don't give a about Stevie Cohen's money. I don't care if he's got more money than God. He ain't ever going to be the Yankees.
It's so good the way he starts out. Okay, next day, and by the end, he's screaming, you're soft! You're going to the dumps of Queens!
I don't care if he's got more money than God! He'll never be the Yankees!
Fredo! Dude, the Fredo is incredible.
It's a good call.
But I'm smart, said Fredo.
Yeah, the Mets are so smart.
By the way, I got to give him huge props for shun. That's like, I believe Larry David and Kerr, they did their whole thing, or just Seinfeld did a whole thing on the snub, right, Curls? John Joe?
Oh, he's on the phone.
John Kramer talked about it. He snubbed me. Well, he kept saying, you decided to shun us. You shun us for the Mets. That was so good. By the way, he's talking about some personal thing. This is what happened last night. John Heyman on MLB Network reveals this. Marcus can't believe this.
Unbelievable.
That there's possibly a security guard, an anonymous security guard who may be the reason all this is happening, that he's going to the Mets. Here it is.
One little issue, and I asked Juan Soto about this after they lost the World Series. I took him aside and asked him. There was one little issue with the Yankees where a security guard booted either his mother or his father out of some area, And there were some negative feelings at that moment. Now, this, I think, is back in April or May, and the same guy did it to his driver and chef, and the chef had to wait, and driver had to wait out in the rain. And, I mean, Soto is a family guy. He was not too happy at the time.
Dude! The security guard, the smoking gun.
What the hell are we talking about?
Now, what do you give me for great security guards in sports history? This guy preventing Juan Soto from, and then the guy who beat Michael Jordan in the quarters game and does the shrug to the camera.
Well, I would not describe this security guard as one of the greatest, Murph. I'll say he's one of the worst.
Unbelievable. You guys, the New York Post needs to find who this guy is.
He's the deep throat of security guards.
Dude,
this is the guy behind Watergate. This is the guy behind Soto-gate. This is the guy that's forcing Juan Soto to leave Yankee Stadium.
Not to make light of current events, but to make light of current. I would suggest this security guard get on a Greyhound and go to McDonald's in Altoona. All right, dude.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable. This security. The New York Post must find who this guy is.
Well, it's unbelievable.
There needs to be an investigation.
Well, especially
because the offers were the same.
Well, dude, if this story actually happened and John Heyman said it happened twice, how the hell did this security guard keep his job after the first altercation?
That's Hal Steinbrenner not being George.
Like how? What the hell are you doing?
What if George was like, throw the mom out, throw the dad out?
Yeah, but what's going to happen if
throw the chef out?
What's going to happen if a security guard looks at him the wrong way with the New York Mets?
Well, they won't, because Stevie Cohen will have everybody doing everything right.
Now he's got his own personal suite and everything.
There's a story that he wanted a suite for free, but the Yankees were like, Jeter and Judge pay for their family suites, and they were like, he was like, yeah, well, Steve Cohen's gonna. So Stevie Cohen out here making...
Blank Stevie Cohen. Blank his money. Blank the security guard, too.
All right,
what are we even
stuff,
talking about?
Really fun
security guard.
That's a quality cooler of content.
Have fun not having the security of hitting in front of Aaron Judge, Soto.
We don't have time to get to the Hank Azaria Simpsons guy talking about Mo the bartender. Give me 30 seconds of Mo the bartender talking to sad Yankees fans from... here it is.
Yeah, well, look here, there, Missy. If I may call you that, that's as polite as Mo gets. Mo's from Queens, okay? So you're a Yankee fan walking into Mo's Tavern there. You know, Yankee fans with their fancy imported beer and their bar stools with backs on them and their shelled peanuts, you know what I mean? Mo don't got no time for that. And Mo would say, now you know what it's like, huh? To be the little brother that nobody cares about. You know, let me tell what you Yankee fans can do with all your condescending big brother stuff. Like, oh, I like the Mets. Oh, we root for the Mets. We like the Mets. Yeah, well, how you like us now? We took Soto from you.
That was Hank Azaria live on ESPN with Mina Kimes and Dan Orlowski. He just did that Mo bit off the cuff. It was really good.
Well, blank him too, man.
All right, you soft. All right, fun stuff. Mike Silver to finish the show next on the Sports Leader.
I don't give a about Stevie Cohen's money. I don't care if he's got more money than God.
faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's KNBR's 49ers insider and The Athletic's national columnist Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
Mike Silver of The Athletic is always a fun conversation. Good morning, Michael. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Good. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We've had a lot going on, including a Debo Samuel tweet that got our attention. Dude, what's he doing? Come on.
This is the one from yesterday, correct?
Yeah, where he says, I'm not struggling. I'm just not getting the ball.
Well, I mean, let's list all the big-time receivers who think they should get the ball more than I've ever covered. Hold on. We're out of time. It's kind of the DNA of the position, and some guys can hide it pretty well. Some guys cannot hide it at all, and there's a spectrum. But, it's usually well-meaning in that I can do great things when I have the ball, and I'm trying to help us be great, and I'm out here trying to kill, so get me the ball and, get out of my way. So that's usually kind of where it comes from. But, I would expect Debo and Brandon Ayuk and, anyone else who's performed at that high of a level to feel that. Whether they tweet it or not is a different deal. In the old days, Murph, this would have just been Jerry Rice or T.O. saying something to us in the locker room, and it would have come out the next day. But, I just covered the Bills-Rams on Sunday, and they had Stephon Diggs, who's an elite player, and elevated them. And just from talking to, people on that team, coaches, executives, everybody else, Stephon Diggs being gone has changed the dynamic in that Josh Allen is now just going through his reads, throwing it to whoever's open, and it's functioning much more smoothly. Now you lose a great player in Diggs, but they seem to have gained that, and sometimes it's a trade-off. Look, I think if Debo Samuel were tweeting, "I don't really care if I get the ball," that would probably concern me more.
Well, Mike, I think my biggest concern is it's just straight up a lie, because Debo Samuel has touched the ball more than any other wide receiver on this team. The only guy who has more touches this year is Jordan Mason. So when you're looking at Debo Samuel, what do you see when he actually does have the ball in his hands?
Well, the running yards have not been there like they have in some previous years, and it certainly caught people off guard when Kyle started doing that in the middle of 2021 and using them out of the backfield more. And, he's had his moments since then, but, people do catch up to some degree. They're less dangerous on offense without Christian McCaffrey, and they're less multiple. So that's a factor. And, they are used to going out and controlling games and playing games on their terms, which creates all sorts of mismatches and opportunities. And obviously in recent games, they got blown out of 2, and they had to kind of scratch and claw and pull out the Tampa game. But, it's not always the way it was. But, if you peel it back a little bit, let's go back to March when Debo Samuel was the subject of some trade conversations, and so was Brandon Ayuk, and it went all the way down to, night 1 of the draft, where they essentially decided, fine, we're keeping Ayuk with the intention of paying him. We're drafting Ricky Pearsall as the heir apparent, and clearly that meant Debo was going to be the odd man out after this season. Given that, I thought he handled it pretty well. He came into training camp and looked great and into it, and Ayuk was, not really happy and very emotional and all over the place. And they almost traded Ayuk, and then Debo would have stayed, but they ended up paying him, and Ayuk had that outburst on the practice field, throwing his shorts, all that stuff. So, look, I would argue that football is a tough business. Always people are thinking about their futures and their contracts. It's pretty clear that a lot's going to blow up after the season, and there's a lot of pressure because of that. And so I'm sure Debo is not only thinking about, this might be it with me and the 49ers, but I need someone to pay me next year. And if my production is down, that doesn't help me either.
So we just don't know if he's on the roster in 25? Like, Matt Maiocco was making a case that he would. Others say there's absolutely no way. And you're saying it's in limbo?
I mean, there's always a way, right? Things change totally. But I think, I would point to a lot of players where I wouldn't say they're definitely off or definitely on, but there are going to be conversations about more players than people realize. And this also depends how it goes, right? If they rally and win the Super Bowl, then sure, blow it up and knock yourself out. If they don't make the playoffs, I think you blow it up and you understand that it was necessary. If they rally and get to the conference title game and lose a close one, then maybe you're caught in that can we do it one more time trap. But assuming it's assuming it's not that and it doesn't finish on an incredibly high note, I think you pay Purdy and you are, you're already paying Bosa, of course, and Ayuk. Demo got paid, Lenore, deservedly, and you've kind of made those decisions, and McCaffrey. Anyone else who's not super young and reasonably cheap, we're having conversations about if we're in the 49er, brain trust, and that includes Trent Williams, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, Javon Hargrave, Javon, sorry, get my Javons and Javons mixed up. Javon Hargrave, Greenlaw and Hufanga are both, because of the injury situation, that are going to be free agents. It's possible you could get them back on reasonably cheap one-year deals. I think more likely they'd want Greenlaw in that scenario, but the market's going to somewhat dictate that. Charvarius Ward is probably gone because you're not paying two corners. I think they made that decision when they paid Lenore. And so, that's a lot of names. Now, that doesn't mean they're all gone or they're all squeezed to take pay cuts or, whatever. But those are the conversations. Warner would obviously be another one you're keeping and building around.
Debo Samuel was not the only wide receiver dealing with drama in the NFL, Mike. I did want to ask you about the situation out in Philadelphia. It seems like the friendship has ended between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. So what can you tell us about what's going on out in Philly?
Not enough, but I know I'll be booking a flight there soon. And I've been wanting, my instincts ever since I got to the Athletic in October have been get to Philadelphia. I haven't pulled it off yet, but even though they're winning, I'm very interested in what's going on there. And I'm really interested because Brandon Graham is one of my all-time favorite dudes to cover, just an incredible player, very honest, and, just one of the most solid dudes there are. So if someone else was saying this and then walking it back, I might be like, But, the fact that Brandon Graham said it, especially after he's on IR and possibly done with playing football forever, I think he felt a little free in that moment, and it tells you that, we've known something's wrong, and something's been wrong in Philly. Let's just be honest, 49er fans. If you want to be proud of the Shanahan-era 49ers for all the things they've done, don't neglect this. They ended the Eagles last season. They went in there, they were down, early, and then they got them so messed up that they were like a joke in the playoffs. They couldn't even compete against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, almost fired their coach. He got two new coordinators. Saquon Barkley came because Big Dom and Dre Greenlaw and the whole experience back there last year happened. So the 49ers did not ultimately win the Super Bowl, but they did do ruinous things to the 2023 Philadelphia Eagles. But yeah, it just hasn't seemed right to me since late last season, and even this year now when they're winning, it feels a little off. I wish I had more journalism on it, but I'm hoping to report back on that reasonably soon.
It's funny you said. I do want to ask you about Hargrave before we leave, but it's funny you said that because after they beat the Ravens with Saquon, it was like they were the toasts of the town just 1 week ago. It was like they're the best team in the NFL.
Well, they're winning games, so it's a weird thing, right? But then think about how tenuous it was last year. They were 10-1 and up 6-0 on the Niners early and looked better and like they were going to dominate them. And it was just like, oh my God, what's his name? Hassan Reddick was hitting Purdy. It was like, oh man, this is a nightmare. And then, it all collapsed so fast and so, weirdly. So until the Eagles are hoisting a Lombardi, I'm not buying it. I feel like they're just a little more tenuous than it seems, though they are winning games. And obviously they've gotten better coordinator-wise with Fangio, certainly, and they've gotten better personnel-wise, which is a credit to Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie and that fine operation. And Big Dom, who I go way back with and love dearly when he's not injecting himself into NFL action. He seems to have, not been an incident this year, which is nice.
This would be the week for you to tell your athletic guys to loosen the purse strings. Steelers at Eagles. Great game. Huge game.
I'm doing Lions Bills. They loosened them, but,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, two really good games this week. Steelers, Eagles, Lions, Bills. All right.
Yeah, I'm doing this weird skipping around thing where I see everyone twice. It's Rams Bills, which I did, then Rams Niners, then Lions Bills, and then ultimately Lions Niners, which hopefully will still be rife with playoff implications.
Could be. Last one for you on the way out just this morning, just now in the last hour. OverTheCap.com reported that the Niners, per a league source, recently restructured the contract of Javon Hargrave for 25 and 26 in what looks to be a setup to allow for a post-June 1 release next year, writes Over the Cap's Jason Fitzgerald. Is that in keeping with what you'd think then? That would mean it. That means no more Hargrave.
Yeah, and it's weird because they certainly miss him, right? Like the wide nine, I'm no schematic genius, but like the wide nine works way better when you have monsters on the inside and Warner and Greenlaw chasing people down, because otherwise the weakness of that scheme is that inside run, and the 49ers have certainly been susceptible to it. But Hargrave is older, makes a lot, and probably didn't have as good a year last year as is commonly perceived, but is absolutely the best they got by a mile right now. So it's unfortunate that he's out. I would also say this as for Thursday. I just saw the Rams, like, if they look offensively like they did on Sunday, duck for cover. Because, like, when Stafford all of a sudden looks like that, and Puka's back, and Kupp is back, and they can run it, like, they obviously gave up a zillion points and yards to the Bills. But if that offense shows up 4 days later, 49ers better score a lot.
Whew, man, scary. I know, 44 points on the Bills. All right, Mikey, good wide range in chat. We'll enjoy your trip to Santa Clara and be good.
Thanks. Talk to you soon.
Mike Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Bigelow Tea, the good people from Bigelow Tea. I think I'm going to see those guys tomorrow. I can tell them how much we love Gwen Stefani being part of our reads. And, of course, Bigelow Tea being the #1 tea in the Bay Area. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. Year-round, baby. Not just Christmas time. But you can grab a mug at Christmas time. It's really good. English breakfast, chamomile, all the different flavor options. Perfect for those of us here soothing our throats on the microphone. Keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow Tea right here at KNBR. So, grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, take a listen to this right now. Okay, so this is Creed and ready? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Wow.
Some lunatic on the web merged Creed. Wait for the next line here.
Wow, dude. What the hell are we listening to?
The internet, man. Oh man!
Wow.
I got it off of. I got to give the guy credit. Can you see, Tony, the link on this? It says check your link. The guy, from a guy named Richard Harambe, tweeted it, but he was tweeting it from somebody else. We got to give full credit to this person.
It's an account called There I Ruined It.
Okay, There I Ruined It.
Well,
Thank
he
you.
ruin the song? That's the question.
To be honest, I think I ride with it.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
How about you?
I don't mind the parody, but I feel like the guy really dropped the ball when he gets to the chorus and does the traditional "Can You Take Me Higher?" It's a song about Rudolph. The chorus should be, "Can you make it brighter?"
That's pretty good.
To a place where no reindeer can see.
That's pretty good.
I mean, that's the whole bit. He's got the bright
Look
nose.
at you. Where were you with Creative Tony and
Here it is,
Polly
me and
back in the
Polly
day,
Mac.
buddy?
Can you make it brighter?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Were you part of
To a place where reindeer see.
You got it. Were you?
Can you make it brighter?
I'm here.
To a place that reindeer see.
That's a new range for you, dude.
That's got to sound awful on the YouTube stream where there's no background music. I apologize to Tacky and all the boys in the chat.
Oh, man. We got to get that music on the YouTube stream.
Can you take me higher?
What was I singing earlier today? We both were singing today.
I know. We're in a singing mood.
Earlier this morning, we were doing something.
Was that today or yesterday?
It was early this morning.
I think it was yesterday.
All
you were
these
singing.
days blend together.
Yeah, they do blend together.
Yeah, you were singing some Christmas music yesterday.
Yeah, I was. One long morning. That's what it is. One long morning. That's
Just
what it
20
is.
hours a week talking 49ers.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, thank you. There, I ruined it. There. Thank you. There, I ruined it. Well, we're not going to ruin what did young Tony learn today because last night, the Cincinnati Bengals and Dallas Cowboys played in a meaningless Monday Night Football game. How about that game?
Oof.
You got a 4-8 versus, we want to step on the
and shout
intro
out.
here?
I was going to say shout out to Creed performing that song at a Thanksgiving Cowboys game.
You remember that?
Bro, he was flying around on those like giant
that sticks in
strings or
my head,
flags
too.
or whatever the hell they were, like the curtains.
I remember thinking this is when like where careers go to die is the Thanksgiving halftime
dude.
thing.
He was out there in the curtains. Looking like one of those go-go dancers
I remember
or something.
Big Bad Voodoo Daddy playing there. All
Big
that
Bad
stuff.
Voodoo
Yeah,
Daddy?
yeah. Who wanted to play at a Super Bowl
Who the
halftime?
hell was that?
They played the Super Bowl halftime
No
one year.
way.
Yeah. So they block. It's 20-20, fourth quarter. Nobody cares. They block a punt. That's amazing. The Cowboys are going to win the game.
Nope.
Except for when the punt. This is I don't know how many people knew this rule. That once a punt is blocked, if it stays behind the line of scrimmage, it's the property of the team that blocked it. If it crosses the line of scrimmage, it becomes a live punt. Therefore, it's like if you touch it, it's live.
Mm-hmm.
So it crossed the line of scrimmage off the hands of the blocker, which meant that the Cowboys should just stay away from it.
Peter.
One of their players, I don't have his name in front of me, touched it, fumbled, and everybody immediately said, oh, first of all, you're going to lose the game because Jamar Chase then scores a touchdown, Bengals win. And second of all, why'd you touch that ball? And then third of all, oh my God, this happened 30 years ago when Leon Lett famously in a snowy Thanksgiving Day game did the same thing. Here it is.
Stoyanovich will decide it as he will try this field goal, which will be 40 yards. Doug Peterson to hold. Blocked.
A Dallas player touched the ball, and then the Dolphins went on and recovered it. Someone touches the football here. It's Leon Lett. No!
Oh, Lett, who is haunted by his Super Bowl misplay. And the Dolphins, as if they received an early holiday present, cheer on the sidelines. The Dolphins pull it out. 16-14. Game over.
Incredible. So there you go. Tony, you had not heard about the Leon Lett snow Thanksgiving kick blunder.
No, I was watching the Manning cast, and Peyton Manning goes, Leon Lett. And I was like, first of all, who the hell's Leon Lett? And then I did some pre-show research this morning, and I found out about this play, and I was like, this is perfect. Well, what did I learn today?
Well, Leon Lett, that's not the only play he was famously in. In the Super Bowl, he was coasting home with a fumble return when our friend of the program, Steve Tasker, chased him down and knocked it out of his hand before he got there.
It was
Don Beebe. I'm sorry, Don Beebe. My bad. Confused my little scrappy white Bills receivers.
Oh, that happens a lot, Murph.
All right, guys. Well, good one, Young Tone. All right, Marcus, we'll figure it out, see what the Giants do, see what, I don't know. We'll see what the world has for us tonight. No Warrior game tonight.
No dubs, not until tomorrow.
Well, who knows? They might trade for LeBron James between now and then.
Ooh, LeBron James.
We'll leave it at that. John Joe Curley, Young Tone, let's do it. That was all, by the way, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug. And tea proudly, and now the handover to Papa and Silver is sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Oh, we root for the Mets. We like the Mets. Yeah, well, how you like us now? We took Soto from you.
I don't give a about Stevie Cohen's money. I don't care if he's got more money than God. He ain't ever going to be the Yankees.
How about if you take that for data?
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Long wait for the long snap. Here it is. Bell tie. Rams coming after it. They block it. It's stuffed. It's scooped. It's scooped at the 20. Hunter Long carries it in. Touchdown LA. Jake Hummel got the block. A special teams touchdown. With 12:29 to go in the second quarter. 16-7 LA.
Third down and 4. Purdy out of the shotgun. Looks right. Throws. Caught. Jawan Jennings diving into the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco.
Yeah, guess what? It was third down. And Jawan Jennings shows up.
Stafford from the shotgun. Looking left. Throws right. Receiver screen. Caught. Blocked. Touchdown. Puka Nacua. Touchdown LA. With 1:54 remaining, a receiver screen for a 2-possession lead over the Buffalo Bills.
They've changed ends to start the fourth quarter, trying to get in the south end zone. Handoff to Garendo. Touchdown! San Francisco.
We like Ike.
So with the Niner win, they are 6-7, but the Rams, with a win of the weekend, one of them beat Buffalo or ahead on Buffalo. So they're going to go to 7-6.
Short week. We turn the page fast. That's right. Yesterday was our day to revel in the good vibes. 38-13 over the Chicago Bears. There was another element to that Sunday, though, and it wasn't just the fact that the Arizona Cardinals are frauds and can't beat the Seahawks ever. It was the fact that the Rams beat the Buffalo Bills, and now that makes Thursday's matchup even bigger. Next 4 hours with the Gregs here on the airwaves. I'm in San Francisco if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch. And then Greg Papa is down at Levi's getting ready for a short week. How's the studying going? You cramming like crazy?
I'm cramming for the Rams. The Ram cram, as Tim Ryan calls it. So what we have to do is consolidate multiple days into a single day. So today is Wednesday, Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday, Saturday. And Thursday will be Sunday. But we got a whole day to get ready, and we'll do the show from Levi's on Thursday. So these Thursday night games are hard, obviously. I mean, usually the coaches spend about 100 hours to get ready for a game per week. They're not going to be alive 100 hours from the time that the Chicago and 49er game ended and J.B. Long, the voice of the Rams, they block punt. How the hell did they, in a scoop and score, how did they get to 44 points on the Buffalo Bills? Some of it was that. Kyron Williams ran for a couple of touchdowns. Stafford threw for 2, and their special teams got 1. So it's 96 hours. So they're all going to sleep in the building. We're all sleeping in our pajamas. I'm going to interview John Lynch. That's why I'm here today for the game plan interview in the pregame before we get ready for Thursday night football. So it's a lot. The schedule is truncated. We'll hear from Kyle later today. So even though it's Tuesday on your Gregorian calendar, we should break that out a little bit. Pope Gregory the 13th, by far the best pope of all time, came up with the calendar, and the Gregs on the reg love it. Anyway, it may be your Tuesday, but it's our Wednesday, Thursday. Niners going to have a night practice tonight at 5:10, right when the game will start on Thursday. So we'll be here all day. And, yeah, we're cramming for the Rams. And obviously, they're playing well. What they were able to do, and we gave the numbers. And you're the one that's been on top of it more than anybody. But Seattle's 8-5. The Rams are 7-6. And Arizona and the Niners are 6-7. And the 49ers have lost to the L.A. Rams, and we'll get into it more. I think where this whole thing began to get off the rails, but they can get it back on. I know 6-7. What the guys are talking about now is the playoffs have already started. The Bears game was playoff game number 1. So, a very wise young man once said, I'm not going to say it's a must-win, but it's a gotta-have-it game, because if you lose, you're almost done. I think that was, I heard that just minutes ago, Silver. So it's kind of like that. I mean, mathematically, if they lose on Thursday and can't beat L.A., they get swept. They're not mathematically out, I don't think, although you'll tell me, but it's not good. So I think what you have to do here is basically win out. And we've seen this team, 2019, Bosa and Debo were rookies. What did they do? They went 8-0 to start the year, all the way, 8-0, bro, all the way to the Super Bowl. What'd they do the year McCaffrey got here? They lost right away. They fell to 3-4 when they lost to Kansas City. Then they went to L.A. Remember, the Rams did not get Christian McCaffrey. They wanted Christian McCaffrey. That was one where John Lynch got over on Les Snead and Kyle got over on Sean McVay. It's a good rivalry between them all. I've read a book about this rivalry. Then the Niners right after that won the last 10 of the regular season. 2 in the playoffs. They won 12 in a row. Last year, they started 5-0, bro. They had the 3-game losing streak going into the bye, but they got hot coming out of that, went to Philadelphia, trampled them, did trip up against Baltimore, and kicked the game against the Rams, the last game of the year. The last time the Rams were here was a meaningless game. It was Sam Darnold versus Carson Wentz. Sam's playing great, by the way, but we'll move on from that topic. But anyway, so the Niners are fully capable. What they need to do after what happened, getting lambasted at Lambeau and the Buffalo Blizzard, was come home and win 5 in a row. You play them one at a time, but they got one against Chicago. They've got to follow it up by beating L.A. And their mind is not, we need this to happen to go 9-8. They can beat the Lions. They can beat Miami. They can beat Arizona and Glendale. And if they don't, they may not go. And then they're going to need some help along the way. But we've detailed how difficult Seattle's schedule is, Greg, and they may lose their next 2. We'll see. But they got to beat L.A. And where this thing, with the situation you're in, is you're not, they're 6-7. You're not 11-2, whatever they were last year, 10-3. You're 6-7. And how did you get here? To me, it's the first loss, the significant one, to the Rams. They lost to Minnesota in week 2, but that Ram game in week 3, and we'll have to go back and watch it, and the guys have been watching it, obviously getting ready for Installation Day and the rematch against the Rams, but that game was, I don't want to say over, but they were up 14-0 in that game. Juwan Jennings on his way to a hat trick, had 2 touchdowns right away. Brandon Ayuk was taking coverage away. Where it all fell apart was the 4th and 6 fake punt, when they should have just gone punt safe there. If they go punt safe there and leave Nick Bosa at end and not Chris Conley, the Rams just punt the ball away. They're not going to run into Bosa on a fake. They're not doing that. But Conley was there. They called it. They picked up the 6. They were in the end zone right away to Kyron Williams. Jennings got a 3rd touchdown. I thought it was back at 21-7, but then it all got crazy, and they attacked some people, and they wound up winning on a Cardi field goal with 2 seconds to go. A Stanford guy, 27-24. So you're in this predicament for a reason. Obviously, the Arizona loss, the Seattle loss, a lot of stumbles along the way. But to me, it was week 3 in L.A. where they were unable to beat L.A. They may have eliminated L.A. L.A. was 0-2 to start the year. The week before, they got run over by Arizona, 41-10. If they fall to 0-3, do they trade Cooper Kupp? Where's their year
Would have been
looking
0-5
like?
Eventually.
Would they have gone 0-5?
I think they started 1-4 with a win over the Niners that we feel like they shouldn't have had. So, yeah, and crazy to think
they
now
lost
they're
to
7-6.
Chicago and they lost to Green Bay. Coming out of the bye is where they got right?
Yes, they started getting a little healthier, and now we got Cooper Kupp healthy. Puka Nacua was a monster on Sunday against Buffalo, and Matthew Stafford, sometimes he looks like he's 48, sometimes he looks like he's 28, and he looked like the best I've ever seen against Buffalo on Sunday. He was able to do whatever he wanted, and they got to find a way to get some pressure on him. But we got a full show ahead. We got Marcus Thompson joining us at 10:30. Didn't talk a lot of Warriors and basketball yesterday. We'll get to talk about NBA Cup and some of the things Marcus has been writing about with the Warriors and tightening their rotation. Dante Whitner will join us for his weekly conversation at 12:30. We'll talk about the 49ers defense, which he said was more basic than some of his high school schemes. So we'll get a follow-up on that. And then Kyle Shanahan will be at the podium on 1:30 because, like you said, Papa, today is a Wednesday-Thursday. So we're kind of cramming it in. I personally like the short week because I want to know sooner than later if they beat the Rams and we can keep drawing out this hope, or if they lose this game. Let's find out now. But we're going to have the next 3 hours, 50 minutes or so to talk about it. It's Papa and Silver here on a Tuesday as we get ready for a Thursday night matchup on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch stopped by the morning show today with Murph and Marcus to discuss how pleased he was with the 49ers' response on Sunday and how it can fuel them on a short week as they take on the Rams on Thursday Night Football. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Draymond down the lane to touch it down! Exclamation point! And he went night-night himself! He's doing the night-night all the way down the floor.
I know he was in Paris for the gold medal game. I'm sure he'll hit a dagger 3 at some point, but the dagger dunk in the night, that's new territory for the night-night because you won't see me doing that.
Yeah, I thought he almost broke his neck doing it. He wasn't even playing defense at that next possession. He was just doing that the whole time. So to see him kind of break out something that's so special with Steph was pretty cool.
I think he did the whole night through the whole possession.
That was great. That makes the NBA fun. We get to compete like that. Both teams out there, battling, competing with all they got, and trash talk, going back and forth. It makes basketball fun, and we was able to see that tonight.
The Draymond Green night-night montage that we closed the show with yesterday, Papa, and the Warriors. I think you saw both the good and the bad, the best and the not so impressive against the Timberwolves between Friday to Sunday. They split that little doubleheader, I guess day in between, so a doubleheader-ish, but they did it without Andrew Wiggins when they won, and Buddy Hield caught fire. First time that they had 3 players score 20-plus in the year, but then they also had a 17-point loss on Friday night when Minnesota beat the Warriors for the 5th straight time, and they just looked overmatched. So I think we're seeing with this team, when Steph Curry's at his best, when you have a second threat that's not Steph Curry, and Buddy Hield was finally firing on all cylinders, that was a big help for the Warriors in their win on Sunday. You kind of see both the good and the bad, and they got the NBA Emirates Cup quarterfinal ahead of them. They were the 3 seed in the West, so they'll go to Houston on Wednesday and try to win their 16th straight against the Houston Rockets.
Well, they're flying there shortly, and they're going to play tomorrow night. And the big thing is Wiggins and what's going on with the ankle. He already had a right ankle impingement for a few games there, and he played through it, and then he re-rolled it badly driving to the basket on Friday, and they really took any chance they had about winning that game. They just had a rough, the second quarter alone, they scored 15 points. They scored 90 points in an NBA game. And we saw them, win a game earlier under 100, but that's not who they are. They got to score. And Wiggins gives you both, two-way. He can score on one end and obviously guard Anthony Edwards on the other. So they had to completely reinvent themselves going into the game on Sunday, and they did. The analytics department helped, and Don Nelson kind of invented going small in the NBA. He loved it with St. Lee, and Mully loves it. Their mantra was, if they go small, we get smaller. Let's go small. Let's get small. Steve Martin and, Rod Higgins starting at center, but Rod could shoot the ball as a center so he could lift the opponent's defense away, and he was a good basketball player. Man, did they go small on Sunday night. And a little bit is, the Kathmandu's no longer there. They do have Naz Reid. Naz Reid would be a perfect Warrior. He would solve all your problems about having a big that can shoot it from outside and still defend. You got to get your hands on a stretch 5 like that. But in the meantime, I don't know how you do it without breaking it up. And there's just, the guys that are worth trading for. Vucevic just costs too much money. And you got to give up players that make a lot of money. And you don't want to do that. They're your better players. So what did they do? They started Gary Payton II next to Steph, which is not in itself. And I wonder about doing that more because they do play well together. Payton obviously is a dog, and his defense on Anthony Edwards in particular, the fourth quarter, he's got a lot of the skills. His dad was just a great on-ball defender. He'd get down low and, slam the floor, and it was like, oh, gee, the glove's mad. What am I going to do? Obviously, Payton's not big like his dad. But he guards passing lanes. He had one where he was on the ball and he still took the roll pass. He's feisty. And he's not a completely unguardable player. I'd like to see him not shoot the above the break 3 and keep it strictly to the corners. He seems to miss that shot, the corners he makes, but he's a smart player. He knows how to dive. He gets in the dunker. He knows how to play with Steph Curry. But the real shocker was starting Buddy Buckets, Buddy Love, Buddy Bohemian. And he went off. He started slowly. But then he got going, and when there was one ball movement in the second quarter where it looked like Pop Spurs or the Warriors, more pre-Durant, and somewhat Durant, where they just went good to better to best and boom, 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 all the way around, and he just got a top of the key 3 and just nailed it. And that's how you play. And then he started the strut, and then he got going. I mean, he played 34-34 and scored 27, made 7 threes. Peyton guarded all the way. Kuminga. The real dilemma we'll get in with Marcus is what we've been talking about is start Kuminga at 5. What the hell? I don't know why he can't play 3. They're going to have to solve that. But it's more, who else on this team can play 5 besides Draymond Green? Because they started Draymond and against Rudy Gobert, and that's going to bring out the best in Draymond on both ends of the floor. You can get away with it because they're not going to straight 5 down and post you over and over again. Houston with Sengun, it'll be a problem if you go small in that game. So, Trace Jackson-Davis got a DNP CD. He didn't play at all. Kavan's playing 21 minutes. So, outside of Draymond, what 5? Kyle Anderson can play 5. And if you want to go small, do that. I want to go out and get a stretch 5. You got to get a pick and pop 5. These guys, the Splash Brothers kind of, the three's been around for a while in the ABA and the NBA, but the Warriors are the one team that just don't have 5 out. You want to play 5 out with this group to open the floor with Kuminga. Well, we'll solve it later when they get to the deadline in February. But right now, you need Andrew Wiggins back to be able to guard. And then, how do you adjust this lineup? I think Buddy Hield's better coming off the bench, but you had to get him going. They featured him, and he went off. He's kind of the X factor. It's Buddy barometer. If he is shooting and happy and scoring, this team wins. I mean, look at his numbers in the wins versus the losses. Ideally, you play Buddy when you have the ball, and you play GP2 when you're defending. That's the ideal basketball player. And then you get Steph and Draymond and Kuminga and Wiggins are your best players. So how do you make it all work? And then as far as the night, that was just the ultimate revenge. It was Gobert, who Draymond, obviously, the fact that he's got 4 depoys and Draymond's got 1.
How about Steph setting the screen?
It was a complete reversal and everything. It was Draymond as the primary ball handler up top. You ever see Draymond face up like that? We were talking about, earlier, Kuminga late in the game without Steph and Draymond with the double screen, getting middle. And, he just, the way he faced him, but it was Jaden McDaniels, was a great defender on Steph setting the screen. And the reason Gobert is just an overrated defender, Draymond just turned the corner on him easily, went in and dunked on him. And that's Draymond Green. That's not Steph Curry. So the fact that he was able to dunk, and he was in the vicinity, the French rejection, the stifle tower was not much of a factor there. And he sat down on him. And then he obviously went back and had a little fun with it. What was Gobert's reaction to that? There's something there. Last time, when they first played Minnesota last year was in the NBA Cup, and he wound up choking Gobert, put a full Nelson on him and got suspended. So we'd much rather, have him do the night. And he did it for a long time. That is kind of Steph's thing. But whatever, Draymond, if he got excited and the guys liked it. But the big issue really is when Andrew Wiggins comes back, and we certainly hope it's in Houston. They got some perimeter guys you got to guard. How do you make this puzzle work? How do you rearrange people? Can you play Buddy Hield and Gary Payton II simultaneously a lot of minutes? How do you get Steph? How do you get your best players on the floor? Your best players are Steph, Draymond, Kuminga, and Andrew Wiggins. How do you get them out there, and who's that 5th player? And then really, ultimately, is how much do you want to play Draymond at 5? If you want to just start him and roll him and play him 5, that's your best lineup because then they're all happy. For some reason, they can't get Kuminga to play 3. That means to me you just got to spread the floor. You got to play 5 out to open up the floor. And I see why it's congested when you have non-shooters. I thought Trace Jackson-Davis would learn to shoot from the outside. Looney is serviceable because they don't guard him, but he's not an outside shooter, obviously. I thought Trace Jackson-Davis, the one element of his game he could improve was not just the pick and roll and the pick and lob, but the pick and pop and actually learn to shoot a 3. That to me, you want to play in the NBA and play on this team, learn to make a 3-pointer as a big man, and he's not even that big. So they got small. It worked. It worked against Minnesota. Can it work against Houston and others? And then how do you ultimately do this? How do you put the pieces together, and how much do you want to play Draymond Green at 5?
Well, the pleasant surprise on Sunday to me, Papa, was Gary Payton playing 27 minutes, which is not a very GP2 number. Usually you can get a lot out of him in more of a 13 to 16-minute spurt, but he was able to go 27, and they needed it because you didn't have Andrew Wiggins out there. and you played Peyton and Hield together. I'm with you in that I like Buddy Hield coming off the bench, but almost for the first half, and then you see if he can get going. And if it's one of those nights where Buddy is a flamethrower, I like him out there with Steph in quarters 3 and 4, because then you have somebody that can make you pay if you're playing too much on Steph. I think that's the issue with the Warriors. They don't always have enough closers to where, and we talked about this with Sam Gordon last week, teams are just forcing and begging people not named Steph Curry to beat you offensively. And Draymond Green is very much their second best player, but he's not going to kill you offensively from a scoring standpoint. He will be smart. He'll set screens. He'll facilitate. He's not going to be your putting the ball in the bucket to get you double digits in a fourth quarter. So that's kind of the big question moving forward. And if you get a version of Buddy Hield like you got on Sunday, you can beat teams like Minnesota, who they themselves are still trying to figure some things out. But we'll go ahead and take our break now so we can get into this with Marcus Thompson. We'll talk about the shortened rotations. We'll talk about Jonathan Kuminga. We'll talk about what they do as far as playing Draymond at the 5 and how they can make this work against Sengun and the Houston Rockets in the quarterfinals of the Emirates NBA Cup. That's all coming up. Marcus Thompson next. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on? It's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people, and today we are talking about unfiled and unpaid tax returns.
This is such a common situation. And you know what? 2 weeks from now, it's going to be Christmas Eve. How about giving yourself and your family a present and getting out of this mess and enjoying the Christmas holidays instead of thinking about when's that IRS agent going to come knock on your door and ruin your life, your business, your marriage. And for example, I was talking to one of your listeners and he had a problem that's so common. He can't pay his taxes, usually because people usually don't file their taxes because they can't pay them, or they file them but they can't pay them, or they made some type of deal and they can't do it. In this particular client, not only are we going to do his returns, I found something he wasn't aware of. We're going to save him money. So the bottom line is, if you haven't filed returns, even if it's for years, even if it's because you don't have the money, that's no problem. We'll file the returns and make a deal for you. And if you filed all your returns, but you say there's no way in the world you can pay them, that's okay. There's all kinds of good deals to get around that. The only thing you have to do is give us a call and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess. I want to enjoy my Christmas holiday.
Appreciate it, Steve. You can go and give him a call. He mentioned he heard from a KNBR listener, so if you're facing these problems of unfiled and unpaid tax returns, go be next on that list. Steve Moskowitz of Moskowitz LLP. You can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, it's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Anthony Edwards. And 2-2 again.
Peeled off him. He switched off of him.
Buddy Hield for three. Good!
Look at GP2 admiring his work. He created that with his defense.
A center explodes. Buddy is back with 27. And Gary Payton started it all off.
Defense to offense. Gary Payton the second, the steal. Buddy Hield the corner three, and that was a big one. Put the Warriors up 6 in the final minutes. They went on to win it 114-106 after losing 107-90 to the same Minnesota Timberwolves team on Friday night. It's Papa and Silver. We are waiting to make the connection with Marcus Thompson. So while we are doing that, Papa, let's continue where we left off with the Golden State Warriors. It was Gary Payton II. It was Buddy Hield. It was Jonathan Kuminga. How about these reports from Shams about Jimmy Butler being an option on the trade market and the Golden State Warriors being one of those teams linked to get someone like Jimmy Butler, averaging 19 points a game. Little bit older, though, but also has proven big-time playoff experience.
Yeah, I want to hear what Marcus has to say about it. Shams sent out the tweet. The Heat are open to listening to offers for Jimmy Butler, a league source told ESPN, and the 6-time All-Star is believed to prefer a win-now contender in any trade. So that's been out there for a while, that Pat Riley would move Jimmy Buckets. Tim Kawakami earlier today did send me a text. Paul George can be traded. We thought it was January when the contract would allow it. He can actually be traded in 5 days. So December the 15th, and Marcus and Mark Spears were dropping that date. So, after the 49ers play the Rams on Thursday night, we'll start to get into, and obviously the hot stove, and see if Buster can get a picture. But the next thing will be, it's more open for in-season business a little earlier. I think you're going to wait to the trade deadline of February the 6th, but there is going to be some movement on this. December the 15th would be the date. So do you want Jimmy Butler on your team? Sure. Jimmy Butler's a dog. He would guard. He's a two-way player. You got, besides Wiggs, Kuminga guards well, but some nights he's indifferent with that. Buddy Hield's an offensive player. When he's shooting the ball well, he's killing it. But he's mainly an offensive player, and they attack him, and GP2's the opposite. GP2's not terrible offensively, but when you go get a guy like Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Buckets, who came into the NBA as a stopper defensively and taught himself like Kawhi to be a good offensive player, but he's older. And what's he going to cost? So anytime you're looking at, trading for Paul George after December the 15th, I want a stretch 5. Nick Vucevic would be the guy, but look at how much money he makes. You have to match salaries to get close enough. Marcus will explain it. So if you want to go get Jimmy Butler, who do you have to give up? I don't want to trade Kuminga at all. I don't want to trade Andrew Wiggins. They're going to want those two guys. So you would have a conversation. Moses Moody, I know he's hurt right now, but it seems like he doesn't fit in what they like. He just plays too slow. I thought Trace Jackson Davis would develop more in the offseason after his rookie year and learn to shoot the ball more outside. He's a good player. Really good player. I'd love to have him. Can you get Miles Turner from Indiana? I mean, there's just other pieces that would fit. But tell me, I would not trade Andrew Wiggins for Jimmy Butler. Straight up, I would not do that. So Riles is going to want a younger version of Jimmy just for the salary. So, I mean, who do the Warriors offer that makes sense to get Jimmy Butler?
I wouldn't trade Andrew Wiggins either. And I think that in any trade to get a player of a caliber, Jimmy Butler, you probably got to throw Jonathan Kuminga in the package. Now, it is interesting, and I don't know if they want to trade Kuminga. I think it would probably have to be a specific kind of player, a specific kind of package, if they even want to go there after what they just went through over the last summer. And I mentioned Jimmy Butler's scoring average of 19 points. In Marcus Thompson's column, and by the way, he said he is about 4 or 5 minutes away from joining the show, so we will get to talk to Marcus in a bit. But from Marcus Thompson's most recent column, when Jonathan Kuminga plays 25-plus minutes, he's averaging 19.3 points a game. So if we're talking just the metric of scoring, it is about an even split with Jimmy Butler. Now, they're two very different players, and I think that if the Warriors are to tighten this rotation, which they've kind of done over this losing streak and Steve Kerr trying to get the team back on track, you're going to have more tradable pieces. It seems like Moses Moody is always someone who can't find his way into a top 8 or 9 of the rotation. They just signed him to 3 years, $39 million extension. That would probably be part of a trade package. I don't think that Steve would want to let go of Gary Payton II and Kevon Looney, considering how hard he lobbied to keep them on the roster over the offseason, knowing there was reports that he went to Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and said, hey, look, these are two guys that have a lot of value on the team. They're great locker room guys, and they don't cost a lot of money. And to Steve's credit, they have played a lot better this year. Gary Payton II has been healthier, and Kevon Looney has looked about 2-3 years younger and is defending at an elite level. So it's interesting. We'll talk to Marcus about if it would work salary-wise. I wouldn't trade Andrew Wiggins to get Jimmy Butler. I'm not even sure about trading Jonathan Kuminga for Jimmy Butler, because then it's like you have Wiggins and Butler. Yes, that's good defense on the perimeter. Also less explosiveness, and I'm wondering if it makes you even more one-dimensional offensively, because Butler's never really been an outside shooter.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade either one of them for him. I mean, I like Jimmy Butler. We saw him come into the NBA as a rookie, and he's a dog, but he's older. They're both younger players who do exactly what he does in a different way. I'm not doing it. So the real question is, how do you make this work? Your best players are clear. It's Steph Curry, it's Draymond Green, it's Jonathan Kuminga, and it's Andrew Wiggins. The other guys, rotate around it. Who's that fifth guy? Well, Heel when you're on offense and Peyton second. You can rotate guys, Pajemski, Kyle Anderson. There's guys. But just how do you make it work? I mean, the real easy way to do it is just play Draymond Green at 5 the entire time he's on the floor. Well, you can't do that. We talked about, Marcus wrote a big piece about Draymond's body and lifting weights, and he's drinking wine. He's given up alcohol throughout the year and all that. But he's got those ice packs on his knees. Steph has, he has problems with his knees. He's got tendonitis, and you got to nurse. These guys are old. They played in 5 finals in 8 years. They're, Steph's 30, he's going to be 37. It just is what it is. So these other guys are going to have to play. Kuminga's proven. I'm not just going to give him minutes, because if he plays more minutes, he scores more. He needs to earn minutes. Everything is earned. And he's playing well now. He's fitting in. He played well, got him a win when Steph and Draymond were out. They're fine. Let's not overreact. They are 14-9. I think right now they're a 50-win team. You want certainly internal growth, but the strength in numbers is kind of backed off a little bit. Guys aren't playing. Lindy Waters III continues to play a lot of minutes. Moody got hurt the other night, so that's not fair. But, Pods, I think Slow-Mo should play more. Anyway, the real issue is, how do you play 5 out like the entire NBA plays? Yeah. That would be the issue. Is, Draymond's your best 5 by far, and he's a great 5 because he can spread the floor. He's good offensively. They're going to sag off of him, but he knows how to make you pay. When you're sagging off of him, you give him space. He'll dice you up. He's a great screen setter. He's great in the split action game in the post. So, but really, if you want to play him at 4, who's the ideal 5? I'm searching. I thought it could be TJD based on how he played, but he's not a shooter. Looney's a great player. 9 rebounds the other night, his defense, but, how long can you play that? So really, how do you get your hands on a stretch 5? Is there one in the G League somewhere? Is there someone, Miles Turner would be the guy, but in order to get him, what do you have to give up? Then you got to trade one of these people I don't want to trade. So if you want to solve the whole Kuminga can't play 3, he has to play 4, the hell he has to. You need a 5 that can shoot the ball. And you open up the floor, and you're not clogging the lane in the post, and you play 5 out. A lot of teams in the NBA play 5 out. It's kind of the way to go. I think, I'd rather play 4 out, 1 in. But, if you want to stretch it out, what 5 out there can you get your hands on that can shoot the basketball that's not on the roster and won't cost you any of your prime time rotational players?
So you're saying it's time for the Quentin Post era to begin?
Well, maybe. Can he shoot it? Yeah. Where is he? Santa Cruz?
Yeah, he's been in Santa Cruz a lot of the season. Another element, which we haven't even gotten into, and we will talk about this with Marcus, and now Walter is telling me that we're going to take a break here in about a minute or so, and then we'll take that break, get Marcus coming up on the backside of that so we can keep this thing going. And not get too behind the clock. On a short week of 49ers here, we need to value clock management just for the good karma of it all. But D'Anthony Melton was fitting so nicely, and this is not to go on a whole D'Anthony Melton segment. We get it. He had the sprained ACL, ended up getting season-ending surgery. The reason I bring it up, though, is because it seemed like such a good fit to the point where I'm thinking, oh, the Warriors are certainly going to re-sign him after his one-year deal is up. Now there's talk of, if the Warriors make a trade because you don't have Melton in the short term, do you include his salary in that package, which is just $12.8 million?
And you can re-sign him in the offseason. And I think he is tradable. December 15th is the date that's coming up, right? Is that Sunday? I think that's Sunday. So the Niners will be off. We'll watch everybody else in the NFC West play besides the Niners and Rams, and hope that Seattle loses. But anyway, Arizona will probably win. But either way, Sunday will be interesting to see. If you won't do it right away. It's just you can do it. But I think if Anthony Melton was healthy, he wouldn't solve the problem. Your best, Steph and somebody. Melton just allows you not to go GP2, Buddy Hield, defense, offense. He's just one guy that can play both. He's a two-way player. But your best front line is Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green, unless you could drop Andrew Wiggins into the backcourt. That, to me, is the ideal. And then you play simply Kuminga at 3, Draymond at 4, but you need a 5. So they do have a guy in the G League that can shoot the basketball?
I mean, everyone can shoot the basketball these days, but...
Really? Can Kevon Looney shoot the basketball? You got a bunch of 5s here that can't shoot. They can shoot. It's basketball. I'm not saying that, but, I mean, really a stretch 5.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and that's why Bobby Portis has been a name JD and I have talked about a lot. That's why Naz Reid they're not going to get, obviously. But
that's the guy.
But that is the guy, right? Like, especially the version of Naz Reid that plays against the Warriors.
Just anybody. He plays well against. He makes shots. I know he plays well against the league. That's why they traded Karl Anthony Towns, was Naz Reid needs to play. He didn't make threes the other night, but Miles Turner, Vucevic, give me the name. Who is a stretch 5 that's obtainable without breaking up your core?
I would say probably Vucevic.
It costs too much money. You got to send them salary back. You're not getting him for the back end of your rotation. He makes a lot of money. You got to get the salaries reasonably close to make the deal. If you trade for Vucevic, you got to trade Wiggins.
Oh, you mean breaking up the current court? Yeah, you're not getting Vucevic without getting rid of Wiggins or Kuminga.
I'm not trading Wiggins. I don't want to trade Wiggins.
No. I get what you're saying now. We'll actually take our break now. So we can get to Marcus Thompson on time, and we'll ask him a lot of these questions that we've been mulling over. So pretty Warriors-heavy first hour. Then we're going to get back into a little bit of 49ers and Rams. Look ahead. We got Dante Whitner joining us at 12:30. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan at 1:30. And then Silver Linings Playlist today is a good one. It's a little bit of a niche one. I'm doing this one sort of for the dads. We'll get to that maybe around 1:15 or so. It's Papa and Silver here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity line. Greg Papa here. Listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, No paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Draymond down the lane to dump it down! Exclamation point! And he went night-night himself!
He's doing the night-night all the way down the floor. Well, we're going to keep hearing that night-night as we make the connection with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We do it every other week, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Marcus, we appreciate your time. And what do you rate Draymond's night-night 1 to 10?
I'm gonna give it a solid 7. The execution wasn't great, but the emphasis, the energy was like a 12. You know what I'm saying? This was like a 12 in spirit, but a 5 in execution. So I'll go meet me halfway. Give him like a 7, 8.
He was doing a little bit of like the shark fin thing, maybe like the safety pose for NFL refs, but just by his face. I agree. The energy was top notch, but the execution was funny looking. And he didn't play defense for a whole possession after.
It was like a night-night, but the pillow was the couch, right? It wasn't. It's night-night when you fall asleep on the couch. I was like, what is he leaning on? Yeah, but, you know, he brought that energy. And Anthony Edwards talks a lot of trash. Yeah. So it was pretty – like, you respond when you shut a guy up. So I always love that energy from Draymond.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, Anthony Edwards was a teammate of Steph for Team USA, but that was on Gobert. That was the Frenchman who they won in the gold medal game, and Draymond's got something going on with him, obviously, after this guy's won 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards and Draymond's won 1. But we've asked definitively to anybody, I didn't hear Draymond talk much after, was that a called play? So Minnesota shot and missed. Steph got the rebound. They came up the floor, and I'd just never seen this action before where Draymond is dribbling out by the logo, and he is sizing up Gobert. He went between his legs 3 different times, lifting his legs, and Steph, who's a great screener, the back pick there, and McDaniels the switch, and he turned the corner. But was that a play that was called from the bench to get that after the defensive rebound, to have Draymond size up Rudy Gobert like that?
I think it was whoever Gobert was guarding, bring him out. Because on the earlier thing, it was Kuminga. So they were spread out. They were running all pick and rolls or ISOs. And the plan was whoever Gobert was on, you get the rock, you go to work. And if you need one, Steph will come set you a screen. So Draymond knew what was up because Gobert was on him and he was away from the basket. So you're right. That's how I look playing my nephews, you know. Yeah. I was out there just like, hey, man, you don't want none of this. You sure you ready for this? You're doing that Sidney Dean talking before. Like, he was ready. He's like, I know I'm getting this bucket on you. But I actually think the plan was for Steph to set the screen. And, you know, how it is, Steph pops back out.
Yeah.
And he was like, 2 are going to go with Steph, so I'll get a wide open dunk. But they didn't. And he was already so committed to, like, I'm about to dunk on Gobert that he went for it anyway. But Steph is wide open if he drops it back
out
for the 3. Yeah, he popped back out. But Draymond figured, as always, the 2 would go to Steph, and he would have a wide open dunk. But when it didn't happen, I think he was spot committed to the moment. Yeah. You know, that was like Rucker Park Draymond. That's how they used to do it at Civitan Rec Center in Saginaw.
Yeah, that's why that action is why I have a hard time with Rudy Gobert being a Defensive Player of the Year award winner 1 time, let alone 4 times, because teams do attack him. And the one thing, he can block a shot inside and drop coverage, but we've seen when he was younger in Utah and Steph would get a switch out and the Stifle Tower would fall right over. I mean, you know the game well. Is that part of the reason Draymond's got this thing with Gobert? Is that Draymond's won 1 depoys and he's won 4. I mean, how do you vote him? I know he's a good shot blocker and a rim protector, but he's not a modern-day big where he can go out and guard on the floor, and teams in this action specifically attack him, his defense.
It's a large portion of it. I would say it's probably like 60% of it. The other 40 is like, I just don't think they like Gobert. Like a lot of players, though, they just don't like him, right? Like a lot of players don't like him, but no question, Draymond believes he's categorically a better defensive player than Gobert. And the idea, in Draymond's mind, the idea that he could be played off the court because he's being attacked on defense is offensive to being a great all-time defender. And that's what he's thinking. Like, if there's a situation where you're so ineffective that we got to take you off the court, you can't be in this conversation with me. And that's how Draymond believes it, because there's no way. Like, you could put Draymond on anybody. And Edwards, you pick up Ja Morant, you're not playing Draymond off the court. Like, that guy might get a bucket or 2, but Draymond's going to get his too, and it won't be a matter of you can't be on the court. And that's what the Rudy Gobert, I mean, he's like legit over 7 foot. He's kind of clumsy, but he's an incredible shot blocker. And usually because of that, the defense he's on is usually one of the tops in the league. So just by virtue of him being able to protect the paint, it improves the defensive rating of every team he's on. So, yeah, it's at the core of why Draymond don't like this guy. And then you add the banter and, the back and forth and all the years of that. Now it's like a blood feud. But, yeah, Draymond does not think he belongs in that ilk of all-time great defensive players.
Marcus Thompson joining us on the UMA guest line, and I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Marcus, the Jimmy Butler rumors floating around, it's an ever-going thing with the Warriors. Do they make a trade, and who can they get, and is Jimmy Butler the guy? What would it cost to get Jimmy Butler, and is it worth it?
It would probably cost too much. So the answer would be no. And I think you're hearing the rumors because they know they have to do something. But if we learn anything from Mike Dunleavy so far, is he's just not really interested in getting fleeced in a deal. Like he'll run Looney out there before he takes an L. So you start the discussions now, and then see who gets desperate by February. And that's why these games are so critical, because the Warriors don't want to get desperate. They don't want to be in a situation where it's like, okay, the season's on the line, you got to do something. You want to be able to negotiate from a position of power. All of it starts with Kuminga. Everybody's going to want Kuminga, or Pods. Maybe not. I don't know. Even though Pod's not playing well, he's still a talent. He's still somebody teams love. So I just think that's going to be a high starting price for a dude who's Jimmy Butler's age and with Jimmy Butler's injury history. Now, you talk about somebody who might be here for 5 years, post-Steph, then you can talk. But Jimmy's tough because you trade Kuminga for him, and you get to the playoffs and Jimmy's hurt. You just basically gave up your potential future 10-year player for a guy who wasn't able to deliver in the postseason. That's a very real reality with Jimmy. So I think the prices are going to be too high right now, but this is the groundwork being laid. So you get to February, if the Warriors can hang on that long, now they're in a good position to not get hustled, because Dunleavy don't want to get hustled.
Right. All right, so, the other night, Draymond, when he missed the 2 games with a calf injury, basically volunteered, however they got to it, to play off the bench so they could leave Jonathan Kuminga at 4, and they don't want to play Draymond at 5, even though that's their best lineup. They want to go small. They don't want to be small. So, to me...
That's a bar, Papa. Come on, I'm borrowing that. I'm borrowing that for sure.
To me, the issue is the 5 that you put on the floor whenever Draymond's not your 5. And to me, that's got to be a stretch 5. That's got to be a guy that can spread the floor and play 5 out like everybody else does. I don't understand why Kuminga can't play 3. He's a 3. It's just the 5 doesn't work next to Draymond because you got 2 non-shooters and you clog it. I get that. So is there somebody out there, and I don't want to get Jimmy Butler. I'm not giving up Wiggins. I'm not giving up Kuminga. Paul George would be a different conversation, but are they willing to do that? And Kawakami did tell me they can trade him as early as December the 15th. I thought it was January. But in the meantime, we're trying to make these pieces work because Kuminga's a drafted player who's a burgeoning star. Is there a stretch 5? You agree, right? They need a stretch 5 on this team. I thought TJD could be that guy. Obviously, Looney's a great player in a lot of ways, but he can't shoot the ball. Is there someone out there they could obtain without breaking up their core and who they are? I'm not giving up Wiggins. I'm not giving up Kuminga. That could be that guy, that Mo Buckets, that Dario Saric, a guy who was a pick and pop 5 that can stretch the floor, open it up for Kuminga, and play 5 out.
I mean, there's a few guys, as long as the price is low, I think you take him. Kelly Olynyk comes to mind.
Totally.
I think he's in Toronto now. Kevin Love, if he's got some juice left. Like, to me, because that's the answer. The reason, well, there's a few reasons Steve doesn't believe Kuminga's a 3, and he just likes his 3 to be able to, dribble, pass, and shoot, right? Like, you got to be able to make that 0.5 decision, create from the perimeter. And, Wiggins is probably about the lowest level of skill you want at that position, and he's got more skill. So I think they like him at the 4. Offensively, defensively, it's a little bit more questionable. But the stretch 5 solves the problem. Like, easily. Now you can have Draymond, Wiggs, and Kuminga because you can pull an extra man out of the paint. So it's tough. Those guys are just so valuable. That's why they were willing to give up a lot for Lauri Markkanen, because he's a legit 7 feet, and you could put him at center with Draymond and still be able to stretch the floor with Kuminga and Wiggins. So it's going to be tough to find those guys. It's going to be a difficult balance to find one who is affordable but also not completely washed. There aren't that many. Another one I think might be in play and is like still young enough to be viable, but so you might be willing to pay a little bit more is a Miles Turner. If Indiana's season continues to be disappointing, you might see them start looking to move some guys. And Miles Turner is a rim protector and a stretch big. Like, he can shoot the three, but he also gives you the advantage of, like, he will block some shots. He will protect the rim. And they also need that too, which is why, TJD, they like him on the court because he'll, especially from the weak side, he'll block a shot. He'll protect the rim. So Miles Turner kind of fits in both, and I think he's not even 30 yet. So he's still relatively young. You can get some years out of him. The question is, how much will that cost? So you could go Kevin Love, what has he got left, to a Kelly Olynyk, to a Miles Turner, or you can go all the way up and just for the super bag, the Greg Papa level money, and get a Lauri Markkanen, that level player.
And Miles Turner almost makes $20 million a year.
That's not that much.
But you have to give back salary. Who do you have to trade? Who could you trade in the trade simulator? If I don't want to trade Wiggins or Kuminga, obviously Steph and Dre aren't going. Who else can you trade, Greg Silver?
Well,
on the roster?
That's a tough one.
There's nobody. You'd have to put a bunch of guys together.
And I do think they want to do a 3-for-1 type deal. Like, they've got too many guys. It's been very clear that they can't go 4 and 5 deep, or either 4 and 5 guys coming off the bench. So if you could trade a 2-for-1 or a 3-for-1, so you got DeAnthony Melton's contract, that's 12.8.
Oh, there you
go. If you're looking for a team to save some salary, I love them, but you throw in Moody, right?
Yeah.
Or Kyle Anderson, like, you can get to 20 pretty easy. That's not that much money, but you have to re-sign. You have to extend. You have to feel like you're going to extend Miles Turner, I think.
Yeah, his
I feel like
contract's
that's
up.
kind of
He's a
part of
free
it.
agent after this year.
Yeah. I don't know if I give up Kuminga for him, but I'd sacrifice a little bit more than I'd be willing to.
Why would Indiana do it for
Kelly Olynyk.
DeAnthony Melton and Moses Moody, though? If they're going to trade Miles Turner, they're going to want somebody back that can play, right?
Save money, yeah. Or you could throw in pods or some picks, but if you're going to, they got to pay guys. Benedict Mathurin, they got to pay him. I think Tyrese Halliburton has already been paid. And they got a bunch. They got all of them, like, middle of the road big. So it's weird. It's just not working well enough in Indiana. So they might just say, hey, let's run with it. Let's get another player. Pascal Siakam, that's the other one I'm thinking. Pascal Siakam and Tyrese Halliburton. So do you pay Miles Turner 2 for a team that's struggling in that 6, 7, 8 spot? I don't know if Indiana's got money like that. Maybe they need Caitlin Clark to get money like that.
Well, I actually do want to ask you a Valkyrie's question in just a bit, but on the DeAnthony Melton front, do you think he's more likely to be a trade piece at this point? It seemed like he was the perfect starting 2 alongside Steph, but not only is he missing the rest of the year and everyone's going to be a year older, he's also a health question mark coming off of the surgery.
That's his value to the team right now is an expiring contract. It's a deal sweetener. And in many of these situations, that's why you want to stay alive till February, right? That's why, the win against Minnesota was a pretty big deal. Because you don't want to get to 500 or below 500, and now you're getting desperate. If they stay at a good clip, they can be more patient and wait. And come towards the deadline in February, there are more teams who are like, we actually do kind of suck. Never mind. Let's cut some costs, right? Because remember, that second apron is crazy. Like, people are running from it. So at that point, the $12.8 million is not a lot, but it's a cost saving. If you could save a team that money and get them lower, now you got more options available. That's his greatest value to the Warriors right now, because you can't even really re-sign him for a bunch of money. And, then in the offseason, I don't know if you can do that or not, but if you want him that much, sign him back. He's coming off an injury, so he probably costs even less. You get him for cheaper. That's the best way you can do it.
All right, we need your wisdom on what's going on with the Niners. That road trip was rough, 3 straight losses, but Lambeau and Buffalo and how it turned out. But they looked like themselves. The third quarter got a little sideways for a while, but they snapped right back into it when, of all things, they called Caleb for a tuck and a backwards pass and a fumble recovery by Evan Anderson. They won the game And that was the most they've looked like themselves over the longer period of time. And is that truly them? So how do you see this? They're talking about winning out, just running the table, beating Chicago, which they did, beating the Rams, beating Miami in Miami, beating the Lions on December the 30th on Monday Night Football. They know how to play them. And then finishing it up by beating Arizona. And if they do that, they're going to need some help, but then it's doable. Do they need to run the table to get in, and will they?
I don't think they're running the table. I don't think anybody's beating Detroit, and especially not the 49ers, because that's going to be a very emotional game after they broke the Lions' heart in the NFC title game. So, yeah, I just don't see them going into Detroit and beating Detroit. Like, they beat up on a pretty bad Bears team with a new coach and the most sacked quarterback in the league. So they looked good because they were able to get to the quarterback, and that's the foundation of the 49ers defense. They can't get to the quarterback, it's all bad. So I still have a lot of question marks. I actually don't think they need to win out. I'm just not feeling this division, man. I don't think it's that good. Seattle finishes with Green Bay, Minnesota, Chicago, and the Rams. Tell me they won't go 3-4 or 1-3 the rest of the way. Like, that's very possible. That's on the table. If Seattle keeps winning, there's nothing you can do anyway. But to me, obviously, winning out would be ideal. But if they beat the Rams and they somehow manage to get the other two games and lose to Detroit, what does that put them at 9-8? That might be enough. It might be enough. It's tough. If the season comes down to winning in Detroit, that's just a
that
tall
game's
order.
Here. That game's not at Ford Field. That game's at Levi's.
That's right.
It's
Yeah. It doesn't matter where it is.
Don't
Detroit's
matter.
a monster.
They're beatable.
Detroit's a monster.
They're beatable.
Detroit's a monster.
Who's their backup quarterback? I know how to beat them. Knock off out
Hendon
of the game.
Hooker.
Exactly. We need a
Jared Goff is playing the best football of his career.
Yeah. Get him off his.
You know what?
Get him on.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this with you, Papa. Every time I get, they're still alive. They're still alive. They're still alive. And then they go in.
Well, 9-8, you're saying is good enough. Is it good enough, Greg Silver? You've been going through this.
Yeah, Marcus, there's a really cool 9-8 four-way tie model that's been going around social media, super viral, and it's courtesy of our show. So there's a mathematical possibility. Is it likely? No. Am I going to hold on to it for the sake of talking 4 hours on the air every day? Yes.
There you go, 9-8. It's happening. Or Seattle can. What's more likely, 49ers win out or Seattle lose out?
Definitely the latter.
They do have the Bears.
They're losing the next two, aren't they? Green Bay at Minnesota beat Chicago, and they lose the last game.
Can Chicago pull one off in the rivalry?
We don't need them to lose to Chicago, do we, Greg? They
but
can
it's
win
at
that
Chicago. It's at Chicago.
At Chicago, at Soldier Field.
And on the day after Christmas, in the snow. Is Geno ready for the snow? I don't know. They could lose out. Seattle could lose out. That's all I'm saying.
They can lose out.
That's a tough one.
Hey, Marcus,
if they lose out, there you go.
Before we let you go, I want to ask you about the newest team in the Bay Area because you and Sabrina Merchant were all over the Valkyries expansion draft on Friday. Early impressions on returns of this new 11-man unit?
Listen, like they were talking about like it's going to be rough. Like all the scuttle was like it's going to be rough. Each team was able to protect 6 players. You know, the WNBA, that's pretty much your best players, right?
Yep.
So the thinking was they were preparing like, hey, there's not going to be anybody big time. There's not going to be anybody noteworthy. But looking at this 11, they got some really good players. They got some really good WNBA rotation ready. A couple of starters players. Kate Martin is a really good player. Like she didn't finish that well, but obviously a rookie and on a championship quality team and competing for minutes with Chelsea Gray and Kelsey Plum, right? It's just that's a lot. But on this team, like that's a good player. Some of these international players, Rupert, Thierry Henry's daughter, really good, solid player. So I feel like they obviously need a star, and the thing now is to get somebody in free agency is like their last hope. But to me, this is a great way to build a foundation. Like Ohima clearly has a good eye for team building because this was sneaky good. There's a lot of players who are like, oh, wow, how'd you get that player? I actually like their roster. So it's going to come down to Natalie's ability to get them together, because it's obviously it's expansion. These players don't know each other. They haven't played a lot together. I don't think they have much history. But man, if they play hard, they've got some skills. They've got good size. They've got good shooting. I actually like it. I think they were kind of underselling it. It's actually a pretty good team they've got so far.
I like it too. I'm with you. I think Monique Billings was a really good signing. I like Julie Vanloo from the Mystics, and I think because
what's the one from the Indiana? I think that was a sleeper.
Oh, Temi
Fagbinley or something.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it, but man, like she's good. She started in the closeout game. They like benched Nelisa Smith and like went with her. It was like, hey. She outplayed the top rookie or one of the top rookies on the team. Like, she's a good player. I can't believe they made her available. Some of these players, I'm like what are we missing behind the scenes? Like, why is this player available? Something's interesting about that. Or maybe Ohima just knows better.
I'm not even counting out the possibility of Joe Lacob being ultra aggressive and trading up from the number 5 pick here in this upcoming draft.
Listen, the fact that they don't have the number 1 pick is all you need to know about how that's not happening. There is no way the league is letting the Valkyrie get the number 1 pick. It just ain't happening. It should happen. If you're the WNBA, you should want the new team to come in successful, but they're going about this in a very backwards way. So they're getting the 5th pick, and since that was a decision made by the league, by the teams that are saying, do not give the first pick to the expansion team. Do not give a top 3 pick to the expansion team. Those same owners will not trade up, will not let Joe trade up. I can bank on that. They do not want. Can you imagine Paige Beckers coming to the Valkyries? It would be crazy. It would be crazy. It's already going crazy. They're already selling. So now you get the number 1 player in college basketball to come. That's insane.
They'll tank for Juju Watkins and then just tank hard year 1, get Juju Watkins year 2. That's the new plan.
Or tank this year, and Paige may not come out because what if she doesn't want to play for the Dallas Wings? It's going to be a pay cut whoever she goes to, because all the money is in college, baby. So maybe she stays another year, and then you get her next year. Who knows?
Marcus, we appreciate the time. Could always talk all the sports with you, and I hope that the Niners beat the Rams so that you and Papa can jaw at it the next time we have you on.
Papa makes me believe too easily.
Are you guys done talking WNBA? I just wanted to know when you're.
Oh, Papa, I can't wait. You wait till the season starts.
We love hockey.
You wait
we're
till
not
the season
talking hockey.
starts.
And I'll be there to watch, but I don't know how. You're killing our ratings, bro. Killing us.
I appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Marcus. Well, speaking of the ratings, Papa, we'll get back into football because the 49ers and Rams do play on a short week, and that is a matchup we do need to get into before we have Dante Whitner join the show around 12:30. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan at 1:30. Silver Linings playlist also in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Papa and Silver on a Tuesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
How many nicknames does this guy have? First, second, third, and Jawan. He's the Jawan you trust when the game is on the line. 49ers Player of the Week, Jawan Jennings, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how he built a strong connection with Brock Purdy, especially after all of the injuries to the offense this season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, I thought we were in sync. We were in tune. I just loved our mentality. I loved our mindset coming into that game. And, guys were ready to play. There's no doubt about it. And I think defensively as well. I mean, I know Caleb's been sacked a lot this year, but to get after him and have 7 sacks, Yetur had 3, I believe. Leonard Floyd had 2. Those guys were hunting. And I thought the secondary, having Hufanga back, he plays fast. And I think that is contagious. And I think that lifted us. And Malik doing his thing. Jair got in there as well. I thought our linebackers were running around. Our front was good. So all around, I thought a really solid effort by us.
That is the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, John Lynch. Papa and Silver here on a Tuesday to talk about 49ers and Rams. If you missed that interview with Lynch, you can go back and hear it on the KNBR podcast page, or even do the old YouTube scroll if you're a video people. Shout out to our YouTube chat, by the way. Always love hanging out and them, seeing some of the regulars in there today. Rick, San Jose Jazz fan, Estimated Eyes, as an ode to the Grateful Dead. But back to football here, Papa. John Lynch is such a gentleman that he apologized to the morning show boys about saying you can't get your A kicked and then have nothing to show for it in a response. I would wish he would get more fired up, because whatever he did, it worked.
Nah, you're such a gentleman as well. You didn't even say ass. You said A. And he said worse. And I know the head coach says a lot worse. But, I mean, they did. The way the defense played. And we'll talk to Dante about it. Just getting lambasted at Lambeau, trucked all over them, giving up 3 rushing touchdowns to Josh Jacobs and then following it up in Buffalo. And the Jair Brown, misfit on the 65-yard touchdown run by James Cook cost him snaps on Sunday, as they Talanoa Hufanga did come back in, and it was Huff and it was Mustafa together. So I want to get Dante's thoughts on that combination. Mustafa did get rocked on one run by DeAndre Swift, the first run of the second half. He took it right in the chest, and you could see Mustafa. And so he needed to play off, so Jair came back in. And then Talanoa couldn't play the whole game. He played way more than I thought. We thought he played like 20 snaps. He played, all of them in the first half. There weren't many, 17, and then he got into like 34, 39 before he came out. So how do they align there? And so the defense was much better. Now, Caleb does hold the ball. Their offensive line does give it up. He was sacked 49 times coming into the game, and they got him 7 times. Gross Matos had 3. Leonard Floyd had 2. Malik Collins went over the head of the center. Coleman Shelton, the former Ram, the left-handed center, and just blew him up. And then I think the big play was Evan Anderson recovering the fumble, and it was the irony of, their 80s career and the Raiders game in the snow many years ago, the tuck you play, to have an actual tuck play. But he also threw it backwards on the same play. So the defense played better. But what do they have to do in this game? I have not started to watch the Rams. After we're done, I'm going to go to interview John Lynch, and before the practice, I'm going to start watching them intently. I mean, one was a block punt of Sam Martin's and a scoop and a score. But they scored 44 points on the Buffalo Bills. That are, they're a good defense. The Niners had a hard time. Sean McDermott knows how to run that defense, obviously, and Bobby Babich, the coordinator. I mean, what are we looking at offensively here? And Cooper Kupp will be a part of it, whether or not he can play the tight ends back. But, it's Williams, the running back, and it's obviously Puka. You got to put a shell defense on the Puka shell. But, I mean, how did they score 44 points on the Buffalo Bills Sunday?
Matthew Stafford had a lot of time to throw, and that was a big part of it. Sometimes, like I said earlier in the show, I've seen games this year where he looks like he's 48. I've seen games where he looks like he's 28, and he had a healthy Puka Nacua back, and that guy is for real. We've known this since last year. He had an incredible playoff game in Detroit and that narrow loss, but when you got a full offense, this Rams team is still pretty young by and large. Since they went all in for that Super Bowl, they lost a lot of draft picks. They kind of had to restart. But if you look at Kyren Williams, who has 26 touchdowns in his first 25 starts, on top of Stafford, Kupp as veteran leaders, and then Puka Nacua as a rising young star, this is a team that you'll have to score on. And it's part of the reason why, Papa, when it was 21-7 and Jawan Jennings was having a career game back in week 3. The 49ers couldn't end up putting them away. Now, of course, there were a lot of self-inflicted errors in there. Special teams, Jake Moody missed kick, Ronnie Bell dropping passes, etc. It was a perfect storm. But the bottom line is, this is a Rams team that, yes, they are not a top 6 team in the league anymore, but they're still good enough, and their core is still experienced enough, mainly with their quarterback, that if you don't shut the door on them, they're going to make you pay. And we saw that in Seattle when they came back and won in overtime with the long Demarcus Robinson touchdown. Kyle Shanahan generally has done really, really well against the Rams. He had a playoff loss in which Jaquiski Tartt should have held onto a ball that was floated up to the roof of SoFi Stadium. And then you had week 3 in which it was unfathomable how they collapsed like that. But generally, Shanahan does do well, and the Rams, Kruger was on yesterday and said he thought they found something with the play call. We'll see if Isaac Guerrero can go. If he can, I like that option, is using him as kind of a running back that can split out wide and catch some passes or run those wheel routes to get that 27-yarder down to the goal line. So I think there's certainly a path to beat the Rams here, but it's also, you got to bring somewhat of your A game. It's not a injuries are an excuse sort of game. Rams have been banged up too. Niners got to take care of business at home, bottom line.
Well, it's interesting how the Rams, build their teams. And the Niners got so much money in Fred Warner, obviously, and what he's done. And then Dre Greenlaw's up for a contract, and then bringing in Devondre Campbell. And we'll find out about Dre, when they practice tonight at 5 o'clock, and if he's going to be able to play on Thursday or start to move around. And Kyle talked to the media today at 1:30 before we leave to give us an update on, what he's going to do today. But the Rams, they traded Ernest Jones IV to Tennessee before the year, and it's like, why are they doing that? Well, they got Troy Reeder and Christian Roseboom are the 2 stacked linebackers, and I got to give Reeder credit. The Niners used to pick on him, where he was to the point where they had to bench him for a Super Bowl. He could not cover. He's gotten better, and he did well. McCaffrey didn't play, obviously, the first time back in week 3, but he's gotten better. As far as Stafford, he may look 48 to you, but he's an elite thrower of the football. It's all the offensive line and how they protect him. When he is protected, he will sling it from all different angles, a pure natural thrower of the football. Like anybody, he doesn't want to get hit. And he got hit a lot in Detroit. He had to play with severe injuries at the end of the Lion run. That's why he wanted out of there. If you make him a chucker and a ducker because he's feeling the heat in the middle of the line, then he is vulnerable. He will throw the ball to you. Tart's ball was one. Really, that game got lost when you couldn't convert a 2nd and 1. And Trent had a very bad ankle in that game and pulled. It was a hard block for him. And then Eric Weddle came down and stopped at 3rd and 2 when they just got him off the couch that year. And all of a sudden, he's wearing the green dot helmet. It's like, where's Weddle from? Whoa. And they, then they won the Super Bowl a couple of weeks later. So it's a great matchup. Puka Nacua, his brother Kai Nacua was a Niner. He was a defensive back here. So we all kind of knew the guy. I mean, what he did last year, he was a pick number 177 in the 5th round. And he had a historically good season opener, their first game. We saw him in week 2 last year, his rookie year. And it's like, who is this guy? He caught ball after ball after ball. He obliterated every rookie receiving record. He caught 105 for 1,486 yards and 6 touchdowns. And then he started hurt this year. But when they brought him back, that first game when he came back, they fed him the ball on that Thursday night. It's like, how could he show up and play on a Thursday? He hasn't played. And he just got and became, they talked about trading Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp is so good, and he's the reason they won that Super Bowl at SoFi after they beat the Niners in the title game and they beat the Bengals. He was the MVP of that game, but Nacua is just different. He is so big and strong. He wears Robert Woods' old number 17. He blocks like Woods. He'd be a great Niner because he blocks his ass off. No block, no rock. He blocks, but he gets plenty of rocks, and they feed him the ball. So we'll talk to Dante, what you do with Cooper Kupp and Puka and the Puka shell defense over him. How do you deal with him? And obviously Williams and Stafford and how the 49ers want to align in this game. But damn, they scored 44 points on the Bills, even with a block, punt, scoop, and score. That's a lot of points.
That's crazy. I mean, and it's good because they needed all of them. You had Josh Allen, who's probably the favorite to win the MVP, doing crazy things, going 6 total touchdowns, 3 rushing and 3 passing, but he couldn't get that defensive stop when it was needed. And every time the Rams got pressured, it was Stafford to Puka with an answer, and the Rams ended up pulling off one of the better upsets of this season at SoFi Stadium. We'll take a break now, keep it going on the other side, react to more of John Lynch. We also had Juwan Jennings join the airwaves as the 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus. So we'll hear from I'm going to call him first, second, and third in Juwan, because that's really what he's been this year. That's all coming up right on the other side. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Tuesday on a short week, so really a Thursday, Friday, as we led off the show talking about 49ers and Rams, Amazon Prime, Thursday Night Football. Must-win divisional game at Levi's and trying to get their revenge on the Rams, who they rarely lose to in the regular season with Kyle Shanahan, but you got to go all the way back to what happened week 3 with a heartbreaker. And right now, That's the difference, Papa, between one team being over 500 and the other being under 500. It would be flipped at 7-6, 6-7, but you are what your record says you are, and the 49ers got some work to do.
Thank you, Big Tuna, Bill Parcells. Yeah, had they won that game, obviously the records would be inverted, and the Niners could beat L.A. and go up by 2 on them and win the season series. So, but it's more than just that. That was the first of several. Then the Arizona game, being up 13 points. The Ram game, they were up 14-0. We talked about not going punt safe and punting to them, and they or let them run the fake punt. And the punt, Tutu Atwell had a big punt late in the game. It was a series of blunders on special teams. They picked on Charvarius Ward in the game. They picked on Yankees Adam. I think the Niners are better now that Renardo Green is playing, but, the Seattle home loss, the Arizona home loss, there's a lot of factors why you're here, but they're not dead. They still got a chance to do this, to win the NFC West, which they have won the last 2 years, and the Rams won it the year before that when they went all the way to the Super Bowl. The Niners that year were a 7 seed. They got in at 10-7 that year. They had to win all those games on the road, at Dallas, at Green Bay with the block punt and the scoop and score by Hufanga. And then I think they ran out of gas when they went to the fourth quarter of the Rams game. They were up 10. George Kittle scored his first playoff touchdown late third quarter to go up 17-7. And then, Cooper Kupp got loose right away against K'Wan Williams. Anyway, this has been a great rivalry. And so we'll get into it more when Michael Silva joins us later, because he wrote a book about it, and LaFleur is there, and, there's other coaches involved. Salah's there, and Raheem Morris is there. But really, it's Kyle and it's Sean McVay, them getting head coaching jobs at the same time. John McVay's, Sean's grandson, was pretty big around here. Niners didn't wait around to bring him in. They went with the Kyle, and it looked like Sean was going to go to the Rams anyway, and he's more of an L.A. guy, and Kyle's more of a Bay Area guy. It all worked out. But those first 2 years with Goff and Gurley and them running up to the line and quick snapping you with Whitworth and Saffold and Sullivan, they ran the Niners for a while. The one time the Niners beat them was the game the Rams didn't play their guys. And then when Bosa arrived, Debo arrived, it all flipped. They had won 9 in a row against them in the regular season, but they'd probably give a few of those away, certainly, to beat them in that championship game. And then what happened earlier this year. So it is a great rivalry between Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and I don't like the narrative of Kyle Shanahan owns Sean McVay, because for the longest time it would be like, okay, but the one that had a postseason game on the line went the direction of the Rams. As much as I hate to relive it, as much as I don't want to talk about Jaquiski Tartt and the ball falling through his hands, it was kind of like when Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay, Papa, and it was like, oh, well, the Saints own him. It's like, right, except for the playoff game when he sent Drew Brees home packing in New Orleans.
The Tartt interception was critical, but that was, like the Emmanuel Sanders post route in Super Bowl 54. It would have given you the lead. Mahomes was going to get the ball back with about 100 seconds to go. How much time was left when Tartt dropped the ball? The play that agonizes Kyle Shanahan here is 2nd and 1 and 3rd and 2. And Trent couldn't get the block on 2nd and 1. Weddle came down and stuffed him on 3rd and 2. That really flipped the game. And it was Kyle against Sean, but really, to me, it was more John Lynch against Les Snead and the way they built those teams. In the early years, 17-18, the Rams won. First time they ever played was an epic, a 41-39 Thursday night game. Brian Hoyer played in that game, and it all came down to Trent Taylor ran a China route on a touchdown, but on the 2-point conversion, the Rams had it covered, so the in and the out, or the out and the in, whatever he ran, didn't work. But that was a wild shootout. But in those early years, the Niners didn't have enough. The Rams and McVay inherited a 4-win team from Jeff Fisher, and they went right away, and then we're in the Super Bowl, and they didn't score. But anyway, where it flipped, obviously, was getting Bosa and that gold rush to get Goff off his spot. I remember that first game at the L.A. Coliseum in October of 2019. They couldn't make a first down. Goff threw for like 92 yards in that game. He missed the tight end down the sideline on a wheel route. He was wide open. He just got rattled. That's the way to beat him still, is to get him off the spot. But the Niners ran him. They beat him 9 straight times in the regular season. And the reason being, they dominated both lines of scrimmage, even with Aaron Donald there. The Rams could not stop the 49er running game, and they dominated them, and they got Goff. And then the Rams rebuilt their team. They're not running as much outside zone now. It's more power and gap. Their line was a bit discombobulated when we saw them in week 3. They've kind of solidified it a little bit, and then it's the key to Stafford. And then going to Kyron Williams and getting him, gave him a downhill running threat. So I think they just got tired of getting beat up by the Niners 9 straight times. They had to play more like the Niners, kind of like Seattle had to do and Arizona had to do, and stop trying to go air raid and trick it up. The Niners are going to win, and that's why they've not been able to dominate the line of scrimmage as much as against these other teams like Green Bay and the Bills, and they flipped that against the Bears. So it comes down to just fundamental football and blocking and shedding blocks and tackling, and the Rams have gotten better at that. But we'll see. The one thing is the Niners were still running all over them. They were up 14-0 and 21-7 in week 3, and they let that one slip away. They cannot let any more slip away, and they cannot let this one Thursday. They have got to beat L.A. They know that.
Before we take our break, let's hear from John Lynch, who was on with the morning show a little bit earlier. And this is playoff mentality. The story of the season is that the 49ers have not only let 3 bad games slip through their hands, it's that they were to NFC West opponents, which is almost impossible to recover from in an NFL season, even over the course of 17 games. John Lynch talked about being 6-7 heading into this game and just holding on to that small chance to make the playoffs. Here's what he said.
Got a chance, and I think it'll be a lot better if we're 7-7. And, we knew that, 2 games in 5 days. And so what an opportunity to do it at home. I do want to mention, too, the fans. I mean, sometimes you wonder, we've created a high standard and we've kind of let that down so far this year. But, man, the fans came and they were ready. And I think we inspired the fans early with our play, but they were into that game, and that was really cool. And we're very appreciative. We're going to need it even more. The Rams are playing good ball. They tripped us up earlier this year, and we've got a great opportunity to get them back. And I learned long ago, Coach Dungy, he's such a wise man, and Coach Dungy used to always say, just don't worry about other people in an equation that when you need help. If you take care of your business, things tend to fall into place. And I remember last year, like with the 1 seed, everybody thought Philly had that on lock. And we just kept, we started with Philly, we kept just taking teams down, and all of a sudden things just kind of fell into place. So I think provided we do that, we're going to be all right. But that starts with the Rams, and that's where our focus is. And we got to have Levi's rocking Thursday night.
Well, the 49ers will likely need some help, but I'm with John Lynch in that the mindset has to be worry about yourselves 1 game at a time, take care of your business. And when you got 2 games in 5 days, you're kind of forced to get into that mindset where everything is just sped up and quick. I think the other thing I took away from that, Papa, was that the energy at Levi's needs to be there, and a big part of that is going to be having your San Fran Garendo call ready.
I got that ready. That's not going to be a problem. What's going to be an issue is traffic. And, a lot of times early in the year when it's hot, it's too hot at Levi's, and I can't sit in the seats. There's not enough people in the seats. These 5:15 games on a Thursday, usually on Sunday you're okay, but Monday and Thursday night, you got to make sure you're there early. And you got to be chanting "Beat LA," whatever the hell you want to chant. But you cannot have them. Because, the Rams, I don't know what Sean McVay's going to do. Kyle likes to start out on defense, obviously, and get the ball to start the second half. But I would think about if I'm them, maybe taking the ball and trying to score right away. He doesn't typically do that. But the point is, you need to be in your seats right away. Levi's needs to be lit from the beginning of the game. What John was talking about was, Philadelphia was 10-1 last year. They kept winning all those close games. Somehow they beat Kansas City at Arrowhead. Remember the game that went to overtime when they beat the Bills the week before we saw them? I was like, what a game. And their kicker, Jake Elliott, made an insane field goal late to force the overtime. But then they kind of ran out of gas. They were tired. I think we exposed them a little bit with Hurts and what his inability to read a defense. And anyway, they lost everything. And then the Arizona game, and Michael Silver was showing the 49ers the end of the Philadelphia-Arizona game on his phone in Washington after the Niners beat Washington. Philadelphia lost that game to Arizona. The Niners all of a sudden, damn, we don't have to play the Rams. We're already the 1 seed. So their mentality is, They're going to need help, obviously. They're 2 games behind Seattle. But if they win out, and that's what they're thinking, the playoffs have already started, that we're going to win every single game and we're going to beat the Lions. We know how to beat them. And then just see what happens. You're going to need help. Seattle's got Green Bay on Sunday Night Football at Lumen Field. They got to go to Minnesota and deal with and all the noise in that stadium. They're going to be able to pull it off. They got to go to the Rams at the end. You've given us all the permutations. In Arizona, they got New England and Carolina. Maybe they win their next 2, but do they lose their final 2? What does it do to them? And then the Rams, obviously, Arizona and Seattle at the end after they play the Niners and the Jets. So it's there, but I firmly believe that they feel like they put themselves in a deep enough hole where they have to win every single game. And they feel like if they get to 10-7, that should be good enough. Maybe it won't be, but I think there will be. 9-8 is where it gets dicey. So this team's mentality is to win them all.
I did get asked about the 10-7 scenario and did a little bit of tinkering around. Now, it gets a little more complicated because you got to consider external factors like Washington and the wild card and all that. But I can at least tell you how that will shake out as far as the NFC West. We'll do that after the break. Keep this conversation on the 49ers. Can they get to 10-7? John Lynch talking about the playoff mentality and hearing a little bit from Juwan Jennings. That's all coming up right here. 49ers conversation continues, and then we got Dante Whitner joining the party at 12:30. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR, and Joe Montana himself is kicking off the holiday season by signing bottles of Gold Bar whiskey across the Bay Area. So visit your local liquor store and check the shelves for Gold Bar whiskey. You might find an autographed bottle from Joe waiting just for you. So call your local retailer and ask if they stock Joe Montana's gift packs, the perfect holiday gift for any 49er fan or whiskey lover. And make sure to visit the Gold Bar Distillery and Tasting Room on Treasure Island to take your holiday spirit to the next level, rated the top 50 restaurant in San Francisco. And you can join us for a hands-on cocktail mixing class of where you're going to learn how to make 3 different cocktails and learn the tips and tricks of the trade. No experience necessary. Just know how to drink, and they'll teach you how to make a cocktail. It's a 90-minute class. It's the perfect holiday activity or gift. No more boring holiday plans. Book now at goldbarwhiskey.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver, about halfway through the show on a Tuesday on a short week, which means Greg Papa as the play-by-play voice for the San Francisco 49ers on KNBR, the sports leader, is doing his Ram Cram. And if you're Tim Ryan, you're doing a Ram Cram for a BAM, the big-ass matchup that he likes to label, and he did so yesterday with Murph and Marcus. We got Papa?
Yeah, I thought you were leading to a Tim. The way you led that, I thought we were going to hear T-Rock talk about BAM, the big-ass matchup and a Ram Cram. Yeah, so Tim, nobody works harder getting ready for a game. I thought you were leading this out from Tim there. Pardon me.
I could play Tim Ryan cuts all day.
It's all right. We got enough of him. I got enough of him all day. So he's here. He's with the coaching staff. He's embedded. It's hard doing these Thursday games because you got to turn it around so fast. I mean, normally Tuesday's the players' day off, and they're not taking any day off, and it's back at it. And Kyle and the coaches, they don't go home. They wind up sleeping right here in the facility to get ready for this game. And I know how important this game is for the Rams. Right after they beat the Buffalo Bills, and what a huge game that was, they already turned their attention. Let's go up there and beat the Niners. So it's great because of the familiarity with the two coaching staffs, obviously. But they've changed a lot over the years. They've, Sean and Kyle were together years ago in Washington. They've been head coaches now for 8 years. This is Kyle's 8th year and Sean McVay's 8th year. It's a long time. And the fact that they're in the same division makes it so juicy, even more than, Matt LaFleur and Robert Saleh when he got his own team. And, who knows, he may come back to work at some point in the NFC West or somewhere else. He's now, in Green Bay. So it's always a good matchup. It's a little easier. Like the Seattle game on the Thursday night, October the 10th, was the first time we saw Seattle. And they had changed. They don't have Pete Carroll anymore. He was there for 15 years. And they got Mike McDonald. We know him from Baltimore. So it's all different. New OC, new special teams coordinator. The Rams, pretty well from over the years. They've made changes in how they play, obviously. Brandon Staley being on the staff now, knows Kyle, knows Sean McVay, and can add a little insight there. But it is tough to get ready for these Thursday games. The one thing is most teams kind of taper back the game plan and do it a little more simply. The Niners don't do that. Kyle runs the full offense, and he gets everybody ready. They're going to have the same amount of plays and checks, and they just got to do it in 96 hours of time when that game ended against Chicago on Sunday afternoon to kick it off on Thursday at 5:15. So we're here today. We'll be back and do the whole show. You coming down for the show on Thursday? Are we doing it from Levi's here?
Yeah, you bet your booty.
My booty? I'm not betting it. I need my booty.
But yes, I will be
my
there.
Bottom dollar?
No, we'll have a good Thursday show because I got to stick around for the game.
Right.
Yeah, maybe I got to do some real-life examining of the radio broadcast booth, see how things really work behind the
Lon
scenes.
Simmons broadcast booth. Have you been up there before? Are we doing the show from the booth, or are we doing it from the Tasman studio, our bunker here?
That's a great question.
We'll find out.
I just work here.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Yeah. By the way, so on the 10 and 7 front, after I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, Walter says Tasman Thursday. Wow.
Where I am right now.
Look at him turn that info around.
And we
like
only do 3 hours because we got a pregame show.
That's right.
It's 4 hours. So we go 10 to 2 almost every day. But on Thursday, the day of a game, we go 10 to 1.
10 to 1 on Thursday. I would say that I'm actually getting an hour off this week, but I don't know if you knew this. Sports Phone tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. is actually going to be me and the other Papa, so I'm bonusing.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Nepo babies, huh?
Oh, yeah, big time. Yeah, we did a poll of everybody's most popular hosts, and we tied for first. So
Good. You guys get to work at night.
Oh, yeah. No, it'll be a blast. But back to the 10 and 7 front. If the 49ers win out and they go 10 and 7, they cannot be tied with Arizona due to the Week 18 matchup. So throw that out the window. For the Seattle Seahawks, they will hold a tiebreaker if and only if Seattle loses Week 18. If Seattle loses all 3 of these NFC North games and then wins Week 18 to go 10 and 7, not good enough. Seattle holds tiebreaker because of 4 division wins. For the Rams, in all the scenarios I played out, the Rams would hold a tiebreaker over the 49ers for the division. However, if there is a way where the 49ers can get in and the Rams can get in as a wild card if there's a little bit of a skidding there by Washington.
See, that's the Rams are the one that concerns me, getting to 10 wins. So the Niners' theory is, and Kyle laid this out weeks ago, 10 and 7 should be able to get you in. The Niners, when they played the Rams in the NFC Championship game that year, they were 10 and 7, and they were the 7th seed that year. They didn't win the West. Arizona also made 3 teams made the playoffs that year from the NFC West.
6 seed, right? 6 seed went to 3 seed Dallas.
Yeah, who was the 7 that year?
Is that Chicago sneaking in with Matt Nagy?
I don't remember, to be honest with you. There was 6 or 7, whatever they won. They won 10 games. Yeah. You're like Derek. You remember everything that's happened in the history of mankind too much. The years start to roll together. I've done too many of these.
Yeah, that's what happens when you work with JD.
All right, 8 and 5. Seattle's 8 and 5 right now, right?
Yes.
What are they going to realistically finish at? If they lose to Green Bay, they lose to Minnesota, they beat Chicago, and they lose to the Rams on the road. That is very possible. So let's put Seattle down for 9 and 8. All right?
All right.
The Arizona Cardinals right now are 6 and 7, right?
Yes.
Let's say they beat New England. They beat Carolina. They lose to the Rams. Do we want them to lose to the Rams, or do we want them to beat the Rams?
We need them to, I'm losing my model here. I think they need to beat the Rams and lose to the 49ers.
All right,
yes, Arizona needs to win the next 3.
Then they're going to finish 9 and 8. They're 6 and 7 right now. They beat New England. They beat Carolina. They beat the Rams. They lose to the 49ers. That would leave them at 9 and 8, right?
Yeah.
So we got Seattle 9 and 8, Arizona 9 and 8. Niners theory: if they win out on, I know nobody can beat the Lions. They're never going to lose again. Okay, let's just see. If that game is for the Niners getting in, Bosa's playing, Trent Williams is playing. It's on Monday Night Football. Come to Levi's again, Dan Campbell. Let's see if Jared Goff, what's his one-loss record against the Niners? I know nobody thinks they can win, but if it's just that game to get in and you treat it like the damn NFC Championship game, and I know they're going to come in and try to get revenge, let's just see. Then it leads the Rams. So the Rams right now have 7 wins, correct? They're 7 and 6.
Yes.
They lose to the Niners. They beat the Jets. They beat Arizona. They beat Seattle. Damn. They've got 10 wins. So that's the one scenario that could if the 49ers and Rams end up in a tie, Arizona and Seattle win 9.
Goes to LA.
The 49ers win 10 and the Rams win 10. The Rams get it?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah.
That could be a problem.
That's a toughie. And so in that case, you might need a 3-way tie with Washington or Washington.
Now, why do they get it? Why do they get it based on division record or common opponents? Why do they get it?
I believe it's division record because in that scenario, they'd win 2 more division games, week 17 and 18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So right now, the Rams are 2-1 in the division, right? They've got 3 more division games left. Are we saying they're going to win them all?
The comeback in Seattle is what's killing us right now. Although that handed Seattle a loss. So
the Rams have 3 more division games left because they have the Niners, Arizona, and Seattle. They're going to play 1 each.
Yep.
So we need them to lose a game.
They need to lose one beyond this Thursday, and it can't be the Jets game.
Right.
They need to lose 2 division games.
Okay, but then the scenario I laid out, Arizona, one of those teams, Arizona and Seattle, is not going to have 9 wins. They're going to have 10 wins.
Yeah, and it can't be the Rams having 10. Seattle,
so you're boxing us into specifics on certain things.
I know. The listeners love this, by the way. They're like, great.
Well, what if the Rams just lose to the Jets? What if they go to Jersey and the Jets beat the Rams? It's possible.
Yeah, then that puts the 49ers in good shape. But have you seen the Jets play lately?
I've watched a lot of their games. They should have beaten Seattle. They had Seattle beaten. These games are all coming down to the end. The Jets just can't find a way to win. They're in games at the end with a chance, but they just don't win. I know what's happened. I'm looking to what anybody can tell me what has happened before. It is the real observer that can tell me what may happen or what the Niners are going to start playing better. I'm convinced of that. Now, can they run the table? We'll see. The Rams are playing well, but the Jets could beat the Rams. There's no doubt. That's why. That's what we're talking about. Last year was Philadelphia was 10-1. Anybody think they were going to go and lose to Arizona? And where was that game? That game was in Philadelphia at the end when Arizona beat them, right?
Yeah,
so
Kyler Murray.
That's why you call it an upset. So we'll see how it all plays out, but. They've put themselves in a box here at 6-7. That says they've left themselves no margin for error. But I do think they kind of like this. George Kittle mentioned it. Well, I think there's a little swag with this team where they just think that they're. I know they've lost a lot of these games, but they still come bouncing in like they're badasses and they're going to win. It's almost like they need to be in a desperate situation where every game is a playoff game. Look at what they did. The year they had to run the table at the end and beat the Rams that last game of the year. Remember the Week 18 game? Ambry Thomas, where have you gone? With the interception against Stafford in overtime. They had to win them all at the end to merely get in. And then they had to go on the road. And ultimately they lost their legs having to go to Dallas, Arlington, and going to Green Bay in the snow. And they ran out of gas in the fourth quarter, and it cost them. So, they had to play more road games than any team in the history of the NFL that year because they played 9 on the road, and they played 3 more in the playoffs that year. 8 were home. So, you don't want to put yourself into that situation, but I think these guys still have the swag of we own this division, we own this conference, we don't care what everybody else is doing, and everybody's writing us off. If we have to win a game, we will find a way to win the game. Even if we're down 24-7 to the Lions in the NFC title game. We could be way behind. We've been behind worse than this. And we can figure, I do believe that. But there's some of these scenarios where you're going to need outside help. That's the point. But just take care of what you can take care of and figure out a way to win. But I do think that I know what the talking point is now. And they play one at a time. But their thought is, we're already in the playoffs. We're in. We cannot lose any more games. It's not a question of winning 2 anymore at home and going all the way to the Super Bowl. We've got to win 5 more and then win 3 more and then win the Super Bowl. So that's kind of what their mentality is. We're going to close the season on a 9-game winning streak and still find a way to win the Super Bowl. As absurd as that is to all of you out there, that's the way they think. They're supposed to take them one at a time, but they think we're going to beat you, we're going to beat you, we're going to beat you, because that's what they do. But they are going to need help. But that's the mentality here. And who's to say they can't do it?
Well, John Lynch understands that they're boxed in. We just heard from him. Another player who knows that there's a little bit of swag to be had here, and this is playoff mentality, is new 49er Yetur Gross-Matos, who had himself a day on Sunday. Here's Lynch from the morning show talking about Gross-Matos being mic'd up and saying, first playoff win against Chicago.
Yeah, we talked about that. This is playoff football for us because that's really where it's at in our mind. And I felt like the guys responded as such. I felt like they played, and that stadium had that type of feel. And we gotta continue that. And I thought we did a really good job of blocking out all the noise and really just focusing on one opponent, and that was the Bears. And now we move on to the Rams. Really good football team. Stafford, Stafford is such a really, such a special player. And then you throw Puka and Cooper Kupp and Kyron Williams, a young defensive front. So they have a lot of challenges they present, but I can't wait for Thursday night.
Yeah. Nice with a little Murph going, yeah, at the end. He's like, yeah, I'm with you, man.
And Marcus, I listened to the whole interview driving down here, and the question was, because right after the game, Gross Matos was mic'd up, and he said, playoff dub victory #1. So he's already of that mindset. He was in Carolina for 4 years after being a high draft pick out of Penn State. Did they go to the playoffs at all when he was there? They had a chance when Sam Darnold was quarterbacking and Sam went 4-2 when Steve Wilkes was the interim a couple of years ago. They had Tampa beat, and Darnold outplayed Tom Brady in that game. They wound up losing the game. But he knows that's why he came here and signed the 2-year deal back in March. And the most he's ever had in a single year, Gross Matos, was 4.5 sacks, 13 career. He had 3 alone on Sunday, and he had 2 on back-to-back plays to slam the door. And Couture is, last year, one of the big injuries that nobody ever talked about. And the Niners did not play their guys in that last game of the year against the Rams, with the exception of Cleveland Ferrell did play in that game, and he wound up hurting his knee. Because you had to play somebody. I mean, Bosa wound up playing some snaps. You can't take everybody off the field, but he hurt his knee and he never came back. And I remember seeing him in the parking lot, and he was just shaking his head. I'm not playing. He's done. They could have used him against Green Bay in the divisional. They could have used him against Detroit when Jameson Williams ran the reverse on the first drive for a touchdown. And that's who Couture Gross Matos is. He's Cleveland Ferrell, where no one knows who he is. But he can sack the quarterback more. And like Ferrell or like Arden Key or Charles Omenihu, you can move him inside over a guard. And I do expect him to go inside. You want to get gut pressure on Matthew Stafford. And we'll see if Bosa can practice. What if Bosa plays in this game? How would that change your outlook? I'm going to find out when Kyle talks where Bosa's starting to move around. And might he be able to come back? This is a huge game, and he plays well against the Rams. And this quarterback is dangerous. He will dice you up if you don't put him on his back and pressure him and make him a chucker and ducker. That's what the deal is. And with Gross Matos, it's the reason Ferrell was so valuable is the way he set the edge in the run game. He was so good. And then he came out, in the turbo. Gross Matos is not coming out, but the way he set the edge against the Bears was turning it all back inside. You're not getting down the perimeter. You're not bouncing in, and you're not going down the sideline. We're going to push you back inside, and that's where Devondre Campbell's playing better. If you get Bosa back and get big play Dre back, we'll see. But Gross Matos has already had the mentality that these are all playoff games. You've got to win. He didn't win anything when he was in Carolina. He came here to win with the NFC champions, the 49ers, and obviously it hasn't gone that way, but he has time to save his year. So they've already adopted that playoff mentality.
I mean, Bosa's the most important injury report, not just because he's the best player of all the questionables, but you got to find a way to make Matthew Stafford's life uncomfortable, because we just saw last week what it looks like when he's a little too comfortable and he's got his weapons healthy. Not a pretty sight. Niners aren't going to be scoring 42 points to try to stay in this game. Needs to be more of like a 30-20 kind of night, or what was it, 27-24 down in SoFi? 24? It was almost enough.
Yeah, why couldn't Buffalo get pressure on him? With Epinesa and Rousseau and the former Ram, Von Miller, coming in on third down, is the Rams' offensive line playing that much better?
It's a great question. We're going to be able to talk to some guests coming up, and Walter and I are working on that, getting to talk to some of the great Rams media folks ahead of Thursday, and we'll have our show from Thursday at Levi's, just a 10-to-1er, but we got another preview day tomorrow. For now, we'll take a break. We'll come back, hear a couple from Jawan Jennings, who was the 49er Player of the Week, and finally was able to speak to the media after a good performance in which the 49ers won. So we'll hear from Jawan Jennings leading into Dante Whitner Ask him about the 49ers defense and what they can do to take control of this game and get even at 7-7. It's Papa and Silver on a Tuesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It is a short week with the 49ers taking on the Rams in a critical matchup on Thursday Night Football in the NFC West. With that quick turnaround, we will hear from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan live today at 1:30 p.m. on your home of 49ers football for the past 20 seasons. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
In a world where justice is paramount and community matters the most, there's one name you can trust, and it's Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tarek Habas, joins him, adding a new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm, it's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to life-altering tragedies, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. So when you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Little gorillas on the rejoin? All right, Walter. I'm trying to feel good, Inc., come Thursday. No, I'm just kidding. I do feel good. This is a good start to the week. It's rushed. I kind of like the Ram Cram, to be honest. I know Papa's like, yeah, try doing the play-by-play, and then you're going to see how hard life is. But I'm liking it over here. We got a lot to talk about. We've discussed John Lynch. We are going to talk about Jauan Jennings here. And before I even take it over to Papa, let's just play our first Jauan Jennings cut, which is asking if he sees the field differently as a former quarterback, because he and Brock Purdy, his own quarterback, both 7th-round picks, and starting to build a really special connection.
I think it helps sometimes, and I think it doesn't. But just trying to see the whole shell, just trying to see the whole defense. I think it helps a lot. But then sometimes I'm just too confident, and I might think it's cover 2, but forget it's a cover 2 cat corner blitz, and So I miss a block that I just know I could get if I was just, just more focused, locked in, and instead of thinking I just got it. But definitely glad to be able to play receiver. It's more fun in terms of you just get out there and just get to go ball. Whether as a quarterback, you got to know everyone's position.
So there is Jauan Jennings, and he's talking about how playing a quarterback sometimes helps him, sometimes doesn't, but he does like seeing the whole shell of the defense, and it's worked to his advantage for the most part, Papa. I mean, Debo Samuel, look, that's a whole different controversy, and social media, he decided to add a little fuel to the fire. That wasn't our decision, by the way. He put that stuff out there, but Jauan has been probably their best separator versus man coverage with Ayuk out for the season and a knee injury, and he's become the reliable target that Brock Purdy needs in a season where he hasn't had all his weapons.
Yeah, he's always been able to separate. That's why he's third and Jauan. And when you get into third and short situations, they play man. And he's the primary a lot on third downs, depending on the down and distance, because he can separate. But the first touchdown he scored the other day was different. That was an over route out of a bunch formation when he ran across the field. So they're doing different things. That was a good question about him being a quarterback, because it does help wide receivers understand the complexity of what's going on. And Jauan was a great high school quarterback. He went to Tennessee to be a quarterback, but they needed him a wide receiver, and he wound up being one of the greatest wide receivers in the history of the franchise. But he had some monumental and very memorable touchdown passes in college. Joshua Dobbs, he threw one to. He threw a couple to him. And then in the Super Bowl, when they went double pass, he threw one to Christian McCaffrey against Kansas City and that linebacker Nick Bolton. So he does have some plays where he can throw the ball. People do know that he has that ability, so you got to be, discerning about when you use that. But the big thing for him, and you heard him talking about, it's hard to read defenses when you're a quarterback. It's hard for us, and, Dante helps us. I'm watching the All-22 back of the Bears game now, and they played a lot of zone in the game, but you get tricked into what, and, sometimes teams play man on one side and zone on the other, or quarter halves, and it's complicated even after you look it back, 10 times. What exactly were they in? Can you imagine being a wide receiver out on one side of the field and trying to see what they're doing on the other side? And what kind of coverage do I have to get? Because you do run different routes if it's man versus zone, if it's cover 2 versus cover 3, and it's complicated. But the big thing with Jauan is making the conversion to X wide receiver this year. He mainly played F, which is the slot wide receiver, but at Tennessee he was an X because he's a big-bodied guy at 6'3", and to take over for Ayuk, he had never played X wide receiver in the NFL before, and then he goes over and he plays X, and X is that's the split end. That's the one on the line of scrimmage, away from the slot, away from the tight end side. You're up on the line where they can press you, so you got to be able to beat man coverage there, and he's had a hell of a year. I think one of the sneaky effective signings for the Niners this offseason, Greg, he was restricted, so there was never a point where he was going to leave. But they looked ahead and signed him. Let's just not put a tag on him and get him to a one-year deal. Then he becomes unrestricted the following year. They slapped a 2-year deal on him, and it's not big money. What did he get, $15 million or so?
Yep.
Can you imagine if he was going into unrestricted free agency and they just gave him a 1-year deal? What kind of he would not get, huge money. You don't want to franchise tag that guy and have to pay him the top 5 average of the wide receivers, the way that market exploded, and pay him Ayuk money and pay him $30 million, but he would get paid a lot. If he was an unrestricted free agent come March, this guy would get paid this year.
I mean, he is 57 catches, 774 yards, and 6 touchdowns, which when you consider early in the year, Papa, there were a lot of games where he wasn't getting a ton of snaps or balls thrown his way. Of course, Ayuk goes down. That makes him get on the field a little bit more. Pearsall comes back. That maybe stalled things for a little bit, but for the most part, he's kind of been the guy. I know Debo's gotten a lot of targets. He has the second most touches offensively, but Jennings really has just sort of been there when you need him. It hasn't always been a night where it's a Juwan night, but it's kind of like when you need him, he's been there. And then the Rams game with the 3 touchdowns. Then it was the they're all mixing together now. Oh, the Seahawks, the bad loss.
Problem is, and the reason he's not talking to the media, he does not like to talk after they lose. And 2 of his best games this year, with the exception of the 2-touchdown game this past Sunday against Chicago, is that he's had his best games when they've lost, including the Super Bowl. He does not like to talk about himself after his team loses a game. He's not happy.
No, yeah, that's right. It was the Seahawks and the Rams, and I know it was good to see him because Debo has kind of been a little bit short with the media at times, but Juwan Jennings I found to be a much more acceptable reason for the sake of he didn't want the attention to be on him. And look at the stats I just put up when your team lost a game and it was bad and the vibes are bad in there. So I'm happy to see the fact that he was able to speak afterwards, be his fiery self and just in a good mood, and he deserved it.
Well, he always is. I think he's going through a little something off the field this year, but he's having a great year statistically. Whether or not he gets targets or not, the guy blocks his ass off. You know what he light ups the most? Kyle Brandt on Good Morning Football. What does he hand out? The golden scepter, the scepter for the guy that has the best, truck guys and run over guys. He got it twice last year, and I remember he got one. Remember the Green Bay divisional playoff game when he blocked either Valentine, one of those defensive backs for Green Bay? He blocked him right in, literally, into their Gatorade cooler. And the next week, NFL Network and Good Morning Football sent him, the gift from whatever they send, the scepter, whatever, the royal scepter, whatever he does when he, angry runs. And it wasn't even a run. It was a block. But he got that, and then he got one earlier. You know what he also got earlier this year? You got Moss. Randy Moss sent him the gloves. And it's a cool thing with the angry runs and the scepter. It's a beautiful box they send, and I think he sent Moss's back because they were the wrong color or something. I don't know. But I'm like, don't send those back. Give them to me. And then just ask him to send you new ones. But he doesn't get a lot of attention off the field. It's mainly for his blocking. But you got Moss one. Remember the 3rd touchdown he scored against the Rams? He had the
incredible. Yeah,
when he just took it away. Who was that safety? Cam Curl maybe, or Kitchens? Where Brock, it was like, where are you throwing? It wasn't even a touchdown, I think. It was a catch he made in the field of play where he went right over the defensive back who was in front of him and just took it right off his chest plate. He got you got Mossed for that one. So those kind of things do drive Juwan. He gets thrilled by those.
Yeah, the Moss play was in the field of play. It wasn't one of the 3 touchdowns,
right,
but that was probably his most impressive catch of the day.
Yeah.
Let's actually hear one more from Juwan Jennings because this is right on one of your favorite topics, Papa. He was asked about the angry runs, the no block, no rock mentality.
Well, yeah, I played safety. I was the number 1 safety in Tennessee as well. and coming out of high school. So I always loved to hit. And so being able to block, as a quarterback, you're not allowed to block. And so being able to transition a receiver and now being asked to block, that's I really used that to get open at first because I didn't, just trying to learn the artwork of a receiver, and then, just kept working hard.
So it was Puka Nacua who you were comparing to Robert Woods a little bit earlier. With,
same number.
Yeah, with the same number.
Jet sweeper and a nasty blocker like Jawan Jennings.
I was going to say Jawan Jennings has some Robert Woods in him too, because I thought Robert Woods, and then he tore his ACL the year they won the Super Bowl, but I didn't like Robert Woods very much on the Bills. He came to the Rams, and I realized quickly with that McVay offense how underrated of a blocker he was.
I agree with you. When he was a Bill, and I watched him all the time, he didn't block as much. He wasn't as tough. The Rams demand, there's certain teams, if you don't block in the run game, you are not playing wide receiver. And even Cooper Kupp, that little guy will light you up. He's like Steph Curry setting a backpick. He's going to block. And there's certain teams that the Romeo Doubs is the only guy in Green Bay that won't block. Everybody else on their wide receiver core blocks because you got LaFleur. It's kind of the Kyle system, and just the way that's how those big runs go from 40 to 40 and house calls. If the big ones come on wide receivers blocking, but Jawan Jennings is a nasty blocker. I mean, there's been some good ones. Hines Ward was a great blocker for Pittsburgh years ago. Alan Lazard with the Jets can be an indifferent target every now and then, but that guy will block his ass off as a wide receiver.
You know who else hits really hard? Dante Whitner. And that's exactly
He's the hitman.
He's the hitman. And that's exactly who we're going to talk to next about attitude, playoff mentality, and how can this 49ers defense slow down a Rams team that just put up 44 on the Buffalo Bills. Dante Whitner next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
We do it every week. That is catch up with the Hitman, Dante Whitner, former 49er, went to a Super Bowl, now an analyst at NBC Sports Bay Area, and it is Tuesday, which means it's time to talk to Dante, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Dante, hope you had a great weekend with the 49ers win, and this is our first Victory Tuesday together, so how are you?
I'm doing great, man. It feels great to be talking about a win finally.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Chicago was deer in the headlights out there. Brock Purdy was playing like pick number one, and Caleb Williams, I don't want to say 262. He's had some great flashes, but he really struggled there in the first half, and that's kind of where I want to start, Dante, because you did not mince words about the 49ers defense and how simple it was at times. I'm wondering, why didn't Chicago attack one of the glaring weaknesses, which is the 49ers run defense, until the second half on Monday?
Well, the 49ers did a really good job of being physical up front and tackling. And they handled a variety of different formations and runs that the Chicago Bears threw at them. And when you play well on third down, when you start the game with 3 and outs, that helps the defense gain momentum. And they also did a good job of disguising pre-snap. The safeties are moving a lot more. They're showing a lot of guys at the line of scrimmage on third down, which I like, and then dropping into coverage. And then they did a really good job of passing off a lot of those crossing routes that they were having troubles with the opponents earlier in the season. So you have to give a lot of credit to Nick Sorensen and the 49ers defense for starting fast. And then the offense going down, scoring on the first 2 drives of the game was huge. And they did that week 3 versus the Los Angeles Rams, which were 2 of their best starts this season. So hopefully they can do that again on Thursday night.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Greg. I mean, part of it, I think Thomas Brown is their passing game specialist before he became the offensive coordinator. Then 17 days later, he's the interim head coach. And they came out throwing. They dropped back to throw early in the game, and you thought they would run on the Niners based on what happened in Buffalo and Green Bay. And DeAndre Swift's a good back, but the Niners just wouldn't have it in this game. They took Swift away. Caleb got out on some zone reads, but DeAndre Swift, 14 carries, 38 yards, 2.7 a rush, Dante, and a long of 8. So just as far as the run defense, how they fit it, and the big problem in Buffalo was, Jair Brown, on the touchdown run by James Cook, 65 yards out the gate. He missed a tackle on that. Nick McLeod was there. He got Demo back. But I do want to ask you about Talanoa Hufanga and what he meant to the run defense. The Niners' run defense began to fall apart last year, right after he tore his ACL against Tampa Bay, November the 19th. That's where they began to lose it. And you saw him on the very first defensive snap of the game. He came down and was a part of the run defense. So what does it mean to get Huff back in the back line of your defense, Dante?
Well, you have an instinctual football player on all levels of the defense who can make a lot of the mistakes that the defensive linemen make up front, those glaring holes. He can close them up in a second. And a lot of times when he's running to the screens, he has instincts to be able to play off of the other defenders that are in open space. And that's what Talanoa Hufanga and Malik Mustafa has been doing. Malik Mustafa does not get enough credit. I know he took a tough hit to the chest from Swift. But a lot of, what the 49ers have been dealing with this year is guys not willing to put their bodies on the line to just get the back on the ground. And we saw that with Jair Brown versus the Buffalo Bills. So when you have 2 safeties that are willing to put their bodies on the line, that are instinctual, that are physical, that are really good tacklers, it makes it hard for the opposition to get those explosive plays when they expect for their offensive playmakers to break tackles. So Talanoa Hufanga just brings that instincts and an extra linebacker on the field.
Yeah, and Papa and Tim Ryan talked to Hufanga in the postgame, and he was just raving about Malik Mustafa, said he thinks he could be a defensive player of the year in his future. As a safety yourself, Dante, what do you see in Malik Mustafa's game that could make him a special player down the line?
Well, first and foremost, you have to have want to. You have to have that physical prowess. You have to have contact courage, and you have to have the ability to be coached. And I worked with him a little bit in the offseason and just a lot of the middle field stuff, the cover 2 breaks, anticipation from reading the quarterback and breaking 1/3 the distance, the ball in the air. There was another play in the game. He did a phenomenal job where they were playing cover 2. He tried to sneak a guy up the middle on Fred Warner, and he did a really good job of putting his left foot in the ground and breaking, believing what he saw, and he nearly had an interception. Those are things that they said were weaknesses in Malik Mustafa's game that he's playing exceptionally well in this 49ers defense and scheme. So I agree. I agree that if he continues to get better, if he continues to tackle well, if he continues to show that he's a physical dominating presence on the field, it's just a matter of time before the rest of the league starts to notice Malik Mustafa, and he's a perennial Pro Bowler, just like Talanoa Hufanga would have been if he didn't get injured.
Without a doubt. It was so good to get Talanoa back, and now we're wondering about Dre Greenlaw, and I know they've been pointing to this game on Thursday night. We'll find out. Kyle's going to talk in about an hour. They're going to have a night practice today. We'll see. He's been moving around. They got to make a call, within a week or so, whether or not to take him off the practice window. Just what are your thoughts about him? And I thought Devondre Campbell, he's been playing better and better and better, but he had by far his best game as a Niner against Chicago on Sunday. Just your thoughts about Trey. Do you bring him back and let Campbell and Warner handle the nickel stuff and maybe just use Dre in the base? And he's moving around fine, but I do go back to your former teammate, Navarro Bowman. And it was a different injury. It wasn't an Achilles, but he tore his ACL and MCL in that playoff, the championship game lost in Seattle on the goal line. And he just never was the same player, even though he made, a Pro Bowl the next year. He could not move side to side. He could drop, but play up and back, but he had no change of direction, no lateral quickness at all, or ability to move. So, what are your thoughts on bringing Greenlaw back? Is now the time to do that?
Well, first and foremost, everybody recovers from these type of devastating injuries differently. And one of the things that made Dre Greenlaw so great was his ability to explode, accelerate, and run through ball carriers. So that'll be interesting to see. The 49ers have one of the top, medical staffs in the country and the National Football League. And I don't really think they will put Dre Greenlaw out there, especially with the way that the season is going, if he's not 100% healthy. So if he's 100% healthy or even close to it, I think you let him go as much as he can. If he's not 100%, you possibly can rotate him. But it'll be interesting to see how he recovers from that Achilles injury. I remember one of my teammates and, NBC colleagues and Takeo Spikes in Buffalo, he tore his Achilles, and he'll tell you that he never fully recovered and had that explosiveness. So it'll be interesting to see how Dre Greenlaw plays. But if he's 70%, I think I would take a 70% Dre Greenlaw over a 100% Devondre Campbell any day. So it'll be interesting to see how they utilize it.
Dante, just on that note right there, not everybody would take 70% of any player over that player's replacement or backup. Why is Dre Greenlaw's, whether it's his mentality, whether it's how he plays on the edge, what about Dre makes it so that you would take 70% of him?
Well, at the peak of his game, he was an all-pro player. I would say that, Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw were two of the best, if not the best linebacker duo in the National Football League. And if you just take, 30% off of that, that's above average. That's probably most of the linebackers in the National Football League. And when you look at Devondre Campbell's body of work through the first 13 games of the season, he's coming off a great game versus Chicago. He was really targeted, but when you have good offenses like the 49ers have faced all year, and they target Devondre Campbell, they had a high percentage of completions and a lot of missed tackles and things that are hidden within the game as far as, physicality, attacking fullbacks and, angles, restricting lateral space. Those are the things that Dre Greenlaw is very, very good in. So if he's 70%, I would take that over Devondre Campbell, who's really starting to diminish in his career right now. Yeah, he played well last week, but for the majority of the season, he's been a liability for the 49ers defense.
And you've also got Fred Warner playing, and Fred admitted a couple of weeks ago since the New England game, he's playing with a fractured right ankle. So the middle of the defense has certainly been compromised due to injury, which leads to the Rams. And what do you do with them? And, obviously with Stafford, you want gut pressure, not just from the edge. And we'll find out if Nick can practice and get ready to play with the double oblique injury on Thursday, Dante. But just what do you do with Stafford? And it's always been Cooper Kupp, but now Puka Nacua has become the go-to guy, and we'll see if Cooper even plays in the game. What do you do with Nacua, and how do you get pressure on Stafford?
Well, first and foremost, you have to worry about Kyron Williams. He's a smaller back, but I would say pound for pound, he's one of the toughest, hardest running backs in the league. And the 49ers had trouble with him week 3. So it comes down to dominating the line of scrimmage and setting the edge and getting knocked back on Kyron Williams. And then the LA Rams do a really good job of marrying the run game with the play action boot game, getting Matthew Stafford out of the back. Out on the edge of the defense. So you have to worry about the contain element to that, and you have to be really good with your eyes for the entirety of the defense. And up front, they have to utilize and use their hands. When you think about the secondary, it's all about awareness on where Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp are. And they don't just have those two guys. They have Tutu Atwell. They have Robinson. They have a variety of different players that hurt the 49ers in that Week 3 game. So it's not just about knowing where those guys are. It's about the tendencies. Where's Puka Nacua? Is he near the core? Well, he might be getting the jet sweep, and they'll do it on numerous plays, right? They'll do it on back-to-back plays. He's a bigger body. They like to get him out on the edge. Where's Puka Nacua? Is he in the slot? They like to throw the bubble screen. So you have to tackle in space, and you have to beat blocks in the open field, and you have to fit the screens well. And then where's Cooper Kupp? Are Cooper Kupp and Nacua to the same side? They love to do 3-level routes. They know that the defense gets antsy, jump down on Cooper Kupp. They like to put Puka Nacua behind him. So we have to worry about the 3-level routes. But all in all, it's going to come down to containing Stafford, getting that interior pressure, manning up, playing some man coverage, and then getting off the field on 3rd down. And then I think there needs to be some tweaks in the coverage on 3rd down. When you go back to that Week 3 loss, the 49ers jumped out 14-0. But they couldn't get off the field on 3rd down. And it was a systematic thing where they were playing a lot of man-to-man, and they were running a lot of crossing routes, rubbing the defensive backs and getting Tutu Atwell and those guys involved. So I think that they have to, make some calls within the coverage so that guys don't get picked so they can get up the field on 3rd down. But in that Week 3 game, George Kittle didn't play. Debo Samuel didn't play. So I'm expecting for those two guys to have a great game. And Brock Purdy played phenomenally. Lights out Week 3. He looked like an MVP. He threw 3 touchdowns to Juwan Jennings in the first half. I still can't understand how the 49ers lost that game. They were up 24-14 with 6 minutes left in the game. So the 49ers played their style of football and don't turn it over. This is the game that they should win. They're a 2-point favorite. I'm expecting not to even be that close. I know I went a little long-winded, but
that's good. You're bringing back bad memories.
On this one.
I'll tell you how they lost the game. They that fake punt when it was
and
4-0
the punt return at the end.
And the Tutu Atwell punt return, and they did attack in that game. Ike Yadam with the cheater X motion, and Demarcus Robinson's got an injury, so we'll see if he plays. But Tutu Atwell, got matched up with Charvarius Ward.
Mm-hmm.
Ordinarily I would, you want Ward to maybe match up with Puka in this game and then have maybe Demo go with Cooper. But what have you seen from Charvarius Ward? I thought he played better against the Bears than he did the Bills and just getting out on the field. But he's got a lot of heaviness that he's playing with. Do you just let them play sides in this game and not match up with certain receivers, Dante?
Yeah, I believe you allow them to play sides. And if you have Puka Nacua or you have a speed wide receiver, they've been playing a lot of cover 2, where they're playing cover 6, cover 2 to one side, cover 4, like a quarters. The outside corner has the deep quarter. The inside safety, Malik Mustafa, or one of the safeties, has a tight end vertical. So they've been playing a lot of those different coverages. But there's going to come times in the game where we're going to need Charvarius to be all-pro Charvarius Ward. We're going to need him to step up and play Tutu Atwell or Cooper Kupp if he plays, or Puka Nacua, and show what he's capable of doing. And we haven't seen that for the majority of the season. Last week he played a little better. And another thing I would like to see him do is, be better with the crack replace. There's been multiple weeks where teams are forcing him to come up and replace in the run game, and the backs are getting outside. And that just means he needs to get a little more width and a little more depth, and he needs to be better with his eyes and the crack replacement technique. So Charvarius Ward still has all the capabilities to go out there and get it done, and that's going to be one of the keys to the game. Can he play man-to-man coverage in cover 4 and stop the deep post? That's what they beat him on in the first game, late in the fourth quarter, with that deep post from Tutu Atwell.
Dante, before we let you go, just want to ask, because we saw our first look at the 12-team college football playoff bracket. Your Ohio State Buckeyes are going to play Juwan Jennings, Tennessee Volunteers in the 8-9 matchup. Are you two going to do a friendly wager on this one?
Probably not. I'm not too confident right now. Right after we lost to Michigan, there's a definitive way to beat Ohio State, and that's line up and run the ball right at them. Tennessee has a great running game, so I'm not really confident right now. So I'm like everybody else. I have to sit back and watch. I want to see how we handle that physicality, and Tennessee coming from the SEC, they're gonna have a lot of speed on the field. So if we can win that one definitively, and get to Oregon. Maybe that following week I'll have something good to tell you.
We want that rematch. That was a hell of a game.
Oh, absolutely we do.
Maybe we should see if Jawan Jennings isn't confident about Tennessee, and then you guys can wager against each other's schools.
Yeah, tell Jawan Jennings I'll bet my check at NBC for his game check.
I love it. Dante, thanks so much. We'll talk to you next week, and hopefully it's about a team that's still got some life in them.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you guys next week.
Jawan says no.
Oh, Jawan says no. I love that so much. Dante,
one thing he will do is dye his hair scarlet. I mean, Jawan changed his hair color like every day. I think it's green now.
Yeah, it's green. I noticed that in the postgame, too. I'm like, Jawan, you haven't spoken to the media in a while because it was always after frustrating losses. I probably missed like 3 cycles of hair color.
For a while, he was taking the Niners red and gold seriously. He was going ketchup and mustard, I think was the hair color that he had during training camps.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm a Jawan Jennings head. By the way, I'll tell you all that we have our weekly contest going right now, so you can win a pair of tickets to see comedian Brian Reagan at the Palace of Fine Arts, and that's going to be on March 1st at 9 p.m., so the late show. How do you do this? You tune in right now up until 1 p.m., wink, wink, where when we give the cue to call, you can be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. You'll win, furnished by Live Nation. Find the official rules at KNBR.com. And today's cue to call, Walter, is...
Tell the truth, Doc. You gotta believe me.
Then tell me, future boy, who's president of the United States in 1985?
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan? The actor? Then who's vice president? Jerry Lewis?
Well done.
President of France is Jerry Lewis.
I didn't know what he was going to pick today, so that was good. Awesome. All right, well, let's take a break. We'll get to some Sounds of Silver on the other side. We have Silver Linings playlist to get to as well before we hear from Kyle Shanahan at the podium today on a Tuesday due to the short week. So we'll get to all of that next, and then we'll hand things off to Depop, Copes, and Tim for a Tuesday edition of Dirty Work. Derek's also getting the extra work in with me from 7 to 9 tonight if you want to dial in. And I don't even know what that's going to be, but we're going to have a lot of fun with it. It's Other Papa and Silver here on The Sports Leader. We'll be back after this. KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch stopped by the morning show today with Murph and Marcus to discuss how pleased he was with the 49ers' response on Sunday and how it can fuel them on a short week as they take on the Rams on Thursday Night Football. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
I got a question for you. What does Golden State Lumber and Building Materials offer professional builders and contractors? Just about everything they need. Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Golden State's Lumber Yards, and they carry the largest inventory in the Bay with as much as 70 acres of lumber and materials, and they save you time with drive-through pickup and on-site milling services. As you've heard, they can deliver necessary materials to your job site the next day, if not, in fact, the same day. Are you delivering oversized loads to homes and narrow roads at high elevations? With their delivery dexterity, no location is out of reach. See a video of a recent delivery of 3,000-pound crates to a job site that required expert coordination. And then scroll through the extensive video list on GSTV, Golden State Lumber TV, at goldenstatelumber.com. You'll see innovative products, design options, and educational videos, including Trex Academy. No business helps you build better than Golden State. Now in their 70th year, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
It is that time for Sounds of Silver with the thundering music beat. It's Greg Papa, Greg Silver here on a Tuesday. 49ers play the Rams coming up. The Warriors tomorrow night in Houston will do their quarterfinal for the Emirates NBA Cup. The winter meetings are happening across baseball. We asked Marcus Thompson about the Valkyries. The Sharks are also playing. Basically, what I'm saying is this is a robust market, and we love it. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, as we get ready for our final hour here on this Tuesday. And we asked Dante Whitner about the college football playoff. So that's where we're going to start on the Sounds of Silver. We didn't do this in depth yesterday, so there's a lot of weekend sound we didn't get to. And we have Timothy Webb out in the bullpen, but that is not quite the same person as Timothy Chalamet, who showcased his knowledge on the set of College Game Day. Timothy Chalamet making big picks, and as the kids say, Tim knows ball.
I'm going Jackson State, 8 wins in a row, 11 all-conference players. This should be a comfortable, easy win for them.
Breaking it down.
No.
This guy's a great actor.
Hey, he said, I only got 6 games. I'm bringing a heater on all 6 of them.
Listen, these teams are 2-2 in the last 4 matchups. The Redhawks defense looks good, but I'm looking at fourth-year Bobcats quarterback Parker Navarro. Yeah. 65% completion rate. If he can get going, he'll tilt this in favor of the Bobcats. I'm going underdog Bobcats here.
Yes.
Underdog Bobcats.
I love that.
Okay, I'm going Louisiana here. Tyrone Lewis Jr., Cody Jackson, Tyree Skipper. They're going to step that defense up. Billy Napier's legend remains. The defense is strong. Totally agree. Scattaboo, little 3 to 5 yard runs. Needs to be efficient, set that offense going. I don't think they've won a conference championship outright ever. I'm pulling for Arizona State today.
Timmy.
Well, congratulations to Arizona State and Jack Loader out in the bullpen for winning the Big 12 championship.
State, huh?
Yeah. Brandon Ayuk versus Brock Purdy. Speaking of 49er-related wagers. I don't even care, Papa, if Timothy Chalamet got fed a script. He sold that so well.
He's an actor.
Yeah, and he showed why. I think I
Bobcats? Who are the Bobcats?
I don't even know.
Charlotte, is that the former Hornets? He lost me at Bobcats. What level of football was he talking about?
It was all D1, FBS, I think. But he ended up picking 7 games and going 4-3. So over 500, that's good enough to earn my stamp of approval.
Not bad. Who did he pick in the SEC championship game between Georgia and UT? I love that Derek asked Kyle Shanahan.
I think he went Georgia.
That went overtime. That was a hell of a game on Saturday.
Yeah. I won't bring that up later tonight.
Yeah, he's not happy.
Yeah.
So Texas will beat Clemson, right?
I think so.
Texas will beat Arizona State, right?
Right.
Will Texas beat Oregon? John Gruden, as John used to call Oregon. That's a matchup there. Ohio State. So where would these matchups be? Assuming Ohio State beats Tennessee, I want to see the Ohio State-Oregon rematch. Are they rolling into bowl games? How's this working? This college football playoff, the 12 teams. Do you know?
You're stumping me at the wrong. I just follow the bracket.
Ask Derek.
I follow the NFL. I follow the bracket. This will be a conversation to have with Derek later. I know at some point they're going to go to bowl games.
Indiana, Notre Dame? How big is that going to be in the state of Indiana?
It's going to be awesome.
You kidding me?
I would love to see IU pull that upset.
West Lafayette, Bloomington against South Bend? How good is that going to be?
Yeah. No, that'd be incredible. Now, West Lafayette is Purdue, right?
Yeah. Bloomington.
Yeah. Moving on with the sound here, as Timothy Chalamet might have to come back to predict the whole playoff bracket. Talk about a team that doesn't really lose a lot in these bracket situations postseason. We didn't really get into much of the other NFL games that happened on Sunday. We didn't even get into Monday night's game, but we will coming up. The Kansas City Chiefs, I get it. I know that when you win 15 straight one-score games, I know there is an element to that is more than luck. They know how to win. They always deliver. They have the best quarterback. They have maybe the best active coach. They have an incredible defensive coordinator. But also, at some point with some of these games, it just comes down to primarily luck. Let's play the final call, Walter, of how that one ended against Jim Harbaugh's Chargers on Sunday night.
So Matthew Wright out of the hold of Matt Ariza. James Winchester to snap. A 31-yard attempt from the right hash for the win. Wright says he's ready. Here's the snap. Ball down. The kick is on the way. It is off the upright and good. And Kansas City wins. The ball went off the left upright and went through. And the Chiefs have won the game 19-17. Kansas City wins a 15th consecutive one-score game, and along with it wins their 9th straight AFC West title. Matthew Wright with a doink to win it. 19-17 Kansas City, and the Chiefs go to 12-1.
So fans of teams like the Chicago Bears, who are victims of the double doink for a playoff loss, will often talk about their teams as inventing ways to lose. The Kansas City Chiefs at this point are inventing ways to just hold on and win. Backup kicker, 31 yards, just completely pulls the kick.
That's our guy. That's Matthew Wright.
I know, and it's a Niner guy.
He's wearing 49 for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's doing a post-game interview next to Kermit the Frog and Chris Jones. And that's our guy that we brought to Seattle. Matthew Wright kicked well at that game, but he wound up getting hurt, making a tackle just like Jake Moody. He's going to be gone. They're going to bring the butt kicker back at some point. That's not entirely lucky because he hit the inside of the upright. I mean, he pulled it, but it was only a 31-yard field goal. If it was 35, he may have missed it. He may have hit the other side of the upright, but he knocked it through. So, and on top of that, the Buffalo Bills did lose to the Rams early in the day. Just when Buffalo got within a game of them, they've stretched it out a little bit. So do all roads go through Arrowhead again come January? Do you have to go to Arrowhead and beat them to beat Mahomes?
From the right hash for the win. Wright says he's ready.
We're going to hear it again. We know it hit the inside.
No. Walter's isolating the screaming woman before.
Who's this guy doing play-by-play?
That's Ryan Radke.
Oh, on national radio?
For Westwood One, yeah.
Yeah, where's Holtis? I want to hear Mitch Holtis call.
Well, we'll get the Holtis call. We can play that a little bit later in the show.
Are you surprised that happened? I mean, the thing was that Cameron Dicker, the kicker, came back earlier and made a kick, but he did it too early, and Mahomes drove him the length of the field. So, I mean, are you surprised?
No. Nothing about it is surprising with the amount of time the Chiefs had to get down into field goal range and the fact that they made a 31-yard kick. But they were so close. Like, to me, it is lucky. I know he hit the inside of the upright, but from 31 yards, you should be able to have plenty of space to go in between the uprights and just have
see you
the
make
normal.
a 31-yard field goal.
Well, I stink.
Okay.
I'm not Matthew Wright.
I got it.
Yeah.
Sometimes they miss, Greg. Sometimes they just miss kicks. Like the double doink went off the upright, then hit the gooseneck, which was classic.
Yeah. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. The roads are going through Arrowhead. It's inevitable.
And
I know.
not just Arrowhead. The new Eras tour is over, and she made $2 billion on it. $2 billion. So that means she'll be back in our lives. And that new Eras tour, how long did that last? I remember going to that concert here at Levi's, not this past July, the July before that, before they were even dating. So she's back in our lives again now.
Yeah.
Why is the lady screaming? Did the kick already get kicked yet?
No, it was before the kick.
What was she screaming about?
Walter, you got any idea?
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Either she was a raging Chargers fan who was trying to push the ball further left, or a Swiftie who wanted her team to clinch the AFC West. So that's how that went down. Let's move to something that is not going to rile me up quite as much. That is Chris Paul, former Golden State Warrior. He hit a big milestone, and that was passing Jason Kidd to get to number 2 on all-time assists. After the game, he spoke to his team, thanking his teammates in San Antonio, where he is doing his first season with the San Antonio Spurs.
Man, I can't say nothing but thank you, man. Seriously, man. I know I'm hard to deal with a lot of times, and I swear, man, I'm so grateful. You know what I mean? To be away from my family, y'all became my family, and so I know I'm a lot to deal with on the court, man. But I just love the hoop, and I hope that y'all get this opportunity to play as long as I have, man. So thank y'all so much.
Pretty damn impressive milestone. I mean, look, I know a lot of people in the Bay Area aren't the biggest Chris Paul fans. I get why he left. I think he should have left the Warriors after a year, but he came in and handled himself like a pro. The health wasn't a huge thing because, he's 38 years old at the time, but I don't have anything against Chris Paul. Like what he did in Oklahoma City to take a team that seemed in complete rebuild and get them to a Game 7 in the NBA bubble against his old team, the Rockets, that gained massive Chris Paul respect for me.
Oh, he was a whole different dude there. He got in shape. His time at Oklahoma City was amazing. He's reinvented himself a couple of times, obviously, and beginning his career in New Orleans and the Clipper side of it. I'm actually glad he was a Warrior for 1 year. We got to observe him more. He was annoying when he was, the head of Lob City and, Blake Inferior and DeAndre and all the matchups with them and, guarding Steph and, Steph not guarding him, having Clay do it and Doc. And but just watching him last year, he was a good Warrior. He kind of figured out why they wanted him. The mistake was trading for him initially, but that wasn't his fault. It was Jordan Poole and Draymond, and like to have Jordan Poole back on the team. But Chris Paul, him breaking down there, and Pop wanted him. He wanted to bring him. They had so many matchups over the years, San Antonio and the Clippers when he was a Clipper. And I'm glad we got to observe him. I kind of figured him out. It took me probably a third of the year last year to even tolerate him in a Warrior uniform. But then I get it. He did get people organized. He did allow Steph to play off the ball. I think at times this year they miss him because you don't have DeAnthony Melton, who was kind of in that role. But he got emotional there. And I'm sure with that young team and Pop not there to keep him in line, that he is kind of yelling at those young guys. But, he's the point god. Not surprising he passed Jason Kidd. He's not going to get Stockton, I don't think. John's number one by far. Right?
Want me to tell you what
how much longer would he have to play?
So this is how crazy it is. To get to number 2, incredible accomplishment for Chris Paul. But this one from Zach Harper. If Chris Paul averages 15 assists over his next 246 games, the point guard, who is now 39 years old,
he's not going to do it,
would finally pass Stockton.
That just tells you where Stockton was.
Yeah.
And is Stockton still number 1 in steals, too? Stockton was a hell of a player. And he never missed games, Stockton. But Jason Kidd wound up, when he was done, number 3 in assists and number 3 in three-pointers made. Ace and Kidd finally learned how to push that jump shot through. But Paul, he'll finish up. Mark Jackson was high on that list for a long time until these guys started passing him by. Mark was number 3 for a while, but John Stockton has put that out there so far. No one's touching that.
One more piece of sound, and then we'll do our last Sound of Silver on the other side as we'll lead into Silver Linings playlist. This is Bob Melvin, who was on MLB Network, talked about what an upgrade Adames was offensively and also the loaded NL West that the Giants play in.
Oh, look, it's just such a premier position. And, with Chapman on the other side over there, left side of the diamond, not only defensively but offensively, it's a huge upgrade for us. And now we can do some things potentially a little different with a guy like Tyler Fitzgerald, who's got a big upside too. But it was really the target for us coming into the offseason was trying to get a premier guy at that position.
This National League West does not get a lot of recognition for the depth of it. We always talk about the National League East with the Phillies, the Braves, and now the Mets with their moves they're making and stuff like that. But, man, the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, the Padres, Bob, this is a pretty tough division.
It's a really tough division. I don't know that it might be the toughest division. So you look, it starts with the Dodgers and the world champions, and they're getting a little better this offseason as well. So it is a tough division, but, it's also exciting to be able to play, within your division with great teams and inspiring games, and, all those ballparks, including ours, tend to be pretty full. So it's a pretty exciting division to be able to play in.
I hope he's still excited about it in July. So the NFC West is the NL West? Just kidding. Not at all.
Wait, what happened to Harold Reynolds? He used to be a really good baseball. He did the World Series and playoff games at Bob Costas on NBC. And all he can add is, wow, the Dodgers are really good, and San Diego's good, and Arizona, didn't they win the pennant a couple of years ago and go to the World Series? And we kind of know that. The interesting thing now, they got a lot of money on the left side of the infield, obviously, with Chapman and now Willie Adames. And then they're going to move Tyler Fitzgerald to second. I can see what Casey Schmidt could do there as well. It wasn't too long ago that second base was manned by a guy named Tyro Estrada, who I thought was going to go 20-20 1 year, maybe flirt with 30-30. Last year was just a lost year. Tyro Estrada has agreed to a 1-year, deal with the Colorado Rockies. He'll hit some bombs at 20th and Blake. But wow, Tyro has fallen off the earth.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see that as well, and it was a disappointment last year for sure. I mean, albeit it wasn't the disappointment, it was one of many. But yeah, Tyro Estrada in Colorado, that's kind of my first thought too, Pop. I was like, okay, he'll hit some bombs at Coors Field, but that team's not going anywhere.
He got drilled on a Sunday night game, not this past year, the year before, against the New York Mets. And he just has not been the same player. And then he is chasing. I thought this is the one future star, as everybody's up and down before Bailey arrived, before Casey Schmidt arrived. Tyro Estrada led the team in stolen bases with the bigger bags. You thought this guy's going to break out and be a star. What happened to him? I think he just had a bad year. They all turned on him. And they sent him back down to the minor leagues last year. It's like, what's going on? I think he will have a bounce-back year this year. I'm going to root for him. There's no doubt. Good guy.
Oh, yeah. I have nothing against him, and we'll certainly want to see his success out there. But it's a new era of the Giants for sure. And what we're going to do now is we'll take a break. We'll come back, play Silver Linings playlist, possibly one more sound, and then we'll get ready for Kyle Shanahan live at the podium before the Rams come into town for a Thursday night clash. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It is a short week with the 49ers taking on the Rams in a critical matchup on Thursday Night Football in the NFC West. With that quick turnaround, we will hear from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan live today at 1:30 p.m. on your home of 49ers football for the past 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Telling the truth, Doc. You gotta believe me.
Then tell me, future boy, who's president of the United States in 1985?
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan? The actor? Then who's vice president? Jerry Lewis?
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Rico will punt. There's the snap. Oh, it was almost blocked, and it was! It was blocked. The punt was blocked by Dallas. The ball bouncing to the 45. Recovered at the 46. Dallas has got it. No, Cincinnati recovered. Cincinnati recovered.
They're saying a Cowboy down the field hit the football.
But it was not the deep back man, Turpin. The ball was blocked. Coming through was Nick Vigil, a former Bengal.
Ruling on the field. On a kick play, the ball was touched by the receiving team beyond the line and then recovered by the kicking team. As soon as they recover the ball, it is dead. We ruled on the field. It's Cincinnati's ball. First down.
Wow! What a play!
Who touched it for the Cowboys, Harlan? I wanted to hear him say the name.
It was Amani Oruwariye.
Oruwariye. I dreaded that name on October the 28th. I didn't want to say that name. Tarico had to come in and teach me how to say it. Did Harlan ever get it right? It's a hard name. Oru, it's Scooby-Doo.
We only heard of the Harlan sample, and maybe next time we have Kevin on, we'll have to ask him because he was great.
He dodged Oruwariye. Retro.
So, yeah, that was last night. The Dallas Cowboys blocked a punt, which is good in a tie game at the 2-minute warning, usually a good thing. And then somehow they fumbled their own blocked punt when it took a backward bounce. Cincinnati recovers. Jamar Chase gets a touchdown. And boom, the Dallas Cowboys go
poor bones
night.
He was so excited they blocked the punt, and then, oh no, Rutro, it hit Oruwariye. What's he doing?
So that, of course, is going to relate to our Silver Linings playlist today. But Walter is being a busy man behind the glass, so I'm gonna buy him some time because he's doing like 3 different tasks before we get to it. That was rough for Dallas. I mean, you're at home. I know this is a season that's lost anyway, but that is just painful. And now Walter, the octopus right now, is ready to fire off. So let's get into Silver Linings playlist.
Silver Linings playlist.
All right, so this one, if the idea of having me in this chair, Papa, is to go for the younger demo, guess what? It failed. JD always says I'm more Gen X than I am Gen Z. This one goes out to Morning Show boys. I'm talking about Murph, and I'm talking about Paulie Mack. These two loved to reference the movie This Is Spinal Tap, which came back in 1984 is when it came out. And there's the reason I thought of Spinal Tap for this one, before we get to the song, is there is a scene in there where the famous These Amps Go to 11 scene, where Christopher Guest, who's playing Nigel Tufnell, and showing Rob Reiner the fake documentary around. It's a mockumentary, but they call it a rockumentary. There's one guitar that still has a tag on it. It's never been played. And he goes, no, don't even look at it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It can't be played. And then he goes, Rob Reiner's like, can I look at it? And he's like, no. Don't even look at it. Don't touch it. That is exactly how I felt with Amani Oruwariye and the ball bouncing backwards. I was like, don't even touch it. Don't look at it. It can't be played. Just let it die. You can get in field goal range. And they have a song in that movie, the fake band Spinal Tap, called Hellhole. In the context of football, that is exactly what the 2024 Dallas Cowboys are living in after finishing 12-5 last season and winning the NFC East. You force a 4th and 27 in a tie game at 2020 with the 2-minute warning. The Cincinnati Bengals, by the way, entered last night 1-7 in one-possession games. They're set to punt it away, and the Cowboys can put together a game-winning drive at home with the best kicker in the league. Even better, they blocked the punt. The 49ers would kill for these kind of special teams, right? Wrong. The ball got blocked and took a forward bounce for the Cincinnati Bengals. Oruwariye tried to field it, and he couldn't do it cleanly. The Bengals get on top of the loose ball, and they have a fresh set of downs at their own 43-yard line. Jamar Chase ends up getting a 40-yard touchdown, puts the Bengals up by 7. They win it 27-20. Now, here's the catch with the song Hellhole, Papa. Verse 2 is about realizing it's not so bad living in a hellhole. And I think that's the epiphany that Cowboys cheerleader Zoe Dale had because she watched her boyfriend, replacement Bengals kicker Cade York, drilling kicks for the Cincinnati Bengals. Maybe it wasn't so bad. Happy relationship, happy times, happy wife, happy life, happy kicker, happy, I don't know.
They're just dating. They're not married. He's drilling more than kicks. But anyway, so I felt badly for that last night. And, first of all, I was rooting against Dallas. Believe it or not, if the Cowboys had won the game last night, and there were a couple of parts where I thought, poor Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, they're going to lose this game, they would have the same record as the 49ers. If they would have won last night and gotten a 6-7, I would have thought, damn, because there is a wild card component to the Niners' quest to get in based on Washington. But Dallas, then they're at Carolina their next game. They're home for Tampa, at Philadelphia, so probably they're not going to do well at the end. But I felt bad. Mike McCarthy's twisting in the wind. We'll see what they do with him. Bones Fossil, John Fossil, has been one of the best special teams coordinators ever. He got all excited when it was blocked, and then, oh, no, Ruarie, what are you doing? And they wound up losing the game. It was all Leon Lett-like from Thanksgiving years ago in the snow. But they're all going to get fired, it looks like. We'll see what Jerry does, which does make Bones Fossil available to be hired as a special teams coordinator, so keep that in mind. It's always a Niner component here. But the other one is, and, Brock saved this franchise by being Mr. Irrelevant at 262, but Trey Lance is still playing. And I've always been a Cooper Rush fan. I thought he was capable. A few years ago when Dak got hurt, he came in, they go 4-1? But he just misses so many throws. He is clearly a backup quarterback right now. Is there a point now that their season, they got 8 losses? I mean, when they do become mathematically eliminated, and that's got to be soon, right? Are they not going to turn it over to Trey Lance and let him start to finish the year? They gave up a 4th-round draft pick that turned into Malik Mustafa, by the way, your starting safety. And his contract, it's a fit. They're not going to pick up the option, obviously. But would they not like to get, and they already haven't, would they not like to get a look at him at some point? So part I was thinking was they need to lose. Otherwise, they have the same record as the Niners. We don't want to get into that. But they're going to lose more games. They always find a way to lose it this year. But don't they have to play Trey at some point here at the end of the year?
I mean, one would think. I know the Bay Area, the Trey area, faithful to the Trey, want to see that very much down in the Lone Star State. I would think so, too. I mean, Cooper Rush has been a pretty serviceable backup in the past. But last night, with the season essentially being done, why not see what you got for a 4th-round pick? I mean, was Dak Prescott a 4th-round pick?
He was.
There you go.
But the season's not done. You don't make that move until you're mathematically eliminated. If they won the game, they're 6-7. And if I'm thinking the Niners, if they don't win the West, they could still, you play it until you're mathematically eliminated. But last night, now they're 5-8. So they're not eliminated yet. And I don't know if Jerry will have enough pride or too much pride that he just won't play him. But you would think at some point they would turn to Trey Lance.
My quick note on John Fossil, Bones, the special teams coach for the Dallas Cowboys, formerly with the L.A. Rams.
And the Oakland Raiders.
And the Oakland Raiders. Kenny Banya from Seinfeld, the guy that would always say, "It's gold, Jerry." Total lookalike. Total lookalike.
That's a good call.
Yeah, the actor is Steve Hytner, Hytner, and he's a total lookalike for Bones Fossil. So that's what I always think of. Walter, what was that? It's time to roll. We're going to take a break so we can get to Kyle Shanahan. He said, enough of your stupid Seinfeld and Spinal Tap and your dad references. We're going to get to real football with Shanahan at the podium on the other side. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting family and friends is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday or Monday Night Football. Get ready for an elevated game night. Game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are well underway now, and now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint, whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook. Find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. So support your team and your local independently owned and operated business.
Right, injuries for
with
practice.
Benjamin
Ben
Moore.
Barch, Inco will not practice.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It is that time to hear from the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers at the podium, Kyle Shanahan. Greg, I know you got to run. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll reconnect tomorrow.
I will. I'm going to interview John Lynch right after Kyle gets done, but Kyle is on time today. Let's hear from the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
he was the right man to do it at that time?
I think I just like people with authenticity. I mean, Demo's a very real dude. It's sometimes you don't want guys who always talk all the time. we got a lot of guys who can speak well and who are leaders, and it always starts with what you do on the field. But how he plays on the field, the way our guys respect him, and it's always cool to hear some guys who don't speak up that much.
What was Brock's message when he spoke Saturday, and how do you feel like he's asserting his leadership on this team?
I thought it was good. I mean, Brock is definitely one of the leaders on our team. He's been that way since he took over as quarterback, and but I think the guys just enjoyed hearing him talk. I mean, I think everyone knows how Brock is, and he's consistent as anyone in our building. But anytime your quarterback gets up there and says what he's expecting to do the next day, what he's expecting from the guys around him, carries a lot of weight.
What's Javon Hargrave doing, and what's the plan for him for 2025 after you guys tinkered with his contract?
And the plan is for him to be a Niner. I mean, I don't know about the contract tinkering. That'd be more of a question for John and Parag, but I think that's just mechanics of contract stuff, but things I don't look into until after the season.
Being somewhat tired because they're usually done at this time of year, is that something you can prepare them for, talk to them about, or they just have to kind of go through it?
I mean, you can try to tell everybody everything, but usually people don't believe you until it happens. So you just try to tell people how it's coming, that it usually happens just with experience of being around it. You try to tell them that throughout the year, so they kind of set up their routine at the beginning of week one, a little bit in training camp, and you try to never differentiate from that routine. Sometimes rookies, they get to week 4 and it's not that big of a deal. They don't have to go through their routine, but once they get it around now they're like, oh, now I get what you're talking about. I should have kept with that routine. So we pick up on that stuff or talk about it all year to prepare them for this moment, but it still does hit them, and you just talk about the reality of it. I mean, it is going to hit you. You do feel that way, but that's why you got to make conscious decisions and understand it is normal. But it's stuff you got to fight through because too many people are dependent on you.
Based on where you are in the standings and what's left ahead, does this feel like the playoffs already?
Yeah, last week felt like the playoffs already. So, since that Buffalo game, every week is a playoff game. So it feels like it this week, and hopefully we can take care of business so next week feels the same.
Kyle, has your dad said anything to you about Garendo reminding him at all of Ricky Waters? That seemed like very similar.
No, he hasn't, but I do love Ricky Waters, and hope Isaac turns out like Ricky. That'd be awesome.
I feel like Leonard Floyd has turned a corner recently. I don't know, last month or so. He just seems to be more impactful when he's out there.
Yeah, I think, his results definitely. I think he's gotten some more production as far as the stat sheet and everything, but Leonard's just an energizer bunny. It's crazy with him being one of the older guys and stuff and how many different teams he's been to, but I've played against him enough and felt that, but just guys who've known him, talking about how he practices and everything, Staley being with him in a number of places, telling us how he is, and you always think about bringing in an older guy and stuff. Are they not going to be able to practice? Are you going to have to take care of him? And he's one of our hardest workers every single day. He set the tone in practice last week, coming in on that Wednesday to our Thursday practice was our last one on full pads, and you would have thought he was the one who was demanding that we went full pads. Just the way he goes about everything. He loves football, plays so hard, and usually when you're like that, eventually the numbers come.
As a head coach, would you prefer a player to step up and deliver a message like that in a crisis time than to do it yourself?
I don't really have a preference on anything. My preference is whatever gets the best effect, and so you got to balance that off differently. We're with each other all week, so if a player does it 6 days in a row or a coach does it 7 days in a row, I don't think that's ever the best deal. You'd like to hear it from different people, but the main thing is what's the result, and so it's got to be the right player. It's got to be the right message from a coach. It's got to be all that.
Are they going to have to use speeches again because it was so effective?
I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. So they might have to do it. All right, guys.
How about Kyle Shanahan going with a little Michael Scott quote at the end? I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious. I'll also tell you, by the way, that this segment of the Papa and Silver Show is brought to you by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com, and also by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Say that 5 times fast. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. So there you heard from Kyle Shanahan, and he talked about Diamador Lenore and Brock Purdy speaking to the team. I liked his last week was the playoffs. Like, yeah, dude, I've been here before. Kyle Shanahan teams have turned it on late and have found themselves into playoff situations. 2021 was probably my all-time favorite Kyle Shanahan season. Maybe he can surpass that if they can complete the 9-8 model or somehow go 10-7, beat Detroit, beat Miami in the 2 division games. I liked what he said about social media as well. I, too, despite being much younger than Kyle Shanahan, don't always love social media. I spend time on it for all of you, and I like the YouTube chat. That's my exception because you're all cracking me up in there every day. But social media, Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to live in the online world. And then no update on Isaac Guerrero. That was to be expected because Guerrero, it's a tough turnaround. I wouldn't say I'm particularly worried about it. I think if it was trending toward not playing, we probably would have heard something a little bit more dire, although I guess you never know. Niner injuries have popped up a little bit later during the weeks of injury reports, or the Debo Samuel pneumonia sort of came out of left field. But Isaac Guerrero sounded pretty optimistic to Jennifer Lee Chan after the game. I would love to see him out there. And how about Larry Krueger? We had him on yesterday asking if Isaac Guerrero reminds him of Ricky Waters. I know for Krug, it absolutely does. Krug loves some Isaac Guerrero, and Ricky Waters, of course, we had him in the studio a couple of weeks ago for The Exorcism. Walter's in my ear like, why can't Ricky Waters play this Sunday? Would you take current Ricky Waters over current version of McCaffrey and Mason? He says yes. Yeah, I'm with you there too. Ricky Waters, especially knowing how awesome his 2 boys were. I feel like that guy's just full of energy. He was not shy, and it was great having him along. But yeah, that's kind of the gist of the Wednesday condensed into Thursday here on a Tuesday for a short week for Amazon Prime. Greg Papa left the scene so he could go and interview John Lynch, so we'll reconnect with him tomorrow. And on the other side, we will wrap things up. We'll talk about what's coming up with the 49ers. We'll talk about what's coming up with our show, and we'll play you one of my new favorite holiday songs as discovered earlier this morning. The morning show played it. They jammed out to it. It was incredible. It's Papa and Silver with Just Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
How many nicknames does this guy have? First, second, third, and Jawan. He's the Jawan you trust when the game is on the line. 49ers Player of the Week, Jawan Jennings, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how he built a strong connection with Brock Purdy, especially after all of the injuries to the offense this season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Final 7 minutes or so before we hand things off to Dirty Work with Copes and D-Pop. It's Papa and Silver. We're going from one Papa to another Papa. That's right. Greg Papa left early to go interview John Lynch.
I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy it either.
No.
But we got Derek Papa. And
I need to go work on the game plan with Kyle.
This isn't just the next 7 minutes with Derek Papa, because we're going to be back for a dual sports phone. What has this station come to?
Well, a lot. Who doesn't love doing a free show for Cumulus, Greg?
I mean, these are questions I'm not going to answer because, like I said earlier, I just work here. Seriously, it's going to be fun. If you're still hanging out, if you're still awake, if you're still wanting to consume radio at 7 p.m., yeah, Walter says, I'm out. I'm on my podcast. No, your podcast is over at 7, dude. That's a terrible excuse.
But you guys should watch.
Yeah, you should watch if you want to come hang out, and we'll probably see a lot of
I was
regulars.
talking about Walter's podcast, but...
Oh, well, Tacky says downgrade as far as my replacement for the show. Come on, Tacky.
Tacky would say that.
Yeah, he would say that.
He'd ask Tacky.
Yeah, that's very tacky. Before we actually get out of here and just kind of continue to mess around from 7 to 9 later tonight, this is the season
that sounded like something.
Okay.
Just get used to my buffoonery, Greg. It's going to be off the rails. 7 to 9 is not going to be like this. Not going to be straight laced. It's going to be the unrated version of KNBR tonight. As far as FCC censors go.
We'll bring JD on just so that...
Yeah, Walter says I'm going to let my hair down, and he knows I'm bald. How dare you son of a bitch.
Speaking of bald, we should get JD to join the show just so he can see us in a different element and freak him out.
You don't need to dump that. You don't need to dump that.
This is the season of Christmas music, and the way the morning show ended things today was by playing a new release of 2 older songs. Look, any 90s song, especially if it's by like Creed or Stone Temple Pilots or I Only Want to Be With You, is forever ruined by the movie Ted, with Ted just being like, you can sing any song with just vowels from the 90s.
Yes.
But in the bullpen this morning, before Derek and Tim walked in, we were loving it. The digital boys, the morning show boys. Have you heard this Creed, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer mashup?
No.
So this is going to be new to Derek. But
I'm all at Twitter now.
This, as the young ones say, this slaps. And I want to play that before we get on out of here.
All right, let me hear.
Walter's looking for it. Oh,
right.
Wow. So Walter thinks he can come in, talk tough.
Walter's getting ready for his podcast.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose.
All right. Yeah.
And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows.
So let's go.
I love the other reindeer. Used to laugh and call him names. They never let Rudolph join in any reindeer games. And one foggy Christmas Eve, oh, Santa came to say, can you take me higher to a place where snowmen see?
All right, not bad. Not bad. Okay, is this really Scott Stapp, though?
Well, so B Mello in the YouTube chat wants to know, is this AI generated? I was wondering the same thing. San Jose Jazz fan says the algorithm sent me this too. So
it's not really him.
I mean,
it sounds like him.
It does sound like him. It's probably AI.
Can you take me higher?
You know Yellow Ledbetter by Pearl Jam?
Which one?
Yellow Ledbetter?
I don't know. I don't think I know that song.
Well, I'll play it for you in between this show and the next one. Impossible to tell what the lyrics are minus like 2 lines.
Well, that's usually Eddie Vedder.
No, this is like Eddie Vedder doing Eddie Vedder.
Made of concrete. Ugh.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I try.
Anyway, so what's on tap for Dirty Work today?
Dirty Work is going to be a fun show today. We're going to talk to JT Snow at 2:50 to get his take on Willie Adames coming to the Giants. And we're going to have some fun today. We're going to talk about, I guess Kyle's speaking right now to give us the updates on 49ers, and I'm assuming that Nick Bosa hasn't practiced or any of the guys that have usually been out. I'll get confirmation on that one.
We just carried the Shanahan press conference.
Oh, did you
Where
now?
it came on, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. So what? So okay, but I was working hard on Dirty Work. So by all means, guys, tell me what happened in Kyle's press conference.
Yeah, nothing all that insightful on Bosa. We learned that Kyle doesn't hate social media; he just doesn't like it.
Well, I know he only pays attention to rap videos, movie stuff, and funny things that dogs do.
My favorite
or
Kyle
animals, I should
moment
say.
is when he was asked if it's frustrating that the Rams had Cooper Kupp in his prime, and now they have Puka Nacua, who's really good. He's like, yeah, I mean, ideally you don't want, the team that is in the division to have another good player. And yeah,
that's pretty good, Kyle.
I'm like, that's a funny, the question made me laugh.
Just add and stuff to it, and then you got a perfect impression.
Yeah.
Oh, he also quoted Michael Scott?
Yeah, that was funny. He ended it by saying, I'm not superstitious, I'm just a little stitious.
Okay, all right.
So that was pretty good.
But so any update on Bosa?
No, nothing on Bosa.
So he's not going to practice today, I'm assuming.
That didn't sound like it. He didn't say anything official on Bosa, but I feel like if he was going to practice, we would have gotten the update.
Probably. So did he give details on who is practicing tonight, or?
No Garendo update. Sounds like he's not going to go today.
Okay.
And he didn't do his whole limited full participation thing? No.
Okay.
Anyway.
Walter wants to leave.
Walter wants to leave. He's like, you guys stink. He's like, I'm not listening from 7 to 9. I'm going to be doing my podcast.
We'll be doing our fantastic Eddie Vedder Scott Stapp impressions.
Exactly.
Or
and
maybe even
Walter,
Hootie, a.k.a. Darius Rucker.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what to do.
I'm such a baby because the Niners make me cry.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, thanks. So anyway, that's what it's going to be pretty much. And I don't know how having Copes come in for me is going to necessarily change whether this will go off the rails or not. But Walter,
I don't think it's going to improve the show by any means.
For your sake, Walter, this is why we do the warm-up crossover segment, because we can't go in cold at 7:03 and have everyone get lost right there. We need people to set the bar low and then to wow them with all our 90s music.
Yeah. Well, what do you want to get into tonight, Greg?
I'm going to be listening to Dirty Work for the next 4 hours just to take notes on just that.
Okay, so then I should just repeat the first 2 hours of the show from 7 to 9?
No, we got to go for diversity. Jeez, Derek.
All right.
I know I'm young, but I'm not a rookie. I'm not Isaac Garendo or Malik Mustafa. I'm Jair Brown.
Or even Ricky Pearsall.
But did you catch that Dwayne from Stockton called Ricky Pearsall a bust yesterday?
Oh, dude, not only did he call into your guys' show yesterday, he called into our show, and he said he's a bust already. Hey, listen, I love Dwayne in Stockton, but my man has got some crazy-ass takes.
Yeah, no, we do love Dwayne. It's all good love.
No, it's good, but he'll call us today when he's on his break from the furniture store he works at, because that's the caller ID that pops up all the time. But yeah, no, he's fun. I love his opinions and his enthusiasm.
All right, well, let's get out of here. Thanks to Derek Papa.
I'm not. I'm going to stay.
Thanks to Greg Papa. Thank you to Walter. And we'll be back for more tomorrow, a full 10 to 2 before the Niners get a Thursday game. And then we got a 3-hour show down at Levi's on Thursday.
Did you have to dump me, seriously? Okay, good. He let it ride.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco.
You could say SOB, right?
The sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
This is Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland and D Pop with you. Lots to get into. Or not so much. I don't know.
Is there?
I don't know. We kind of decided actually early today. Not a lot to get into.
Not a whole lot.
We're gonna go have some fun today, though. We saw as I came in today, I walked past the mailroom, and the mailroom only has like a little window slot. It's like, window high like eye height off the floor, I should say.
Is this your way of setting up grab bag?
And the
Just get to
the
it.
grab bag was so full. I could
How
see
full was it?
It was eye height in the mailroom down the hall. So you'll get an NBA grab bag today.
This show is going to be one for the books today.
I don't know about that.
I'm in a goofy mood, my friend.
Are you?
Yeah, because while everyone is waiting to see if Corbin Burns signs with the Giants, I'm waiting to see if Bill Belichick is actually going to take this UNC job.
That's why, dude, I think there's some stuff in the grab bag about that. Like, I want to get into that.
That's
dude.
crazy.
It's a while. Dude, what do they call it? An organizational Bible? Is something that he wrote for the
He has laid out his organizational Bible of what he wants, and there's a lot of stipulations. I just can't believe he's going to take that job. I can't believe it.
Do you think it's we'll talk about it later, but do you think it's a stepping stone to get back to the NFL?
He doesn't need a stepping stone. The TV work was supposed to be the stepping stone.
So excited. Why would TV work be the stepping stone?
To show that he's turned a new leaf, that he's a happy guy now.
I'm happy. Like, but that doesn't, nobody wants. That's not.
Dude, I'm telling you.
The perception of him has to change.
Why do you think why do you think nobody hired him this offseason?
Well, nobody wanted to give him full control of anything.
Yes, but they also thought he was an old, crusty man and that he needed to lighten up a little bit. And by going to TV.
Why do you have to go to TV? He got the girlfriend. We know he's an old crusty. Like, we know he's fine. He's doing fine. We know somebody's out there that like has no reason to enjoy him, and she does.
I'm just saying, I think that a lot of owners, a big reason why he didn't get that Atlanta Falcons job was because he wanted full control. But a big reason why he didn't get a job and Mike Vrabel didn't get a job is because they're kind of the old school way of coaching, where it's my way or the highway. You got to bust your ass. You got to do what I tell you to do.
Vrabel's not a DC anywhere, is he?
No, he's a consultant with the Cleveland Browns right now.
All right.
But he and Bill are from the old school, and there's a certain perception of those types of coaches. That's why you saw kind of different, like more coordinators and different types of coaches. But I feel like Belichick had to show that he can be light and humorous and more laid back, and that would be, he was on every freaking show this year, like Pat McAfee and the Manning cast.
Yeah.
So by doing all of that, owners see him again when they're not, watching games on Sunday. I think that if he really wanted to, he could get a job in the NFL again. But he has to be willing to take a job that's not going to have him take full control. So probably the best situation would be Jacksonville because Shad Khan will give him full reign there.
Hey, Tim, this is Derek's goofy mood. You hear all that? This is him being goofy today.
Just give me time.
He's like, I'm being goofy today.
I heard the Creed singing last segment.
I was like, I think we're good. Hope we got the goof out. Did you ever let the goofy out, man? Was that what that was?
You should share your karaoke text, by the way.
My karaoke text?
It's pretty good.
Dude, I hit my friend a little while ago. I was like, hey, you want to go karaoke tonight? She goes, sure. Don't have anything else to do. It's like, damn.
That's a pretty good reason.
Yeah, ringing endorsement.
Winning endorsement.
Nothing else to do tonight.
Besides Love Shack, what's your go-to karaoke song?
It just depends. You got to feel the mood. It's not about me when you do karaoke. If you're doing a bar karaoke, it's about the audience.
It's not about me.
It's not about...
It's about what the fans want.
But you got to play to the crowd. You know what I mean? You got to give the people what they want.
Okay.
So if I look out there and there's a bunch of guys tonight that look like you, I'm probably doing like, I don't know, Third Eye Blind Jumper or something. I don't know what you guys are into.
That's a good one.
You guys see what I mean? See?
I wish you would step out from that ledge, my friend.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Why? It's a song.
Yeah, I don't still want to hear you sing.
They're all songs.
They're all songs. Yeah. Go to karaoke. I'm not doing it on your time.
You will not prevent me from singing on the show.
This is Step Brothers, carry rock and roll. If you suck, don't even try.
Yeah, well, my whole thing is you got to know 80% of the words at least. You know what I mean? You got to know the song when you get up there. I don't like these people picking songs they don't know.
So we've well established the fact that that Adam loves to do Love Shack and he loves to do both parts.
I said I'll do either part.
I got me a car.
Yeah, I said I'll do either one, just not with Derek on the show.
Oh.
That ain't happening.
Okay, what song will you sing on the show with me?
None. I'm not doing any right now.
Oh, come on.
Now you're putting the pressure on me. See, no. You want to come? You come see me do it on stage. That's what you come do.
I'm not doing anything.
Buy a ticket.
I'm not buying a ticket. Come on, give me a little Adam Derwitz, little Counting Crows with the hair.
Why does everybody bring up the Durrets? Why does everybody bring up the Durrets? It's not even a thing. It's not even close.
You could do it.
I could do it. No, I don't know. I don't think I'd do that.
All right. He's not going to do it.
Like Mr. Jones and me? Is that what you were going with? Yeah.
Well, we used to sing for Mr. Brent Jones.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
went on the morning show today.
Cheated on us again.
He did it again?
It's kind of a weak trade-off thing.
Yeah, I don't know. What do they have that we don't?
I don't like this polyamorous relationship we're having.
Yeah. Trust and relationship with Murph and Brent Jones.
Do we just continue to get damaged by this emotionally, or do we do we just break things off? Like,
I think we move on.
You think we just cut ties with Brent? Or
No, I mean,
it's over.
Whenever he wants to come on, we
I'm
accept.
spurned.
No, I'm just saying, whenever he wants to come on, we gladly accept. But if Brent wants to, fly his wings to Murph, by all means.
Fly his wings to Murph. What about Kyle Shanahan? You want to cut ties with him if he goes anywhere else?
Well, he's got a busy week this week. I could totally understand why he doesn't want to come on this week.
I don't know, dude. Seems like he may be pushing away. You know what I mean?
Why? Because I asked him too many hard-hitting questions last week?
Or Greg, I had him first, You
really hammered him today.
Yeah, by the way, Greg, how about Greg?
I'm dipping on Greg.
I know, leaving Greg in the middle of the show.
I was like, practice is at 5 tonight?
Yeah.
Is that why we don't have many injury updates? Because Kyle...
I guess so. I was trying to
because they haven't practiced.
I was trying to get something from Walter and Greg, but they told me they didn't have.
They're pretty tight-lipped about it, huh? They didn't want to tell you.
They didn't have any information.
They didn't.
Although Kyle,
they played that presser on their show.
Yeah, they did.
But no info from those guys.
Nope,
nothing.
It's
hysterical.
See, almost like Walter didn't even care to listen.
Walter's like dismissive, dude. Yeah, I saw him. He was defiant about it. He's like, I don't care. I don't care who's hurt. I was like, geez, man. I'm trying to win a ball game on Thursday.
I know.
What I mean?
If Walter was going to do karaoke, he'd do Phil Collins.
Here's
I
what
don't
I would
care
guess.
anymore.
Why are you even still here, Walt? If you're not going to hear the interview, you're not going to hear the presser. Anyway, we'll get you the injury updates as I can find them because I'll deliver. I will.
Yeah,
I'll bring you the update.
I usually do.
If there's something out there. Well, the mailbag was delivered today.
Hey, by the way, it's official. Willie Adames is a San Francisco Giant.
No applause or nothing, Tim?
Press release and everything.
No bells and whistles on the show anymore, huh? Nothing? We got a big old fat NBA grab bag for you today.
Fat shame in the grab bag?
I think we also have a Who Stepped in It for you today, America's fastest growing game show.
I think we only need one person, though.
There's only one Who Stepped in It?
I mean, I'm going to put it in historical context of what this stepped in it means.
We'll do that a little bit later. We'll also talk about some Warrior trade rumors coming up. But next, the latest on the 49ers who take on the LA Rams Thursday night at Levi's Stadium. And you can hear it all right here on The Sports Leader. By the way, still going to give away tickets to Stavros Halkias.
Yeah.
There we go. I think I got it. Stavros Halkias.
That'll sell the people. You know, that chubby guy from Tires?
What do you want me to do? It's hard to say.
I believe, dude, when I saw that, I was like, who is this guy?
Stavros Halkias.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's a sex machine. Have you ever seen him?
He's going to be at the Masonic in San Francisco on February 22nd of next year at 9:30. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you a cue to call. You can go see him. All right, listeners, a very funny guy. 10th caller to the studio.
Sexy as hell.
Didn't know who he was. 415-896-KNBR. You'll win. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call today?
There was counter protests in Baltimore going on when Ray Rice got suspended, which is is there a more completely open and shut this guy thing we've ever seen in our lives? And these guys were all like, this is bullshit, put Ray back on the field. It was like, I had a cousin that worked over there at that elevator. Didn't go down the way you think it was going down, Yeah, y'all believe anything the media wants to tell you,
How long was that? Good Lord. I mean,
hell of a cue to call.
Yeah, I know. Ray Rice dropped in there. Good Lord.
Geez, that's not funny, Tim. Why would you do that?
I'll just go back to singing your stupid karaoke song.
That's not funny,
stupid.
Tim. That's not. Yeah. Well, I'll take that over your songs.
By the way, that Stavros, thick Baltimore accent. I'm detecting there.
That was pretty funny. But Tim, you shouldn't have played
too long.
It's too long. What?
Wordy.
Now it's the cue to call. So if you hear it again between 3 and 6, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll go hear jokes just like that at the Masonic in San Francisco. Adam Copeland, Depop with you. Sturdy work on The Sports Leader.
John Lynch addressed the 49ers running back depth with Isaac Guerendo's status up in the air for Thursday's huge matchup against the Rams. Have you ever been a running back? Tell us all about your exploits on the KNBR YouTube chat all day.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's dirty work on a Tuesday. It's an all-time karaoke hit. I don't know what else to tell you.
No, it's a great song.
It's my go-to karaoke. It's a duet. And you can do them both, or you can do one or the other.
Come on, let me hear it.
I'm not giving it to you. You want to see it? You come to Tupelo, see me do it at karaoke on Tuesday, huh?
On Tuesday?
Tonight. It's karaoke night.
Oh, sorry. I have to host 7 to 9 tonight.
Bummer. You can come after.
Let's come to my trivia night.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even go on till
Tim's therapy.
Headliner. I don't go on till I don't.
Oh yeah, you're the last act.
Sometimes I don't get there till 1 and show. Go on late. People stay. They wait for me.
Well, I've been doing it for
after the bar's done.
Not a big deal.
They're closing up.
I think they finish at 1. Yeah, I think they wrap up at 1.
You just come in. Stop. Copes is here.
Dude, sick DJ there.
Gotta get the love shack out.
I think they call him a KJ.
What does that mean?
A karaoke DJ.
Oh, I see. That's
karaoke
clever.
jockey. So I think
That's witty.
Dude, guys got it's clever, yeah.
Only Tuesday, every Tuesday for the last 13 years, guys. Not a big deal.
Why are you whispering?
I'm just saying.
Why are you whispering?
I didn't want to overtalk the music. Me
All
and
right,
Fred, we
Tim,
go way back.
I will go to your therapy/trivia night.
When you say it's therapy,
dude,
it makes it sound like we all cry. It's like, come on.
I forgot Tim does trivia. Dude, I tell you about when we were in Hawaii and dude had a little trivia thing in the back of his car. Those little screens where you can do little trivia when you're in an Uber.
Yeah.
So we're doing the back seat.
Oh, yeah, no, I've seen those.
We're all playing in the back seat. Tim was in the front seat. He was very upset.
It's like Cash Cab.
He was very upset that we were into that stupid trivia game that was really bad. And he's like, I do trivia. He was getting bent out of shape, dude. He's like, I've hosted trivia every Tuesday for 13 years, guys.
This is fake.
I had to sit there and listen to these guys step on their cranks every third question because they didn't know the answer.
And then he snarkily at one point throws an answer back. And he was wrong. I can't remember what it was. He was wrong.
Tim, you'd be terrible in Cash Cab.
Yeah, Tim.
And at karaoke.
Those who can't guess host trivia. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop with your dirty work on a Tuesday. We got some Kyle Shanahan updates for you in terms of the health of the 49ers. You just said to me, I was like, what were the injury updates when we went to break? You just said Bosa.
I have it right here. So the people that did not participate today, Isaac Guerrero, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, and we kind of assumed this because I think he's going to go on IR, Ben Barch.
Wow, the big inactive.
The been inactive.
Who was active and was playing fairly well. Went down with an ankle injury and then got turned off on Sunday afternoon. I think maybe more to the point, or not more to the point, is we kind of anticipated there'd be some limitations on those three. So I guess no big surprises, at least to this point. I kind of thought maybe Guerrero would be limited, but
yeah, not
going to go today at all is maybe just a precaution, but nothing on the MRI.
I would say a bad sign. I would say all these guys not practicing today on a Tuesday, 2 days before a Thursday night game. I would say their status for Thursday is probably not great.
No, probably not. Yeah. And again, we had Kyle on last week, and I asked, are they making progress? And it was more coach speak than not. They're making progress, but until they turn a corner, we can't really think about doing anything. And these guys have been out of practice, specifically Bosa and Trent Williams, of course, for a significant period of time. I mean, it's going to be a different game on Thursday than the game you played on Sunday.
Oh, definitely.
You're not going to get to Matt Stafford in any of the same capacity. One, we haven't seen it all year. And two, he gets rid of the ball way faster than Caleb Williams has ever gotten rid of the ball.
Well, I mean, I was surprised that the Bills got no pass rush whatsoever against that Rams offensive line.
Line's not great.
No, so without Nick Bosa, I mean, I know we were talking about 7 sacks and that one phantom sack, but I don't know about the Niners pass rush against this Rams offensive line that's getting healthier. And how do you feel about them running the football if Isaac Guerrero is not out there? They were down to Patrick Taylor and who else we got?
Izzy Abanaconda? Abanaconda forever, yeah. Izzy Abanaconda, and then who's the other guy they signed? Oh, Noshawn Moreno's, I guess, on the practice. Not Noshawn Moreno. What is it?
Oh, my God. A blast from the past.
I was going, it's a K name, Keyshawn Vaughn. Noshawn Moreno.
The funny thing about Noshawn Moreno, he had no tear ducts. Remember that? You
remember that thing about him crying? It was
dude,
no, I don't remember this at all.
There was a game where his eyes are flowing with tears.
What?
Just a stream of tears.
So wait, he cried a lot?
A river of tears.
So he cried a lot because he had no tear ducts.
He just, he was just crying on the sideline. I think it was a game in Arrowhead against the Chiefs, and his eyes were just flowing with tears.
We all love the anthem, but it was
I know.
Oh, dude, I might know that.
Nick Sirianni and him should cry together over the anthem.
Oh man, well, a lot of people do.
No, I understand.
Get on anybody crying.
That's a
joke.
over the
anthem.
Just a joke.
Why are you being so mean to everybody today, man?
Me?
First Tim plays that Ray Rice thing. That wasn't cool, Tim. Tim's always making jokes like that.
Yeah, it's me, clearly.
Oh man, he's pouring. Oh dude, I've seen this video.
Yeah, see?
Oh man. Oh, gee.
He cries. He's a crier. It's a little crying game with Noshawn Moreno.
Dude, it's like his tears are so big. Oh, man.
But needless to say, he is not on the 49ers.
No, it's Keyshawn Vaughn. That's what I was thinking about.
Gotcha.
What happened with the Debo Samuel thing? 'Cause I know Tracy Sandler in Kyle Shanahan's press conference a little while ago. She asked him about the tweets that we told you guys about yesterday.
Yep.
Because they came out, I think, right at the beginning of our show or during our show, where I'm trying to get them up exactly for you.
There I have them from yesterday.
The Debo tweets about his in relation to his team.
DMs here.
Yeah, well, I'm scrolling the same DMs. Here it goes. Just because I voice my opinions mean I'm hating on any of my teammates. Be for real.
Yeah,
BFR.
He meant to say I'm not hating on my team. I'm assuming.
I assume he was as well.
Yes. Tracy Sandler asked this question to Kyle Shanahan about how the team handles a situation like that, and we have the audio right here.
Debo and I talk every day, so I understand Debo saying that. Debo wants to help us out, and the only way he helps us out is getting the ball more, and we'd like to get it to him more, and we'll continue to work at that.
When he does that, obviously it's more than just saying that. It can create a distraction, or people can perceive that in different ways. Maybe it can't be good for the team. Do you have any problems with that, or have you talked to him about, hey, maybe just keep that in-house?
Yeah, we'd always love things to stay in-house. That's probably why I don't mess with social media. I'm sure I'd get worked up and stuff too if I was reading stuff about myself all the time, and then I'd maybe make a tweet or something. That's is it a distraction in our building? No. We've got to answer questions about it. It's the first time I've talked about it is right here, but Debo and I see each other every day and talk about stuff every day, so my advice is to not let outside frustrate you, because just answering those things isn't going to help you in any way. Usually only hurt you. But as far as what we deal with in our relationships and our team, it's water under the bridge.
And the other tweet, by the way, it's Kyle Shanahan on the Debo Samuel tweets. The other tweet was something along the lines of, I think it was deleted because the link is dead. It said something along the lines of, everything's fine, I'm just not getting the ball.
Yes, he says, I'm not struggling, I'm just not getting enough catches, or something along those lines, but he did delete that.
With the shrug emoji.
Yeah. And the funny thing about that is...
Why did he delete that?
Well, I guess he wasn't happy about it. But the funny thing about that is, how the community thing on Twitter/X, they'll correct.
Are you dropping an X on us?
Well, whatever the hell they call it.
What do you call it?
I call it Twitter.
Then why would you? Who are you fronting on? Why are you calling it X?
I ain't fronting.
You did. You just for a minute you did.
All right, fine. Twitter, old Twitter.
Just call it what you call it.
The old tweet machine.
His mama call him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it tweets.
Yeah.
The old Twitter machine. I guess when you say you tweet something out and they want you to correct it, or the community correction, whatever it is, there was a follow-up thing where it had correction of Debo's tweet, where it's he has the most drops or the most targets of anybody on the team.
Was it a fake correction?
He is struggling.
Was it a fake correction?
Probably was.
That's pretty funny.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. But also, he's only helping us with the ball in his hands. I'm he's not. When you get the ball in his hands, they're giving him a lot of extra touches. This week they put the ball in his hands 5 times on the ground. He went again for 2.5 yards a carry. It was 5 carries, 18 yards or something like that.
No,
probably
it's
over 2.5.
It's a problem. It's definitely a problem right now.
Yeah. So he's not helping the team with the ball in his hands. He's not helping the team without the ball in his hands, and that's the problem right now. I think he's probably frustrated. To Kyle's point, he wouldn't be tweeting these things if he weren't frustrated and weren't trying to voice some opinion or fight back or clap back at what people are saying about him. Think about if this was Kevin Durant right now.
Oh, boy.
Think about how Kevin Durant used to react to things on Twitter. I just think Debo's one of those guys. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk is one of those guys when wanting to get a contract, but we haven't seen them be these guys because of struggle. And so this is a different sort of unique situation that we haven't seen Debo not perform like this for any great period of time while he's been healthy. And for the most part, he's been healthy this year. A lot of people I saw yesterday on the text line, which you can check in at 415 KNBR, 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call and to text. But people were saying they thought Debo was still feeling the effects of the pneumonia. Maybe. Could be something, but he's still out there. He's still out there playing, and it's odd that he's not seeing any sort of production or any sort of sign that he is the same version of the guy that we've seen over the last few years. So I don't know if that he gets back to that form. I don't know if teams are doing anything differently against him, but he's certainly not performing at anything close to a level on any scale in terms of rushing or receiving than he has in the past.
When the Niners are at full strength health-wise when it comes to their receiving core, how would you rank their wide receivers as far as who's the go-to guy, number one? And
it's clear Jennings is number one, or Kittle. Kittle's in the
I'm saying when even Ayuk is healthy.
I think numbers would tell you that it's Brandon Ayuk.
Yes.
That he's obviously the number one target.
He's earned that with the contract.
What I'm saying is now, why wouldn't it be Juwan Jennings, the number 2 guy? If all were healthy right now and things are going, again, can Ayuk be the guy that he was in the past as well? Because now it's going to be a full season off, plus some out of the next season before he tries to work his way back. And he missed all of the training camp this year, which obviously led to a lack of production at the start of the year. We're still waiting on that to pay dividends as well after that contract.
Yeah. So, if I had to rank it right now, I think you have to go Ayuk, you have to go Juwan, and you'd have to go Debo after that. But I totally get what Matt Mayoka was saying yesterday to us about how he believes he's going to be on the team, and he had a good start, and they need him next year, the restructuring of the contract, Ayuk not being healthy at the start. But I don't know. With how close they were to trading him during the draft and how little production he's had this season, I don't know if Debo Samuel is going to be here next year. And now he's going on Twitter and not happy about his role with the offense. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, somebody checks in on the text on 510 says more reps for Debo at running back this week. I'm like, man, I don't know. If Guerrero doesn't go, you're probably right. 510.
I think so.
Guerrero doesn't go. I mean, again, 5 carries last week. They're going to keep trying to get him going, I guess. So, Adam Copeland, Depop with you, Tim Webb hanging out on a Tuesday afternoon. We didn't even tell you who was coming on the show today. Should we get to today's guest of the day? We have like a drum roll or something. Tim, can we start treating our guests a little better, Tim? It's on you, man. I don't think I like that one. I don't think I like that.
Are we going to have like a villainous guest on?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I don't know. No, not really. I won't tell you who it is until we get a good sounder from Tim. I just feel like we're not honoring the guests more. You know, I don't know what Murph and Mark is doing in the morning. I know they make a big deal of it. Young Tony's got to call the guest. Hi, Mr. Baggerly. Remember that one?
Yeah, I know.
Tony called Bags. Like I mean, hi, Mr. Baggerly. I'm here to get you on the show. He's like, it's Andy.
I mean, to be fair, when I was young in radio and producing, I would call everybody Mr. too.
Oh,
so
man.
like for years, I called Matt, hey, Mr. Mayoko, can you come on with Guy Haberman and Joe Middlecoff? He's like, just call me Matt, please.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Oh.
We need like a voice. Time for today's guest of the day.
Well, that was pretty good.
250. JT Snow's going to join us talking Giants baseball. How about that?
Oh, another one?
We have another guest of the day. Today's second guest of the day is Mark Spears, 350.
Oh.
Join us talking some Warrior basketball.
How about that? Nothing funny about that.
Sturdy work. It's a Tuesday. We got more to come here. We'll get into the Warriors.
Get your S together.
We'll get into the Warrior trade rumors. How about this? Shams Charania is writing about the latest Warrior trade rumors. There's like 81 players out there who become trade eligible on Sunday, I believe is the day. That there's going to be a whole pool of guys because there's certain dates that you can't trade guys to.
You're right.
A date is coming up. I think it's Sunday is the day. We'll talk more.
I think D'Anthony Melton's one of those guys, too.
Yeah, we'll talk. Yeah, because he was the mid-level trade exception, something like that. Anyway, we'll talk about all that when we get Mark Spears on a little bit later in the show at 350. JT Snow at 250. But when we come back, there's also some stuff out there about Jimmy Butler and the teams that he would be willing to play for. Newsflash, the Warriors are one of them. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I thought maybe Tim would be funny and come out with Love Shack again.
Every segment?
Can you imagine? Just pretend like we don't know what's going on.
All right, everybody, it's a Tuesday on Dirty Work.
Stop.
And it's a Love Shack every segment.
It also, it's just like a Love Shack wastes no time, dude. It just starts with a bang. You know what I mean? It's like before
you know what it
gets
is
going,
right when it starts.
As soon as you hear that little that drum, right? And they're right into it. They don't waste any time, dude. No fat.
Oh, no, they don't.
No fat on the side. No time to waste.
I got me a car.
No time to waste when you're hanging at the Love Shack.
It's not like Radio Shack or Joe's Crab Shack.
Yeah, one time me and my buddy did that.
Wait, KNBR Shacks.
Your favorite shack, Shaquille O'Neal, Joe's Crab Shack?
Or a Love Shack.
Or a Love Shack.
KNBR. We need that poll up. We need to get Michael and Jack on that poll. Not Shaq, Jack. Not Shaq Loader.
Shack Jack?
Shaq Loader. Is there another Shaq we're forgetting? Shake Shack?
Shaq Thompson, the linebacker for the Carolina Panthers.
Nah, he's not going to make the poll.
Okay.
So if we're going 808 KNBR great Shacks, we go Love Shack, Shaquille O'Neal,
Joe's Crab Shack,
Shake Shack,
Shake Shack.
Just any Shack across the board.
Yeah.
All right.
You only get 4 on Twitter anyway for a poll, right?
Yeah, right.
So there you go.
We can do
We'll get that poll going right now. Okay?
Let's get it up on the YouTube.
That'll be Derek's tiny poll.
Yeah, no, we don't. All right. Nobody wants to hear about that. Nobody wants to hear about that, Derek.
You're making me uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're making me uncomfortable.
Oh, that made you uncomfortable?
By the way, I see Michael walking. He must be going to build the pole. I see him. He's building the pole right there. Yeah, we want to pull it up. Mike, you jump on. Is the pole up? He's making hand gestures.
I don't know what that hand gesture meant.
I know exactly what that hand gesture meant. I know exactly what it was.
So Jimmy Butler.
Tell me what's going on.
Well, Shams Charania, I guess he's writing for ESPN. So he stopped working for The Athletic altogether, huh? He's just strictly an ESPN guy.
Yeah, he jumped ship, dude.
Okay.
So, Jimmy freaking Butler!
There you go. So he wrote about some scuttlebuds in the NBA right now, and this is what he wrote today. The Heat are open to listening to offers for Jimmy Butler and making a deal if the proposal is right. And Butler's agent, Bernie Lee, has indicated in league circles that Butler is open to destinations such as 2 of the Texas teams, that'd be the Houston Rockets and Dallas Mavericks, and the Golden State Warriors. Butler is a native of Houston, Texas. Above all, though, he is believed to prefer a win-now title contender in any trade.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Houston, Dallas, Warriors, who's the biggest title contender of those 3 as it stands right now?
I think you would have to say the Dallas Mavericks because they went to the NBA Finals last year.
I'd say it's the Mavericks.
Yes.
So you put Jimmy Butler on that team. It's already a damn good team.
Yeah. And who did they pick up last year that helped them out defensively? I forget, in the middle of the season. I'll have to look it up here. But no, I mean, he'd be a good fit there. I think that probably the best place for him would be the Houston Rockets because he could be the guy on that team. But I don't think the Houston Rockets are in win-now mode.
No.
I mean, they're a good, young, scrappy team.
I don't think Houston's a win-now contender, is my point.
No.
You've got to go through the trials, I feel like, in the NBA, and you got to get to the playoffs numerous times.
Yeah.
To sort of build that. It's hard to go in once and make a run to the playoffs with a young team like that hasn't been there.
So that leaves the Golden State Warriors.
Warriors and Dallas.
Yes. So if the Warriors did trade for Jimmy Butler, I think Kuminga would have to be a part of it, and maybe you can move. Well, what team would be willing to trade for DeAnthony Melton right now?
Well, you're trading because it's an expiring contract.
Exactly.
Right? So it'd have to be a bad team with a good player.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for. When you trade injury money like that, you usually tie something to it, and they take it so that they can waive it, and they can make the cap space or something like that for the following year.
Well, I'll say this: with any trade they make, I do not want Andrew Wiggins a part of any deal right now.
I think we're all in agreement on that. That any move you make, you want it to be somebody that you can put on the wing and tie him to Andrew Wiggins, because you don't have that. If you did, it'd probably be in Jonathan Kuminga, and right now that's not the case. You don't like having to play him alongside Andrew Wiggins unless he's playing the 4, right? You don't put him at the 2 or the 3. You don't allow that to happen. So, I'm with you. I think we're all in agreement about that. More on what's going on. The Nets have received trade interest and open exploratory conversations about forwards Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith, as well as guards as Dennis Schroeder. And that was a name that actually Mark Spears mentioned was last week. He brought up Dennis Schroeder. Be an interesting ad. And this is something that I'm really still, and I'll talk to Mark about it again today, because I think as you go through each week, your sort of perspective on what it is that they have, the health of the roster, of course, and what it is that they need or where they're deficient, because they're clearly not as deep as we had thought they were, starting at 12-3, right? Some of that is decimated now due to the injury to Melton. Draymond's banged up. Steph's been banged up at times already this season. You're not getting the same production you wanted from a guy like Brandon Pajemski. You're getting some good stuff out of Kuminga at times, but Andrew Wiggins has been like the most consistent guy on the roster, I feel like, to this point in the season. Would you agree?
Yes.
So when you look at what they need after they lose Melton and what they need to be a contender, are you trying to replace Melton? Is it just a wing defender? It's I think in simple terms, it's somebody who can play alongside Steph. Yeah, no S. You know what I mean? Like everybody keeps saying that. It's got to be somebody who can fit into the starting lineup, is willing to maybe take time off the bench if you have to, but you want guys like Buddy Hield coming off the bench. You can't be putting these loads on him and looking for defense from him. But most importantly, it needs to be a game-changing player who's on the floor in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
That's who it has to, and it's got to be somebody who can play offensively. So I don't know if you're going all in on an offensive player or if you're looking for somebody who is just a supplementary piece to Steph. Like, I think they need a true number two. Is the issue.
Is Jimmy Butler a true number two?
I think absolutely.
Has Jimmy Butler, I know that he's dominated in the postseason.
Why do you hate on Jimmy Butler all the time?
Because I don't know if he's a complimentary basketball player in the sense that he's going to make everybody else better around him. He has great individual performances in the postseason, but the Warriors are all about passing the ball and playing team offense and defense. And you would have to, like I said last week, Jimmy Butler would have to be a blowfish and not Hootie in the sense that it's all about.
Why is that the reference?
Because in a Michelob Ultra song, he was singing, or a commercial, he was singing that.
Yeah, you brought that up again, the Michelob Ultra thing. Go on, continue on.
Oh, sorry.
I'll pick up the flag.
Pick up the flag?
Yeah. Jimmy freaking Butler!
Anyway, I just don't know. I don't know if Jimmy Butler is that type of player. I mean, he's 35 years old. I know you want to make a move. That's for the here and now, and they win a championship this season. I don't know if that's
why doesn't anybody else?
Because Mike Dunleavy was going to think about the long term as well.
I don't care. Well,
I know you don't care, but Mike Dunleavy does.
They have Steph Curry. You already have a guy. Why don't you win right now with that guy? Do everything you can. And by the way, we know they're trying to because we know the reports from the offseason that they were big game hunting. Why would they stop big game hunting now when they're worse than they thought they'd be?
No, I mean, I think they are.
That doesn't make any sense. So I think absolutely he's looking for a move like this. I don't think that he's like, I don't think he wants to give up the entirety of the future. It's why Danny Ainge was asking for an arm and a leg and maybe another arm. Like, you have to give me everything plus what you have. And you're going, well, then what do we have to compete with? Like, you can't gut yourself to get one player there and do nothing. That's what bad teams do. I feel like the Knicks do things like that.
Okay, let me throw this
the Nets
at you.
do things like that.
Okay, so last week, I mean, the Warriors have been tied to a lot of names. Jimmy Butler and everybody on the Nets right now. And they were talking about this on NBA Countdown. And they're going through the possibilities. I mean, Brian Windhorst every day on Get Up talks about how the Warriors need to go get a number 2 scorer. And then Michael Wilbon on NBA Countdown throws this out here. And this was a rumor last year. It actually was more than a rumor. It actually had legs. And what's her name from ESPN in LA that covers the Lakers? Ramona.
Ramona Shelburne?
Yeah, she got the story about it was close to this happening. Michael Wilbon brings up this again on NBA Countdown about a possible trade the Warriors could do.
That doesn't mean draft picks. It doesn't mean guys who are in their second and third year. Steph and Draymond are in their mid-30s. We're not talking about guys who are 30, 31, approaching with a long runway. We're talking about guys who want to, I'm sure, win now. I mean, this is a team you follow very closely. They do things big. When you've won 4 championships, the only way to get bigger is to put the best, shiniest, brightest, most substantive piece you can put on that team. And guess what? If that guy happens to be playing for a team that isn't any good, a few hundred miles south, isn't any good, and going nowhere this year, and he's even older than Steph and Draymond, and we just saw him play in the Olympics, Brian Windhorst did, and I know he loved it because he sat there and watched it live. We just saw them play together. I'm sorry, this is an easy answer. Elbow me if I'm wrong about this.
I wouldn't elbow you if you was wrong with my life, because I love you too much, but you're right. It's
LeBron James. But
is it though?
Yeah. If the answer, okay, I'm down. Everybody else in?
No.
Let's get LeBron.
No, absolutely not.
I'm in. 100% I'd be in.
Why would you
Why
be
would
in?
you not? Why not?
Because he's 40 years old.
Yeah, and he's still one of the best players in the world. You see that chase down block he had this weekend? They ain't losing games because LeBron, I'll tell you that.
Okay, who is your...
They are not. He's not the best player on his team, but they ain't losing games because LeBron.
Do the Warriors have to take Bronny, too?
I would assume so.
I'll take Bronny if we got to take
No!
He can sleep at my house. Yeah, that's fine.
He can sleep at your house?
Yeah, I know he's not staying with his dad. You see him get punked off the bench the other night?
No, I didn't.
He was sitting on the end of the bench. LeBron was out, and LeBron's like sitting on the very, very end of the bench, right? And Bronny's sitting right next to him. And Anthony Davis comes out of the game, and he walks over to the sideline, and he just kind of looks at Bronny, and LeBron looks at Bronny, and he realizes, I have to get up and give my seat to Anthony Davis. They like make him walk around and stand in the back or like sit behind. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny.
Okay.
Got the rookie treatment, man.
Okay, is there anybody...
This was early, I think, in the season.
Okay, think about the most hated guys on the Dodgers right now. Is there anybody you would ever say no to becoming a Giant?
No.
Never?
There's guys who are like full-on Dodgers their whole careers for a long time. Like, I'm sure, and I don't remember this, but I'm sure it was weird as hell when Oral Hershiser was like an opening day pitcher for the Giants.
Yes.
You know what I mean, like that's
what, in like
bizarre.
97 he was?
Might have been earlier than that, but I don't know. I can't remember exactly. But it had to be weird. It had to be really weird. I don't really hate individual athletes like that, except for Deshaun Watson. Screw that guy.
Okay.
But I don't really hate individual guys, I feel like that enough. I hate when they kill your team, but also they're so good now. Like, who on the Dodgers is like, there's no real one. I really didn't like Justin Turner. Like, I would have not liked him coming to the Giants.
Okay, but that's
Muncy, maybe.
Yeah, there you go. Muncy. That's the guy. Muncy's the guy.
Okay.
If he shows up, I'm like, that's what I don't like.
Real Muncy.
I didn't really want Jock Peterson, to be honest with you. I never liked that idea. I just felt like he kind of had that Dodger stink to him.
Well, he gave us riveting interviews, too.
Yeah, man, he was talking about some of the worst interviews ever.
Okay, that's what it'd be like if LeBron James came to the Warriors. This is a guy that we've all hated when they had that rivalry between the Warriors and the Cavaliers in 4 straight NBA finals, and then he went to the Lakers. Warrior fans have grown up just hating him.
I don't care. Do you want to win a title?
Honestly?
What if it meant winning a title? Would you not take LeBron if
You know what? This is a rare thing that some Warrior fans wouldn't say. I'm good. I've seen 4 championships. No, I'm serious.
You're good. You're done. You're good.
I mean, to be completely honest with you,
your take is I don't need to see another title while Steph's here, but we have the chance but I don't care.
I would love to see it. I would love to see it.
No.
But at the same time, where this franchise was for most of my childhood.
Yeah, I know we're spoiled. But I'm like, you're just gonna walk away with money on the table, is what I'm saying. Why? Like, Steph Curry's still got run. Draymond Green still has run.
You should do
everything you can. And I'm not, again, this guy on the text on 408 says, Cobes, come on, man. The Dubs aren't trading the farm for 1 year of LeBron. No, nobody believes that's happening. And he just said, would you want
Michael
LeBron?
Wilbon does.
Well, you just said, would you want it? And I was like, yeah, of course. I'd take LeBron.
I wouldn't.
I would, in a heartbeat. Why wouldn't you? It'd be a blast. It'd be so sick.
Why would that be sick?
To watch them just run the league? LeBron and Steph and Draymond?
And go through all that over again?
They'd be like the best defensive team in the league.
Well, it was fun for us in the Bay Area, but like the national landscape of Kevin Durant coming over was ridiculous. I hated that.
What do you like? Was it so busy? Was there more traffic for you? What's the problem? There's like, that for you, it went from I'm good off titles, we've seen enough of it, and then you're like, I didn't even like it when Kevin Durant was around.
No.
It was for me.
No.
It was so hard to watch the championship runs. What are you talking about?
It would be a little annoying to deal with all the LeBron garbage. Remember, him reading the book and him saying,
deal with
Kobe came down and helped me dunk.
What do you mean deal with it?
Deal with it as producers and on-air hosts. It's a pain in the ass, Coach.
Yeah, you've covered Draymond Green. There is no way LeBron is a bigger headache to cover than Draymond Green in terms of stuff and crap you have to talk about.
Can't you say that maybe he'd be good for the team, but it would also be annoying?
510 says, yeah, of course he'd be annoying. Now he's hammering down dunks, dude. Doing those tomahawks he does, chasing down blocks in the playoffs.
Is he going to do the night-night? LeBron can't do the night-night. I refuse the night-night.
I saw somebody else turn on the night-night yesterday. It was like last night. No, it was last night. I can't remember who it was. Somebody else was like, I think it's gone too far. I think we've seen enough of it.
Yeah. No S.
I think it's jump the ship. 510 says, hell no LeBron. Most Warrior fans can't stand him. I hated Chris Paul. I didn't like when we got him, and I'm back to hating him again. Yeah, well, Chris Paul showed up with no rings to show. You know what I mean?
We ain't got no rings.
He ain't got no rings. He didn't show up with anything to show. I was like, why are we getting this guy?
Yeah.
You used to running this guy out of the playoffs, till his wheels fell off usually in the postseason.
Okay, but back to the main thing, though.
LeBron, though.
Well, no. Jimmy Butler.
He's the king.
You think that trading away a 23-year-old Jonathan Kuminga for a 35-year-old Jimmy Butler on an aspiring contract.
How many times do I have to tell you yes? How many times do I have to say yes to this? Absolutely. I'm down. If it means being a better team towards a title. And if that's the best option out there, by the way.
Okay.
That has to be like the best option for them. We may never know that. Jimmy Butler shoots like 55% for the field or something like that.
Yeah.
Like he's a plus defender. And he's cutthroat in the playoffs. He's a good number 2. You can take stuff off the floor and trust that you're not going to lose anything. That you're not going to lose as much offensively. I'm down with Jimmy being a mercenary, showing up trying to win a title. He's been to the finals before. You know what I mean? He's coming from a great organization where Eric Spoelstra's not gonna put up with any BS. Jimmy freaking Butler!
I mean, I think he's been in the finals as an 8th seed and as a 6th seed, I believe.
This is why it's tough to talk to you about him, because now I'm like, you don't even care if they win. So why do you? You're like, why do you care what they trade for the future? Why do you care what they trade for the future? If you're like, well, I've seen enough, I'm good. I don't have to.
No, but like everyone's demanding another championship. I'm like, can't we be grateful?
Because Steph's here. Can we be grateful? Steph is here. You know, Steph's grateful too. But he's like, yeah, but I got a game tomorrow.
I know.
I got an NBA Cup to try to take down.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
By all means, try to win another championship.
I'll be over here not caring.
I care.
You don't. Obviously not. I'll be over here not caring. This is insane.
More of an apron guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big on the apron.
You believe this, Tim? Seriously.
To be honest, I was more of an Oracle guy than.
You believe this POS?
I don't even recognize you.
What's the matter with you?
Me?
Because you were an Oracle guy, so now they're in San Francisco and Depop's off of them? Is that when you turned?
Slightly.
Be honest, is that when you turned?
I didn't love the move.
That's not what I asked you. It's a yes or no question.
Am I off them?
Is that when you turned?
I still support the Warriors. I'm still a fan.
Dude, it's yes or no. Yes or no.
I'm not completely off them.
Is that when you turned on the Warriors when they moved to San Francisco?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's all I needed to hear. I knew when he wouldn't answer straight up, that was the answer, right, Tim?
Yeah, we should also direct people to check out the poll. We got 29 votes on it. The best Shaq of all time is now live on YouTube.
It's live on YouTube. Best Shaq of all time. Love Shack, Shake Shack, Joe's Crab Shack, or Shaquille O'Neal. Adam Copeland, Depop, the Debs hater, and Tim Webb, only here on the Sports Leader.
Brent Jones cheated on Dirty Work with the morning show. Damn it, Brent. He talked about Debo Samuel's comments on social media. Check out that burgled podcast at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Joined by one of my favorite guests, JT Snow, joined just courtesy of the UMA guest line. Former San Francisco Giant first baseman, many-time Gold Glove winner. What's up, JT? Long time no talk, man. How you been?
I'm good. How's it going, Coach?
I'm good, dude. I guess first and foremost, you're going to be at the Niner-Rams game on Thursday?
Maybe. I got a golf tournament up here at Cal Club on Thursday.
Of course you do.
Yeah, well, I was out here today, and I saw Sergio Romo was out here today, Chris Mullen, Christina Kim on the LPGA, so it's a pretty good spot to be. So, Buster used to be a member out here. I sponsored him, but he left. We went back to Georgia. So, yeah, we got a tournament on Thursday, but I might make a late run up to Levi's and check that game out.
Might be fun, dude. I mean, Rams a completely different team than the last time the Niners saw them. Those who don't know, JT a big Rams fan, but we've talked our trash, and now Rams control their own fate. They get 3 division games in the Jets. I just feel like if they win all those games, or 3 of the 4 at least, they're looking pretty good. So big one on Thursday that could just completely end the Niners season or vault the Rams back into the pack or ahead of everybody.
I think the game on Thursday is going to be about defense. I think the offenses are going to be fine.
Yeah.
And, since we got Puka back and Cooper Kupp back, and I think the offense is clicking. Kyrie Williams is doing a great job carrying the ball. But I think the game on Thursday is going to be about defense. I think. Oh my God.
Are you listening to us on the radio right now, JT?
No, I'm on my Apple CarPlay, and my Apple CarPlay is disengaged. So now I'm on the cell phone.
I got you, dude. Yeah, I heard it.
No, I think whatever team plays better defense is going to win the game. I'm not sold on the Rams' defense. I think their DBs are a little weak, and I think the Niners might have an advantage on defense. But who knows? We'll see. It's going to come down to Stafford versus Purdy and what receivers can catch the ball and who can run the ball. And I think whoever scores can outscore the other team is going to win Thursday night. So it should be exciting. But we had nothing. We were down in the dumps early, and now we're making a comeback because we're healthy. So we'll see what happens.
We've just been down in the dumps all year. It's kind of the way it's gone for us. Let's get into some baseball talk as big free agent stuff's happening. By the way, right as we were getting you on, the Yankees, who missed out on Juan Soto and the $765 million contract, we'll talk about that in a minute. They pivoted real quick. They just signed Max Fried, 8 years, $218 million, the largest guarantee for a left-hander ever. How about that?
Yeah, well, I'm big on pitching. You got to get some pitching so that when they lost Soto and I don't know. I mean, I'm for guys getting all they can get, right? I mean, I was playing back in 1994. We went on strike because the owners wanted to implement a salary cap, and we held out. The World Series got canceled. I don't think many of these guys nowadays realize what we went through back then to get them where they are today. So I'm all for it. Make whatever you can make. I think the Giants did a great job signing Adames. I think he's going to be a really good player. Played 161 games last year, answers the bell every day. And, they might have the best left side of the infield in big league baseball next year. But still need to get maybe a pitcher, maybe someone to play first base. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you mentioned Adames. I like him on the left side. He drove in more runs than he'd ever driven in last year. But it feels to me, there's a couple of things about it. One, it's a good feeling, I think, for Giants fans, and that I don't think anybody really believed we'd be in on Juan Soto or anything like that. But they needed a shortstop. Buster said he wanted a shortstop, and they went out and they got the top shortstop who was available. The guy at the top of their list who's not going to be too old when the contract is up. And when you think relative to them potentially having signed Carlos Correa a couple of years ago for $300 million plus in 13 years, this looks like a pretty good deal for a guy who looks to be in the prime of his career.
I think so. And I think the big thing is, you can't worry about the back end of the deal. Everybody's getting older. They might get – but if you can win a World Series or another one during that contract, I think you've done your job. And I applaud Buster Posey on what he's doing. I think he's trying to get guys that can play every day, that answer the bell, and I think the guys that compete. And I think that's what baseball kind of got lost a little bit in the last 10 to 15 years about guys were good in one aspect, but not good in 2 or 3 other aspects. But I think the ability to get guys to compete, show up every day and play. And, you know, I'm happy for the Giants fans because Chapman's going to play every day. Adames are going to play every day. And I think that's what Buster's trying to build is guys that want to play every day, compete, and maybe not have the big holes in the game. You know, put the ball in play, catch the ball on defense, don't strike out, drive in some runs, score some runs. I think when they get some of the outfielders back, Jung-Hoo and whoever they got in the outfield, steal some bases. I like what he's doing, and he's been smart about it, just getting guys that can compete and want to play every day, put the money aside, put the stats aside, and just in this ballpark, you got to pitch and you got to play defense, and you got to have some guys that certain nights that step up offensively, and you're going to win.
It's kind of where I'm at. We're talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line, and those are the types of teams Buster won on, right? You had great defense. You didn't have guys who were hitting 35 and 40 home runs. That just wasn't the nature of those teams, but you played quality baseball. You played quality defense. You had a great bullpen, and they played 2 more innings than any bullpen in baseball last year, which isn't a good stat. You don't want to have to do that, but they were a good pen, and it seems like they've got some potential for some core guys, and we'll jump off that. We were talking yesterday about Camilo Doval and what his future holds. There's some guys who have left the organization. Tyro Estrada became a Rocky today, but Camilo Doval, what was your take on him? Because a couple of years ago, he was an all-star closer. Back part of the season, blew a bunch of saves, and season kind of turned. And then last year, he had a really rough time, got sent down, lost the closer job, had some attitude issues and some frustrating sort of immature stuff happen on the mound. What's your take on Camilo Doval, and do you think he's on this roster or in this bullpen this year?
Well, I love what Buster said about him the other day. Is we believe in him, and he could be one of the guys. And I think he got a little sidetracked. I saw him in Sacramento when I was doing some games, and he was down there. And I think he's a big-time, big-league pitcher, but I think sometimes we've all been through it in our career. You have some success, you get sidetracked, you don't have success, but you need the right people in your ear to get you back on track. And I think Buster's playing it the right way when he said the other day that, you know, we believe in him, and I don't think they should give up on him. I think he just might need a different voice in his ear, and maybe somebody to come in and get him back on the right track. He's got phenomenal stuff, but sometimes as a player, and that's what great coaching is, and that's what great player development is when you get off track, you know, the ship gets a little off course, you got to get it right back on. And I don't know the last couple of years if he had that, if he didn't trust. There's a lot of trust between players and coaches, and when you're a player and you trust a coach or you trust a front office, you trust somebody that's giving you the right information, you're going to get back on track. So I think I wouldn't give up on this guy. I think he's got good stuff. He just needs a little, you know, a little mentally just retooling. But I think he could be a big part of that bullpen. And I think Buster's doing it the right way with all the things he's been saying.
How much of that, JT, comes from, you played under Dusty for a long time. You had a fairly stable front office. I mean, Brian Sabian was here for many years, and Ed Coletti, of course, is number 2. But you talk about trust with the front office. I think that's a major thing in that in the last couple of years under Farhan, there was so much transactional movement between the shuttling of players back and forth, guys on the roster and in the clubhouse for a day, then they're gone. And you have so many major league debuts in a week. It just even felt at times like it lost its luster, and it shouldn't feel that way. How much of that was built between you guys? Because I think that plays to the stability and the strength of the organization in many competitive seasons year after year with you guys.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I think when players may have a question or a problem and they know Buster's running it, they can go to him, and he's going to be honest with them. And he's been there. His resume speaks for itself. And then when you don't have people that have been there, you may question it. But if you just have someone, as a player, you just want someone that's honest with you and just tells you the truth and gets you back on track. And I think Buster will do that with these guys. And I think guys will respect that. And I think they'll take what he's saying, because I've been there. A lot of players have been there. You have some guy telling you something that maybe never played in the big leagues, maybe never made it above A-ball, and it goes in one ear and out the other. But when a guy's been there and Buster's going to be a Hall of Fame catcher, you're going to listen, and you might just pull back a little bit, listen to what he's saying, and do do what he says, maybe make the adjustments that he says, and the coaches. And I think it's a huge deal, and I think it's largely overrated now today in sports when players want to be coached, and players want to know, and players like to listen to a guy that's been there and done it. And I think the generation now, when I talk to players, I'm not trying to you're not trying to change them. You want them to succeed. You want them to play as long as they can, make as much money as they can, and just be successful. Because these kids have all been doing this their whole life, and you want them to be successful. So I think it's going to be a huge deal.
Talking to JT Snow on the Uber guest line. A couple more minutes here. Were you surprised Soto got more than Shohei Ohtani? I know we talked about that with Tom like a couple of months back. Like, how could you justify him getting more than a guy who won, by the way, came out this year in his first season without pitching. He goes 50-50 or whatever, right? Like still doing stuff that nobody's done. But he's a pitcher also. Like, it made sense to me that he would be the highest paid at that level. But it's crazy to me that Soto, as a pure hitter, ends up in that market.
Yeah, well, the old saying, timing is everything, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Another year, and but if you watched the playoffs and the World Series, Soto is not a great defender. He's not a great defensive player.
No, not at all.
By any stretch, right? So, you know what? It is what it is. Like, if the owners want to pay him,
yeah, right.
That's good. But there's going to be. I played in New York. I came up with the Yankees, and that's a tough city. And if he doesn't perform, he's going to hear it. But as a player, you want to get as much as you can. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. So who knows? Like I said earlier, it's not about the money. It's about winning championships, being a good teammate, showing up every day, playing hard. And so we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, Derek and I were saying, to your point about timing is everything, we were sort of saying, like, it's sort of like the quarterback. It's a little bit apples and oranges, but with quarterbacks in the NFL, like people are saying you can't pay Brock $50 million or whatever. That's just kind of that's what Trevor Lawrence is getting. That's what Tua is getting. It's what Jalen Hurts is getting and Jared Goff. So when you think about those guys, like none of those guys are winning Super Bowls or are the best players in the league, but they're great or they're very good quarterbacks, most of them, and you've got to pay that price to have that player. Soto's a little bit different because it's not positional, right? Like baseball, it doesn't really matter. You kind of go get what you want, and then you try to make it work, especially with the bat. If you can hit, they find a way to get you in the lineup.
Right. And in the other sports, you can kind of control the game, right? You can call plays to make your best player succeed. You can call a screen for Steph Curry to hit a three-pointer. You can call a play for a quarterback. In baseball, you go up there 4 times a game. You can't call the play. You go up there, maybe the bases are loaded, maybe there's nobody on. So baseball, that's why baseball is the best game, because you can't call plays for a guy to succeed. You just have to do it on your own. So, I mean, I don't know. It makes the world go around. It makes good talk. That's why we love sports. And I'll just say that the most money you pay guys doesn't mean the Mets and the Dodgers are going to be in the National League, championship series. It's other teams are going to have a chance. It's just the team that stays healthy and plays the best and pitches and catches the ball and gets hits. And I like what the Giants are doing. They get a couple more pieces playing at this ballpark. You got a chance. Yeah. So let's see what happens.
Hey, good to talk to you, JT. Appreciate the time, man. Shoot me a text if you end up going to the game on Thursday. We'll be down there.
Okay, you got it, Coach. Thank you.
Catch you later, JT. Good stuff from JT Snow, of course. All-time Giants first baseman, one of the greats. Love JT Snow, man. So cool. Used to watch him play so much, dude. JT Snowpack up on the 300 level, man. Great plays at first base, and we didn't even really talk many first basemen with him. You look at the first baseman free agent market, and you're like, who would you want to plug and play there? I know people think Bryce Eldridge is going to come up, but I'd imagine he comes up more as just a bat or a DH before you see him in the field in any capacity. I like Christian Walker would be a nice add. I feel like he had a positive WAR last year, former D-back Tim. I like Christian Walker. Good glove, also can hit for some power, and probably get him on a deal that's not crazy long or expensive.
Tell me if you think this is insane. Nolan Arenado said that he'd be willing to change positions. Is that somebody you would even like to look at?
I mean, I'm always wary of getting a guy who just mashes you in your ballpark. I'm like, but does he mash anybody else like that? I mean, I know he's an all-time great.
A short-time fix or a little short-time fix until Eldridge gets there.
It's also funny. That guy's a all-time great third baseman. let's get him and put him at first.
Right.
I always feel like I should ask JT Snow about that. It's always so disrespectful to me when they're like, he's getting old, just throw him at first base. I'm like, JT was like an elite defensive first baseman. Great stuff. You missed any of that? KNBR.com and the KNBR app. You're listening to Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. We are going to catch up with our other guest of the day, Mark Spears, going to join us at 3:50. We'll talk about some of the Warriors trade rumors and what has gone on with some of that in terms of Jimmy Butler. The guys will become available on Sunday. I think there's 80-some-odd players who become trade eligible come Sunday in the NBA. When we come on back, I told you earlier, got out of the elevator today, walked into the studio, turned left, I saw there it was through the window. I told you there's that window that's like, it's like eye level, eye height. Could see right into it. It was the mailroom. And filled to the top was a big bag. And stenciled on the bag, it said NBA grab bag.
NBA grab
The
bag.
NBA grab bag is next on the Sports Leader.
'49er Player of the Week, Jawan Jennings, discussed his efforts to learn new positions in the '49ers offense. And not just on third down. Check out that podcast and all our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Mark Spears, by the way, going to join us at 3:50. Going to change that schedule up. Guest of the day, JT Snow, just joined us, but Mark Spears is going to join us at 4:50.
I missed him?
Because he's coming in studio. How about that? Mark Spears is going to join us in studio today at 4:50. We'll talk some NBA stuff with him. But every week, it gets all mailed in. We got to take care of it.
I missed JT.
Christmas season, I noticed it fills up a little bit more. Oh, you missed JT, yeah.
Yeah.
Where were you?
I was getting things ready for the soiree. I still have to do 2 jobs on the show.
Well,
I feel so bad for you.
We feel terrible for you.
Yeah, I know. I really could have added that interview.
Yeah. Well, we still have a job to do here, and that is we've got to go through the mailbag. And in the mailbag, it gets mailed in every week. It's actually a big old potato sack, really, is what it looks like. Stencil on it, 2 words. I don't need an NBA word, an acronym and a word. Some letters are on the bag, and they form the phrase NBA Grab Bag.
Time now for the
NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
Get in there, Derek. Drop your arm and pull one out.
I'm about to bag it, baby. Let's grab this thing. Just happened a few minutes ago, or probably like half an hour ago. Max Fried going to the New York Yankees on an 8-year, $218 million deal.
Yeah.
What does that mean for Corbin Burns' deal potentially with the Giants?
I think it's probably in that same window. Corbin Burns, a more accomplished pitcher, but Max Fried, a very accomplished pitcher, one of the best in the game. That's the richest, most highest guarantee for a left-handed pitcher in baseball history, which is pretty incredible. But Yankees a quick pivot. Really, it's. I wonder if the market is the same for Corbin Burns, because my first thought was Corbin Burns, the rumors and the expectations that he wants to come to the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So his market could very well be the same, and the Yankees were like, we're just not going after Burns. We're going to get Fried because already was in Atlanta. Maybe he'll stay an East Coast guy, and obviously they could pay him after not landing Juan Soto. So big-time deal, and I still think Corbin Burns probably in the same market, 220, 225, something like that, and I say go get him.
Yeah, we probably will see him maybe sign the next couple of days here. Moving on, the NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
According to Ollie Connolly of the Read Optional, I don't know where that's based, but it's a publication, Bill Belichick has agreed to become the University of North Carolina's head coach.
Oh, no. It's so exciting.
Belichick handed the school a 400-page organizational Bible with structure, payment plans, staffing choices, etc., decisions on whether to commit, or etc., on decisions on whether to commit to UNC. He's expected to know their decision within 24 hours. One of the stipulations included is that his son, Stephen Belichick, current defensive coordinator of Washington, is the head coach in waiting. Now, despite this report from Ollie Connolly, who I'm sure is a fine reporter, Jordan Schultz and Diana Rossini say that nothing has happened between Belichick and UNC at the moment.
And that nothing is imminent. They say there's some concerns, and it's funny. It sounds like it's on the UNC side of things. Like, Belichick's like, you want me to come here, you agree to my terms.
Yes.
Is more what it sounds like. So there's some things they have to hammer out, and he's waiting. I guess they're waiting to find out if they're going to come to an agreement on any of those issues or what the specifications are. But he gave them an organizational Bible on how things were to operate, and that included salaries. It included coaching decisions, and in terms of who was going to be hired for staffing, including his son, as you said, the coach in waiting. So just all interesting stuff. But I don't know if this is does this end his NFL prospects then if he goes to UNC? I mean, the guy's 70 what? 70?
Yeah, I mean,
he's in his mid-70s. He's 14 wins shy of Hallis, isn't he?
Or of Shula.
Excuse me, Shula.
Yeah, that's why I think this whole thing is BS. I can't for a second believe that Belichick wants to deal with everything that goes into college athletics, all the boosters, all of that stuff. When he wants to pass Don Shula, and he can get that within a matter of, I believe, 3 seasons.
Yeah.
So does the UNC job really appeal to him, or like the Jacksonville Jaguars, which I believe Shad Khan and that owner would probably give him full control of the organization?
Yeah, again, it's got to be somebody like that. But why give control to a guy like that unless the agreement is that after that contract he stays on, like in perpetuity, to be the GM or the president or something like that.
You could probably see that.
You could see something like that.
I mean, Parcells kind of did the same thing when he went to the Jets.
Yeah.
Like Belichick was supposed to be that head coach in waiting, and then he left because he didn't like Woody Johnson.
That's exactly what happened. It sounds like he's trying to do the exact same thing that Parcells did with him, and then maybe he'll spur somebody too.
Okay, so you think the Jaguars would agree to Steven Belichick being the head coach after Bill's gone?
I mean, probably not. Probably not. Didn't he work on staff with the Patriots? Was he a special teams guy?
I mean, it's not like he's just some Nepo baby. Like, yeah, Steven Belichick has been in the NFL. What's up, Nepo-check?
Belichick.
Yeah, but no, he's a respected coach. There was a meme a couple years ago, like his tongue hanging out, like. Blah, blah, blah.
And that's why he's respected.
Yes, 100%.
It's a weird follow-up too. He's a respected coach. There was a photo of him one time going blah blah blah. Give it to me, Tim. We jarred something loose there, Tiger.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Copes, did you know that Johnny Manziel is dating Jose Canseco's daughter, Josie?
I think that Jose named his daughter Josie.
Yes.
Wait, what? Who was dating her?
Johnny Manziel.
Oh, no. Dude, hold on. I got to wrap my head around this.
Yeah.
I've seen the photo. Mm-hmm. I've seen the post. I know what you're going to talk about
here. Well, they're deep in love.
I had no idea this was Jose Canseco's daughter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. They're deep in love.
I have a story for you.
So much deep in love that on social media, Josie wrote, "A love like you, my best friend and my forever. I'm so proud of the man you've grown into. You have the kindest heart I've ever met. How'd I get so lucky? Happy birthday, my baby." And this post is also with a picture.
It's steamy.
It's a steamy picture of them in the shower together.
He's like behind her, and he's like,
he's behind her.
Giving her the business in the shower.
Kind of giving her Snoop Dogg's first album.
Her eyes aren't open.
Yeah. And
didn't know that was Jose Canseco's daughter.
It looks like he's washing her hair, or he could be tugging on it.
All right. Well, I'd say it's pretty obvious he's tugging on it.
Yeah.
Let's just cut.
NBA grab bag.
Let's just cut to the chase. We all know what's going on here. We're all adults, right?
Yeah. Why would you post that?
Here's mine. I just got one line I got to get off.
Yeah.
Talk about Bash Brothers. Nothing? Not to get anything, Tim? Nothing for that? That was good. That's in good form.
Nah, I don't know about that one.
She posted it. She posted
it. Is McGuire in the bathroom
too? She posted
it. Just watching from a distance. Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
I could have gone talk about Splash Brothers.
All right, that's enough. That's enough out of you. A bettor in Kentucky placed a $3 million wager for the Philadelphia Eagles to defeat the Carolina Panthers. Talk about going on a limb there. Circus Sports in Las Vegas owner Derek Stevens told ESPN that the bettor first placed $1 million on the Eagles, then has to bet more, ending up with $3.1 million on the Philadelphia Eagles. It's the largest bet the sportsbook has ever taken, and the Eagles ended up winning 22-16.
We call that FU money.
Yeah,
we call that. I was gonna just bet $1 million, and then I went 3-1. And what was the payout on the money line?
I'm not sure.
It was like $500K.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, it couldn't have been that much money.
No,
by the way, Dicey came. Dropped touchdown by the Panthers.
I know.
That was sweating his ass off.
And I want to say it was a 14-point favor initially, but I mean, why are you that confident in the? I mean, like I understand why you're that confident, but why that game? Why does that need to be $3 million worth?
I probably was just about the discrepancy.
Christmas present money, man.
Discrepancy in team.
Yeah.
But like I told you, I think we're now 4 straight after the Panthers didn't cover a game for like 2 straight seasons. Or it was all last year, some of the year before, and I think the first half of this season they didn't cover. It was like nearly 30 games or something like that. They've covered 4 in a row, and by the way, for the first time since 2022, they open as favorites against the Dallas Cowboys next week.
Do they really?
Yeah, how about that?
I would take the Cowboys.
That's incredible. A slight favorite, but still.
Okay. And yeah, Xavier Legette dropped that touchdown that would have put him in the lead there.
Would have put them in the lead.
That guy was
saying, when I saw that story, I was like, dude, that guy must have been so scared.
Yeah. Sirianni really had his boys ready to go for that one.
Yeah.
What would you say? You do.
Thank you.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg have started their own gin, Still Gin. And it was announced today in a new commercial featuring the duo plus AI-generated versions of Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr.
Still gin?
Still gin. Still.
I'm not a gin man.
I enjoy a good G&T.
I would have
tastes
no.
like death.
Yeah, I don't do gin.
Not a gin guy?
No, but I say that, and then I'm a vodka soda man. Then everybody be like, that's disgusting.
Exactly.
Vodka.
Well, how do you hangover and sadness?
I'll do a vodka martini too. But I wouldn't do a gin martini.
Oh, I always do gin martini.
Well, yeah, you like gin.
Olives?
You like gin.
Yeah, olive juice. It's good.
Yeah, it's a martini. I'm just saying I don't do it with gin.
Fair enough.
I'm a Manhattan guy.
He's telling me how a martini's made. That's what he's doing. So for me in there, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
And
so you got a take on this story? I don't really have a take on this gin. Are you going to drink it?
Still gin?
Yeah.
Probably not, but the commercial's interesting. To get AI-generated versions of Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr.
We didn't get to that, yeah. Well, I bet you they're drinking martinis.
Oh, they probably are in the commercial.
You seem more of a gold bar guy to me.
Me?
Hold on, have you not
Why?
seen...
Just because Greg has it as an endorsement?
Yeah, that's what he gets for Christmas presents, I'm sure.
Exactly. I'm passing out my endorsements to my children.
Yeah, you get gold bar and a Scott Hiver gift certificate or something like that, yeah.
All your attorney's fees paid by Abbas lawyers. Loan pronto. What are we doing?
Loan pronto.
You got to lay some deck for you?
I'll give you some pizza from Tony Gimignani as well.
I'll keep that myself.
Yeah.
I keep the bucatini.
All right,
wait, so hold on. Have you not seen the commercial?
I did this morning. I watched it.
Okay, so were they drinking martinis in it?
I don't remember them drinking anything.
What were the AI-generated Frank Sinatra?
I mean, it was very weird, versions of Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. And they're just at the bar and they're like, "Who are those two fellas over there?" And they're like, "Oh, that's Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. Well, come over here. We'll have a drink." And Sammy's like, "Yeah, baby." And then they go. I don't know why my Sammy Davis Jr. sounds like Austin Powers.
Yeah.
But yeah, they get together and it's just a weird thing. And I don't know why we need AI-generated characters and commercials of dead people.
Again,
didn't Dr. Dre do this 10 years ago with Tupac? I didn't like that.
I don't know. We got the AI now. I'm just like, why is Celebrity Deathmatch not back? I'd have been way more interested in watching that and watching that break into a Celebrity Deathmatch.
Well, and not to be nitpicky, but wasn't Sinatra buried with a bottle of whiskey, Jack Daniels? Like, what is he doing in the gin ad?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Also, there's going to be a Sinatra biopic coming out in a couple years.
Who's playing him?
DiCaprio. It's a Scorsese production.
So they're going to do the anti-aging?
I don't. Well, I mean, Scorsese.
Benjamin Button his ass so he can look younger.
He's kind of like still a baby face a little bit.
Leo's got to be like in his 50s, right?
Yeah, probably late 40s right now.
I don't know. I take the over on late 40s.
His girlfriend isn't.
No, she's not.
That's true.
They stay the same age.
Speaking of Belichick, moving on, the NBA grab bag.
Talk about Bash Brothers.
Netflix is rumored to have their new studio crew for the Christmas Day games. Ready, Copes?
Yeah, I saw this.
All right, the lead on the studio is going to be our favorite person, Kay Adams. She gets everybody on her podcast. Then you get Robert Griffin III, Mina Kimes, Manti Te'o, who had the inside scoop on the 49ers this year, being emotionally distraught. And finally, Copes' favorite quarterback, Drew Brees.
Sounds like a Netflix crew. I mean, Mina's cool. I like Robert Griffin III, too. Kay Adams, like, whatever. I don't know. She was fun. I didn't mind her on Good Morning Football, but
Everybody else did.
Again, I don't really pay attention to anything she's done. I mean, her thing's on, like, the FanDuel.
Yeah, she does the her Up and Adams is through FanDuel.
Yeah, but I never listen to her podcast anyway. It's no slam on her. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of her anymore. I said I hear more of her on this show. We play cuts from her podcast.
Well, she gets everybody.
Than
Kevin Durant and Devontae Adams, Debo last year.
I celebrate her entire carear.
Manti, I don't know. He's on Good Morning Football now. I've seen him a little bit.
Yeah.
Doesn't do it for me. And Drew Brees can, nothing. I got nothing for Drew.
What's your beef with Drew?
Captain America acting like he saved New City of New Orleans after 9/11. Excuse me, after 9/11. After Hurricane Katrina. Jesus.
Forget it. He's rolling.
And that's your NBA grab bag.
It's a Tuesday afternoon. This is Dirty Work. We got plenty more to come. Mark Spear is going to join us in studio coming up at 4:50. When we come on back, the college football playoff is set, and people are bitching and moaning about it. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Mark Spears going to join us. Guest of the day, 4:50. In studio, he's coming in. How about that? He's going to be on the phone.
He's got a little party at the Battery. He's going to come over here.
How about that? A little party at the Battery.
You ever been there?
Yeah, I must have lost my invitation. I must have.
Oh.
No,
well, you're doing the radio show.
Nice establishment. Well, yeah, but I would leave the show.
Oh.
I would pull the Greg Pop and be like, I've got to go interview John Lynch or Greg Silva.
At the Battery?
You have to finish the show on your own. How about that? Just ditched him. He's like, you know what? You can do this.
I came in here.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I picked up the slack.
Yeah, after a while. You know, like the last few minutes.
Well, they threw to a press conference of Kyle, and then I came in.
Yeah.
And I steered them in the right direction.
By the way, many people checking it out on the YouTube chat. We're streaming twitch.tv/esportsleader, KNBR.com, KNBR app. But our YouTube channel is where you want to be. That's where the conversation happens.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the poll is, too. And I said, got the YouTube chat, and then my computer died. So you're not going to get the comments from me that I was going to give you.
Okay.
Rest assured, it's there.
It's there. I promise it's there.
Can I give you a little update on Debo Samuel?
Yeah, I'd like one.
Okay. So,
did he catch a pass?
Well, not today. Well, I mean, in practice, I'm assuming. So Kyle said what he said about Debo Samuel early today, and then there was a locker room gathering at Debo Samuel, with Debo Samuel in the locker room, and
there was a locker room gathering. You're saying that like he was.
There was a media scrum with Debo Samuel.
Okay, thank you.
And they asked him about the tweet yesterday.
You had a tweet that got a lot of attention yesterday. You care to expand on your feelings or what you wanted to convey with that?
I mean, you read what you read. A little frustrated for sure.
Kyle and Brock said that you guys talk just about daily. Is getting touches and things like that something that's discussed during those kinds of
conversations? 100%, yeah.
Do you see that? Do you sense that? I mean, as soon as you get the ball, that there's like 3 or 4 guys out there on the perimeter.
I mean, there's 3 or 4 guys whenever, it don't matter who got the ball.
That's typical with guys getting touches. You expect to come back around for you, right, in terms of...
Maybe when it comes, it comes.
Smacking on that gum, huh? Yeah.
Dude, the aggressive nature when she's just chewing that gum. This might have been an old Paulie Mack thing or it was a Murph thing, I can't remember, but they had a great take about, like, there's maybe nothing more disrespectful than when you're talking to somebody. It's in Seinfeld, too. Then when somebody's just, like, chewing gum, they just look like they have an attitude.
Is that in Seinfeld?
I think it's a Seinfeld bit when they start chewing gum. Just listening to you. Yeah. Okay.
Tim's nodding, but I don't remember that at all.
Somebody's just looking at you, staring at you while you're talking to them. They're chewing gum. Just seems disrespectful.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's like a teenage kid, though. Yeah. Okay. He's like barely giving you any answers too. So I don't know. Sounds like there's some noise.
He's pissed.
It sounds like there's some noise.
He's pissed.
Also, I mean, the conversations about touches. That's the only one he answered really straight up, absolutely. But also, that doesn't necessarily mean anything bad when they're talking touches. It doesn't mean like just because they're talking about getting him touches, that's a negative thing that he's complaining about.
Right.
They're just asking, is that the nature of your conversations at times? Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if Debo Samuel is, featured in this game and has a big game at the same time to make the noise go away.
Would you say they tried to feature him the last game?
I mean, just because he got a what do you mean?
He didn't get nearly as many targets. What do you have? 3 targets, 2 catches. I think it was 7
and 5 carries at running
7
back.
to Kittle, 8 to Juwan, something like that.
I mean, right away, I thought he was going to have a big game because he got that pass against Jalen Johnson.
20 yards, yeah.
Yeah, but besides that, not much.
One more for 2 yards.
Well, and given the lack of depth in the running back core, we expected him to get a couple of balls, end rounds and stuff like that.
But Debo usually has pretty big games against the LA Rams in recent years.
He has, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, again, the nature of which this season has gone is inconsistency, and we haven't seen things that we were used to seeing or had seen in recent years production-wise from a lot of these guys. And the reason for that is sort of unknown. Some of it health-related maybe, but the Debo one is just sort of more, I don't want to say like perplexing, because he didn't it doesn't appear that he's like broken down. He just doesn't do what he did before. There's no explosive burst pass or through the lane or through the line like we used to see, it feels like. And I don't know if that's offensive line play, but Garendo did an okay job.
Yeah, I know, but I think that when it comes to Debo Samuel playing wide receiver, I think a lot of teams have taken the tape of the Christmas Day game against the Baltimore Ravens and the Super Bowl of just playing man coverage, and he's struggling.
I thought he played well against man coverage. So Matt Mayoka talked to us about the other day.
Yeah, I mean, then why they draft Ricky Pearsall?
I don't know. Because rosters get expensive. and you needed more receivers. They didn't have it. I mean, really, they didn't know Juwan Jennings, I think, was going to be what he's become. I mean, he's 19 catches all of last year. They were all, like, every one of them was a clutch third down pickup, it felt like, but 19 all of last year. He's become a much better player, a much different type of receiver than we even thought he was capable of being. And then they needed some other young guys. They drafted a couple. They drafted Cowing as well, right? So they drafted, I think, needing to supplant some of that, but also not knowing what was going to happen with Brandon Ayuk this summer. You had to protect yourself in some capacity.
No question, but I also think of the Super Bowl.
I don't think they drafted Pearsall just because Debo might have been falling off a little bit. They did make sure he was here for the next 2 years guaranteed. After the Ayuk.
Yeah, but everything I've heard from that Super Bowl is that it was tough for Debo to get out of man coverage with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, everybody's having trouble with the Chiefs.
No, but that's just a thing with Debo though, and this team in general. That's how many defenses are playing this Niner offense.
Yeah, but they've shut them down. I mean, Spagnuolo shuts the Niners down every single time he plays them. Like that's just kind of what he does. So I don't want to look at what I can't imagine they looked at the Super Bowl and were like, well, that's the reason we have to draft Ricky Pearsall because Debo got bottled up for a couple of games last year. Debo had a great season last year.
All right.
A pretty damn good season. Not a great season. Ayuk had the big year.
No, he did.
I think you look at many factors in that. They needed more wide receivers because the roster's aging, and you have potentially two of them at the time up or not back over the next 2 seasons. You didn't know what was going to happen with Ayuk if you were going to be able to sign him. You had to bring somebody in, right? This was also a deep receiver draft, so they said, coming in.
Yeah, but Pearsall's a different wide receiver than Debo and Ayuk.
Yeah, they're drafting weapons. I'm not saying that at some point the plan wasn't this can be the same position Debo plays, but I don't believe that was drafted to say, great, we can get rid of him right now. And again, he's going to be on the roster to start next year. I lean more and more towards that. I think it's on the table that he gets moved, of course, but you'd have to be almost blown away, I think, based on the depth you have at that position entering next season. You can't afford to go into next season with Ricky Pearsall, who's had 6 yards. Somebody have to give you a pick or something that you weren't anticipating getting at that level.
Okay.
You have to get a pick. I think somebody would have to overpay based on his production this year. You have no Ayuk, and we don't know for how long to start next season.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were willing to move off of Debo for a third-round pick.
Then your receiving core entering next year is Ricky Pearsall, who's done even less than Debo Samuel at this point.
There's
proven nothing of being a starter.
I understand that, but
then you've got Juwan Jennings.
I understand that, but they drafted him in the first round. There's always time for guys to grow, and there's
of course, but you haven't seen it yet. So I mean, why wouldn't you at least bank for one more on the guy who you've seen a lot out of in Debo Samuel, who's already here? You don't have to get rid of him.
I understand that people are frustrated that Ricky Pearsall is not living up to expectations right now, but they drafted him with the expectation that he's going to be a big part of this offense.
It's not about the expectation. It's why would you bank on a guy who's shown you nothing so far?
Because they drafted him in the first round.
But you still have another piece, and why would you just give it up for another potential draft pick? Why give? I'm not saying that it's the wrong thing to do. I'm saying you don't have Brandon Ayuk to start next season. So why would you pull another piece away? Even if it's just a veteran depth piece.
There's so many other moves they can make.
More, but he does other things for you. For what?
Get another veteran wide receiver in free agency.
At what price point?
Very cheap.
But you already have one. That's what I mean. So are you getting somebody who you know is going to produce more than Debo has in your offense in the past?
All I'm saying
is Debo comes out and does a big game on Thursday, all this narrative changes.
Probably.
What I'm saying is I can't imagine that. I can't imagine it. What I'm saying is it doesn't. At this point, with the way things are lining up for their roster at the start of next season, we don't know what's going to happen in terms of free agency, but it's going to be expensive for Brock. Why you would pay Brock and then enter next season with fewer weapons for him to work with?
Yeah, but to Derek's point, if Ayuk goes down for the year, you expect Debo's production to be at a certain point, and it hasn't been there.
No, Juwan has.
It is fair to say that you would evaluate, in the offseason, that production that you said, okay, well, we need this guy to step up. Maybe he's not the guy that you thought he was, especially in that specific role.
I'm of the belief, too, it's not as simple to just trade Debo. If he's on an expiring contract, you have to get somebody to take him and probably hand him a contract.
Not necessarily.
Who's going to trade you a third-round pick for a guy who's going to be an expiring deal at the end of the year?
There are teams that need wide receiver veterans.
Give me one. Give me a third.
I'm bring up the team that was close to trading for him, the Baltimore Ravens. The receiving core is not spectacular. They made all these moves to get guys like.
But he's not like the big-time receiver. Like we talk about this all the time.
He fits kind of what they need to do as a more of a running team, and you can use him the way Kyle Shanahan uses him with the Baltimore Ravens.
I think he'd be a good fit there. I would be. It seems interesting to do that and trade a third rounder for a guy who hasn't been productive. Think we're going to get more out of him, but it's only for 1 year, and it's expensive. You do that, it's like $25 million.
I know, sometimes people do crazy things in the offseason.
I feel like these are more drastic things than. It doesn't feel like it's the most likely scenario, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, he doesn't seem like he's super happy right now.
No, he doesn't.
The feeling around Debo is just not a good vibe.
No, bad vibe. And I'm not happy about Texas being 5th in the CFP.
It's supposed to be a CFP segment, then Debo dropped the...
I mean, just real quick. Just real quick.
And Debo started smacking gum.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, the matchups, Indiana playing Notre Dame. That winner plays Georgia. That's kind of crazy. Oh, no, it's Oregon that has to play the winner of Tennessee, Ohio State. That's insane.
I look at the bracket.
Yeah, so Tennessee would play Ohio State, and the winner of that plays Oregon. Clemson and Texas.
What are you saying is insane? You don't like the way the bracket numbers out? Is that it?
I think it should be the lowest seed, like in the NFL playoffs. It should be the lowest seed that advances has to play the highest seed. So
and you want to reseed? That's what you're saying?
Yes. I don't think it's fair.
The NFL's the only thing that reseeds, isn't it?
Yeah, but the NBA does that, and I can't stand that. Where it should always be, if you have the number 1 seed throughout the playoffs, you benefit throughout the playoffs.
You get home court. That's the deal.
Yeah, but you always should play the
That's your benefit. You get home field.
I know.
You play that game at Oregon.
Yeah, okay, but is it fair that they have to play the winner of Tennessee Ohio State?
Why? They're the number 1 team in the nation. Why would it be unfair?
Because
that's what they're ranked. They're ranked 8 and 9. You think that because of the 1, they should automatically get to play the winner of one
seed?
game?
The lowest seed, whoever advances.
Just
the lowest the argument here is Penn State is going to take on SMU, and then they get Boise. Whoever winner of that gets Boise. So
yeah, but why is that? Everyone keeps saying this is unfair. This is the point. We're just going to play the games. We got the tournament. What's unfair about it? They got ranked where they were. If it's unfair, seed yourself better. It's not good to lose games because then you risk not getting in. But that's the tournament. They seed. This is the way it works with the committee. I don't understand. Like, they're giving buys. We got 4 teams that got a bye. Boise earned a bye. That was their path, and that was their road. You can only play the games in front of you. Who's to say that Penn State doesn't come out and kick the hell out of Boise, or the other way around? We just don't know. That's the point of the tournament.
I hear you.
I'm down with the tournament,
and I'm
down with the format.
And we have the Joel Klatz.
I want to watch the games.
We don't need to play it. He's very upset because he thought that the CFP manipulated SMU to get in over Alabama. I think that's ridiculous.
Manipulated it. Alabama lost. Again, we said this yesterday. 2 500 teams. They played 1 out-of-conference Power 4 team. It was Wisconsin. They didn't schedule tougher games. But you all believe the SEC is the most elite. You win those games, you're in.
The pretzel logic people work themselves into to be like, well, Alabama deserved to be there. When the exact same thing happens last year. Alabama wins the SEC. Florida State undefeated gets laid off. They're like, well, that was a better team. Now Alabama has 3 losses. They're like, well, we didn't. Just shut up.
It's not to say that the good teams aren't left out, but you didn't do what you needed to do to earn a spot relative to the rest of the field.
Exactly.
And then teams would Alabama beat Boise if they played them? I think most people would say, I think they might. I think they have a pretty damn good shot to do it.
They might.
Get into the tournament, we can find out.
Well, they
That's my point.
3 games.
Get into the tournament, and we can find out.
They lost 3 games, and the only 3 the team that lost 3 games that advanced was a conference champion in Clemson.
So unfair that Georgia's at 2. They might have to play Notre Dame in the second round.
Okay, so hold on. Do you not like the NFL playoffs the way that's structured?
No, that's cool. It's the NFL.
Okay, but why can't it be the same? Why can't it be the same for the CFP?
Because it's not the NFL; it's the CFP. They don't play a balanced schedule.
When you say it like that,
they don't play. It's a different game. It's a different sport. We can't possibly know who's better. You have to go by committee because we can't possibly know because nobody plays the same schedule. There's 17 teams or something in the ACC. SMU played 7 of them this year.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Their schedule was fairly weak relative to that of Alabama's, but Alabama's wasn't strong.
I just never understand the logic of, okay, why does it have to be in this bracket? What determines that? Why does Oregon have to play the winner of 8-9? What just
That's how March Madness works.
I know that's how March Madness works.
So why don't we just change that to be like the NFL? The NFL's the only one who does an outlier that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you get.
All right.
Also, there's only 1 bye in the NFL. There's 4 buys for this.
The committee wanted to have emphasis on the championship games to make them still worth something. So there is that caveat that's there. That being said, I feel like the 8-9 feels much more difficult to play than the other.
I say.
But
if you're the 1 seed in March Madness, you get the 16, then you get the 8-9.
Sure.
So, again, it's just sort of the same format. Let's just watch the games. Big deal. We're getting good games. Why would it be a bad thing for Penn State to play Boise? It's not kind of
a bad thing. I'm just finding it curious.
Isn't that a cool game? I'm taking my God. Now I'm rooting Boise so hard against Derek. Derek's Penn State Nittany Lions.
When the hell did that become a thing?
Since you felt so bad about them having to play. Dude, I'm rooting for SMU, too.
It's just a talking point.
I'm a SMU guy. Tim and I have been on SMU all year.
Oh, you're a SMU guy?
Yeah.
We went out to Stanford and we watched them get our teeth kicked in. That's when we became SMU men.
I was like, I'm a SMU man.
All right.
ACC. I thought they were going to be ACC champs. That's not a song. Adam Copeland.
Spoon man. Derek
Papa with you on a Tuesday afternoon. This is dirty work. Where should we go here? Because we're going to get Mark Spears
Let's
next.
go around the NFL.
Now he's going to join us in the 5 o'clock, the 4 o'clock hour.
Let's do the week that was week 14 in the NFL.
We could do grab bag again.
NBA grab bag.
Could do Love Shack again. I check in on the. Do you have the numbers right now for our Shack poll that's up on the YouTube channel? 808 KNBR best Shacks.
We're shacking a fool right now.
Yeah, dude, shacking a fool.
Shaq O'Neal is the leader right now, 36% of the vote.
Shaq O'Neal, 36. Wait, where does Love Shack come in, though?
Love Shack is second at 28% of the vote. Joe's Crab Shack coming up the very end, 17%.
Oh.
I'm actually.
What about Radio Shack? We need to put a Radio Shack on
Radio
there?
Shack didn't
Dead
make
and gone,
it, sorry.
bro.
Michael.
Dead and gone.
We had a conversation about that. It doesn't exist anymore, so that way it didn't
Clearly
get on
not the best Shack.
Wait, Radio Shack's not around anymore?
It's the Alabama out of the tournament, dude. They're just sitting there. They're like, but we're Radio Shack. And we're like, win your games and you can get in.
Oh, my God, all these years.
Don't file for bankruptcy and you can
Radio
get in.
Shack and their great commercials with Howie Long and...
Did you not know that? Aren't they gone?
For a while.
I think they've been gone for a while, Derek. Dude,
I didn't know that.
We gotta start writing this stuff down because Derek is I feel like sort of big on not knowing when stuff is over. Who was the one earlier today he didn't know had passed away?
That was yesterday, buddy.
That was yesterday. He didn't remember that I said something about Hank Greenwald.
Hank Greenwald.
He was like, he passed away, and I was like, yeah, it's like a while ago. He's like, I don't really? He like wasn't sure of me.
808 KNBR, do you miss Radio Shack?
Yeah.
All
I miss
right.
Hank Greenwald.
I just remember the great commercials with Howie Long and Terry Hatcher.
Well, they weren't that great. People stopped shopping there.
They got Bezos.
Yeah, dude.
They got
did too.
Bezos.
Forgot that Howie Long and Terry Hatcher used to do those.
Yeah, I always thought they dated because of those commercials.
Doesn't
They're real,
everybody,
but
doesn't,
they
everybody,
didn't.
doesn't everybody who's in a commercial together end up that way? Why would you think that? Just assume that was the case?
Yeah, they were kind of lovey-dovey with each other.
You didn't know Radio Shack was gone?
No, I didn't actually.
Jack Loader, you know what Radio Shack is?
I don't know.
Yeah, see, Jack Loader, young man. He didn't even know what it was. What did Jack Loader learn today?
What did I learn today?
Radio Shack is dead.
I'll save that one for later.
Unlike Love Shack.
Note to self.
It lives.
All
Love
right.
Shack lives. 808 KNBR, you want to get involved in any of the Debo conversation, we can do that as we roll through today. Turn it on Love Shack for, man. Keep it moving. The official song of Dirty Work.
That's our new theme song.
It's our new theme. All right, we come on back. Week 14, the week that was in the NFL. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Kyle Shanahan addressed the media today with the latest on the 49ers injury front ahead of Thursday night's massive tilt versus the Rams. Check out all the details at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, God, I love this music. Dun-na-na-na-na-na.
It's the music that gets you? Sports music was?
This really gets me. I mean, music in general, this gets me.
Well, you don't get it.
What?
I don't know. You were singing earlier and nobody was a fan.
Says
I
you.
think Tim,
Says
anybody,
you.
Tim? Nobody is just me and Tim, so.
The dulcet tones of a Derek Papa?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's some stuff you've done. I like your early stuff.
Well, like 10 years ago with Sean Dickinson and Matt Mayoko?
You're playing the classics, nothing off the new record.
Yeah, dude, stop playing the new record stuff, dude. Just play the hits. That's not what I came here for. I came for Let's Go Out to Matt Mayoko and for Super Reporter. That's what I came for.
That's my two biggest hits.
If we can remaster those, I mean, that'd be...
I also made a song for Kelechi Osemele, the offensive lineman for the Raiders, but we don't need to go down that road.
Yeah, was that like a lesser known hit? Was that like an unplugged thing?
Some people enjoyed it. It was to Jamiroquai's Virtual Insanity. Kelechi Osemele, Kelechi Osemele. See, it's pretty good. Anyway,
I'm kind of into that one. I was like, it's a good little ditty.
Yeah, you like that?
Kelechi Osemele.
Now you're into it.
Wasn't it Kelechi
Osemele.
Kelechi Osemele.
See?
Don't make me be the voice of reason on this show.
No, you've been overruled. I think it's 2-1.
There you go.
Put to avoid, it's a 2-1 vote.
All right.
By all means, let's dive into the Wayback Machine and talk about Kelechi Osemele.
He was a good offensive lineman.
Sure.
All right, let's go through the week.
For John Kondo.
I love John Kondo. Leave him alone, Tim. All right, week 14 in the NFL. What do you want to start, Copes? What game tickled your fancy this weekend?
Game did tickle my fancy this weekend.
How about that Falcons-Vikings game?
Ooh, that game tickled my fancy, except that I had money on the Atlanta Falcons. I think we were both when we made our picks last week on the side of Kirk Cousins rolling back into Minnesota and maybe.
Oh, he did not have a good game.
Maybe making some noise. No, he didn't have a good game. However, that game was 21-21 with like 4 minutes left to play. I had the Falcons getting points. They were up in that game, by the way.
They were.
And Sam Darnold played his ass off. Game of his career. 5 touchdown passes.
Is Sam Darnold kind of sneaky in the MVP category right now?
Boy, it's tough. I mean, we crown MVP so early in the NFL, and then it turns out it's not them. I mean, it's.
Well, last year was the same kind of thing. We didn't know Lamar Jackson was MVP until like the last few weeks of the season.
It's true. I mean, really, how many times did we say Russell Wilson was the MVP in his best years in Seattle, and then by the end of October, he wasn't even a factor anymore?
Right. I don't want to start a fight because I know you're going to get mad about this, but he should be comeback player of the year for sure.
Who?
Sam Darnold.
No, he shouldn't.
I know.
He wasn't hurt. He was on the bench.
Okay, it's either him or Russell Wilson.
Joe Burrow missed it. Joe Burrow's going to win it. He missed an entire, basically all last year.
His team's not going to make the playoffs.
That's not about it. So what? Comeback player of the year has nothing to do with playoffs. It's about your performance.
Keep moving.
It's about your individual performance.
Who almost died last year that deserves it this year?
Yeah, well, I mean, we laugh. We joke here, you know?
We like to have fun.
We like to have fun. Okay. By the way, Kirk Cousins' numbers the last 4 weeks, he has thrown 7 interceptions, 0 touchdown passes. Good gravy.
Good gravy.
My God.
That's not good.
That's not good at all.
Yeah, but anyway, the comeback there at the end, not the comeback, but the way they blew him out in the final 4 minutes.
Yeah.
They score a touchdown to go up 7 to the Vikings. Then on the kickoff, the Falcons fumble it. Vikings score again. And then after that, they put up, I think I got one more after that. Go 42-21.
Yep, 42-21.
Final 3 minutes.
I think it was an Aaron Jones touchdown.
And then it wasn't.
Yes. Then we got the Pittsburgh Steelers. They beat up on the Cleveland Browns to get redemption from 2 weeks ago when they lost in the snow. No George Pickens in this game, but they still put up good numbers offensively. 27-14, the Steelers win. And, Jameis Winston couldn't be delivered from not pick sixes, but interceptions as he threw 2 in this game.
Sounds like Jameis.
Steelers kind of running away. I shouldn't say running away, but they're kind of pulling away, I should say, for the AFC North here.
That team is scary. I don't want to see that team.
The more that they get those guys involved, Freiermuth and whatnot, the more versatile they'll look. Najee looks really good. And that defense just smothers you. Yeah. Don't love them.
And Russ is playing well.
No, really well. Comeback player of the year?
No, stop it. He didn't go anywhere. He hasn't been hurt. It's unbelievable.
He was on the Broncos bench.
It is so disrespectful to give that guy the same record for being bad that Alex Smith got for having his legs snapped off and almost dying.
Okay, but to your point, Alex Smith also won comeback player of the year because he was bad with the 49ers the previous year.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
All right.
There's nothing that gets Copes going more than the comeback player of the year.
I did not know you were so hot on the comeback player of the year.
It's just such bull. If we're going to do it right. You know what I mean?
Well, like
where did they come back from?
Injury or
injury, or he wasn't good, so now he's good.
It happens all the time. Philip Rivers won the comeback player of the year award when he was just not good.
He was always hurt.
Wasn't always hurt.
No, he wasn't always.
He was always hurt.
7 AFC championship.
Nursing his 9 children.
You know, I don't think
to and from San Diego.
I don't think he was nursing.
Yes, he was. He had 9 nipples for all those kids.
Go on, move on.
All right, Jaguars Titans. This was a thriller, my friend. 10-6. I'll move on.
What a snooze.
Yeah.
By the way, the Titans came back and won it late.
They did. No. Jaguars won.
Jaguars came back and won it late.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hank Bigsby
Mac Jones in the Will Levis. By the way, young Tony going with Will Levis in 3 leagues. Good Lord.
How many fantasy leagues did you make the playoffs in?
Me?
How many are you in?
I'm in Tom's league.
I missed the playoffs in Tom's league.
Jacob's league. Jacob Violante. And
KNBR league.
In the KNBR league. I made the playoffs in 2 of them.
Yeah. Are you? I don't know if I jumped you in the KNBR league. I made it for the first time ever. 4 seed.
You did not jump him. You're right behind him.
And you're number 2 or 1?
I'm number 2.
So we're all in the KNBR league.
Jacob, of course, is number 1. That guy is always good in fantasy.
Team name ERCU next Tuesday.
Not bad. Not bad.
Can I give you guys a stupid fantasy story?
Sure.
I told Coach
You're the best team name of all
this is
time.
so stupid. I'm in 3 fantasy leagues. First place, second place. This weekend, the 49ers play on Thursday, so it's my first free weekend in like 17 weeks. No ramifications whatsoever.
You can't watch his fantasy teams at all. It's great. It's beautiful. So we all got a shot at a KNBR. If one of us doesn't take it down, that's piss poor. 6 teams in, we're half the field on this show right here.
I know.
You're the Tim's the 2, you're the 3, I'm the 4.
I don't like our odds.
Why not?
Because I just don't think we'll have... whatever reason, Jacob always wins a fantasy, whether it's baseball or football.
It's kind of bull, yeah.
I am the number 1 seed in Tom's league, though.
Nice.
All those winnings on hair products.
And you want to know my team name in Tom's league?
Yeah, I remember it. Is it Purdy's close to 30?
Purdy's a little too close to 30.
Nice. There you go.
I always like to do a drop.
Purdy's a little too close to 30.
There you go. So the Philadelphia Eagles beat the Carolina Panthers 22-16.
What would you say? You do.
Thank you, Sirianni. We talked about this a little bit in the grab bag. We'll talk about it more in the soiree. But Saquon Barkley now becomes the single season leader for rushing yards for the Philadelphia Eagle. Jalen Hurts, though, 108 passing yards. And the Eagles are trying to catch the Detroit Lions, but they got a little problem right now with the passing game. And we'll talk about it more. A.J. Brown not happy. But I don't know what's going on with Jalen Hurts lately.
I'm not really worried about it, to be honest with you.
I'll tell you what the great equalizer is. He has 13 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, that is true.
He runs the hell out of it. Like, he puts up a lot of yards from scrimmage in general, and Saquon's so dominant. Like, the Eagles, I still think, are pretty dangerous.
Isn't Goddard on IR? I think he's
gone.
put
him on IR.
But they have your guy playing now, Calcaterra.
Oh, my guy, Big Grant, yeah.
Are you a Calcaterra guy, too?
Tim was obsessed with his name one day. He's like, Calcaterra?
No, so this year I didn't have any Dallas Goddard. I got out of the Dallas Goddard business,
I got into it. I decided to get into it. Didn't work out for him. Actually, when he played, he was good, but that was few and far between.
He threw up, Goddard had a few bagels early in the year, and they kept throwing it to Calcaterra, and at one point I was like, who the hell is this guy?
Calcaterra.
Now I'm in the big Jake Ferg business, which also
me too.
Not paying a lot of dividends.
Rico Dowdle business did okay for you yesterday.
We have 139 or something last night.
Did he really?
Yeah, he got a bunch of fantasy points.
He did, 131.
There you go.
Man, they're not even getting any carries from my guy, Dalvin Cook. What the hell happened to him?
I'm telling you, once they decided to go to Dowdle full time, I was trying to get out of the Dowdle business early in the season.
It's a full-time Dowdle team.
Yeah,
Dowdle was on the field for that last play, too.
Don't doubt Dowdle.
Yeah.
And then the Sunday night game, I mean, you and I were both on the Chargers in this one. I thought the Chargers would come away with the upset here. And, God, their passing offense is not great.
Chargers?
Yeah.
Well, also Herbert got hurt in the game.
He did. Well,
came back in.
Kinda.
He hurt his leg, I thought.
He didn't even go to the medical tent, the little mini pop-up tent that you hate.
Dude, I'm telling you, I don't hate it. I just feel like that tent is so...
It's just a sham.
It's so small. I'm like, how do they...
Put a blanket over his head at this point.
The biggest dudes, they're like, here, Ben Barch, get in this tent.
What is this, a pop-up tent for ants?
It's like, you can't just look at my leg on the sideline. We got to go into this tent.
No McConkey in that game. I guess
no
Quentin
McConkey.
Johnson. I mean, come on, Quinn.
Come on, Quentin. But yeah, I mean, but also the doink kick, the doink for the division, as Tirico called it. When does a kick ever go in that doinks that loud?
That's pretty incredible. He hit it so bad, he hit it at an angle that allowed it to angle in when he hit it.
They are catching quite a few breaks this year.
Yeah.
Quite a few.
I mean, God, the way they've won this year, block kicks, fumbled snaps by the Raiders.
Yep.
It's incredible. And I don't think it's going to catch up with them. Like we were talking about
It
this
doesn't
last
feel like
week.
it is. Like they're just like winning and like that. It's like that's just how they win.
Such a past of winning. Yeah.
Everyone's like they're so lucky. It's like, well, yeah, but also they've won some games dominantly too. You know what I mean? Like
Record is good. They did beat Baltimore. They do have some convincing wins. You're right.
Lost to the Bills.
It's different than the Eagles a year ago where we were like, okay, there's no way this can hold up because it just felt like their defense was not doing anything for them, and then Jalen Hurts would just pull a win out of their ass.
Can't score on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Can't score.
Can't score on them.
And then they just need a few chunk yards.
Can't score with them?
Can't score without them.
Can't score without them. I mean, the New Orleans Saints beat the Giants. Derek Carr, I believe, broke his non-throwing hand, has concussion, so he might be done for the year.
Is there a more just like ambiguous team out? There's like not, the New Orleans Saints this year. Just like I got nothing, no feel, nothing about them.
Yeah,
there's nothing to like. There's no interest in the Saints, anything at all.
Kamara and a bunch of dudes.
It's just yeah.
And they paid Kamara.
Taysom got hurt, right?
Taysom Hill's out for the year. Yeah,
dude, he was kind of fun for a while. I saw
and our guy Rashid Shaheed also.
Yes.
Rashid Shaheed.
And then who's the other wide receiver from Ohio State? Blanking on his name. He got hurt and he's out for a little bit of time now.
It wasn't A.T. Perry. That's all I know.
It wasn't A.T. Perry or Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
The law firm. Of Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
What, called the law firm?
Well, they used to say that about Patriots.
Ben Jarvis Green Ellis.
Patriots running back Ben Jarvis Green Ellis. They've nicknamed the law firm of Ben Jarvis Green Ellis.
I always love that.
That's a funny nickname.
And then the Miami Dolphins. I mean, okay, has the Jets' offense been that bad this season? They've had leads this year, but God, their defense cannot hold them. They've given up leads to the Seahawks and to the Colts. And this game, too, where the Dolphins came back and threw a touchdown in overtime. And the Jets are, I mean, they've been done for a while now, but good Lord.
52-yard field goal to force OT, and once they got the ball first, it was like, this is over.
Yeah.
This is done.
Yeah, Miami scored. Tyreek Hill touchdown, right? Won the game?
No, it was a Jonnu Smith touchdown.
Oh, it was a Jonnu Smith touchdown.
They marched right down the field.
Tyreek scored early in that game, didn't he?
He did, yes. On a fourth down play, I believe.
Good to see you, Tyreek.
Yeah, I know. Not his best season.
Can we talk about the game of the week? Rams, Buffalo. What a fun watch that was.
I feel like we talked about this yesterday, but yeah, I mean, blocked punts, and we talked about the late game execution of the Buffalo Bills, where you could have caught. Sean McDermott could have called the timeout.
Didn't use his timeouts, decided to run the ball with Josh Allen at the 1 yard line and kept the clock moving.
Yeah,
that has to burn. It's just bad clock management. They score.
Hey, by the way, Puka Nacua, we'll bring this up more tomorrow. He went on McAfee the next day and shaved and, was celebrating the victory. But he had no clue who they're playing this week on a short week. And kind of just like, I know we're playing some NFC West team. Matthew Stafford knew right away in the postgame.
I think it's a bit. I think Puka's working a bit.
You think so?
Yeah, because Sean McVay in his postgame press conference said, let's go beat the effing Niners on Thursday. Not press conference, the locker room speech.
Yeah.
I'm like, so Puka was either just like, or maybe he's just that aloof. He's just, I don't listen to anything.
Probably could be the case.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying with as much as people talk about it around him. There's no way.
Okay, so which non-Niner team do you have the most confidence in winning the division right now?
Well, the Niners weren't, even if I included the Niners, they weren't the team.
I figured.
The Rams.
Yeah.
They have, I keep saying they control their own destiny. They mostly control their own destiny because they get to play the 3 division teams and the Jets. So if they beat Seattle, it would serve to reason. They would just need one more loss out of Seattle, and if they tied them, they would have tiebreak, and they would.
I'll even say this: it's a must-win for the Niners. For the Rams, not so much.
No, Niners don't even have to win that game.
Or Rams.
Excuse me, Rams don't have to win that game.
No, if they lose, they could beat the Jets, they could beat the Cardinals,
still go 10-7,
and they could sweep the Seahawks, and they're your division champions.
Yeah, they need one. They need one more loss though from Seattle. You'd have to tie Seattle.
Yes, that's true.
Seattle can still run the table. So really, the team that's too clear of the division with 4 to play. If they ran the table, Seattle, then yeah. But they've got to play Green Bay at home, Minnesota at home, the Bears, right, on the road.
Yes.
And then they play the Rams final week.
I like the Rams' chances.
They didn't punt last week against Buffalo. They didn't turn the ball over. And Stafford is less than mobile. Like, he has, I think, 11 yards rushing. So you're not getting sacked, and you only have 11 yards rushing all year. You're killing it. Like, they're looking good, man.
Yeah, the one thing you sort of hang your hat on, you hope, is they did give up 42.
They did.
Yeah, but the Bills are that pretty explosive offensively at times.
So, wait, did you see Garendo on Sunday, huh?
No.
38. I'm just saying. It was the Bears.
All right.
Feel as good.
And that's what I got for Week 14 in the NFL.
That's it. Week 14 in the NFL is... Dude, by the way...
Stay tuned for that.
You'll hear from him later, dude. The Sound Spread today has got some good stuff. That Gruden hype video from this past week, one of the best we've had in a while. Adam Copeland, T-Pop with you. We are hanging out here on a Tuesday evening, Tuesday afternoon. Dirty Work rolls on. Mark Spears joins us in studio here at 4:50. When we come on back, America's fastest growing game show. It's an all-time version of Who Stepped in It. We'll do it next on The Sports Leader.
John Lynch addressed the 49ers running back depth with Isaac Guerendo's status up in the air for Thursday's huge matchup against the Rams. Have you ever been a running back? Tell us all about your exploits on the KNBR YouTube chat all day.
What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line today. And Steve, one of the most common things we talk about is when people have unfiled or unpaid tax returns. If they've got those, how should they handle them?
They should call us. Look, 2 weeks from now, it's going to be Christmas Eve. How about giving yourself and your family a present of stopping worrying about these taxes, stopping worried as the day the IRS agent is going to be knocking on the door. The bottom line is, if you haven't filed a tax return, even for years, it's usually because you didn't have the money. No problem. We want to make a deal for you to take care of that. Or if you have filed the returns, you just feel so frustrated, like you're drowning under 1,000 feet of water. You'll never be able to pay this, never be able to get under it. The bottom line is, that's okay. There's all kinds of good deals. Like if you get a deal, go ahead and just pay part and they forgive the rest. Or they forgive the penalties. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or get you a monthly payment plan that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. There's so many good solutions. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, I want to enjoy my holiday. Get me out of this mess.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Who stepped in it?
Oh, look out. You stepped right in it.
Yes, I sure did.
It's America's fastest growing game show. Who stepped in it?
Still?
What do you mean?
I mean, we've been saying that for 2 years now.
It's kind of the bit. There's actually not a home game coming either, but I thought, we never had anything recalled due to lead paint like I've joked in the past, but you just want to end the bit but keep doing this? I'm just trying to have some fun.
Oh, it's growing, damn it.
Just trying to bring some fun to your life, Derek, but miserable Raider fan and a Warrior fan who doesn't want to see a title anymore. How about that? Derek, early in the show, decided you don't need to mortgage any of the future for the Warriors and wouldn't want to give up a bunch of picks to go get something to win right now because he said, you know what, can we just enjoy it? I've seen 4.
Yeah.
He said, you have Steph Curry. He's like, yeah, but, well. So if you, that's it. You just... You saw the Raiders go to a Super Bowl. You don't want to go to anymore?
Not after that. I don't need to see Rich Gannon throw 5 more interceptions.
I don't think you will. Anyway, who stepped in it? Now, in previous renditions or editions of Who Stepped in It, have we done it since Tom left?
We have not, but...
I said left. He didn't leave.
I know. We miss him.
He's showing the door.
No, we do.
He didn't leave, though.
I know. But no,
being correct.
In past iterations of Stepped in It, we've always given options. But last night I saw something, and we all saw something that really deserves Stepped in It. I mean, we could honestly change this award to the Eberflus Award after what happened 2 weeks ago.
Well, I was going to say in past editions, we've decided among different decision makers or coaches or whatever who did it worse. Then we decided we'd go through and pick the animals' feces that would match up with the amount of the dump in which they stepped in.
Right.
Manure.
Yes. I will give you that option today. Whatever you want to do as far as how big of a crap.
I was like, do we need a different way to tabulate this today? Or because there's just one big one here, right?
Yeah, it's a big one.
Disgusting pile
but
of cow dung.
It deserves a backstory. So, Copes, are you familiar with the story of Leon Lett?
Go ahead. Remind me.
Okay.
Vaguely.
So back in 1993, January 31st of 1993, Super Bowl 27, the Dallas Cowboys are killing the Buffalo Bills.
Is this where he throws the ball?
Yes.
Yeah, so
yeah, kind of.
Go ahead.
52-17, they're leading the game, and it's a blowout. But late in the game, Frank Reich fumbles the ball on a strip sack, and it's recovered by Leon Lett, and it's returned for a touchdown.
The wrong direction.
Or
right?
so he thought. No, right direction, but Don Beebe's hot on his tail. And Don Beebe smacks the ball out of his hands. It's a touchback. Leon Lett, it would have been 59-17. Oh, no. Leon Lett, big man with football. You get a fat guy score a touchdown and get a fat guy dance. He doesn't get that opportunity. The ball is smacked out of his hands. It doesn't count. But then that next year, in 1993, there's a Thanksgiving game between the Dallas Cowboys and the Miami Dolphins. And the Dallas Cowboys are leading 14-13 in a rare snow game in Dallas Stadium. The Dolphins attempted a field goal to win the game, but it's blocked, and it appears the Cowboys will win, or so they thought. Tim, do we have the sound?
Doug Peterson to hold. Blocked. The Cowboys will win.
Wait a minute.
Where was in the end zone? No one covered it, and Miami did. That could be a touchdown if Miami has covered it.
A Dallas player touched the ball, and then the Dolphins went on and recovered it.
It's on the 1-yard line. It's not in the end zone. It's in the 1-yard line.
They're going to sort it out.
And there's 3 seconds left on the clock.
92, Tolbert gets his hand up in the air and knocks the ball. No, it's not 92, it's 97.
Jimmy Jones.
Now someone touches the football here. Watch what happens. It's Leon Lett. No!
Oh, Lett, who is haunted by his Super Bowl misplay. And the ball goes into the end zone. They say it was touched at the 1-yard line.
Yep, Leon Lett, the same poor bastard that did the thing the year before, did the same thing the next year. Not the same thing.
Not the same thing, but it's just a gaffe.
It's a gaffe. When you block a field
National
goal.
TV, too.
Or a punt, and then you touch the ball, then it's a live ball.
Yeah.
It's a live ball. So then, the
football has such funny rules like that. It's a live ball because I had fish for lunch, and it's a Thursday. I don't know. Just make this thing up as we go along.
So the Miami Dolphins recover on the ball. They kick the field goal at the 1-yard line. Dolphins win 16-14. And then last night against the Cincinnati Bengals, the Dallas Cowboys have a similar situation. It's a pretty close game. It is. It's 20-20. And
here comes Leon Lett.
Here comes Leon Lett, 50 years old.
Checks in for the Cowboys.
No, this time around, it's, oh boy, this is a tough name. Amani Oruwariye. Defensive back. He blocks the punt. Or, sorry, somebody else blocks the punt for the Dallas Cowboys. But this poor man, Nick Vigil blocks the punt. But then the Cowboys touch it, and the Bengals recover. This is how it sounded on Bengals radio.
The snap is good. Here comes the punt, and it's blocked. Can you believe it? It's rolling forward. The Cowboys may have touched it. If that's the case, the Bengals would get the ball.
They got it.
What a colossal mistake by the Dallas Cowboys. They just needed to get out of the way after blocking that punt. One of their players touched it, and the Bengals recovered. A colossal blunder by Dallas.
Shortly after that, Joe Burrow throws a 40-yard touchdown pass to Jamar Chase to take the lead. Bengals win 27-20.
I mean, it's things like this that have continually happened with the Cowboys, like in Mike McCarthy's tenure.
Yeah.
Just weird mistakes, blown games. I know they've had injuries and whatnot. Dak's missed a lot of time in that span, but this type of like undisciplined stuff or these sorts of mistakes, like I cannot imagine he's back next year, but I also kind of can. I can also see, you see this week, Micah Parsons said he wanted him back.
Oh, after
saying he's the reason they're bad.
Yeah.
There's like a notion this week that Micah Parsons was like, yeah, I'd be okay with him coming back.
Yeah, I believe Micah Parsons, not the exact quote, but he said something along the lines of, I don't give a damn about, Mike McCarthy. I care about like Zach Martin and other guys in this locker room that are on one-year deals.
The one that I want to be here and get paid for being here.
Yes.
Yeah, so...
well, not only that, but I think Troy Aikman on the broadcast last night said that he thinks that Mike McCarthy's going to be back next year.
Yeah, I sort of believe that. I just think Jerry Jones...
No way.
I know, I'm with you. It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. He's like Al Davis, but he's gone the other way. He's not firing coaches. He's just like getting entrenched with them.
Well, okay, whatever his options. Bill Belichick, who I go back and forth on this.
I don't think he'd want to do Bill Belichick because he wants the control.
Okay.
Don't you? I mean, he and his
I think at some point when you're 80 years old, you got to figure out what I've been doing in the past is not working, and maybe I need to go a different way and let Bill Belichick, who's much smarter than me at football, handle things.
Yeah, that guy's like a billionaire, though. It's Jerry Jones. The guy like runs the NFL. I can't. There's no way there's no way he's like has a change of heart. You know what I mean? He's like, you know what? I'm not doing things right.
His heart grew 2 sizes.
Yeah, he doesn't think it's on him, and he's too involved.
Okay. So then other options, you could get Mike Vrabel, but I don't think Mike Vrabel wants to work for Jerry Jones.
It's a problem. It's like, it's got to be, everybody believes it just has to be a yes man. Your team is going to be built the way Jerry wants to build it is the issue.
Okay, what about...
I mean, it's like Kyle picked John Lynch, and they could have a similar philosophy, go about things in the way that they wanted to build them together. That's a back and forth.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Jerry doesn't do that, but who has final say in this thing? Not the guy calling plays, not the guy drawing up the system, not the players and the money and how it's being allocated. It's whatever Jerry wants. And then you've just got to work around it, and that's why they have no success. And it's funny. I hope Mike McCarthy's back. I hope he's on the sidelines again for an extension and several more years. They don't have the talent, and I can't imagine they find a way to be Super Bowl contender successful with the money they've allocated to Dak Prescott now for these next handful of years, and he's coming off this injury, and I think he'll probably be okay, but I don't know that he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Certainly not with the talent around him. They have no run game. I know they did last night, but they need a much more sustainable long-term run game. Terrible decision-making there out of the backfield for them this year in terms of getting nobody to fill that void. They brought Zeke Elliott back, which was a disaster.
And Dalvin Cook.
And Rico Dowdle was nothing. He was like a third back before this, right? So as long as he's there, I can't imagine they find success. Just because he's going to keep doing it his way, and he's just got to find somebody who's willing to do it his way. And that's the yes man nature of it, I think, from my perspective.
All right, let me throw this one at you. Would you think that Lincoln Riley would want to leave USC with the situation he has currently to go coach the Dallas Cowboys?
Could be a younger guy. Yeah, it could be somebody like that. Could be a younger guy, first-time guy, first opportunity for somebody.
Yeah.
Could be I bet Jurgen would love that. Like a young,
it's
first-time head coach. Like God, Lincoln Riley and Jerry. How about that?
Oh, I mean, he'd go back to Texas. It's kind of like the Jimmy Johnson model where he got a guy from college and he had success, and then Jimmy left, and then he went to go get another guy from college,
Jerry
Barry
was
Switzer.
younger. It's Jerry that I just don't trust.
Well, of course not.
Yeah. I'm not saying they couldn't go get a coach who might be worth the salt. I just don't think they'll ever be put in a position to win.
No, probably not. But our guy, Amani Oruwariye, is your Stepped in a winner this week.
Sounds like me trying to give away tickets or something. You know what I mean?
What's with Stankos?
Trying to find our cue to call. Look who's in the building. Mark Spears made it in.
Hey, Mark Spears is here.
Why don't we take a quick break and we'll catch up with our guy Mark Spears in the building.
Let's do it.
Talk some NBA trade deadline and who's available potentially for the Warriors. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa with you. And a pleasure to be joined by our next guest. Normally does it on the phone, unless he's got an event across the street. So he came to hang out here with us in studio.
Holiday party time.
ESPN and Anscape.com. It's the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears.
Eggnog.
What's up, dude?
Ooh.
How you doing? Are you an eggnog guy?
No.
I was like, you're a wine man. I was going to find it hard to believe you were a big eggnog guy.
LaCoya, Cardinal, you know.
Ooh. You have a couple glasses today?
Oh, well.
You will? Not yet. I know you're on your way. It's at 4:30. I know.
See what they got over there.
The sun is still up, you know?
Yeah.
We're good.
Just, you got to be careful this time of year, man, because, you're going to drink.
Be around coworkers.
Unfortunately, like, holiday desserts are the bomb.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like all the disaster.
Yeah. Everything to get you this time of year.
Yeah.
Let's get into some of the NBA stuff. I guess we're going to start with the Warriors.
Yeah.
In terms of Kuminga, it's a question Derek asked me yesterday. What's their plan here with Kuminga? It's just like a 2-month evaluation period here. Are they seeing, can we pay him at the end of this year, or can we trade him, or can we see if we raise his stock enough to get something out of it.
Going to be D, all of the above?
I think it's kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that game the other night, he teases you, right? He tantalizes you, makes you think twice about letting him go. And so I actually think the Warriors are brilliant by putting him in the starting lineup, giving him more minutes. Draymond, this is one for the team. I'm going to do what David Lee did for me. I'm going to talk to him a little bit next time I see him.
He's also a little bit hurt.
Yeah.
He said in his podcast it worried him. So to me, I think it's multi-pronged. It makes it a little bit easier for him to say
sounds
that
good, though,
when he knows
man.
he's going to play fewer minutes, you know?
Sounds good. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
But
I don't think he's lying, but I think he knows it could be beneficial in either way, either sense.
I think he secured himself, too, in his contract. I think he's all right.
And Steve went to him, you know?
Makes you feel better to start, so be it. But I think it's brilliant, too, get him out there, and I think they needed to raise his stock.
Yeah.
Because I thought the stock dropped. I thought he was high in the summer. Podziemski's dropped. No one's talking about him. I haven't heard his name at all.
Right.
But the problem for the Warriors is, they're over the cap, right? So you kind of got to do trade. You have to do trades dollar for dollar.
Yeah.
It can't be like what is typically like within 15%. No, they got to.
When you're over, it's got to match.
Yeah, and so that certainly makes it more challenging. If you look at Kuminga's number, I don't have all the salaries in front of me. It's not like he has this tremendous number either.
It's like just under 8, I think is what he's at.
Yeah, so you're going to have to stack contracts.
Melton puts you at close to 20.
So if it's Jimmy Butler, right, who, according to my ESPN colleague Shams, is interested in Warriors, also, I guess, Houston and Dallas.
And Dallas are the three that were mentioned.
Which, to me, those two teams don't make sense.
Houston's a weird one, yeah.
Well,
why is that, though?
Well, if I'm Miami, I'd be interested in Houston because I'm like, all right, I want Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Have Jalen Green learn under Spoelstra, get us like a potential superstar young guard. Yeah, sure. But for Jimmy, what are they doing? What is Houston going to be? They're not a championship caliber team, respectfully.
Yeah.
They're playing better. Dallas, what are they going to give back? See, I mean, my point is you got to give something to get something. If I'm not getting Kai and I'm not getting Luka, who do I want?
Because Miami doesn't have to trade him. He's a free agent anyways at the end of the year. So they can just be like, well, fine. Well, if we're not getting anything, you can't just undercut us because it's got to be somewhere he's willing to go.
But do the Warriors make the most sense to you?
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, they have a young piece to move.
They got a young piece to move. I think this is a place that Jimmy would thrive because when you go in that locker room, he's not the biggest voice in him anymore. I mean, what are you going to say? He's going to have to adapt for the first time, I think, since he became a star.
It's Derek's concern with Jimmy Butler. Would he be okay being a number 2?
Yeah.
And I'd like to believe he is because he's would be an awesome playoff player. Be a great wing defender. Play with Steph. Who wouldn't want to
come on, man. This is I'll give this franchise credit. It's a place that you want to be. I heard stories, and Kobe, you could probably give me some more background on the Niners in the 80s, how they were the first team to travel and the hotels they were in, players would almost be in tears when they got traded.
When they went to different teams because Eddie D traded them in a way that nobody had. It's
traded to the Oilers.
Yeah, it's like the Mavericks. Remember when Cuban bought the Mavericks and the whole culture changed and he started taking care of guys differently and the PlayStations in their lockers. He made everybody comfortable that they wanted to be a member of the Mavericks. Same thing, yeah.
A coach who I'll leave nameless, he told me, he's like, when I was with the Warriors, you would show up for our flights, and there'd be 2 chefs there making omelets, man. Making food from scratch. Whatever you want.
They're growing it themselves, right.
He's like, team I'm at now, there'll be something to eat on the plane. You know what I mean? It's just different levels.
Yeah.
Then to say you're part of Steph's legacy, the one thing I like about Jimmy, I saw him go to the finals with a team that didn't deserve to in the bubble. I saw him go to the finals 2 years ago with a team that doesn't deserve to. Now, you put that dog next to Draymond and Steph, I mean, I think he'll give some fight. It's just, what are you going to do long term with him?
What do you think about the other report that Shams had today about the 3 Brooklyn Nets players, Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Dennis Schroeder?
Because you mentioned Schroeder to us last week.
He did, yes.
I think that is more likely because from what I've been told is that the Warriors want to replace Melton, right?
Mm-hmm.
You heard Cam Johnson rumors before. I talked to Cam Thomas 2 weeks ago. I'm sitting on this story. I probably need to run it. But their whole team, it's amazing. Jordy Fernandez is doing a good job, amazing job coaching there because they're still winning games and everybody's on the block.
Yeah, the entire team. It's like they're a piece that can help everyone.
They're all like bought in, even though they're all up.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe Schroeder and Steph is too small. But look, I'll tell you what, Cam Thomas, if you're looking for a guy that could get buckets and he's improving defensively, I actually like Cam better. Like he's like Vinny the Microwave Johnson, like Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. Like he just gets buckets, man. That's what he does. He's an assassin. He's quietly one of the best scorers in the league. Very, very young guy. His whole life is basketball. You care less about anything else. And so to me, that might be the more sneak move that could be great for the Warriors where it doesn't cost much. It may not even cost you Kuminga.
Right.
Does it make you elite, though? Does it make you a contender? Like, that's where I'm at. Is I don't know how many. I think these moves are good to replace Melton.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if they had Melton now, I wouldn't still think they needed something else. So that's kind of where I'm at. Is like, I feel like they need a player who can be on the floor at the end of the game.
Study Cam.
He's a bucket. I'm just worried about defense.
Yeah. He's improved.
Yeah.
Jordy's pushed him in there, and he knows he needs to get better. I'm just saying, under the Warriors' financial circumstances, you got to be creative.
There's restraints here.
Yeah, because to me, if I'm like in fantasy world, I would love to get Levine and Vucevic.
That'd be the best. Yeah,
both of them.
Incredible.
Right. Which the thing about the Bulls is I think they're going to be just ready to sell. You might be able to get them for a lower dollar than they're worth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really intrigued by those two guys, but if you're worried about a guy that could just score when to give Steph a breather, Steph could go to the bench and you could lead that dude in. He's unstoppable. You just haven't really been paying attention to him because he's playing in Brooklyn for most fans.
I don't say a ton of it. I just know he's a
he's an LSU guy, so it's one of my schools.
Mark Spears with us, joining us in studio here at ESPN and Anscape.com. Circling back to Kuminga. I mean, we all talk about what the potential of him is, and to your point about it being a smart move, the Warriors are playing him, helping maybe raise some stock. I don't think his stock could fall that much in starting him and getting him some minutes now. And again, there are
his
flashes.
Age. You got to remember his age.
It's all potential for other teams. How do other teams view him? Is he? I mean, that's what everybody's trying to figure out. But is he tantalizing to other teams from what you've heard?
I think it's how do we make it consistent?
Yeah.
Right. And it's minutes. I think it's minutes for him. It's confidence in him. I think there's a lot of pressure when you come into this franchise, man. You saw with Wiseman, he obviously had some injury issues, but I think the pressure of playing for the Warriors was too much for him. I wonder if it's too big for Kuminga at times. But if you're going to give up an expiring deal and get a young guy like that, get him into your system, love him up, make him feel like he's an all-star before he's an all-star. The shadow of Steph and Draymond is so big that, I think players can get swallowed up in it. And then all of a sudden he goes somewhere else like Chicago or Miami.
And he plays free, like that 33-point game.
Or New Orleans or whatever.
Steph and Draymond were out. He was the guy. He's the only one.
Washington. Like, imagine if suddenly he's in Washington and Kuzma's coming back.
Ooh.
Derek doesn't want Kuzma. I'm not too high on Kuzma either. I just don't know that he changes that much for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be a fine ad, but it couldn't be just Kuzma. You need to get other things.
Plus, you're going to have Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga on the Wizards.
That'd be funny. Put them together.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's kind of how you have to look to right now is the Nets, the Pelicans, the Wizards, the teams that are struggling. Miami's starting to play a little better, but they know Jimmy wants out. He didn't speak today. That's not like him to the media, so I think but it's like the thing to me is when does Dunleavy strike? Because you worry about striking too early because he wants to check out his roster. But then if you wait too much, like I was like, dang, when Cat got traded, could they have been involved in that?
You might overpay, yeah.
Yeah. But that's why the Nets stuff, keep an eye on the Nets to me because they have the better bargains. I know you're not excited about what the Nets have.
I think they have pieces they can add. I like.
Does it
to me,
turn the needle?
It's all about can they be that much better to make? Because right now they're not contenders. I don't.
Yeah.
They need a number 2, and that could help. But can you Frankenstein that together? Can you replace Melton with adding 2 vets, 2 guys? Because to your point about maybe the Bulls just tearing down, if you could add another big man too, or add a Levine who's a weapon that they could use on the wing, would be hard to guard.
I wonder if you could get Cam without moving Kuminga.
That's kind of where I'm at, and,
right?
and then maybe move Kuminga for something else.
It's going to take some picks. Yeah. Maybe it takes Podziemski or something like that. Yeah.
Might be okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I'm okay with that. I just think there's got to be more.
They might be more amenable to the Warriors
and their contract situation.
Yes.
Gotcha.
What about this other scenario? I saw
inside basketball, right?
Yeah, it's good.
Not, it's just going into weeds.
Yeah, I got you.
We're not talking aprons yet, but we're there. Yeah. Just about. What
about something your colleague Michael Wilbon brought up on NBA Countdown last week? He still believes that LeBron going to the Warriors is still on the table.
Let's go, baby. Let's do it.
If LeBron James wants to come, it's on the table.
He'll be here, yeah.
But do you like it?
No.
I'm in.
You're in?
Don't you want to see that?
Not really.
Derek said, I don't need...
I need some time with it.
It's fine. Derek said, I've seen 4 titles. I don't need more.
Let this wine open up. I need some time with
it. Let it breathe.
But he's still... I know he isn't making threes that well right now, but he's still playing. You know what else that means, right?
Bronny?
Yeah, we said it.
Bronny's.
I said he can stay at my house. Bronny can stay with me.
Stay at your house.
I was like, bring him over. Get them both in here.
In Santa Cruz?
Yeah, hell yeah. Get the 3rd kid, too. Let's get that other kid.
You have to move the Santa Cruz Warriors to Kezar.
Yeah. Yeah, Santa Cruz Warriors will be playing. They'll be playing in the city. He ain't going to Santa Cruz.
He can't leave city limits, man. He can't play too far away from where the team is.
No,
right?
he's got to be here.
I don't know.
Yeah.
How many more years he got in this deal?
LeBron?
Let me check. I'll look.
What did he sign? A 3-year deal this
I think
past
that was
summer?
it, right? So what is he now? Is he 40?
He will be 40, yeah.
LeBron right now is on he's at $48 million. 2-year, 101.
So that's like
2 years, 101.
So that's basically Kuminga, Wiggins, Melton, all gone.
No, you can't give up Wiggins.
I mean, you have to.
No, I know, but
you need to put that money in.
To get LeBron, you have to. You can't give up Wiggins for LeBron. Wiggins just tied to LeBron perpetually, dude. Just has it forever.
No, but don't flip for him. Okay, but right now, when you say that,
I might do that.
Yeah, I'm in.
Really?
I might do that.
Hell yes, I would do that. Hell yes. I know that people are like, because the more thing is for Warrior fans, it's the emotions of it.
My buddy Al's here, man.
Yeah.
Al Gordon, San Francisco legend. What high school you played at?
Lincoln.
Played at Lincoln. His junior high team went undefeated, he told me.
He's still repping the accolades, bro. Come on now.
Hey, look.
You make the trade, just say yes or no.
No.
How come?
LeBron's age.
Yep.
Yeah, but you only got Steph for how many more years in his prime? You got a chance. My thing is you got a chance with Steph. You got to go. You got to do everything.
For that, I'd do it.
At the very least, it would be a blast to watch.
There's going to be a couple picks gone, but wow.
I'd do it. I would do it in a heartbeat. Take it away from the Lakers too. Then you just bury the Lakers. They got Davis.
I just wonder if he's thinking statue, right? He's kind of a guy that's really calculated.
LeBron?
Yeah, like if he wants that statue in front of Staples, I think he has to finish his career there.
How many statues does he get, you think?
One, for sure.
Not one in Cleveland?
No,
he's getting one in Cleveland, you're saying for sure, yeah.
Cleveland for sure, Miami.
Ooh, maybe I don't know.
So.
I don't know. Dwayne Wade got one.
I don't think Riley's kind of.
Yeah.
But he should at least retire his jersey. He retired Jordan's jersey.
That's exactly what they said. At the very least, they retired Jordan's jersey in Miami. They should probably go put up a statue of LeBron,
the jersey
brought you rings, he didn't keep them away from you.
Yeah, it's last ones they got, right?
Yeah, right.
So, but the Lakers will retire his jersey. But the statue is a different deal. I mean, they got so many statues there now.
Who do they have?
I mean, they got like
Jerry West, they got Kareem.
Jerry West, Kareem.
Magic.
Elgin Baylor.
Shaq.
Kobe got 2 statues.
Worthy have one?
No.
No Worthy doesn't
have one. But they're doing Riley.
They're doing Pat Riley?
Doing Pat Riley. They got
Jerry West?
Yeah, they said Jerry.
What's my man?
Dr. Bus?
Chick Hearn?
They got Chick Hearn as a statue? Really?
You don't want the bus statue out there. You might have some other people with that statue.
It's like a photograph, the bus statue, dude, yeah.
I just remember, I can say this story. Finals, Lakers, Pistons. he shows up late. Jerry Buss shows up late to one of the games in Detroit. And I just remember him walking in. There's like 11 seats open. It's him and like 10 women.
It's a whole row of seats nobody's sitting in yet when he rolls in.
The Palace at Auburn
Rolls into the
Hills.
Soul
man.
Train, yeah, dude.
I'm like, dang, dog.
Dr. Buss, man.
10?
They got rolled, too, huh?
Looking like they was at my club at that time, man.
Did they lose that one in 5, too?
Huh?
Was that 5-game series? The Pistons?
No, this is a 5. No, that
late 80s. Is this 89
no,
or
this is 2000?
This is the latest one.
20 years ago.
Yeah, so they ran into Ben Wallace and Rasheed and Chauncey and Tayshaun.
Yeah, no, it was like 10 seats.
Rip Hamilton.
Wide open.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
How old was Dr. Buss then?
If you added the women's ages together.
That's crazy.
You almost meet
You might hit Dr. Buss. Yeah, you might.
It was like his 70s.
Wow. That's hysterical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, man. To each his own.
Hugh Hefner. L.A. was a different time.
Hey, man.
then.
Yeah, 2004.
Well, I don't know.
It's probably not that much. Still a little bit. But talking to Mark Spears here. All right, if you had to guess, is Kuminga on the – Bill Belichick. It's a different place, yeah. Well, we were saying there's a bunch of stuff going around. Do you see him might be taking a job at UNC? To be the head football coach at
Too
UNC.
many jokes there. I'm not going.
Dude, they've been all over the place, dude.
I'm not going to say it.
In spades,
Maybe you can finish your degree.
Yeah. So I'm not going to say it. And then in the same breath, dude, he just fired off a zinger. Is Kuminga on the roster end of the season? If you had to guess,
No.
I didn't think so.
Where is he?
Brooklyn. No, I'm kidding.
Lakers.
Lakers? For LeBron.
For LeBron? No, come on.
For the sake of fun,
I'm going to throw up.
God. Okay, when Joe was it Joe Lacob they called the Lakers last year?
I'm not sure.
About LeBron?
I'm not sure. I don't believe him saying that he didn't really know about it.
Okay.
Yeah, LeBron?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Come on. No, I didn't know about it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He probably they called the Lakers. He answered the phone. LeBron's like, I'm here. Yeah, I got it. What you need? Anyway, you got to get to your party, yeah?
I mean, I got some time.
You hanging out? All right, we'll take a quick break.
More.
We're hanging out. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Mark Spears hanging out with us here, ESPNAnscape.com, the Hall of Famer. Talking some NBA. We'll get into it more next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Brent Jones cheated on Dirty Work with the morning show. Damn it, Brent. He talked about Debo Samuel's comments on social media. Check out that burgled podcast at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you on a Tuesday. Mark Spears is hanging out with us here in studio, talking some Warrior basketball, NBA trade deadline. And now there's a date coming up, Mark. I think it's Sunday, that there's like 80-some-odd players become available or eligible to be traded come February's trade deadline.
So everybody that signed a contract in the offseason is eligible for the most part to get traded come Sunday.
You can't sign them and then trade them first week of the season.
Yeah, so that's when the floodgates open. But I keep hearing the Warriors want to be patient.
So you think, that seems to reason. In terms of something
big.
Seems to reason if that's why they're playing Kuminga, to see what they have. How much can his stock raise in the next 2 months? I mean, if it raised that much, would they hold him?
I think to me, that's the bigger question. I think opposing or intrigued teams know what you're getting. There's certainly a lot of film on him, right? Yeah. And they saw him in the G League for 2 years before. This is his fourth season? Third season?
Fourth.
Yeah, they've seen enough. I just think the Warriors need to see more in terms of, are we making a mistake? Is this going to bite us back? He's 22?
Yeah, he's young, something like that.
That, to me, is a thing that I think they haven't totally figured out yet. It's like, are we going to regret this?
I mean, with trades, though, you generally don't know that for some time, right? Trades may not. Again, if it's about potential with him, when do you know that what you have is what he is? Right? When do you know that what he is what he is?
Yeah.
When do you know that he's reached his max potential? Because right now he doesn't strike me as a superstar, but we know that he's a very good. He can be a very good player.
I think you're like me, where I'm like, whatever chips you need to put in for the rest of Stephen Curry's career, do it.
You have to,
and then you figure out the rest later.
You may never have a player like him again. What I know is that Kuminga's not that.
Yeah.
What I know is that Kuminga's not trending towards being Steph Curry.
Yeah. If a player could come in by way of Kuminga that helps him challenge for a championship, I get it. And if the Warriors suck when Steph retires for a couple years,
so be it.
If I'm the franchise, I'd rather have put all my chips in and it didn't work out than not know. And the team be the Kobe Bryant final years, like with the Lakers.
Which is brutal.
Which I've asked Steph about. And that's something he's thought about. It's like what he wants you don't want your final years to be just drudgery. Right? I think that we shouldn't, and I'm not saying he's told me this, but you can't just assume that he's forever married if the marriage is bad, right? If he's got enough friends in the league now that are like, hey, man, grass is much greener over here now. You don't want to go out this way, right? I think Clay thought the grass was greener too. Part of the reason why he left. But I think it'd be really, really hard for Steph to leave, but playing every year, like the rest of your days, I just, you don't want to play with fire.
Yeah, the tough part of that to me is like Kobe at the end, obviously he was a different player and the injury and everything changed a lot of that. Like Steph being a shooter, like that's why to me that's on the table because Ray Allen was like the guy. And you could go be
but Ray wasn't.
He's a different style of player, of course. But because he's a jump shooter, I just mean in terms of the 3-point shooting, like Klay Thompson, he didn't have to play the same role here. Steph could age differently because he's a shooter.
Ray became Del Curry.
Right.
Steph is still Steph.
Steph is still Steph.
That's some bars right there. That was pretty
cool.
That was nice.
Ray became Del Curry. Steph is still Steph. But write that down.
Yeah.
But why would Steph then want to get an extension on the contract if he would consider leaving in the end?
He wants to be here, but I think he wants them to
Paul
prove.
George got one, and he got a trade out. You know,
that's true.
Take the money, fool. You figure the rest out later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Paul George did that a couple of times, I feel like.
Yeah. Always take the money.
So it's like what you're saying about the Kobe situation. I kind of felt like, well, he did age. Was Kobe at the end of his career still good enough after the injury to
be? Or maybe you can look at like Dirk, right? Like Dirk's last years too.
Yeah, but were those guys still good enough to be contributors on championship
teams? Not as electric
teams?
as him.
So I mean, so who? Yeah. So what's the responsibility of the team there to pour that in? Because they did try to do the 2 timeline thing, but that didn't work. So now the alternative is go find talent to put alongside him. Because I'm with you.
Kind of like the Jimmy.
That's why Jimmy Butler to me is the best player available potentially. And if you hear that you're one of the teams that he'd be willing to come to, I think you have to do everything you can to get him. He seems like the best fit. You wouldn't have to give up Wiggins also. I don't think. Because I don't want to do it if you have to give up Wiggins.
That's where the money is. You have to.
Yeah. Jimmy, you think Wiggins is gone?
You have to.
There's no other. I mean, you're talking about getting
you got to make the money work. You have to.
So what's Jimmy's contract?
Huh?
What's Jimmy's contract? 45?
Yeah.
So I mean, so what you're owed on the contract, because Wiggins is what, at 25 or something like that?
I think he's close to 30.
He's close to 30?
I mean.
It's in that window.
Yeah.
And it's just the younger guys.
Kuminga just doesn't make enough.
No, the guys are.
You got to stack contracts.
Yeah, but then you're decimating the team, though, man. Yeah, Kuminga and Wiggins gone for 35-year-old Jimmy Butler.
I guess the question is, if they're capped right now, like when they were 12-3, he was like, "What do you think their ceiling is?" I was like, "They might be like a top 4 seed." They were playing like that, and then you realize the depth isn't what it was.
Who's kind of like no one's talking about, but when a team is dying, why not? Right?
I mean, they're not playing well.
DeJounte Murray.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to throw out Zion, but he's available.
Yeah, but he never plays.
There lies the problem.
Yeah, it's like if you're going to make that move, you got to go in. You know, like he's got to be a guy who's going to play.
Murray, I'm not saying that he's available, but if they're starting to flounder, I'm calling about him. His mom had a unfortunate medical issue, which caused him to miss some time. To be on the West Coast, I think, like if I'm Rich Paul, I might be calling the Warriors and saying, "Hey, how much interest you have in DeJounte?"
He's more inexpensive too, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's younger.
Yeah,
much younger. He's another guy that just eats, sleeps, and drinks basketball. He'd be happy being out here. Some people feel like his defense has digressed, over the last couple of years, but I think he's another like sneaky addition. He's really, really good.
He to me is a borderline, like he's above Cam Thomas, like we were talking about.
Yeah.
Obviously not to the level of Jimmy Butler, but that to me gets you closer.
Yeah. And Cam hasn't got his second contract yet.
Yeah. And so what you're talking about with Cam too fits more in line with what we're saying about being able to keep Wiggins. Because I think that's the hope. Is like you could have Wiggins and add somebody to it.
Yeah.
But
what if you could get Cam Johnson and Cam Thomas both?
I mean, then you're in business.
For those guys, right?
Yeah.
Those two guys.
So again, if you can get a couple,
does that change does that move the needle? Though,
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. It's like if they were at their best so far this year, I thought they were maybe a top 4. But now it's like
that's why I like DeJounte Murray, Zach LaVine, that's why I think they turn the needle maybe a little more. We might look back at Cam Thomas and like we were sleeping on him.
Yeah.
But I feel like the Bulls might be just ripe for like, hey man, just give me some clam chowder and some of that good bread they got down there. Yeah.
Send me some Ghirardelli.
That turtle bread they got over there. Could I get some of that? When is the crab ready? Is the crab season yet?
Not yet. New Year's.
Yeah.
Pushed it back this year.
Yeah.
Said crab season's not coming yet. Tim said every year.
Later and later, right?
Tim's all pissed. He's like,
it'll be summertime.
Now it's next year's crab season, right? It's not even. We don't even get one in 2024.
Yeah.
What's their ceiling if they don't have Wiggins but they added Jimmy? Because then you're. That's what I mean. It's like if you're getting Jimmy Butler and you're losing Wiggins, how much? What's
if you're trying to win a title, maybe he's the best guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I still remember that every star has their moment, right?
Yeah.
Like that visual of Jimmy Butler, like damn near dying on the court, passed out in the bubble, hanging over the little barrier. Like that was the essence of.
That was cool when they went to the final.
That was the essence of, I got some fight in me.
Yeah.
And I could see him being certainly rejuvenated. He's a character. I think the Warriors fans would love him. They might have to start playing some country music at the games, which I don't know how I'd feel about that, but.
Whatever he needs, man.
Yeah. he has his own coffee brand, which people would love that here.
He spent time out here, too. He's popped up in the Bay Area a couple of times this year.
Yeah, he's an eccentric
cat. Offseason, yeah. By the way, Warriors play tomorrow against the Rockets at Houston.
Emirates Cup game.
For an Emirates Cup
game.
I'm
going to be in Vegas.
Do the players like it? Does it add any juice? Of course. When they get to the bracket, though, is that when, or are they into it prior to that?
Now, and I thought I saw something. I was like, I didn't know they get money right now. They get like $75,000
just from making the quarters?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. I was like, they got to up that. And that's what Michael Thompson was saying to Tom and I a couple weeks ago. He's like, they didn't have a sponsor last year if they get $500K if they win or something. said now they got a sponsor. They didn't give more money.
Yeah,
That's like where the players' money
The NBA got that money.
Yeah, I know, right.
The people saw, like, I was at the first NBA Cup or in-season tournament, which is the worst moniker ever, but it's cool. It's a buzz. It's a Final Four of the NBA, which was new. You know, you have all these different fans there. I don't know that it needs to be in Vegas every year, but in December.
Is that where it is?
Yeah, can we go to, I don't know, Antigua, Bahamas or something?
Yeah, I mean, get some more teams in it globally. Like that.
Mexico City.
Yeah, get more teams.
Cancun got an arena.
Yeah, do that. Go to Hawaii. Did it in Hawaii. The Warriors went out there for training camp this year.
Let's do that.
Somewhere warm and nice. It's cold in Vegas this time of year. It's freezing right now.
Yeah.
In Vegas.
But are you still expecting the same fan interest from a year ago? Because as you said,
it's all about the teams.
Yeah.
I mean, and now, I'm looking at the score, like the Bucks and
Dallas that he's playing. No, that's
Orlando.
Orlando's
well,
playing.
so Dallas and Orlando, right? You're going to get a good team, right? You're good. Bucks Magic, like the NBA right now. I'm telling you what the NBA is thinking. Adam Silver's like, we don't want the Magic to make it. There's no Paolo.
Yeah.
Wagner's not going to play. They're both hurt. So getting Giannis in Vegas is big.
And Dame, get
Mavericks, Thunder. Look, you got Luka, Kyrie, or SGA. So they're good there. You don't think they want the Warriors tomorrow? Let's see who the referees are. Did the referees come out yet?
I don't know if we got the rest for tomorrow's
they want the Warriors tomorrow.
Yeah, they do.
They'll be in pain if it's the Rockets.
No, that'd be tough. One and done in the NBA quarterfinal tournament, and then it's Hawks and Knicks is the other one.
Who do you think they want there?
The Knicks?
Well, yeah,
of course.
Hawks ain't got no shot.
Trey looked good against the Lakers the other day.
Like if they end up getting Warriors, Knicks, let's just say Mavs and Bucks.
They get Hawks and Magic.
Oh man,
so mad.
Adam Silver might be, crying at the Paris Hotel or something.
Better stay away from Hawks, Magic, Rockets are three teams he does not want in.
No.
None of those.
No.
So they get money for going this round, and then they get it for the semis and the championship.
Well, that $500,000 check, that leads me to, like, this whole thing that the NBA is doing All-Star Weekend is absolutely ridiculous. This, like, the rookie team, the Rising Stars champion team gets to play against the East or the West in like a round-robin thing.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah. Like, to me, if they get so excited about that $500,000, which I don't blame them for, why not give them $500,000 to win this game and then say, hey, we'll double that for your favorite charity and put it in your name. That's a nice tax break, right?
Yeah.
And do that. If they're that enamored with trying to get more money, then to me, you're not going to play hard for $500,000. It was like $500,000 or $100,000. Yeah, I might play a little hard for this game.
Yeah.
I think that's how you fix the All-Star game.
Dirty Work, by the way, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. That's something else I was going to ask you about, and I lost my train of thought because Tim made me do that read.
Besides the Warriors, Mark, who's a team that probably needs to make the biggest move to go make a run for a championship?
Lakers?
Yeah.
But I don't see it. I think they need too much. I wonder if Orlando feels like, let's get a vet, like a really good, like, what if Orlando suddenly had Jimmy Butler, right?
Ooh. In state?
Yeah. I mean, their rivalry's kind of
that heated Magic and Heat rivalry, dude.
Like UC Davis versus Sac State. You know what I mean? It's like,
ooh.
Oh, Tim's upset.
Tim Webb, noted UC Davis alum.
No, congrats, man. You're in the Mountain West.
How about that? Tim gets going Mountain West. How you feel?
They followed Hawaii, so there's that. But they're in the FCS playoffs as well. Let's go.
Hey. Get your money up so you can play football in the league, please.
There you go. That's why, because they just don't not enough.
Yeah.
JTO's got to kick in some money.
Got that punter from the Rams right now.
There you go.
The Davis punters on the Rams.
Mark, are you going to make the trip to Hawaii for San Jose State versus South Florida? That's all we need to know.
Everybody else giving a thumbs up. He's like, yeah, Mark's going.
I got a call today. They're trying to twist my arm to go.
Twist your arm.
Twist your arm.
Yeah, man.
Got stuff going on, though, huh?
Yeah, it's called NBA
Coverage.
Christmas.
That's it.
But
on Christmas.
The
right.
game's on the 24th. So
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I might show up.
Might make it.
Oh, you might?
I might be able to make it.
I'm
I'm contemplating it.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
That's the best one you've asked all
Did
day.
Al tell you to ask that?
What's up?
No, he just brought it up himself.
No, I just brought it up.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Mark Spears, the voice you hear, ESPN and Manscaped.com. We'll take a quick break. We'll come on back. We still got a Sound Soiree coming.
I gotta
your
go,
way.
man.
You gotta get out of here, man.
Yeah, you do.
Sound Soiree.
You gotta come get a drink with me.
I'll text you when I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Sneak me in the back door.
Man, I got you.
All right. I'll hit you.
All right.
I will. I'll talk to you later. Mark Spears, thanks for coming by, dude. Good to meet you, Al.
I'll stay here and do 7 to 9.
Yeah, more to come. Dirty work only here on the Sports Leader.
'49er Player of the Week, Jawan Jennings, discussed his efforts to learn new positions in the '49ers offense, and not just on third down. Check out that podcast and all our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tuesday evening here on Dirty Work. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out. Fun talking to Mark Spears, ESPN at Anscape.com. Check it all out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, the app, YouTube, all that good stuff. Check out YouTube, though. It's really to drive people, too. That's where the community is. That's where people are, the voices are heard on the YouTube chat.
Community.
By the way, the voices are heard so much so that we put up a poll a couple hours ago as we talked about the great shacks. It's karaoke night.
Oh, we should ask Mark Spears.
It's karaoke night for me, yeah. Great shacks.
Every Tuesday you do karaoke?
Every Tuesday.
Where at?
Tupelo in North.
Oh, Tupelo? All right.
That's what I'm saying. Price of admission is, there isn't one. It's no cover. It's a great, I'm telling you, that is a great show. The
when
KJ
Cope
there,
shows up.
The KJ there, DJ Purple, I believe is his name. He's fantastic.
Ah, DJ Purple.
Dude, he's an older gentleman. He's rocking like 3 different computers there. This guy's incredible. He's got like 2 or 3 different computers. He's got a tablet in front of him.
Okay.
He runs so he's got a smoke machine and stuff and the lights.
Yeah.
The best thing is that he's changing the lighting and how it plays and what goes on based on what the song is that somebody's doing. You're on a little stage. He's also moving the lights, get the smoke machine going, and should note this, around his person, around his torso, he's got a saxophone. If you do a song with a bridge, he breaks into the saxophone.
Ooh.
Also, he's got one of those little, it's around his neck, the harmonicas. He'll do saxophone and a harmonica. So I like trying to pick songs and keep him involved.
Oh,
he does a great job. And you should know, too, because it's such a good vibe thing when you've got music that's rolling, they constantly are, if you put your name on the list to sing, you're just in the queue. You're not next in line. It's not like if there's 15 people, you're number 16. Because they try to keep the songs moving in. They'll move things around.
So you have no idea when you're going to go?
You just start hearing your music and then you start announcing your name.
I don't know if I love that.
They keep the flow of it going. It's good because then the vibe stays the same.
I love the involvement of DJ Purple, but
DJ Purple knows what he's doing, man. He's one of the best KJs in the business.
I'm not questioning DJ Purple.
DJ Purple's been hanging banners.
I just don't want to wait forever to sing a song.
Well, you may then pick one that's about the vibe. Anytime I pick one, I usually wait about 15, 20.
So
it's perfect.
So if
people are putting on a show, you know what I mean?
If you're going with this Love Shack, and then I come in with Piano Man, I'm probably not going to have a lot of time after you.
I don't know. What do you mean? Well, you mean you would get to do Piano Man shortly after this?
No. What I'm saying is that it doesn't fit the vibe.
Yeah.
So they probably take a while to get back to me.
It's usually upbeat. I mean, nobody's usually picking sad, slow ones.
You're not coming in with Elliott Smith, Mad World, right?
Yeah, no.
Oh. Love me some Elliott Smith.
Yeah, I don't know.
Needle in the hay.
That one might not get played.
Yeah. You might not make it.
You might not make it.
It's a little too depressing.
Everyone's like, whoa, what's this about?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
The guy killed himself.
Oh, Jesus.
It's truth.
I don't karaoke.
On that happy note.
I think DJ Purple wants to be associated with that.
No. Not Elliott Smith. Should we get to some soiree?
We did forget one good shack.
I didn't even get to the vote, though. The vote on the great shacks, as voted on by 116 voters in our electorate here on the KNBR YouTube chat.
That's a big poll.
Yeah, it is. Shaquille O'Neal, still leading the way at 39%. And I think we're all good with that. Shaquille O'Neal, I think he's earned...
When you say Shaq, you go with Shaquille O'Neal.
I think the song, but yeah, this. Love Shack coming in second, 27%. And then neck and neck, Shake Shack has overtaken Joe's Crab Shack, 18% to 16%.
Okay. We should give some honorable mentions. A lot of Radio Shacks. We made the call that Radio Shack is dead, so that shouldn't be part of it.
News to Derek, yeah.
The one that we should have gotten, I totally forgot.
Oh, this is the worst looking hat I ever saw. Well, you buy a hat like this, I'll bet you get a free bowl of soup, huh?
Yeah, should have made the list.
Oh, it looks good on you, though.
Should have made the list.
Looks good on you, though.
Even over Radio Shack.
What, Caddyshack? Yeah, somebody texted it in earlier. I apologize to the texter. I saw it and I forgot to mention it.
Caddyshack?
Yeah, that's a shack that should have made it.
Yeah, that's an omission.
Or a Rorschach painting?
Nope. Not on Rorschach.
All right.
Or Shaq Thompson or any of the other fake Shaqs.
California Cents a Million? Going Caddyshack.
Oh.
Kentucky Blue, California Cents a Million?
There you go.
You can play 36 holes on it in the afternoon, get stoned on the bejesus off of it at night. Let's get into some sound soiree, I guess.
What?
Do we have to play the entire time?
Yeah, the whole song.
Rusted. It's the best.
It's good.
By the way, long song if you're doing it on karaoke.
It's a very long song.
Yeah, I'll only break it out maybe, I don't know, once a month, once every other month.
Would you say it's better than Rome?
Yes.
The other B-52 song?
Yeah. Well, what about
Rock Lobster?
Rock Lobster.
Oh,
yeah.
I forgot about Rock Lobster. Rock Lobster?
Yeah, I'm still going that over. I'm going Shaq over Lobster.
Shaq, Lobster, Rome.
Okay. I like Rome.
And that's Sublime with Rome. Thank you. You're not going to gong that, but my Bash Brothers got some hate, dude.
Sound soiree.
That was my fantasy football team for a while, was Sublime with Rome Odunze.
That's a solid. That's a solid nickname. Team name, dude.
All right, should we start with Bob Melvin?
Whatever. Yeah.
All right, Bob Melvin went on MLB Network, and when he did this interview, it was not yet announced that Willie Adames was officially with the Giants.
They were going through the physical.
Yes. So they had to be careful with the questions here, but Bob Melvin likes the move.
Oh, I mean, look, it's just such a premier position. And, you know, with Chapman on the other side over there, left side of the diamond, you know, not only defensively but offensively, it's a huge upgrade for us. And now we can do some things potentially a little different with a guy like Tyler Fitzgerald, you know, who's got a big upside too. But it was really the target for us coming into the offseason was trying to get a premier guy at that position.
You know, this National League West does not get a lot of recognition for the depth of it. You know, we always talk about the National League East with the Phillies, the Braves, and now the Mets with their moves they're making and stuff like that. But, man, the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, the Padres, Bob, this is a pretty tough division.
It's a really tough division. I don't know that it might be the toughest division. So you look, it starts with the Dodgers and the world champions, and they're getting a little better this offseason as well. So it is a tough division, but, you know, it's also exciting to be able to play, you know, within your division with great teams and inspiring games, and, you know, all those ballparks, including ours, tend to be pretty full. So it's a pretty exciting division to be able to play in.
All right.
Yeah.
It hasn't been that exciting for me the last couple of years.
Yeah,
but,
I figured.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But he's right. I mean, offensively in the division, what you can do, you wanted to get a premier player at that position. It's a great start to the offseason, I think, at least on paper. Then again, I thought last offseason on paper, not a bad one. But it does feel that Buster's at least, I mean, he's already landed his top target, gives him the largest free agent contract they've ever handed out. So, I don't know. Again, good start. I think you're nitpicking a little bit if you don't like it. I'm not sure there's much to dislike about this. You want to get better. He's an everyday player. And the left side's going to be stacked with him and Matt Chapman. So, good deal.
Yeah, and Buster Posey's given comments at the winter meeting saying how much of a big deal it is to sign Willie Adames. And I guess Susan Slusser caught up with Buster and said he'd be over the moon to sign Roki Sasaki.
Wow. That's a guy I would love. I mean, you'd be keeping him away from the Dodgers. Roki Sasaki, young Japanese pitcher, looked at as one of the best in the world.
So if they land either Corbin Burns or him, I think you're sitting pretty.
Oof. Roki Sasaki or Corbin Burns as a Giant? I mean, Roki's the more unknown.
Yeah.
But the potential is just...
I'd buy that for $1.
Well, more than that. More than that.
It's going to be more than... I think it'll be more than
like
that.
Like a 9-year contract we're talking about.
I mean, we're talking... Come on.
Phrase, come on.
Turn a phrase. All right, next up here, we got A.J. Brown. Post-game against the Panthers when they beat the Eagles beat the Panthers. They won the game, 22-16, but A.J. Brown doesn't sound too happy.
What are some things you think that the offense needs to improve on? Passing.
AJ, I know everybody wants to get in a rhythm. And Devontae was acknowledging that. You know, receivers, just like running backs, want to get in rhythm. How hard is it as a receiver to get into a rhythm when you guys are only throwing the ball like 20 times?
Incredibly tough. It seemed like there was a moment on the sideline when you threw your helmet into the bench. What prompted that reaction?
3 and out.
As a leader on this offense, what's kind of your approach this week in changing the result in terms of everyone, and not just you, a lot of the players on offense saying that this was just not up to the offensive standard?
Putting our head down and just going to work, doing the things we're doing and learning and growing.
What are the conversations like with Jalen during a game like this, where maybe the passing game isn't everything you want it to be?
Not too much conversation, honestly. I don't know.
Killing down the vibes of that song.
I'm trying to hear him a little bit. He's just all muffled. He's not really giving any answers to anything. What prompted you throwing your helmet 3 and out?
He was upset. I mean, the biggest thing to come away from that, everybody's going with, is that when they said, what's the biggest problem with today? And he said, passing. So he's kind of throwing Jalen Hurts under the bus a little bit, and there's been talk about the two not getting along in recent years. And A.J. Brown signed that big contract this offseason. I would assume that he's, happy with Jalen Hurts being his quarterback. But Brandon Graham...
Well, he didn't go on anywhere and talk about their relationship publicly, did he?
No, he didn't. But Brandon Graham went on WIP.
Oh, he did?
In Philadelphia. He's out for the season, but he does these interviews on local Philly radio, and he talked about the relationship between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown.
the person that's complaining need to be accountable. And I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he know this. He, you know, I don't know the whole story, but I know that one is trying. And I mean, 11 could be a little better with how he responds to things. And they was friends before this. It's like, man, but things have changed. And I understand that because life happens. But we it's the business side that we have to make sure that we don't let the personal get in the way of the business. And that's what we got to do better as right now, because we know it's an issue. Everybody's seeing some things, but we need to be able to talk things out as men. You know what I'm saying? But we need to let personal stuff go and let's get right for this game, because, man, it's like a lot of stuff, most of the time, it's just a conversation that just need to be had. But the person with the problem got to want to talk to the person other than others.
God.
That's all I'm saying.
That was a word salad.
Oh, God. That was so boring. Didn't say anything.
Yeah, I know he didn't. But then Brendan Graham followed.
Why is he talking like in code, 1 and 11? I think the person
we
was
know the names.
Just, man, he's hurt. Who cares? What are we talking to you for? Man, that was boring. This is like a spat I could give a damn about, by the way.
Well, it's not like Donovan McNabb and Terrell Owens and then Hugh Douglas getting in the situation. No, but I will say, it's kind of, Brandon Graham should probably just said, I'm not getting into that. That's between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. Now, after that, Brandon Graham did say, I did misread the situation between the two, and their relationship is good. So someone got to him and said, you need to clarify that a little bit more.
All of a sudden, he didn't have so many words about it. Huh?
Yeah.
He's like, actually, never mind. They're good.
Yeah. Well, that honestly, that was talking out of turn. That would be Nick Bosa, if he came on with us and be like, Debo needs to stop tweeting.
It never happened. Debo's got to stop tweeting.
You got to stop tweeting, man.
Yeah. I don't think he'd do that.
Can't agree more.
It would never happen that he'd come on with us, or Nick Bosa wouldn't comment on Debo?
Neither. I don't think it's in the cards anyway. Yeah. Okay. Just putting it out there.
He was on with us last year.
Was he?
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
Talked about Sackaroonies.
Oh, that's right. We did talk Sackaroonies with him.
We did.
That's a Sackaroonie, baby.
Sackaroony, baby.
All right, moving on here. We got to get to the good ones here, dude. Come on.
Okay.
God, thank God we got to live with these boring ones.
Oh, sorry.
Some of the most boring sound across the sports world you might have missed.
Hey, by all means, man. I love your input on the sound soiree.
Some inaudible A.J. Brown that you might have missed.
The official salad of dirty work.
Yeah,
the word salad.
The word salad, dude.
Okay. You love the 30 for 30s, don't you? ESPN
of course I love a 30 for 30.
All right, one coming out in a couple weeks, or a couple days, actually, is one on the New York Sack Exchange of Mark Gastineau and the others, like Joe Klecko of the 80s of the Jets.
Sick. Yeah, I'm in.
And Mark, I guess this is a clip from the documentary. Mark Gastineau finds Brett Favre.
It was at a
autograph signing.
An autograph show. Well, it's like a memorabilia autograph show. So I think there's a bunch of athletes there.
And the backstory is, I remember this very well as a kid.
Same.
Mark Gastineau had 22 sacks in a single season. Michael Strahan.
In 1984, yeah.
Yes.
Three-time All-Pro.
Yes.
In a row.
In 2001, Michael Strahan broke his record to get 22 and a half. However, many people don't like the way he got it because they say Brett Favre fell to the ground and he got touched.
He did. He lays down in the backfield. It's the last game of the season. He drops back and he just kind of goes down and Strahan comes up and just taps him, sort of gets the sack, and then he cries or whatever. I don't know. It was pretty lame. I remember thinking the same thing.
What was Brett Favre doing?
Can he get a sack of Brett Favre today? That would be so sick. And he technically did. I think I hate that more than I hate the team sack.
Yes. So this is a clip from the 30 for 30 where Gastineau catches up with Brett Favre at an autograph signing.
I thought we met a long time ago. At least I saw you.
Right.
How you doing?
When you fell down for him. I'm going to get my sack back. I'm going to get my sack back, dude.
You probably would hurt me.
Well, I don't care. You hurt me. You hurt me. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You really hurt me. You hurt me, Brett.
We got to get back to this, Brett. I'm sorry.
Okay. Brett Favre doesn't realize he thinks he's joking at first.
No, he's not joking.
Gastineau's dead. He seriously has a heart attack. And, I guess if I can riff for a minute. Who did Brett Favre hurt more? Gastineau or the state of Mississippi?
Yeah, I know.
What the hell is Brett Favre doing?
I'm just saying.
I know a lot of people want to hurt Brett Favre, but
I'm getting my sack back.
I mean, come on. Gastineau at what, 60, 70 years old?
By the way, he waited 22 years to bring this up?
Yeah, I know. It's like it comes
There's got to be a statute. It's got to be we got to be out of the statute of limitations.
It's a little much from Gastineau.
On his griping. Now, I bet you if you're in Gastineau's circle, they're like, oh, he hasn't shut up about this thing.
No, I know.
Thanksgiving dinner was a nightmare.
Every week at the poker game.
Dude.
Brett Favre.
It was down at the club. You know what I mean? He's just bitching and moaning.
Yeah, that made me extremely uncomfortable. Because, like, what was he going to do, kick his ass over the sack?
I'm getting my sack back. What did that mean, by the way?
So I'm going to sack you right now.
Was he crying?
Is he crying in this?
You can't really see his face. He's kind of standing at an angle in the video of this.
You hurt me. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You really hurt me.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, man, he's going to cry in the car?
I don't know. Like, I didn't like it as a fan how Strahan got it, but, like, I don't know. Gastineau.
It's 22 years later. Just let it go, Gastineau.
And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong. TJ Watt tied that record already.
He did.
So get over it, Gastineau. It's over.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You weren't saying somebody
way.
else already did it. What are we talking about?
Yeah, but TJ Watt did it in 17 games.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
All right.
What, you Kennesaw Mountain Landis? You know what I mean? A season is not a season unless he does it in 154.
All right. Last one here. We haven't had these in a while. It's our guy, John Gruden. And he's got a new nicey video.
Listen, by the way, he's getting better because for a minute he lulled. And then I think he found the sweet spot. I think he knows when to start talking now. I think he knows how to fill the little voids.
Yeah.
And he's back. I think he hasn't lost the fastball yet.
Hot, lulled a little. Now he's back.
Now he's back.
Yeah, this is I believe this is the first one we played since he's moved to Barstool.
Yeah.
So this is John Gruden's this week's nicey video.
You know what gets me really excited? I mean really excited. Dominant performances. Dominant coaching performances. It's got me feeling really nicey. Guys like Sam Darnold, 78%, 347 yards, 5 touchdowns. Go, baby! Keep shredding, Sam! Puka Nacua, Los Angeles Rams, 12 catches, 162 yards, a touchdown. He carries 5 times, 16 yards and a touchdown. You better get some secondary help. Keep it going.
That bass.
Andy Reid of the Kansas City
Andy Reid.
Chiefs. 9 straight AFC Western Championships. How many clutch victories do you need to see? Way to go, Big Red. Dan Campbell of the Detroit Lions. They're 12-1. He went for it 5 times in one game. Converted 4 of them. He trusts his players.
Oh, I love it.
He trusts his players.
He's deranged as hell, unhinged, but my God,
It's like somebody told him, it's like, you can't do it at like a 5. It's a 10 or it's nothing. You got to go 10 or nothing.
Yeah, it's great coaching, and the music's loud. And the thing about him is when he says what the stat is or whatever, and then he gives you the take on it after. That's the funniest part.
Best part.
Way to go, Big Red!
Or that, or even like at the beginning where he's like, I got to tell you, it's got me feeling really nice.
It's got me feeling nicey.
Way to go, Big Red!
Sam Darnold.
Okay.
Keep going, Sam.
I would rather have John Gruden be the head coach of North Carolina than Bill Belichick.
I'd just rather John Gruden be anything where he's in the public eye at all times. I think we get more. Do we get more out of him? We get more out of him, I think, when he's not a coach.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I loved him on Monday Night Football. He was fun as hell with Tirico.
No, he's the best. I loved it. But he wasn't that. Was he that funny? I mean, we got Hard Knocks and stuff, but we didn't get as much out of him when he was the Raiders coach most recently, did we?
No.
Just the emails.
Just the emails.
Yes, just the emails. I mean, he wasn't as goofy.
Yeah.
But when he came back, initially he was like, I'm going to bring it back to 1998, man.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. That Bon Jovi, that's one hell of a song.
Now, I will say this, and I know he's my dad's buddy, but when he was with McDonough, oh, God.
It's got me feeling really nice.
That was brutal. That was brutal. When, like, McDonough was like, so, John, I was doing a radio interview the other day. You know what they used to call the football the Duke? Yeah, I knew that, Sean. Okay, just trying to relate to you.
Used to call me the piss boy. Dude, what's your relationship to Gruden?
I met John Gruden when
your
I
dad
was...
used to dress like Gruden, too? Or?
Yeah, the visor and everything, the scowl.
Hello, Chucky.
What's going on, Chuckster?
You know, they call me Chuck.
They call me Chuck Nasty. My middle name, Charlie.
So dumb.
You have any hats I could wear?
No, I met John Gruden.
Any visors?
I met John Gruden in his first year as Raider head coach when I was like 7 years old. And I mean, I know a lot has happened since then, and the emails and everything. When I was a kid, when I was a kid, John Gruden was the man.
Yeah, dude, he's great. Yeah. I remember it. Yeah, he was the man.
And even when he beat us in the Super Bowl, I was like, I'm happy for John.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, in the moment it sucked, but I was like, I mean, good for John.
Derek doesn't want warrior titles. Happy
he
for
got his
Gruden.
vengeance.
That's it. Deservedly so.
Yes.
He got traded. He didn't leave. He got traded.
Well, he was going to leave during the season, too, prior to that, where he was going to go coach Notre Dame, but they wanted him to coach, like, leave the Raiders in the middle of the season. He was like, I'm not doing that. So, yeah, he got traded to the Buccaneers in that offseason.
Yeah, and then, of course, wins the Super Bowl against his old playbook.
Yep.
I knew what they were going to run because I wrote the playbook. That's what's got me feeling nicey.
Yeah.
Like five
that's
picks.
what got me feeling really nicey.
Like throwing 5 picks in one Super Bowl. Keep it going, Gannon. Like Derek Brooks winning Super Bowl MVP. 5
Dexter Jackson.
Well, I said Derek Brooks. I messed it up.
You did.
Whatever. Kind of like you guys messed up that Super Bowl. Adam Copeland, Derek Pop.
I'm a part of it. You guys?
Yeah, you. Yeah, you.
Yeah, it was me.
Wouldn't it be funny, by the way, if Greg had like dyed his hair blonde? He's like rocking that visor. he's doing the same thing to Gruden that he's doing with Kyle. He's like dressing exactly the same.
Tell you what, man, you and me go to Ricky's after this, and
Greg starts pumping Bon Jovi all the time. It's like all he listens to.
Actually, I have Gruden's response.
Who is this guy?
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. How about this? We haven't gone to the crap section in some time, formerly known as like the soup du jour. We're not just going to get behind the window of the control room here with Tim Webb on in the crap cam as where you're watching him on YouTube. We're going to get to the crap section next, and I believe it starts with worst fast food places to be arrested. More crap coming your way on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
There was like counter protests in Baltimore going on when Ray Rice got suspended, which is like, is there a more completely open and shut this guy thing we've ever seen in our lives? And these guys were all like, this is bullshit, yo. Put Ray back on the field. It was like, yo, I had a cousin that worked over there at that elevator. Didn't go down the way you think it was going down, yo. Yeah, y'all believe anything the media wants to tell you, yo.
It sound right, boys.
They should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section. Yeah. It should be out in the dumpster.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on Tuesday evening. Been fun today. Mark Spears came in for a while, hung out. Talked to JT Snow about what's going on with the Giants. All available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And we're streaming, of course, always on the KNBR YouTube channel. Make sure you're checking us out there. Niners Thursday night football against the Rams. So we'll be off Thursday. Well, Derek will. Tim and I. I get no days off from Tim. It's me and Tim.
Hi.
A lot of Tim. We get some Chick-fil-A, though, huh?
Hell yeah, and bad conversation. My small talk needs a little work.
Tim's small talk's rough.
Speaking of Chick-fil-A, real quick before we get in the crap section, what's the worst restaurant or fast food place?
It's not Chick-fil-A, I'll tell you that.
That you wouldn't want to be arrested in? Because I've been fascinated by the story of who's this guy? The CEO, shooter, killer?
The
Luigi Mangione?
The guy who's accused seems I don't know if this is going to be open and shut, but it seems pretty clear that he's been accused of killing that United Healthcare CEO.
Yeah.
And he was caught in a McDonald's
eating a hash brown.
By the way, they got some of those photos of his face from Starbucks. I was like, dude, I think they caught him with like some of the stuff he used too. I was like, dude, it's been days. You're wearing the same jacket, bro?
Oh, this guy's a terrible criminal.
He still had like the silencer with him. He had like some fake IDs.
Seriously?
Yeah. By the way, they found all his like books and everything because he does what's that, Goodreads or whatever, is an app. Guy's like he was a Ivy League student, like decorated Ivy Leaguer. And I think he's got a whole manifesto and all this stuff, too. Anyway, interesting stuff here.
Family's super wealthy. I think his brother's like a state senator or something like that.
Yeah, dude, there's like a whole bunch of crap. He's super smart. And so
what was his motive, though?
They found his Goodreads thing. Well, I don't even know. We don't know yet. Found his Goodreads, like people have been investigating him.
Yeah.
They found his profile on Goodreads where you can post the books you've read. He's read so many books. Somebody notably found, though, that he also read the Unabomber Manifesto. And by the way, they found his review of the book on Amazon of the Manifesto. And he does an entire review of it where what he thinks on it, it's pretty nutty stuff. 4 stars.
His review is sort of a manifesto.
His review was kind of a manifesto in and of itself. And then the fact that he gave it 4, I was like, that's pretty hysterical, dude. I was like, he's like, I could write one.
Yeah, but has this guy ever seen a movie before? Like, you go to McDonald's, he's going to get a McRib that bad?
Yeah, no, got a McHash brown is what he got. By the way, did you see what Burger King tweeted out?
No.
All they tweeted after he got caught at McDonald's, because it was a McDonald's worker called the police.
Yeah.
Said he looks like the guy in the photos. Burger King tweeted out,
oh, what a snitch.
We ain't no snitches. I was like, that's pretty good. Pretty solid.
Yeah, they'll let a shock G get busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Whopper.
Thank you, Tim.
Whopper.
Oh, keep it going, baby.
It's all like pixelated there at the end. Anyway,
Whopper.
Well, it's not the real version.
What would be the worst fast food place to be arrested?
The answer is Waffle House. There's no question. It's Waffle House.
Does that count as fast food?
Well, if you've eaten there, it does.
And usually if you go to a Waffle House, it comes with the side of an arrest. Usually there's something going on.
I feel like that's common.
This is a true story. I was at a Waffle House outside of Louisville, Kentucky, and a member of the staff, female member of the staff, got arrested for solicitation and prostitution mid-shift. And they took everybody that was on staff at that point outside to interview, and so we were sitting there in the Waffle House completely by ourselves. I could have made myself a waffle if I wanted to.
That's hysterical.
This is a real story.
That's incredible.
And Tim lost out on a good night.
Dude.
Hash browns were great.
Dude, mid-shift is wild.
Wow, that's crazy.
Mid-shift is wild. I don't know. I really probably depends on how hungry I am. Probably just pick the worst fast food place and then say that would be the worst one.
What about a Fuddruckers?
It's just it's more about where would you want it? What would be embarrassing to you if they put it in the paper that you were arrested at that place of business?
You have to admit that you ate Carl's Jr.
Parties.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Don't catch me like they're like Adam Copeland was arrested at a Golden Corral. I'd be like, oh damn, that's tough.
Oh yeah, Golden Corral.
That's a tough one. You know what I mean?
Wiener Schnitzel.
Yeah, Wiener Schnitzel.
But see, there's some stuff there you can hit on a drive.
Yeah,
it's not bad, but like, yeah, Golden Corral.
Joe's Crab Shack.
Yeah.
Taco Bell, make a run for the border.
Oh, on the border. You remember that place?
No.
Oh, it's like in the Regal Hacienda, like right next to it in like Devon Pleasanton.
I don't want to get caught in a green burrito.
Yeah,
you know,
green burrito.
Like where I'm
Cops closing on you at a Long John Silver. Well, put me away.
Just put me away. It's just
gonna get worse than this.
Just end it here. I don't need to go. Yeah, just end it for me
my
here.
hush puppy.
Yeah, 707 says Tim lost out on losing his V card that night at the Waffle House.
There's always next time.
It's always, still hoping for that. Anyway, what do we got? What else is in the crap section?
Well, Tim's got it. Ooh, Tim's got his own intro music.
415 says they want to be arrested at a Sizzler. Sizzler.
Oh, yeah, Sizzler would be bad.
Just met her. Go ahead, Tim. What you got in the crap section?
Just trying to work on a joke out here about Fresh Choice, right?
I wasn't a big Fresh Choice guy.
Yeah, nah.
That's not around anymore, right? That was like a Bay Area. That was a popular Bay Area spot, I think.
This is going to sound really elitist, and I don't want to sound this way, but I don't think we need to go to any restaurants that have sneeze guards anymore. We just don't have to do it, right?
Yeah, Sizzler. If you're doing a buffet, I'd like a sneeze guard.
I don't mean to sound, but I mean, yeah.
Real quick question. Anybody ever seen
CC's Pizza?
Anybody ever
We passed the sneeze guards phase.
Jameis Winston loves CC's Pizza.
Yeah, cool, Jameis. I'm gonna stay away. Deliver me from CC's Pizza. Amen. Tim, what you got?
All right, let me ask you guys this. A couple got caught having, quote, loud sex, unquote.
Is there any other kind?
No. Atop a huge elephant structure in Miami Beach. What animal would you like to be caught having sex on? Yeah.
I mean, who among us?
Sorry, what animal structure?
Yeah.
Would you like to be caught on?
The antics have already begun as the first line. A randy couple was caught having loud sex on one of the outdoor installations at the display of an art fair.
Is it an elephant?
Yeah.
I mean, it had to be something as big as an elephant.
It's got to have a good base to it. You know what I mean?
Hippo?
Yeah, it can't be anything like, structurally unsafe.
Yeah.
Me, somebody in Moon Deng?
Moodang?
That's a baby. You're sick.
You're disgusting, dude. You're a freak. Moodang is a baby. It's disgusting, Derek.
Yeah, well, some people like that Moondang.
You're disgusting.
Not me.
Now, to be fair, it would just be a statue of Moodang, but it'd be like Ottoman size. You don't want that.
This does have a happy ending. The frisky pair avoid being handcuffed thanks to a sympathetic guard. He simply asked us to leave.
Yeah. Could you guys just get off that elephant? You guys stop hitting it on that elephant,
What a nice
please.
guard.
Get off this.
It was right at noon.
Copes?
707 is a CPK is where I don't want to get caught. Horribly delicious. How about this one? Somebody else checked in, said Del Taco for the L.
Oh, Del Taco. Del Taco. No, don't avoid the question. What animal structure would you want to boink on?
Well, I'm trying to figure out, like this. Was it outside?
It was outside at an art fair. I'm thinking like a blue whale because it's long and, there's structurally sound.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I was thinking maybe if I could get out of the elements and get inside of like a museum, maybe like a dinosaur somewhere.
Okay. So you can go to a museum?
Yeah, I don't know.
On a skeleton, a lot of bones sticking out.
No, I was thinking, something more full.
What happened to all these fossils? They're all broken.
I don't want to make sweet love on a fossil. You know what I mean? I'm just looking for like a structure that they've built. Something in the lobby, maybe. I don't know. What do we?
You're a classy gal.
I'm the weirdo now. Like, this is the weird question.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. All right, move on, Tim. Next one.
I'll go Brontosaurus.
It's embarrassing you didn't have an answer. Jeez.
Brontosaurus.
A woman was allegedly she was arrested after swiping a van, which she later sold for scrap in Minnesota, after she made an incriminating entry on her personal journal. Quote, totally stole a car today, something I never thought doing, she wrote.
Oh, my
Super
God.
freaking out about it, unquote.
Dude, that is exactly like role models. You know what I'm talking about? Where the guy's like, that wasn't me. I didn't steal those TVs. And then the guy's, look at me, stealing TVs.
Dude, they read her journal? Like, how'd they get her journal? Was it in the car?
There's not a passcode. It's a journal.
No, but I'm saying, like, why did they know that she was a suspect and then read her journal to find out she did it?
I believe it was an internet journal.
Oh, it was an internet journal.
What the hell is that?
It was like a status. She posted a Facebook status.
Yeah, like an Instagram post, essentially. Totally stole a car, by the way.
That's dumb as hell.
You
these
might
criminals.
not be surprised. Not a looker.
Oh. She's working at the Waffle House.
I wasn't wondering, but I wasn't wondering, like, Tim, what is she? What's...
Yeah, what does she look like,
Give me the
Tim?
traits.
I mean, she's no
is she the type of girl that's going to go on top of an elephant structure?
She's no Waffle House waitress.
That's tough. Waffle House waitress.
Zoo discovers 10-year-old king penguin Maggie is actually Magnus.
A male?
It's a man?
Yeah, so it took 10 years for them to decide whether or not this penguin was a male or female.
It's a man one, yeah.
If you let's say you have a cat or something like that, and you don't know if it's a dude or a girl, don't you just keep calling it the girl name? Like, do you really go away from Maggie? Do you have to go to Magnus?
Yeah, why not?
That's why I don't bother. I just got brown cat.
Yeah, you named your cat?
Yeah,
what?
brown cat.
I got brown cat.
Can we get a brown cat update?
There's no update. I feed brown cat. I fed him today.
But it's a stray you found.
Yeah. And I found it, and then I'm allergic to cats.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm allergic to cats.
Look
But
at you.
I like them.
Really, you're a
cats.
saint.
Yeah. Well, I saved his life, too. He got real sick. Apparently, he was going through it, and I came home one day, and I was like, he was sitting outside. Normally, he's not there waiting for me. And he was, like, panting. And he started like throwing up and stuff. And I was like, he's breathing weird. This doesn't look good. So I like brought him in my house, made a little bed for him. Ended up taking him to an emergency vet. Had heartworm.
Ooh.
Yeah, tough deal.
The hell's that?
They wouldn't treat him until I like officially adopted him. So they had to make sure he wasn't owned by anybody else. They like made sure he wasn't chipped or something.
What's its name? Right.
And then they're like, what's its name? I was like, I just call him Brown Cat. So that's its name now.
Did
so
anybody
now,
roll your eyes when you wrote that?
No. Nobody even acknowledged that I said it. Like, now I own a cat, and he's healthy.
All right.
I took care of him. Nursed him back to health. And let me tell you, so cheap to save a cat that wasn't mine already.
A turtle if you want, you can have him.
So cheap to save Brown Cat's life.
Good. I mean, good. Good.
He was young. I was like, how old do you guys think he is? I was like, if it was like 8 or 9, I was like, it's been a good run. But he's like 3.
Oh, damn.
Had to save him.
Well, good for you, I guess.
I guess,
on life for Brown Cat.
Yeah, there you
the
go.
official cat of Dirty Work.
Now I have a cat. There you go. Moving on.
The procedure did not go as planned. Quote, parents thought research and a blessing could help them perform circumcision at home. It did not go as planned.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can we do away with like the home surgeries?
Yeah, you need a professional for that one.
A blessing? I'd have gone with thoughts and prayers myself, but the blessing sounds like it's a nice anesthetic.
Good God.
Jesus, what is that?
So the surgery didn't go well? So it was like a situation like in Seinfeld where the guy cut off his finger?
Yeah, it went real bad.
I don't think calling this surgery is fair. That's like, I feel like that's really disrespectful to like doctors and surgeons who have gone to school. Like, that's the big leagues. That's like throwing a ball of trash into the trash can in your place of work and saying you played a basketball game. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a surgery. This is mutilation of something, of some sort.
This is self-harm.
But you're saying it's so easy that you could do it.
It's so easy I could do it, which means it's not a surgery.
You might even do it.
That's kind of my point.
Why not give you guys one more?
Not unless I get a blessing or some thoughts and prayers.
Guess the state, okay? Let's play a game.
Florida.
Guess the state. Naked teacher arrested with weed and sex toys at school after fighting first responders.
Florida.
It's not much of a guess, but that's...
I was going to go Maine, but Florida sounds good.
Yeah, also not a looker.
After every story, I want Tim to let us know if it's a looker or not.
By the way, did you see the faces of the people in the botched surgery?
We had to do a little editing on that, but yes, they were
not lookers. Either of them didn't think so.
rough.
It was rough.
Not a looker amongst them.
Looks like the surgery. Coming up at 6 o'clock, Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly from 6 until 7. And then from 7 until 9.
It's me again.
It's Derek and Greg Silver.
Hey, me again.
I think I should just is there a way for to cut all of my best stuff from today and splice it with Greg's best stuff of the day and no one notices?
I think we'd notice.
Okay.
I think we'd notice. Well, come on back and we'll put this show to bed. Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Okay.
Brent Jones cheated on Dirty Work with the morning show. Damn it, Brent. He talked about Debo Samuel's comments on social media. Check out that burgled podcast at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.